In the realm of the Blue Star, the young Jun Huaiyun unexpectedly traversed to the lower realms of the 3,000 Immortal Domains. The beginning was marked by cataclysm, as he was ensnared by Lin Junxie and the opportunistic Jiang Qingxue, bearing the ignoble title of a demon lord. At the brink of death, he activated an invincible editing system, capable of modifying anything. There exists nothing unimaginable for the system: backgrounds, events, laws, and even the trajectories of relationships, allies, and adversaries could all be altered. Jun Huaiyun proclaimed, "I fear no one when it comes to backgrounds." Upon his first modification, he became the young master of a venerable and immortal imperial clan. Faced with life-threatening peril and inciting the wrath of formidable clan members, even an elder of imperial stature descended to eradicate the Kangmang realm. The decree from the clan's imperial might echoed, "Who dares to lay a hand on my young master? The Kangmang realm shall be your doom." In his first alteration of a partner, he unexpectedly found himself allied with the Princess Yaoxi of the Heavenly Court, the supreme authority of all affairs in the celestial realm. Princess Yaoxi declared, "The Heavenly Court has forged an alliance with the Jun family. Anyone who dares to target my husband shall face the annihilation of their entire lineage." The Chosen One remarked, "Fear not, for I am destined to surpass Jun Huaiyun in the future." With a calm smile, Jun Huaiyun retorted, "What can destiny achieve against the might of my system? Let's arrange a little challenge for him, shall we? Modify his narrative and heighten the difficulty by 1,000,000,000-fold." The Chosen Woman boasted, "What the Jun family? I am the Chosen One. Even Jun Huaiyun will kneel before me." Jun Huaiyun replied nonchalantly, "The Chosen One feigns superiority. I would not accept you even as a gift. I could easily edit a partner far superior to your so-called status." Chapter 1. Transcending to an otherworldly realm, a cataclysmic beginning. In the bustling city of Jiangbei, Dragon Nation, within a dilapidated rental dwelling, a handsome young man sat upon a sofa, his expression blank as he gazed at the admission letter from the prestigious Qinglong Academy. "Truly a calamity. I can afford the education, but lack the funds for tuition. After a month of relentless toil, I have barely scraped together 4,000 yuan. Jun Huaiyun massaged his temples, a look of exasperation etched on his face. Beyond tuition, there were additional expenses, such as meals, all of which he could not afford alone. "Indeed, your assumptions are correct. Jun Huaiyun is an orphan, the kind whose parents have passed away. Sigh, how I envy those fantastical protagonists in novels, each possessing extraordinary identities and immense power. They fear neither hunger nor thirst, embodying a life filled with authority, strength, and beauty, a life of pure bliss." As he perused the lives of those fictional heroes on his phone, envy welled within him. This was the existence he yearned for, not the drudgery of merely surviving day by day. "If only a gigantic truck could deliver me to another realm," Jun Huaiyun muttered softly. Boom! Wait, this is an apartment building, and I'm on the 4th floor. Where could such a truck possibly come from? Just then, a red truck plummeted from the sky, crashing through the wall and rolling over him while he remained in a state of bewilderment. But in the lower realms of the primal immortal domain, amidst the Kangmang realm, at the execution grounds of the Lord's Manor, the leaders of the 4 great families gathered. Alongside the city lord, a throng of outraged spectators surrounded them, all wearing expressions of fury. "Kill Jun Huaiyun. This demon dares to commit such heinous acts, betraying his mentor, slaughtering villages, and causing chaos throughout the realm. Execute him." The citizens clamored passionately. The city lord of Ling Tian, rising to his feet, waved his hand, silencing the crowd. His gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun, his eyes glimmering with disdain. A youth clad in dark robes, bloodied and sprawled upon the execution ground, lay with closed eyes, his breath faint as if he could perish at any moment. The members of the 4 great families regarded the unconscious youth with cold indifference. "Ladies and gentlemen, Jun Huaiyun has colluded with the demon sect, harming our city's prodigy. Such is the behavior of a true demon. Today I, the city lord Lin Jintian, shall represent the millions of citizens of Ling Tian to execute this villain and restore peace to our realm." Lin Jintian, with hands clasped behind his back, stood upon a high platform, his gaze icy as it bore down on the motionless Jun Huaiyun. "Naturally, Jun Huaiyun, having practiced demonic arts and harmed our city's elites, deserves death as a warning to others. Indeed, this scourge must be eliminated. The demonic path warrants universal condemnation. The City Lord's mercy is commendable, granting this demon a swift end. Had it been our June family, he would face 100 torturous fates. The family head of the June clan speaks truth. The heads of the 4 great families nodded in agreement, their gazes towards June Huaiyun filled with contempt. How dare a mere branch descendant of the June family attempt to oppose the City Lord's authority and challenge the might of the 4 great families? They spoke of the 4 families oppressing the common folk, abducting maidens, and wreaking havoc upon Ling Tian. What status did the 4 families hold that was an honor for the commoners to be graced by their presence? Was this called abduction? Thus, June Huaiyun was branded as a demon by the heads of the 4 families and the City Lord's manor, sentenced to execution this very day. Such actions were intended to silence the voices of the people. Though their indifference was apparent, the facade of justice still needed to be maintained. This waste is finally meeting his end. His survival has been a source of unease for us all. Deservedly, Sohu told him to seek death, daring to challenge the authority of the 4 great families of Ling Tian. Behind the heads of the 4 families, the younger generation shared similar sentiments, casting scornful smiles at the bloodied June Huaiyun. Did I'm still alive. Wasn't I crushed by that truck? In the center of the execution ground, the bloodied June Huaiyun felt his fingers twitch slightly as consciousness gradually returned. Every inch of his body felt as though it had been ground to powder, the excruciating pain causing cold sweat to break out upon his brow. That moment, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind within mere seconds. He had absorbed the entirety of those memories. The original persona was a side disciple of the June family, one of the 4 great families of Ling Tian. His parents were missing, and his talents were mediocre. By chance, he had stumbled upon the City Lord's son Lin Junxie clandestinely colluding with the demon sect, and was subsequently framed by the City Lord's manor. As for the citizens clamoring for his execution, they were merely hired by the City Lord's manor. In truth, the people of Ling Tian were unaware of the situation. If I must traverse realms, could I not have been granted a better backstory? Even a 30-year fortune would suffice. Yet, I find myself meeting my demise right at the outset. What a cruel jest. As a fellow traveler of realms, why must my beginning be so bleak? I merely enjoyed leeching off others' bandwidth online. Why must it be so targeted against me? The time has come. Commence the execution. A red-clad executioner swiftly ascended the platform, brandishing a long blade with an expression devoid of emotion. Wait, June Huaiyun, do you have any final words? At that moment, a girl clad in white approached June Huaiyun, looking down upon him with undisguised disdain. As he beheld her figure, a flicker of murderous intent surged within June Huaiyun. He understood this was the lingering vengeance of the original self. This girl in white was none other than his childhood friend, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Despite the original's mediocre aptitude, he had been utterly devoted to her, willing to do anything for her sake. It was only a few days prior that he discovered Xianxiaaudiobooks had allied herself with his archenemy, Lin Junxie. In his covert investigations, he learned that she had been manipulating him, playing with his affections. Moreover, Xianxiaaudiobooks had betrayed the original self, leaking the information about Lin Junxi's collusion with the demon sect, leading to the original's tragic fate. As for why the June family refrains from offering him assistance, it is because they wish to avoid offending the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, the prominent scions of the June family's main lineage have long harbored disdain for June Huaiyun and have secretly yearned to eliminate him, though they have been thwarted by the lack of opportunity until now. At this juncture, their chance has finally arrived. Under such circumstances, the June family could never risk incurring the wrath of the City Lord's mansion and the other 3 prominent families by aiding him. You insufferable social climber, I truly regret not having killed you when I had the chance. June Huaiyun's heart brimmed with murderous intent, a fusion of the animosity from his previous incarnation and his own. Chapter 2. The Invincible Modification and Editing System takes flight. There is no need to elaborate on the protagonist's past, but one must ponder why he harbors such murderous intent. Was it not for this woman, would he have faced such a cataclysmic beginning? In response to June Huaiyun's furious tirade, Jiang Qing maintained an expression of icy indifference, revealing no excess thoughts. In a world where strength reigns supreme, is it not entirely natural for me to align myself with those more formidable? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own weakness and lack of background. How can a mere branch of the Jun family expect me to treat you with any semblance of respect? A mocking smile played at the corners of Jiang Qingsnou's lips. Huh. Qingsnou speaks the truth. How could a worthless wretch without parents ever hope to compare to my lord's mansion? At that moment, a young man clad in white, with a handsome visage and a gentle smile, approached from the distance. He was none other than Lin Junche, the son of the lord, and the architect of this turmoil. Lin Junche, you treacherous cur. If not for your guardian's ambush, you would never have stood a chance against me last night. Jun Huaiyun's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed an unyielding glare upon the approaching Lin Junche. Yesterday, in an attempt to eliminate Jun Huaiyun as a threat, Lin Junche clandestinely led the Lord's guards to Jun Huaiyun's abode, only to be discovered. During their confrontation, Lin Junche proved utterly outmatched and was sent sprawling with a single blow. Had it not been for the ambush from Lin Junche's guardian that crippled his cultivation, Jun Huaiyun could have easily subdued him. Jiang Qingsnou's interest in Lin Junche stemmed solely from his esteemed background. Even the combined might of the four great families paled in comparison to the Lord's mansion. As for Lin Junche's aptitude, it was far inferior to that of Jun Huaiyun. His realm was artificially inflated by the consumption of medicinal pills, lacking the practical experience that Jun Huaiyun had gained from years of rigorous training. Even though Lin Junche's realm was higher than Jun Huaiyun's, he was no match for him in a fair fight. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. After Jun Huaiyun's cultivation was rendered null, Lin Junche subjected him to relentless humiliation, employing various tortures in vain attempts to force him into submission, leading to the scene of punishment that followed. Ambush. As long as victory is secured, does it not follow the age-old principle of the victor writing history? A mere ant devoid of connections like yourself dares to speak of fairness? Lin Junche sneered condescendingly, leaning close to Jun Huaiyun's ear. Rest assured, you shall bear the burden of the secrets of the demon sect. I will not forget your service. With that, he ruthlessly stomped down upon Jun Huaiyun's mangled right hand. The sound of shattering bones echoing ominously. Veins bulged on Jun Huaiyun's forehead, yet he remained resolute, suppressing any cries of agony or pleas for mercy. Cursed be the reliance on background. Indeed, in this fantastical realm, mere strength is insufficient. One must possess connections. Without a background, all is naught. The so-called talent and fate of the chosen are but farcical illusions. Witnessing Jun Huaiyun's defiance, a glint of cold malice flickered in Lin Junche's eyes. A tough nut, indeed, but sadly lacking in wisdom. Those who fail to recognize the times are destined to suffer the consequences of offending the Lord's mansion. Bah! I would rather die than become a dog. Jun Huaiyun spat, a mouthful of congealed blood accompanying his derisive retort. What a pity. You shall miss the sight of me enjoying your woman. Lin Junche shook his head, taking Jiang Qingsnou by the arm as they turned to depart. Ding! Detected that the host meets the binding criteria. The Invincible Modification and Editing System has been officially activated. Detected that the host is on the brink of death. A chance to restore cultivation has been granted. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Jun Huaiyun's ears. It was the system, a most fortuitous boon for a transmigrator. Truly, the fantastical novels did not deceive me. Systems do exist. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome with joy. What of a cataclysmic beginning? I possess a system. If modern protagonists do not encounter cataclysmic beginnings, can it even be called a cataclysm? Only those who can thrive in adversity may be deemed worthy. Just then, a warm current surged through Jun Huaiyun's meridians, swiftly mending his shattered dantian, channels, and bones. His realm soared rapidly, advancing from the 1st to the 10th level of the body refinement stage, and then to the 1st level of the qi condensation stage. While his realm had been restored, Jun Huaiyun realized that his current strength was still insufficient to escape their clutches. As he felt the tumultuous power coursing through him, he fell into contemplation. System, enlighten me on your capabilities. This system is the most formidable invincible system across myriad realms, capable of altering any causality and transforming the impossible into the possible. Speak plainly. Very well, this invincible system can modify or edit all things in the world. Backgrounds, characters, bloodlines, and events can all be altered or edited. Is it truly so miraculous? You can indeed modify or edit backgrounds at will. Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened with eagerness upon hearing the system's capabilities. What he desperately required was a powerful background. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, he understood that background was paramount. Without it, all else was mere empty talk. In his previous life, rising without a background was an insurmountable challenge, and the same held true in this fantastical world. Everything was predicated upon status. If his background were to overshadow Lin Junche's, then the opportunistic Jiang Qingsnou would never cast her gaze upon Lin Junche. She would merely become a servant beneath his feet. How may I edit or modify this? After a moment of excitement, Jun Huaiyun began to calm down and inquired further. This system comprises two functionalities, an editing function and a modification function. As a high-achieving student in your past life, you should comprehend the difference. One operates on an existing foundation, while the other creates from nothing. For instance, if you require equipment, techniques, supernatural powers, or backgrounds, you would use the editing function. If you wish to modify realms, events, and so forth, you would employ the modification function. Are you suggesting that events can also be modified? Jun Huaiyun's face lit up with fervor. Having perused numerous fantastical novels, he knew that systems could typically only edit backgrounds, but this one could even edit and modify events. What a concept! I believe no further explanation is necessary for understanding. Indeed, this system is omnipotent. Anything can be edited or modified. There is nothing this system cannot achieve. Only what you fail to conceive. Do not conflate this system with those inferior systems, as long as your editing or modification points are sufficient. You can alter or edit anything. Even the heavenly laws and the great Tao can be modified, and subjugating them is not beyond reach. Provided you possess enough editing and modification points. Otherwise, all is mere conjecture. If that is the case, acquiring editing and modification points must be quite challenging. Do I need to complete tasks or achievements to obtain them? Jun Huaiyun pondered thoughtfully. The more powerful the item, the greater the requirements. Not at all. Editing points are obtained from enemies. Simply cause them to break their defenses, and you will receive corresponding editing points. The higher their cultivation or the greater the extent of their broken defenses, the more editing points you will acquire. So, I can effectively farm my enemies for points. Jun Huaiyun felt a surge of excitement. This system kindly reminds you, the host is prohibited from farming. This system exists to assist the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the great Tao, not to promote a style of cultivating weeds. Rearing pigs and harvesting leeks will only render the host increasingly weaker and complacent. You must have encountered a novel in your past life titled The Beginning of XXXXX, where the protagonist is a powerful heir of an immortal clan, yet due to incessantly harvesting leeks in low-tier battles, his combat abilities became mismatched with his innate talent. Even his father's innate talent and combat strength far exceed that of the protagonist. Surely, you do not wish to become such a person. Oh, is it forbidden to rear pigs? The joyful expression on Jun Huaiyun's face instantly froze. He had just been immersed in the grand enterprise of pig farming and had intended to capture several formidable experts to imprison and humiliate them daily, provoking their defenses. However, the system abruptly declared that pig farming was prohibited. How could he continue to enjoy himself now? Modification points can only be obtained by defeating enemies. The higher the cultivation level, the more modification points you will receive. Note, the first time you kill an enemy, you will receive the full modification and editing points. This means that if you encounter an enemy for the first time and do not kill them, but rather let them escape, upon encountering them again, you will only receive 20 modification or editing points from the first encounter. After the third encounter, no further points will be granted. If the system detects any intent from the host to rear pigs, it will impose corresponding penalties. Do not blame the system. I do this for your own good. While rearing pigs is indeed efficient, it will ultimately lead to your downfall. Fine, you win this round. But what of my beginner's gift package? Jun Huaiyun rolled his eyes. Host, cease your incessant barking. The gift package has already been dispatched. If you keep this up, I shall have to teach you a lesson. You're formidable, just wait. Open the gift package already. Delay it further, and I may perish. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth and demanded. Congratulations, host, for opening the gift package. You have received 10,000 editing points and modification points, along with the innate Chaos Immortal Body and Chaos Immortal Bone. Chapter 3, a slight smile graced his lips. It is time for me to show off. As the system notification concluded, Jun Huaiyun felt an unprecedented surge of immense power erupting from within him. A vast, ancient aura surged forth, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens. Roar, hiss, countless echoes of ancient beasts resonated through the void, and myriad celestial lights, infused with dense chaotic energy, cascaded downwards, enveloping Jun Huaiyun entirely. His bones, bloodlines, and more were all transformed by the chaotic light, and above his head, ethereal imperial shadows began to manifest, some of which were even celestial beings. Each of them bowed in reverence to Jun Huaiyun. This spectacle was overwhelmingly grand, instantly enveloping the entire vast realm. The realm erupted into a frenzy. The imperial phantoms, along with the apparitions of celestial powers, all bowed before what? Could it be that some treasure had surfaced? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying phenomenon arise in the vast realm? I sense it is less akin to a treasure and more reminiscent of the legendary forbidden physique, the manifestation of the chaos immortal body. The direction of this phenomenon seems to point towards the Taiyuan dynasty. regardless of the dynasty or empire. Someone must hasten to the Huaiyun dynasty to uncover the source of this phenomenon. No, it shall be I, the sect master, who shall personally venture forth. Countless powerful factions and even some ancient relics within the vast realm were awakened by this phenomenon, lifting their gazes towards it, their expressions tinged with an indelible shock. Many faction leaders and notable families rushed towards the Huaiyun dynasty, unwilling to miss out on this unparalleled opportunity, be it for the chaos immortal body or some treasure. How could this be? What on earth is this phenomenon? Lin Jintian suddenly rose from his high seat, a look of fear washing over his face. This phenomenon is so immense. He had never witnessed anything like it. The four great families could only flaunt their power in Lingtian city of the Huaiyun dynasty, ranking insignificantly in the vast realm. Such a terrifying phenomenon would undoubtedly attract the many ancient anomalies of the vast realm, and at that point, Lingtian city would be doomed. The earth trembled, and countless chaotic golden lotuses blossomed beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet, each petal inscribed with ancient chaotic runes. His hair gradually turned white, wisps of white locks entwined with strands of chaotic energy, and within the depths of his eyes, it seemed as though the birth and death of the universe unfolded, revealing terrifying scenes of all things being reborn. City Lord. This appears to be the legendary phenomenon of the awakening of the chaos immortal body, exclaimed an elder with white hair beside Lin Jintian, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed tremblingly at Jun Huaiyun. He had never anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would awaken the fabled chaos immortal body. How could this be possible? How could a waste like him awaken the chaos immortal body? The head of the Jun family, Jun Jiuchong, wore an incredulous expression, letting out a terrified howl. How could a branch of the Jun family awaken such a legendary physique? Indeed, Elder Bai, are you certain? Perhaps this phenomenon is not caused by him. It could merely resemble the awakening of the chaos immortal body. Exactly, Elder Bai. You have never seen the phenomenon of the chaos immortal body. How can you judge that this wretch has awakened it based solely on the phenomena above? Yes, do not deceive yourself. The other heads of the three great families chimed in. This phenomenon cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the chaos immortal body. Look at the lotus beneath his feet. Such a phenomenon only appears during the awakening of the chaos immortal body. Elder Bai shook his head, pointing towards the chaotic golden lotus at Jun Huaiyun's feet. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned wooden. The legendary physique was awakening in a person on the brink of death. How utterly dramatic. Brother Lin Junche, what shall we do? I heard Elder Bai say he has awakened the chaos immortal body. Jiang Qingshua's face turned pale, her hands gripping Lin Junche tightly. Fear not. Even if he awakens the chaos immortal body, the family heads present will not spare him. Lin Junche's eyes were fixed on Jun Huaiyun, filled with jealousy, malice, and hatred. He envied why this insignificant waste, devoid of any background, could awaken the chaos immortal body instead of him. He resented not having eliminated Jun Huaiyun sooner, especially now that he had the chance to awaken the chaos immortal body. He must die? Lin Junche's expression twisted into a snarl. He sensed that Jun Huaiyun's aura had grown significantly stronger since yesterday. To confront him now would be tantamount to courting death, rather than risk it. He preferred to let the family heads take action. He could hardly wait to witness Jun Huaiyun's demise before his very eyes. This wretch must not be allowed to live. The head of the Jun family, Jun Jiuchong, stepped forward, swiftly approaching Jun Huaiyun from behind, his fingers coalescing into a massive claw aimed directly at Jun Huaiyun's crown. If he could slay him and extract the chaotic essence within, the Jun family could enjoy another millennium of glory. Greed gleamed in Jun Jiuchong's eyes. You old fool. Not on my watch. The head of the Jiang family brandished a nine-toothed giant staff, dazzling golden light intercepting Jun Jiuchong's massive claw. The chaos immortal body belongs to my Jiang family. The head of the Jiang family declared coldly. Jiang Yanxiao, do you dare to obstruct me? Jun Jiuchong roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Such an opportunity as the chaos immortal body could not possibly be monopolized by the Jun family. Moreover, should this child awaken the chaos immortal body, he might possess other extraordinary secrets, making it even less possible to let it slip away. Jiang Yanxiao stood firm, his massive staff raised, pointing directly at Jun Jiuchong. He is the pride of my Jun family. You have no right to interfere in our affairs. Jun Jiuchong gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He and Jiang Yanxiao were evenly matched in strength and did not wish to become embroiled in a protracted conflict. In times past, you would have wished for Jun Huaiyun's demise. What true colors does the Jun family display that the masses are not aware of? Only my Jiang family embodies the virtue of inclusivity, forever standing as a steadfast support for Jun Huaiyun. Jiang Jiuxiao brazenly proclaimed, resolute in his determination not to relinquish Jun Huaiyun. You seek your own demise. The members of the Jun family rallied, prepared to clash fiercely with the Jiang clan. Kill! They cried, charging towards the Jiang family with fierce intent. Do they truly believe my Jiang family fears the Jun clan? Everyone, unite and subdue the Jun family. They have slaughtered their own kin and now seek to turn against us. Such actions are those of fiends. Jiang Jiuxiao declared, unyielding, as he led his family into battle against the Jun clan. As the two families clashed, the leaders of the remaining two major families could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray. Even the smaller clans seized the opportunity, hoping to stealthily abduct Jun Huaiyun amidst the chaos. Humph. Young friend Jun Huaiyun is a distinguished guest of my city lord's mansion and should rightfully join us. Lin Jintian snorted, waving his sleeve as a chain shot forth, targeting Jun Huaiyun and his companions. Huh. In that case, let each rely on their own strength. Bai Lingheng, the patriarch of the Bai family, laughed heartily, fanning the air to unleash a flurry of colossal wind blades. In an instant, the entire execution ground descended into chaos as the leaders of the four major families and the city lord clashed fiercely, the spiritual energy above Ling Tian's city roiling, sweeping across the vast expanse. Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, quietly attuned to the surging power within him, detecting that the host is in a state of danger. Would you like to use editing points to modify the background? The system's voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's mind. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Of course, I shall use it. Since they are so fond of comparing backgrounds, I shall let them witness what a true background entails. Chapter 4. The Fury of the Jun Family, a Surge in Power. Edit the background. Jun Huaiyun silently commanded within his heart. Congratulations, host, on your extraordinary luck, activating the 001 discount editing package. Please select an editing target. 1. The Supreme and Immortal Heir of the Jun Family. Currently requires 10,000 editing points. Original price, 10,000 editing points. 2. The Scion of a Hidden Holy Lineage. Currently requires 5,000 editing points. Original price, 5,000 editing points. 3. The Leader of the Sky Sword Sect. Currently requires 1,000 editing points. Original price, 1,000 editing points. Good heavens, the original prices are exorbitant. Jun Huaiyun gazed at the translucent system panel, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had assumed that 10,000 editing points would secure a more favorable background, only to find that even the most inferior identity of the Sky Sword Sect's leader was beyond his reach. Host, you are unaware of the overall power of the forces within the primordial immortal domain. Even a mere outer disciple of the Sky Sword Sect could annihilate these four families. Host, please make your selection swiftly. What conditions must be met to activate the 001 discount editing package? Jun Huaiyun pondered momentarily. Such a probability is exceedingly low, almost non-existent. I did not expect you to be so fortunate to trigger the discount on your first attempt. Enough. Host, hasten your choice. The time for selection is limited. Should you exceed this time frame, you will have to refresh the editing background, and your luck may not be so favorable then. Then it shall be the Jun family. If I am to choose, I must select the very best. I refuse to endure oppression due to a lack of background. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. He could no longer tolerate the humiliation of being backgroundless. Congratulations, host, on making the correct choice. Timeline implantation complete. Causal law modification in progress. Background editing in progress. In that fleeting moment, Jun Huaiyun felt an overwhelming intertwining of countless causal lines enveloping him. A myriad of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. The ethereal imperial palace shrouded in celestial mist, fleets of war chariots dominating the cosmos, and the terrifying auras of ancient ancestors capable of obliterating all realms. The Jun family resided within an ancient realm of the primordial immortal domain, known as the Heavenly Realm. The audacity to name a realm after the heavens speaks volumes of the formidable heritage of the Jun family. Surrounding the Heavenly Realm, countless powerful formations reverberated in the depths of the void. Deep within the Heavenly Realm lay a venerable celestial palace, suspended in the void, exuding a faint yet majestic imperial might. At this moment, deep within the palace, several powerful figures sat cross-legged, each radiating imperial light, their divine radiance dazzling. Their auras reaching unimaginable heights, emanating an unparalleled imperial majesty. The weakest among them was an emperor, with several surpassing even the emperor realm, reaching an ineffable level. They were the acknowledged ancestors of the Jun family. Suddenly, one of the imperial figures opened his eyes, his imperial might overwhelming, shaking the very heavens and earth. The aura of my Jun family descended. How could it be in the lower realm? This elder, clad in imperial robes, rose abruptly, his gaze piercing through the endless void, fixed upon the direction of the vast realm. How could the bloodline of my Jun family fall to the lower realm? Another figure, shrouded in ancient chaotic energy, spoke solemnly, carrying an unassailable celestial might. Among them, an elder skilled in divination reached out, a terrifying causal line piercing through time and space, swiftly locking onto Jun Huaiyun's position. What a rich Jun family bloodline. Could it be one of our main lineage's prodigies? The elder, adept at divination, suddenly exclaimed, his face bearing a look of astonishment. What? How could it possibly be a chaotic celestial body? Such a forbidden physique should never have fallen to the lower realm. Indeed, 12 ancestors. Could it be that you sensed incorrectly? The atmosphere within the celestial palace surged to a boiling point. The Jun family had never before encountered a chaotic celestial body, and now it had descended to the lower realm. I have not erred in my sensing. This is indeed a prodigy of the Jun family. Moreover, the richness of his Jun family bloodline is unparalleled, even surpassing our own. The elder who divined Jun Huaiyun stood and stepped forward, venturing to the outskirts of the heavenly realm. The other Jun family ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they followed the 12 ancestors outside. Indeed, this is our Jun family's prodigy. A chaotic celestial body, a chaotic celestial bone. Such a forbidden physique has never before appeared in our Jun family. Dispatch someone to the lower realm at once. Retrieve the bloodline of my Jun family. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be exterminated. Furthermore, investigate this matter swiftly. Who allowed the bloodline of my Jun family to fall into the outer realms? There must be some foul play afoot, regardless of who is behind this. Annihilate their entire lineage and eradicate their realm. One of the Jun family elders snorted coldly, his voice reverberating like thunder across the universe, laden with boundless killing intent. As these words rang out, the entire heavenly realm trembled, awakening countless ancient and powerful beings within the primordial immortal domain, who were baffled by the unfolding events surrounding the Jun family and the cause of such anger among its ancestors. Meanwhile, in the vast realm, Jun Huaiyun hovered in midair, his snow-white hair billowing like a cascade, enveloped in an endless aura of chaos. He felt the surging of his bloodline, an unprecedented power awakening within him. His bones, flesh, and meridians underwent profound transformation, the chaotic energy swirling around him, akin to a youthful true immortal descending upon the mortal realm. Not only that, after awakening the lineage of the Jun family, Jun Huaiyun's cultivation level surged dramatically, from the 2nd to the 10th level of the condensation realm, from the 1st to the 3rd and 10th levels of the return to origin realm, and from the 1st to the 2nd and 10th levels of the spirit gathering realm. He continued to ascend until he reached the 1st level of the Dao entry realm, at which point his growth ceased. What exhilarating power! Jun Huaiyun lightly clenched his fist, feeling an immense force within him, vast as the Milky Way. With a single punch, he could surely shatter mountains and divide seas. Is this the power of an imperial bloodline? Indeed, it is the strength of a formidable background that brings the greatest satisfaction. Jun Huaiyun gazed down at the terrified crowd of Lingtian City and could not help but exclaim, "Impossible! This is utterly inconceivable. How could his cultivation level rise so dramatically in an instant? He must have practiced demonic arts. We must kill him." Lin Junshe collapsed to the ground, his face pale, desperately shouting at the officials of the city lord's mansion. "Attack! Slay this abomination!" Hundreds of elite guards from the city lord's mansion simultaneously sprang into action, their spiritual energy surging, blades and swords transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy rushing towards Jun Huaiyun. However, as these attacks approached within 3 miles of Jun Huaiyun, they were completely devoured by the chaotic aura surrounding him, assisting tyranny, distorting truth, unworthy of existence. Jun Huaiyun merely waved his hand, and a wave of chaotic ripples radiated from him, causing the very space to ripple wherever the chaotic waves passed. The guards had no time to scream before they were reduced to a mist of blood. "You dare to kill someone from my city lord's mansion? I shall surely slay you today." Seeing Jun Huaiyun ruthlessly slaughtering his men, Lin Jintian's heart ignited with fury, his kingly aura suddenly erupting, exerting pressure across the entire city. Chapter 5. Lin Jintian's shattered defense. The onlookers are stunned. Abomination die. Lin Jintian unleashed his entire kingly aura, a gigantic golden lion manifestation appearing behind him, roaring ferociously. Boom. Lin Jintian struck out with his palm, the golden lion howling, sending waves through the void, the terrifying power shattering the execution platform as it rushed to suppress Jun Huaiyun. "How dare you strike at me? Just wait and see." Jun Huaiyun was about to counterattack when he suddenly realized he possessed no divine abilities or martial skills. He had only cultivation without technique. System, please edit a powerful divine ability for me? Jun Huaiyun urged anxiously. Ding. Host, I am terribly sorry. But you currently possess only 500 editing points, insufficient for a powerful divine ability. Damn it, what bad luck. Jun Huaiyun realized he had just used his editing points and could not edit an appropriate divine ability. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated the chaotic energy into his fist and struck out. Boom. The two forces collided violently, with Jun Huaiyun being pushed back 3 steps and Lin Jintian 5. Haha, you old coot. Even if your cultivation level is significantly higher than mine, without divine abilities, you are no match for me. Jun Huaiyun laughed heartily, flashing a middle finger. This kid is peculiar. Lin Jintian did not lose his composure. His gaze was icy cold. Seeing Lin Jintian remain unfazed, Jun Huaiyun smirked, muttering to himself, this old coot can indeed withstand pressure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a mischievous idea. System, can you edit some scandal about Lin Jintian's secret affairs to break his defense? Jun Huaiyun grinned wickedly. TSK. Host, you are utterly unprincipled, but I like it, Quickly, tell me, will it work or not? Jun Huaiyun urged. Of course, it will require 500 editing points, and I am currently editing it. Seeing Jun Huaiyun's wicked smile, Lin Jintian's body trembled. For some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. No, this kid is too odd. I must capture him quickly. Lin Jintian stepped forward, rapidly approaching Jun Huaiyun, his massive hand reaching out to seize him. Old coot, don't rush. Your opponent is not me. Jun Huaiyun replied with a cold smile, the chaotic aura surrounding him expanding as he transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. The next moment, a massive light screen suddenly appeared above the entire Lingtian city, projecting a 360-degree hologram. The image displayed Lin Jintian in a tavern with a woman. The scene fell into an instant silence, as everyone halted their actions, even their weapons dropping to the ground, all staring at Lin Jintian in utter disbelief. Even Lin Junxie was taken aback. In his memory, Lin Jintian had always been a figure of great integrity. How could he be involved in such affairs? This is impossible. My father would never engage in such conduct. This must be fake. It has to be false. Lin Junxie staggered, crashing against the railing, falling to the ground, clutching his head in disbelief. TSK. Who would have thought the upright Lin Jintian had such a side, engaging in secret affairs? Lin Junxie, I truly feel sorry for you. If I had a father like yours, I would want to jump off a building. Jun Huaiyun shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Lin Junxi's eyes were vacant, his gaze fixed on the hologram in the sky, his hands clenched tightly. Lin Junxi's defense shattered by 50, gained 200 editing points. Lin Jintian's defense shattered by 40, gained 1,000 editing points. Just a single image had shattered the defenses of so many, though most were from the city lord's mansion. This is exhilarating. Not only is there a thrilling spectacle to behold, but I can also earn editing points. Jun Huaiyun grinned wickedly. System, give them another push. This is too delightful. Alright. Host. The holographic projection above the execution ground suddenly shifted again, this time depicting Lin Jintian holding 2 rabbits, a look of greed on his face. Father, how could you do such a thing? Lin Junxie suddenly screamed, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the Lin Jintian in the sky. Chair, you must listen to my explanation. I had no idea. Lin Jintian's face flushed crimson, about to speak again when an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted. Lin Jintian. A furious roar reverberated throughout Lingtian city. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Jintian's face paled drastically, his body trembling violently, his teeth chattering. No need to hear the voice. He knew who it was. There appeared Lin Jintian's wife, Lu Ruhuan, engulfed in crimson flames, descending through the air with a red whip in hand, rushing toward Lin Jintian with the intent to kill. Speaking of which, are we still going to act? The head of the Bai family and the others exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. First, let us capture that kid, then we can enjoy the show. Head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunxiao, pointed at Jun Huaiyun, who was leisurely watching the spectacle from the rooftop. Good. The head of the Jun family and others nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to act, Jun Huaiyun leisurely spoke. It would be unwise to resort to violence. Let us pause and enjoy the show first. After all, I cannot escape your grasp. So why miss this thrilling performance? Such explosive news. I'm sure you all wouldn't want to miss it either. Jun Huaiyun spread his hands, feigning helplessness. His suggestion held merit. After all, he could not escape, so why not? Very well, I agree. I do not wish to miss such explosive news either. My Jun family agrees. My Jiang family agrees. My Bai family also agrees. Then let us pause our actions for now and await the conclusion of this spectacle. After all, this kid cannot escape Lingtian city. The originally poised Jiang Yunxiao and his companions relinquished their weapons, each finding a seat to observe with keen interest. It was evident that even in this alternate realm, the intrinsic human penchant for revelry remained unchanged. Wherever there was commotion, there would be a gathering of onlookers. Meanwhile, Lin Jintian was continuously evading Lu Ruhuan's whip, shouting, "Madam, allow me to explain. This is all fabricated, a scheme devised by that young scoundrel. Explain to your grandfather. Do you truly think I am a fool?" With a swift crack of her whip, Lu Ruhuan struck Lin Jintian, who was unable to dodge, the whip landing heavily upon his face. He was sent soaring like a kite with its string severed, hurtling hundreds of feet before crashing into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 6. The situation was becoming increasingly entertaining, and Jun Huaiyun was thoroughly enjoying himself. "System, your sunflower seeds are quite remarkable." Jun Huaiyun spat out the seeds he had been munching, glancing at the large bag beside him, his face alight with joy. These seeds were from Blue Star, procured with a modicum of editing points. It must be said that the flavor of the seeds produced by the system was exceptional. Indeed, products from this system are of superior quality. Do not mistake us for those inferior systems. But that's not enough. Let's stoke the flames further and concoct some mischief for Jiang Qingxue and Lin Junche. A spark of mischief glinted in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. "Host, I understand your intent." The scene before him shifted once more, this time revealing Lin Junche's chambers, where intricately carved jade beds were adorned with several embroidered undergarments emblazoned with the Huaiyun sect's insignia. Atop which lay a volume titled My Stories with the Elders of Huaiyun Sect. What explosive revelations! Who would have thought that the city lord's mansion harbored such bizarre happenings? The city lord was engaging in clandestine affairs, while Lin Junche was sneaking off to the Huaiyun sect with Jiang Qingxue. The onlookers were utterly captivated, their eyes wide. Especially the older women, who fetched chairs to sit and watch. The tea-house proprietor excitedly shouted, "Let the betting commence." Will young Master Lin recognize his mistake? Is there even a need to wager? He most certainly will not. Many among the audience chuckled. "Silence, all of you. Speak another word, and you shall be my city lord's enemies." Lin Junche's eyes burned crimson as he glared fiercely at the crowd. At his words, silence fell over the gathering. After all, the city lord's mansion was not something they could afford to offend. "Brother Junche, I never knew you had such preferences. You don't fancy me, but rather the elderly. No wonder you never took me along on your excursions. It seems you've been visiting the Huaiyun sect." Jiang Qingxue's pretty face turned ashen, disbelief etched across her features. She could never have imagined Lin Junche had such peculiar tastes. Could the elders of the Huaiyun sect even be considered appealing? They were all so monstrous-looking that one glance could induce nausea. "Qingxue, please, hear me out." Lin Junche rushed to grasp Jiang Qingxue's hands, only to have her wrench them away. Disappointment, disdain, and scorn etched across her face as she regarded him. Lin Junche's defenses have dropped to 80, earning 150 editing points. Jiang Qingxue's defenses have dropped to 80, earning 150 editing points. Ah, truly. The esteemed young master of the city lord's mansion is beyond comparison for us mere country folk, displaying such extravagant antics. I am compelled to commend you. Jun Huaiyun couldn't resist delivering a parting shot. "Ah, Jun Huaiyun, I will have your head." Seeing his secrets laid bare, Lin Junche's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Jun Huaiyun. Where did this foul creature come from? Begone! Jun Huaiyun flicked his finger. With a resounding thud, Lin Junche's body was hurled backward, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. "Brother Junche," Jiang Qingxue gasped, her previously pale face now devoid of color. Instinctively, she moved to assist Lin Junche, but paused mid-step. Her gaze towards the writhing figure on the ground, filled with a complicated mix of emotions. Although Lin Junche had taken her to the Huaiyun sect, he had generally treated her well, sharing any treasures he acquired. Yet, she could not accept his involvement with the Huaiyun sect. On the other side, Jun Huaiyun slowly retracted his finger, chaos still swirling around its tip. He had not exerted any real force. He had no intention of ending Lin Junche's life so swiftly. He would not relent until Lin Junche's psyche was thoroughly shattered. Observing Lin Junche's struggles on the ground, Jun Huaiyun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Is this the extent of the esteemed young master's prowess? It seems the elders of the Huaiyun sect failed to teach you the art of combat. Lin Junche's defenses have dropped to 90, earning 100 editing points. TSK, host, you truly are a devilish fiend. The system's voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It's all in good fun. I'm merely exploiting his potential. Once I've drained him of his resources, I shall send him on his way. Jun Huaiyun shrugged nonchalantly. To him, Lin Junche was akin to a plaything. Once his defenses were fully depleted, he would naturally release him. How dare you humiliate my son in such a manner? I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Ruhuan thundered, sending Lin Jintian sprawling with a single slap. She turned her gaze to Lin Junche, who lay moaning in a pool of his own blood, her expression transforming into one of utter ferocity. Madame Lu, such fury. Is it that your son's escapade with the Huaiyun sect has been publicly exposed, leaving you unable to hold your head high? Jun Huaiyun remarked, maintaining an air of calm as he spat out the shell of a sunflower seed. Seeking death. Lu Ruhuan bellowed, flames igniting around her as a colossal hand of fire materialized, descending towards Jun Huaiyun's crown. Unfazed, Jun Huaiyun effortlessly evaded the attack. Host, I've just conjured an amusing idea. Oh, do share. Jun Huaiyun replied, curiosity piqued. Lin Jintian's been thoroughly humiliated. We can alter Lu Ruhuan's identity. TSK. You are even more wicked than I. Jun Huaiyun chuckled in surprise, realizing the system's cunning. Let us proceed with the identity alteration. Transform Lu Ruhuan from the city lord's wife into an undercover agent of the Huaiyun sect infiltrating the city lord's mansion, and let us change Lin Juan's identity as well, making him the illegitimate son of the Huaiyun sect's leader. Jun Huaiyun mused thoughtfully. Command confirmed. The identity alteration will require 500 modification points, leaving a balance of 9,500 points. In an instant, an invisible ripple radiated from Jun Huaiyun, causing the entire vast realm to momentarily freeze. Lu Ruhuan's actions abruptly halted, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Ruhuan's robe transformed, a pink Huaiyun sect emblem appearing at the collar, the hallmark of an elder of the sect. Most strikingly, her demeanor shifted subtly, exuding an alluring charm. Amidst the crowd, a voice exclaimed, "Look! How did the emblem of the Huaiyun sect suddenly appear on Madame Lu's attire? Goodness, could the rumors be true? The city lord's wife is indeed affiliated with the Huaiyun sect, and at a high-ranking position." Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Lu Ruhuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She looked down at her attire, her complexion paling instantly. With a fierce glare at Jun Huaiyun, she demanded, "What have you done to me? Why is my clothing transformed into that of a Huaiyun sect elder?" Chapter 7. You are my little chestnut, clan leader Jiang. What a talent you possess. What have I done to you? I merely revealed your sordid deeds to the world. Madame Lu, or should I say Elder Lu, your concealment runs remarkably deep. For so many years, you have lurked within the Lord's mansion, secretly endeavoring to insidiously undermine it, turning it into a hidden chess piece entrenched within the Choutai Yuan dynasty. Am I not correct in my assertion? Jun Huaiyun leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, chuckling softly. Nonsense. I am the legitimate wife of Lord Lin Jintian. How could I possibly be affiliated with the Huaiyun sect? Do not attempt to frame me. Lu Ruoyan retorted sharply, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. I had previously suspected this woman had ulterior motives, and it seems my suspicions were indeed justified. She is connected to the Huaiyun sect, murmured the onlookers, captivated by the sensational revelations unfolding before them. Who would have thought such a scandal could lurk within the Lord's mansion? It is truly unprecedented. The Bai family and others wore expressions of excitement, utterly forgetting about Jun Huaiyun's presence. Silence. Jun Huaiyun snapped his fingers, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eyes widening in anticipation. Elder Lu, you accuse me of framing you. Then pray, elucidate why you bear the mark of an elder of the Huaiyun sect. Furthermore, why is Lin Junche so infatuated with the Huaiyun sect? Is it not prohibited for outsiders to enter? How then did he gain admittance and establish connections with those elders? Jun Huaiyun spoke with a calm demeanor. Mother, this cannot be true. Suddenly, I am flooded with memories. The leader of the Huaiyun sect is my father. Lin Junche stammered. Utterly bewildered, he gazed at his mother, then at his own hands, lost in an existential crisis. Lu Ruoyan's countenance shifted unpredictably, as if recollections surged forth like a tide. 20 years prior, under the guise of an elder of the Huaiyun sect, she infiltrated the Lord's mansion to approach Lin Jintian. During her time there, she clandestinely maintained correspondence with the sect leader, and it was during this period that she bore Lin Junche. Due to a sect regulation forbidding the nurturing of infants, she had no choice but to deceive Lin Jintian into believing the child was his, and in his ecstatic delight, she sealed her own memories to prevent exposure. This cannot be. I am an elder of the Huaiyun sect, and Lin Junche is the son of the sect leader. Lu Ruoyan staggered backward, disbelief etched upon her features. Yet the memories felt all too real, as though they were tangible. Defensive breach by Lu Ruoyan reaches 90, earning 300 editing points. Defensive breach by Lin Junche reaches 95, earning 50 editing points. Jun Huaiyun observed the dazed Lu Ruoyan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he continued to stoke the flames of revelation. Elder Lu, at this juncture, why persist in concealing the truth? Would it not be more forthright to lay it bare? After all, the entire populace is watching. Is Lin Jintian aware that you have placed this label upon him? Be silent. Lu Ruoyan suddenly shrieked, her voice increasingly laced with seduction, further substantiating her identity. Come. Let us wager on whether Madame Lu is indeed an undercover agent of the Huaiyun sect within the Lord's mansion, 10 to 1. The proprietor of a nearby tea house emerged, setting up a betting pool. I wager yes. Her aura cannot deceive, came one voice from the crowd. I too wager yes. Her charm spells are unmistakably the techniques of the Huaiyun sect, which I have had the fortune to witness. At that moment, many onlookers began placing their bets. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression grew increasingly grim as she quietly retreated into the throng, her pride thoroughly shattered by Lin Juanche's revelation. She could not fathom that her future mother-in-law was a member of the Huaiyun sect. Nor could she comprehend that Lin Juanche was the son of the sect leader. Such drama was beyond her imagination. Where do you think you can run? Now you understand why Lin Juanche concealed his visits to the Huaiyun sect, do you not? Is it not more enjoyable to partake in this spectacle together? Jun Huaiyun had appeared beside Jiang Qingxue, offering her a sunflower seed. Ah, host, I never expected you to be this wicked. You possess the makings of a true villain. Not only toying with their minds, but also inciting palpable animosity among them. Truly unparalleled. System, you misunderstand me. I am one who holds grudges, one who never forgets. Jun Huaiyun retorted with a playful smirk. Will you remember kindness? Depends on my mood. I am rendered speechless. Jun Huaiyun, you orchestrated all of this, did you not? Jiang Qingxue fumed, swatting the sunflower seeds from his hands, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at him with barely concealed rage, wishing to tear him asunder. By the heavens, I merely revealed the truth. Would you prefer to spend your life married to the son of an undercover agent from the Huaiyun sect? Jun Huaiyun shrugged, his tone nonchalant. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Jiang Qingxue was incensed to the breaking point, summoning a long azure sword that materialized in her grasp. Lunging towards Jun Huaiyun, Jiang Qingxue's defensive breach reaches 100, earning 50 editing points. Host, this one has become obsolete. You may eliminate her. Killing enemies grants modification points. Equally as valuable as editing points, do not let her escape. You need not tell me. I shall do it myself. These are precious modification points. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand, effortlessly unleashing a wave of chaotic power that surged forth, shaking the very air. With a sickening thud, Jiang Qingxue was obliterated into a mist of crimson, unmistakably dead beyond revival. Elimination of Jiang Qingxue completed, earning 100 modification points. Current modification points, 9,600. You wretched scoundrel. You dare to slay my daughter before me? I shall make you pay dearly. Jiang family patriarch Jiang Yunxiao's eyes bulged with rage, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, casting fear across the gathered crowd. Prepare to die? Jiang Yunxiao soared into the air, forming seals with his hands, conjuring a colossal golden palm that descended upon Jun Huaiyun with catastrophic intent. As the golden hand was about to strike, Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with mischief. System, transform Jiang Yunxiao's divine power into a square dance. Modification complete, consuming 50 modification points. Remaining modification points, 9,550. Just as the golden palm was poised to strike Jun Huaiyun, it suddenly erupted into a shower of colorful balloons. Instantly, a cheerful melody filled the air. You are her little chestnut. No matter how much you dislike it, it is never too much. Jiang Yunxiao's body began to move uncontrollably, his hands performing an array of ludicrous gestures. Patriarch Jiang, what splendid talent you possess. Jun Huaiyun clapped in delight. Boy, what sorcery is this? Release me at once. Jiang Yunxiao's face was a mask of terror, unable to halt his ridiculous movements. Chapter 8. How can you allow me to seize your kill? Jiang family patriarch, splendid performance. Come, everyone, let us give our applause to Patriarch Jiang. Jun Huaiyun, seizing from the system, began hurling crates of apples at Jiang Yunxiao's head. You wretched scoundrel. I shall not let you escape. Jiang Yunxiao seethed, nearly choking on his own fury. Jiang Yunxiao's defensive breach reaches 70, earning 1,000 editing points. The onlookers, initially taken aback, erupted into laughter, transforming the execution ground into a scene of unbridled chaos. What manner of sorcery is this? Why does this young man exude an aura of such strangeness and peculiarity? The head of the Jun family, Jun Jiuchong, was left aghast, his jaw nearly unhinged as the teapot slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the ground. Even the most naive among them could discern that something was amiss, and it was unequivocally linked to Jun Huaiyun. Could it truly be a case of words manifesting reality? Someone pondered in the shadows. Lu Ruhuan, noticing that all eyes were fixated on Jiang Yunxiao, sought to slip away, only to be intercepted by Jun Huaiyun, who appeared before her with a mischievous grin. Elder Lu, do not be in such haste to depart. The spectacle has only just begun. With a wicked smile, Jun Huaiyun resolved to take vengeance on those who dared to insult him. System, transform the techniques of the Huaiyun sect into a circus performance. Ding. Modification complete. 400 modification points expended, remaining points, 9150. Elder Lu, let us continue. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand, sending several baskets of apples hurtling toward Lu Ruhuan. Some might argue that such a waste of modification points was frivolous, but why concern oneself with the opinions of others? The joy of the game was what mattered. And modification points were not difficult to acquire. Merely slay an enemy to reap rewards. Foolish boy, you seek your own demise. Just as Lu Ruhuan prepared to unleash her enchanting arts, she found her hands involuntarily catching the flying apples. What began as one or two escalated into a flurry of 2 or 3 dozen apples dancing through the air. Wow, Elder Lu, you possess such skill, gasped the onlookers, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Lin Junxie stared in shock at his mother, who resembled a clown as she fumbled to catch the apples. His expression one of utter confusion. Mother, when did you learn this circus art? Lu Ruhuan, on the verge of tears, lamented, I have no idea. I never learned such tricks. I cannot control my own body. The barrage of apples continued relentlessly, splattering juice across her face and ruining her makeup. Lu Ruhuan's defenses shattered, reaching 90, gaining 800 editing points. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxiao finally liberated himself from the thrall of the group dance, his face flushed with shame and anger. Everyone, heed my command. We shall join forces to slay this wretched child. Dozens of formidable Jiang family experts surged forth, their myriad of divine abilities radiating brilliance and overwhelming power. Have you forgotten one crucial detail? Even Lin Jintian is no match for me. Do you truly believe these pathetic beings can subdue me? Jun Huaiyun lightly flicked his sleeve, and a torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing the Jiang family's experts and reducing them to mere dust. Enough. This farce must come to an end. From afar, a disheveled figure broke through the air. It was Lin Jintian, still reeling from Lu Ruhuan's lash. His face was smeared with blood, his once imposing visage now twisted in a ghastly manner. Jun Huaiyun stood with hands clasped behind his back, a playful smirk gracing his lips. City Lord Lin, you appear far more pleasing in this state than before. The execution ground fell into a stunned silence, the previously raucous crowd now holding their breath. Wretched spawn, do you think you can deceive the city lord with your devilish sorcery? Today, I shall extract each of your ribs and sever your meridians. Lin Jintian wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Darling, he slanders both me and Chair, Lu Ruhuan gasped, her complexion pale and breathless. Lin Jintian's gaze fell upon Lin Junxie, who wore a foolish grin, and his eyes blazed with fury. Yet, in the face of Lin Jintian's overwhelming wrath, Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, even amused. City Lord Lin, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out. Elder Lu not only placed a 20-year hat upon your head, but she also had you raise the son of the Huaiyun sect's leader. Is this news not astonishing, unexpected, and explosive? Jun Huaiyun grinned wickedly. Such nonsense. Once this city lord captures you, you shall reveal the nature of your sorcery. With a thunderous clap, Lin Jintian unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal dragon that charged toward Jun Huaiyun. System. Alter Lin Jintian's attack to heavenly justice. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Modification successful, 200 modification points expended, remaining points, 8950. The dragon suddenly reversed course, sinking its fangs into the fleeing Lu Ruhuan, while a rift in the sky opened, allowing a massive tome entitled The City Lord's 20-Year Investigation to crash down upon Lin Jintian's head. As the book slowly opened, golden letters shimmered on the pages. Report on Lin Jintian's 20-year hat. Chapter 1. The True Identity of Lu Ruhuan. Chapter 2. Paternity Test for Lin Junxie. Chapter 3. The Infiltration Plan of the Huaiyun sect. Lin Jintian, utterly bewildered, stared at the report in his hands, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale, then to a sickly green as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Lu Ruhuan. Is this all true? Seeing her scheme unravel, Lu Ruhuan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Darling, I was compelled. The sect leader threatened to kill me if I did not comply. Ha ha ha, how delightful. City Lord Lin, are you surprised? How unexpected. The son you have nurtured for 20 years is not even your own, but the offspring of the Huaiyun sect's leader. Lin Jintian's defenses shattered, reaching 100, gaining 1,500 editing points. Lu Ruhuan's defenses shattered, reaching 100, gaining 1,000 editing points. Lin Junxia's defenses shattered, reaching 100, gaining 200 editing points. At this moment, Lin Junxie, upon hearing the revelation, was utterly crushed, kneeling and murmuring to himself. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I to return? Jun Huaiyun, observing the surge of editing points on his system panel, couldn't contain his joy. What a bountiful harvest today. Darling, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. Lu Ruhuan clung to Lin Jintian's leg, weeping. Do you still wish for another chance? You wretched woman, I shall end your life. Lin Jintian's eyes blazed crimson, his spiritual energy surging as he struck toward Lu Ruhuan's crown. At that moment, a surge of chaotic energy swiftly intervened. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as Lu Ruhuan's head flew high, her expression frozen in terror and pleading. Her headless corpse toppled to the ground, the blood staining Lin Jintian's robes. Successfully killed Lu Ruhuan, gaining 1,000 editing points, remaining points, 9950. Jun Huaiyun retracted his finger, satisfied as he observed the system notification. He had long anticipated this outcome. Slaying Lu Ruhuan would undoubtedly yield substantial editing points, and he would not allow Lin Jintian to claim the prize. You wretched spawn, how dare you? Lin Jintian stared in horror at the headless corpse, fury igniting within him as he turned, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Ah, City Lord Lin, do not be so agitated. I see you are reluctant to strike. Allow me to assist you. It is better to eliminate such a wretched woman sooner rather than later. Wouldn't you agree? Jun Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively, feigning exasperation. Lu Ruhuan's treachery was no less than Lin Juan's, had it not been for her meddling. This original self would not have faced such a tragic fate, targeted so mercilessly by the City Lord's manner. You wretched spawn. Lin Jintian trembled with rage, his finger quivering violently as he pointed at Jun Huaiyun. What is it? Does City Lord Lin wish to thank me? No need for such pleasantries. It was merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Jun Huaiyun blinked innocently. I want you dead. Chapter 9. The Emperor of the Jun family descends. What need does the Jun family have to bow to others? Today, unless I dismember you into 8 pieces, I shall not consider myself a man. Behind Lin Jintian, the majestic golden lion manifestation emerged, swelling against the wind, and in an instant transformed into a colossal beast towering thousands of feet high. However, instead of exuding an air of authority befitting such a creature, an ethereal green halo, conjured by the system, floated above its head, resembling an emerald crown from a distance. Huh, system, you truly have a flair for the dramatic. Jun Huaiyun chuckled at the sight of the lion adorned with the verdant ring. Hee, I learned from you. Edit this, and grant my chaotic power an effect specifically designed to counter Lin Jintian's lion. Editing complete. Cost, 10 editing points. Old fool, brace yourself. Jun Huaiyun formed his fingers into a sword, and chaotic energy coalesced at his fingertips into the phantom of a husky, emanating an exceedingly terrifying pressure that enveloped the arena. This was the legendary house-destroying hound, meticulously enhanced by the system, possessing the lethal ability to restrain all canine and feline beasts. What monstrous creature is that? I sense a wave of unrefined foolishness charging towards me. Brother, don't even mention yourself. Even the lion-tiger beast at my feet has been compelled to bow under this pressure. Countless citizens, and even some formidable experts present could not help but rise. For this was their first encounter with such an extraordinary beast as the husky. Wong Wong. The husky phantom let out a howl that reverberated through the air, creating visible ripples in its wake. Those azure eyes locked onto the golden lion, its tail thrashing like a propeller. Lin Jintian's face darkened. A mere canine beast dares to challenge me? In an instant, the husky leapt forward with the ferocity of a hunting dog. For reasons unknown, the golden lion reflexively raised its tail, and with the aid of the system's power, Lin Jintian was horrified to discover that the golden lion manifestation was regressing, its golden radiance dimming significantly. Impossible. Lin Jintian desperately channeled his spiritual energy, but the golden lion king turned and bit its own tail in a fit of confusion. The proud manifestation of a king-level expert began to spin in circles under the husky's oppressive aura. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Huaiyun swiftly moved behind Lin Jintian, the chaotic energy morphing into a brick-like shape as he struck down upon Lin Jintian's crown. Receive my chaotic brick. Bang. The chaotic brick landed squarely on the back of Lin Jintian's head, producing a sound that made the teeth ache, sending him flying like a broken sack. Carving a 20-zhang-long trench upon the execution platform. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, everyone instinctively touching the back of their heads, feeling a chill rise from their hearts to their crowns. The city lord has been struck down by a brick, stammered a guard from the city lord's mansion, voicing the thoughts of all present. You wretched. Lin Jintian trembled as he rose, the opulent golden robe adorning him now reduced to tatters. Most lamentable, however, was his hair, transformed into a perfect Mediterranean hairstyle by the chaotic force, with a few singed strands defiantly sticking up. Lin Jintian touched his bald head, his face shifting from green to red, then to purple, before he suddenly spewed out a mouthful of old blood, bellowing, "Listen up, everyone. Whoever kills this little wretch will be handsomely rewarded. I shall grant them 10 years' worth of resources from my lord's mansion, along with the unparalleled cultivation method, the Xianxian scripture." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervor, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Is this true? The head of the Bai family's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Jintian had truly made a grand offer. 10 years' worth of resources from the Lord's mansion would catapult their Bai family to the forefront of the 4 great families. And the coveted Xiantian scripture was also something the four great families longed for. I dare to stake my reputation on it. Lin Jintian gritted his teeth, glaring intensely at Jun Huaiyun. Your reputation? After the countless scandals that have emerged from your lord's mansion, how can we trust your word? Do you take us for fools? Unless you swear a heavenly oath, vowing your life and the honor of the lord's mansion as collateral, I will not believe you. Otherwise, this discussion is over. Jun Jiuchong observed Lin Junche, who was on the ground playing with earthworms, and could not help but sneer. The current Lin Junche was unable to withstand such a blow. He had completely lost his mind. His mother was an elder of the Huaiyun sect, while his father was the universally despised leader of the sect. Furthermore, having witnessed Lu Ruhuan's death before his eyes, he had suffered too many blows and had gone utterly insane. Anyone would go mad under such circumstances. Fine. If you refuse to assist, then so be it. Lin Jintian produced a blood-red pill from his sleeve and swallowed it. Suddenly, his veins bulged, and it appeared as though countless insects were writhing beneath his skin, a ghastly sight to behold. He cackled maniacally as he tore his tattered robes open, revealing an eerie demonic pattern on his chest. Little wretch, you forced this city lord to resort to blood magic. You may take pride in that. A torrent of demonic energy surged from Lin Jintian's body, coalescing in the air into a towering blood demon manifestation with countless arms. Upon its appearance, countless citizens within hundreds of miles suddenly exploded into crimson mist, rushing toward the blood demon manifestation. It's a demonic technique. The city lord has actually practiced demonic arts. The leaders of the four great families recoiled in horror, never having imagined that Lin Jintian was in league with the demonic sect. As Lin Jintian's true nature was revealed, the crowd erupted in fury, hurling accusations at him. Oh, so it was the lord's mansion that falsely accused Jun Huaiyun of colluding with the demonic sect. We've all been deceived. How despicable. And what about the young men and women who have gone missing over the years? Bah, the lord's mansion is nothing but a hypocritical charlatan. The citizens' outrage surged, and several burly men even picked up benches to hurl at Lin Jintian. Although the truth had come to light, not a single person offered an apology to Jun Huaiyun. Such is human nature. Blame that little wretch. If it weren't for him, this city lord wouldn't have had to resort to this forbidden demonic technique. Lin Jintian laughed maniacally. Little wretch, do you have any final words? His gaze fixed on Jun Huaiyun, his expression twisted with malice. At last, the moment has come. Jun Huaiyun ignored Lin Jintian and looked up into the void. What is coming, little wretch? Do you still wish to play tricks? Fear not. I shall not grant you a swift death. I intend to torment you slowly, rendering your existence a living hell. Lin Jintian had descended into madness. I say, your end is nigh. Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands behind his back, his countenance indifferent. Crack. At that moment, the vast expanse of the void suddenly ruptured, creating a chasm stretching millions of feet, with countless resplendent golden symbols dancing along its edges. The essence of the Tao, akin to a collapsing galaxy, permeated the entire realm. From the depths of the void, a figure cloaked in boundless imperial light gradually emerged, each step causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to tremble. Even the Tao of the vast realm let out a mournful cry. Indeed, as expected, the Jun family had finally sent someone. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly. One must admit, the Jun family's prestige is unparalleled. They have even sent forth an emperor. It is worth noting that the entire vast realm is devoid of emperors, with the strongest being merely a third tribulation quasi-emperor. This exemplifies the terrifying foundation of a top-tier immortal family. As Jun Huaiyun pondered, figures of other powerful beings began to materialize from various directions within the vast realm, all gazing in horror at the suddenly appearing emperor. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired to summon an emperor to descend upon their realm. What is happening? How can an emperor descend upon our realm? In the depths of the vast realm, a figure of a quasi-emperor, radiating the overwhelming light of the laws, manifested amidst the expanse, gazing in utter bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the emperor of the Jun family. According to the imperial agreement of the celestial domain, emperors are forbidden from descending into the mortal realm without permission, lest they incur the wrath of the primordial divine hall. Please, esteemed senior, return, implored the quasi-emperor of the third tribulation, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Regardless of the emperor's might, he surely would not dare offend the primordial divine hall, the ultimate sovereign of the celestial domain, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the formidable beings of the vast realm collectively regained their composure. Exhaling deeply, the imperial agreement, decreed by the primordial divine hall, mandated that any being above the rank of emperor must not descend into the mortal realm without authorization, lest the consequences befall their clan and allies. Imperial agreement? My Jun family need not concern ourselves with the whims of the primordial divine hall. The Jun family emperor scoffed coldly. Esteemed senior, the primordial divine hall. The third tribulation quasi-emperor attempted to speak, yet was abruptly silenced as the Jun family emperor unleashed a surge of imperial brilliance that erupted like a myriad of exploding stars. A mere breath from him fracturing the void for miles around. The third tribulation quasi-emperor could not even emit a cry of despair before his form disintegrated amidst the celestial radiance, reduced to dust scattered across the cosmos. A quasi-emperor had perished. Chapter 10. All bowed, the ugly countenance revealed. Such terror. Was this the might of an emperor? The slaughter of quasi-emperors like mere ants. Countless sentient beings in the vast realm simultaneously lifted their gazes, witnessing the third tribulation quasi-emperor being obliterated without the chance to resist. The world plunged into an eerie silence, with all present too fearful to utter a sound, even the act of looking up requiring immense courage. This was the indomitable wrath of an emperor. The head of the Bai family felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, his forehead striking heavily against the stone tiles, while the other members of the Bai clan followed suit, kneeling and bowing, their expressions etched with sheer terror. Utterly oblivious to the reason behind the emperor's descent and his furious demeanor, Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly ascending towards the Jun family emperor. So, do you now comprehend the might of the system master? As long as you mingle with Brother Tong, you will indulge in lavish feasts and pleasures beyond measure. The system's self-absorbed voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's mind. Little one, what are you doing? This is the emperor. You must kneel at once. It was over, Jun Huaiyun. This wretched fool dared to show such disrespect towards the emperor, daring to meet his gaze. You insolent child, kneel at once. The head of the Bai family, drenched in cold sweat, spoke with a voice twisted by fear, as he prostrated on the ground, yet did not forget to admonish Jun Huaiyun sternly. Little one, do you wish to doom us all by disrespecting the emperor? Your parents met their tragic fate precisely because of your insolence, inciting the ire of those great figures in the dynasty. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? The head of the Jiang family erupted in curses, pointing an accusing finger at Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun paused slightly, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint and murderous intent. Over the years, the city lord's mansion and the four great families had subjected his parents to relentless humiliation, and now Jiang Yunxiao, lacking any sense of propriety, had reignited the flames of vengeance within him. You shall meet a gruesome end for great families. Jun Huaiyun's voice dripped with icy coldness, devoid of any emotion. The members of the four great families shuddered at his words, yet upon recalling Jun Huaiyun's lack of backing and his insolence towards the emperor, their fear dissipated. You dare threaten us, boy? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Jiang Yunxiao, with a sudden spark of inspiration, rose swiftly, his spiritual energy surging as he transformed into a blood-red streak, hurtling towards Jun Huaiyun, his palm brimming with lethal intent. How shameless, this old schemer, to act first. It was truly disgraceful. Witnessing Jiang Yunxiao's attack, Jun Jiuchong and the others cursed under their breath. Fully aware of Jiang Yunxiao's ulterior motives, to gain favor in the eyes of the Jun family emperor, for even a mere word from the emperor could bestow boundless opportunities, or even shift the tides of the vast realm. Freeze. The Jun family emperor uttered a single word, and instantly, the entire realm came to a standstill, rendering all unable to move, with only their eyes able to shift. Jiang Yunxiao's form remained suspended in midair, his face contorted into a sinister grin. Jun Huaiyun slowly turned around, his expression chillingly indifferent. Fool. Those who insult the bloodline of the Jun family shall be severed from the cycle of reincarnation, condemned to the abyss, and tormented by countless vengeful spirits. The Jun family emperor's gaze shifted, and Jiang Yunxiao's body began to unravel, first his robe, then his skin, muscles, and ultimately, his bones, each fragment dissipating into dust before the eyes of the onlookers. The head of the Jiang family, once a dominant power in the spirit heaven city, was reduced to nothingness before all, leaving not even a trace of his essence behind. After a few breaths, the flow of time in the vast realm returned to normal, and all present stared at their hands, then at the shocking scene before them, struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. The figure enveloped in imperial radiance finally revealed itself, a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, embroidered with the imagery of gods in extinction and myriad spirits bowing in reverence. With each step he took, golden lotuses of the Tao blossomed beneath his feet, and wherever his gaze fell, the very laws of the vast realm trembled. This was the imperial robe of the Jun family. He was the emperor of the Jun family, the emperor of the celestial domain. On the execution platform, an elder suddenly cried out in terror, his face filled with dread. Jun family emperor. These four words reverberated through the ears of the crowd like a cataclysmic thunderclap, leaving them in disbelief that the Jun family emperor had descended into the mortal realm. Could it be that Jun Huaiyun was of the Jun family in the celestial domain? The four great families, along with the city lord's mansion, turned ashen with fear. The Jun family was the most ancient and indomitable lineage in the celestial domain, without exception. Under the watchful gaze of billions, the Jun family emperor stepped forward, swiftly arriving before Jun Huaiyun, bowing deeply. I am Jun Wandao, the grand elder of the Jun family's main lineage, here to pay my respects to the young master. A scene unfolded that sent chills down the spines of all present, as the terrifying emperor, who had effortlessly annihilated a quasi-emperor with a mere breath, bowed before Jun Huaiyun, addressing him as the young master. Ha ha ha, who would have thought this wretched child was the young master of the Jun family? I almost attempted to kill the young master of the Jun family, huh? Lin Jintian stared in shock at the unfolding events, suddenly bursting into a shrill, maniacal laugh. As the demonic patterns on his chest began to dissipate, his blood magic form crumbling inch by inch. Filthy ants. Jun Wandao merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jintian. And in an instant, Lin Jintian's body froze, gradually disappearing as if erased by an eraser, from toe to head, vanishing entirely. This was not an explosion. It was true obliteration, the most complete eradication. The young master. Isn't he the offspring of those two wretches? How could he possibly be the young master of the Jun family in the celestial domain? Jun Jiucheng's pupils constricted sharply, his countenance turning deathly pale. Esteemed senior, could it be that you have made a mistake? He is merely the offspring of those two misfits from our Jun family in the vast realm. The voice of the Jun family leader, Jun Jiucheng, was abruptly cut off. His face flushing crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably, suspended in midair, his limbs flailing as he bore the weight of immense pressure. Do mere ants dare to question the bloodline of the Jun family? Jun Wandao's gaze was indifferent, and Jun Jiucheng's body began to crack like shattered porcelain. And no, please spare me, Emperor. Jun Jiucheng pleaded in terror, but it was too late, as his body transformed into a mist of blood before the eyes of the onlookers. This spectacle instilled profound fear in the hearts of those from the four great families, with some timid cultivators fainting on the spot. They finally realized that the youth they had once mercilessly tormented now stood at a height they could never aspire to reach. To simply kill him would be utterly unsatisfactory. Jun Huaiyun appeared pained, as he had intended to intervene and implore Jun Wandao not to slay Jun Jiucheng. But with a mere glance, Jun Jiucheng exploded on the spot. Such decisiveness was rather alarming. Young master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Jun Wandao turned to Jun Huaiyun, his tone exceedingly respectful. Despite being a figure of imperial stature, he understood the immense importance that the elders placed upon Jun Huaiyun, a promising descendant. Elder Jun Wandao, you flatter me. Just call me Jun Huaiyun. He hastily waved his hand. Yes, young master Huaiyun. Then how should we handle these ants who have offended you? Jun Wandao inquired. No sooner had he spoken than members of the Jun family came scrambling before Jun Huaiyun, the once high and mighty elders of the Jun family repeatedly bowing their heads, pleading for mercy. Huaiyun, no. Young master, I am blind to your merits. It was solely the decision of the clan leader and the second elder to expel you from the family. It had nothing to do with me. The grand elder of the Jun family knelt, his forehead striking the ground. Nonsense. You were the one who claimed young master Huaiyun's bloodline was impure, fearing it would tarnish the family's reputation. The second elder interjected in a startled outburst. Silence. The grand elder retaliated with a slap that sent the second elder sprawling, before continuing to bow his head. I beseech you, young master, have mercy. I am willing to offer all my savings, merely asking for your clemency. Grand elder, you certainly did not express such sentiments back then. Jun Huaiyun observed the loathsome expressions on their faces, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. Chapter 11. The Judgment of Karma. Jun Wandao's astonishment. We were wrong. Please forgive us. The elders of the Jiang family cried, their foreheads striking the ground, their eyes brimming with tears of regret. They lamented not having eliminated Jun Huaiyun sooner, resenting his formidable background, which he had kept hidden from them. They laid all their faults squarely at his feet. I had warned you that I would not allow your deaths to be too swift. I intend for you to witness the gradual demise of your hard-won family. Jun Huaiyun's voice was soft, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine, a profound fear enveloping them. System. Do you have any effective methods to torment them? Jun Huaiyun inquired. Let me see. I have a method for inflicting torment, though it requires a bit of editing points. Oh, what method? Do tell. You can expend 2,000 editing points to generate a special function, Judgment of Karma. Judgment of Karma. Jun Huaiyun mused, knowing that anything related to karma was not to be taken lightly. Judgment of Karma. Within a certain range of the host. Those who harbor malice towards the host will suffer a backlash of their own sins, at least tenfold. The higher the cultivation of the backlash, the stronger the sin's retribution, with no upper limit. However, there is a caveat. This function consumes editing points at a significant rate because each instance of sin backlash requires a corresponding expenditure of your editing points. In other words, the higher the enemy's cultivation, the greater the number of foes, and the heavier the sins. The more editing points you will need to expend to inflict sin backlash on your enemies. To illustrate, if there is only one adversary with no cultivation and no sins, you would only need to expend 0.0001 editing points to cause them to suffer sin backlash. But if the opponent is an emperor, you will need to expend a considerable amount of editing points to cause them to suffer sin backlash. As beings of such stature have already forged their own paths and cannot be easily swayed, you can initiate judgment of karma at any time. And you have the authority to designate who experiences the backlash. The power of decision lies entirely with you. I understand. Huaiyun merely glanced and grasped the concept. Then let's proceed with the editing. This function will be quite beneficial for me. Without hesitation, Huaiyun recognized that he could acquire editing points at will. Ding. Consumed 2,000 editing points. Judgment of Karma function generated. Activate Judgment of Karma against all those who harbor malice towards me in the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion. Huaiyun commanded. Activating Judgment of Karma. A total of 250 individuals harbor malice towards the host, expending a total of 1,000 editing points. This was manageable. It was not excessive. Huaiyun nodded in satisfaction. 1,000 editing points were a trivial sum for him, easily attainable. Boom. The void suddenly trembled violently, and a colossal, pitch-black judgment platform, towering at a height of 100,000 feet, materialized from thin air. It was entwined with crimson chains, inscribed with ancient karmic runes, and pulsing with strands of karmic power, radiating an air of enigma. The moment the judgment platform appeared, the skies over Lingtian City darkened abruptly, clouds roiling and lightning crackling, an aura of sheer terror spreading throughout. This was the law of karma. How could this be? Karma. Destiny. These were the supreme laws that even the mightiest emperors dared not touch. How could a mere youth, still uninitiated into the imperial realm, summon such an existence? The grand elder of the Jun family, Jun Wandao, gazed upward at the black judgment platform, his face a canvas of astonishment. Having lived through several epochs and witnessed countless rare treasures and powerful techniques, he had never encountered anything quite like this. A boy yet to reach the imperial threshold could summon such a terrifying entity. The karmic power swirling about the judgment platform was something even he found daunting. Though emperors were formidable, they could not control their own karma, let alone the karma of all things. Jun Wandao looked at Huaiyun, momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. System, does this judgment of karma also come with a celestial phenomenon? Not only Jun Wandao, but even Huaiyun was taken aback. The grandeur of this spectacle was astonishing. In the future, should he find anyone displeasing, he could simply summon judgment of karma to exact retribution. It was utterly exhilarating. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, if too many individuals are subjected to judgment of karma simultaneously, it will trigger a celestial phenomenon. Additionally, let me remind you, the higher the cultivation level and the greater the number of individuals involved, the more terrifying the celestial phenomenon will be. That sounds splendid. I relish this feeling. Huaiyun nodded, growing increasingly satisfied with the function of judgment of karma. What is this? The head of the Bai family turned ashen, gazing up at the enormous judgment platform, his legs suddenly giving way beneath him as he knelt involuntarily. Clatter. All 250 individuals found their legs unresponsive, collapsing to the ground, an overwhelming fear surging within them. The onlookers, however, remained unaffected, their faces a mixture of confusion as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Why are the seniors unharmed? The head of the Bai family gritted his teeth, pointing at the bystanders and shouting, aware that this must be the work of the Jun family's emperor. Surely, Huaiyun could not conjure such a terrifying phenomenon. If Huaiyun truly possessed such power, why had he endured their humiliation for so many years? Thus, the head of the Bai family and others subconsciously attributed this to the Jun family's emperor, believing only he could wield such might. Do you regret it? Do you feel fear? Today, you shall witness firsthand the retribution that awaits for the monumental sins you have committed. Huaiyun hovered in the void, his eyes gleaming with an icy light. This is impossible. You must have employed some nefarious sorcery. The patriarch of the Bai family wore a contorted expression, exerting every ounce of strength to harness the spiritual energy within him in a futile attempt to resist the overwhelming pressure. Yet, he soon realized that his cultivation was rendered utterly ineffective in the face of this formidable force of causality. Huaiyun remained silent as he approached the center of the judgment platform, where an imperial throne, forged from the very laws of causality, materialized before him. Indeed, the system understands me well. As my host, your prestige must be elevated to the utmost, while your strength can be secondary. The aura of grandeur is certainly to be impeccably arranged. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, he gradually seated himself upon the throne, enveloped in a swirling haze of chaotic light, resembling a youthful emperor. Today, I shall eradicate the malevolence on behalf of all beings, Jun Huaiyun declared, his voice soft yet amplified throughout the vast expanse. Suddenly, the judgment platform trembled violently, and blood-red chains shot forth at an alarming speed, piercing through their flesh and ensnaring their souls, dragging them onto the platform. As the chains constricted around each individual, the power of causality unleashed bolts of crimson lightning upon them, amplifying their agony manifold. The patriarch of the Bai family and his companions let out heart-wrenching cries as their flesh was crushed inch by inch. They longed to faint, yet the influence of causality prevented them from succumbing to death or unconsciousness, forcing them to remain acutely aware. Kill me, within mere moments. The patriarch could no longer endure this inhuman torment, blood tears streaming from his eyes as he desperately implored Jun Huaiyun for a swift end. This is just the beginning. It cannot conclude so swiftly, Jun Huaiyun replied indifferently. Chapter 12, 100-fold retribution for past enmities, 1,000-fold repayment for past graces. System. Let them taste the fruits of their sins, Jun Huaiyun commanded. Understood. In an instant, countless images of their wicked deeds surfaced above the heads of all present on the judgment platform. Some had pushed their fellow disciples into bottomless abysses, while others had personally strangled crying infants. These scenes transformed into luminous orbs, flooding their minds. No, I do not wish to see this. Stop. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please grant me a swift end. I never imagined I was so depraved, that I was indeed a great villain. The patriarch and his cohorts wailed and struggled, with many succumbing to madness, unable to withstand the onslaught. The blood-red chains pierced them relentlessly, compelling them to witness each of their transgressions. Even more horrifying was the fact that they could feel the victim's pain rebounding upon them tenfold. Leaning against the imperial throne, Jun Huaiyun coldly observed the unfolding chaos. System. Fetch me a millennium-aged rice wine. It must be of the highest quality. Ding. A millennium-grade rice wine has been generated, consuming 10 modification points. With a wave of his hand, a goblet materialized upon the judgment platform. Jun Huaiyun lowered his gaze to savor the exquisite, celestial wine in his grasp. Delightful, the taste is exquisite, he remarked, smacking his lips. Causality cycles, and retribution is inevitable. The suffering you have inflicted upon others shall be returned to you tenfold today. I promised you regret, and I shall deliver. I aim to shatter your souls, consigning you to eternal damnation. But before that, let us witness the demise of your own clan. As he set down the goblet, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. System. Can we ensure that the members of the 4 great families, far beyond, also receive their due punishment? I wish for them to be unable to rise again in their lifetimes. Affirmative, but this will require the expenditure of 200 editing points. A mere trifle, for having previously tormented them had caused their defenses to shatter, resulting in a sudden increase of over 10,000 points. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand slightly, and the structures of the 4 great families as well as the city lord's mansion began to collapse. Far away, the members of the 4 great families felt their spiritual energy spiral out of control, with the weaker ones exploding from the strain, while the more powerful succumbed to madness. No, my kin, they are innocent. Why do you do this? You demon. If you have grievances, confront me directly. I accept my fate in this life, but in the next, I shall surely avenge myself upon you. The members of the 4 families glared furiously at Jun Huaiyun, yet at that moment, they could not even take their own lives, forced to watch as their families disintegrated before their eyes. Next life? I am deeply sorry, but you shall not have that opportunity. Jun Huaiyun supported himself with one hand against the throne, chuckling lightly. I shall ensure they remain unable to rise again, eternally trapped in the depths of hell. Ding. Editing successful. A curse of eternal damnation has been placed upon all bloodlines of the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion. Consumed 500 editing points. A colossal blood-red rune appeared above the judgment platform, subsequently fracturing into countless smaller runes that merged into the bodies of the members of the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion, condemning them to endure endless suffering for generations, forever entrenched in hell. It is finished. The audience has witnessed enough. Jun Huaiyun snapped his fingers lightly, and the sins burst forth in a cataclysmic explosion, the elder figures instantly disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist, their souls utterly consumed by the fires of hell, leaving no chance for reincarnation. The remaining sinners perished in excruciating agony, their corpses dragged into the depths of the judgment platform, a conduit to hell, which would become their eternal prison. As the black judgment platform slowly dissipated, dark clouds parted to reveal sunlight streaming down upon Lingtian City. Countless citizens gazed in bewilderment at the surreal scene before them, as though it had all been a mere illusion. Yet, the collapsed buildings remained tangible, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Jun Huaiyun descended from the skies, each step blossoming with chaotic golden lotuses beneath his feet. Elder Jun Wandao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. He offered a slight bow to Jun Wandao. You truly astonish me. Jun Wandao's mouth twitched slightly. Having pondered for a long while without knowing what to say, the shock brought by the judgment platform was hardly inferior to that of the chaotic celestial body. Young master, how shall we deal with these people? Jun Wandao's gaze fell upon the group of citizens. We are willing to vow to follow young Master Jun to the death. The crowd, terrified, prostrated themselves, shedding all semblance of their previous arrogance. Jun Huaiyun followed Jun Wandao's gaze, observing the citizens kneeling in fear, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is human nature, when one's standing is inferior to that of the four great families. The Bai family dictates the narrative, and the citizens shout for blood. When one's standing surpasses that of the four great families, their true, ugly faces emerge, kneeling in abject humility. Elder Wandao, the decision rests with you. I am weary and wish to return to the Jun family to see my father and mother, having no other desires in this world. Jun Huaiyun's gaze swept over the kneeling citizens, his eyes revealing no hint of emotion. I understand. Young master, I shall open the barrier to the upper realm for you. Jun Wandao nodded slightly, grasping Jun Huaiyun's intent. With a wave of his sleeve, a brilliant spatial tunnel materialized instantly. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to step inside, he suddenly recalled something, turning to point at an inconspicuous courtyard to the west of the city. That small family, the Jin family, once secretly provided me with medicine and care when I was gravely injured. Now that their clan is weak, they will only face oppression in Lingtian City. I kindly ask you to take them with you, elder. Upon hearing this, Jun Wandao's eyes sparkled with approval. Young master, you are indeed a person of great loyalty and righteousness. I shall make the arrangements. As Jun Wandao gently waved his hand, a beam of golden light soared towards the western part of the city. Moments later, it returned with over 10 individuals, at the forefront of whom was an elegantly featured man, followed closely by several young gentlemen and ladies. Among them, a young girl clad in azure attire stood out remarkably. Are you still the same person I once knew? The azure-clad maiden suddenly inquired, her star-like eyes fixed upon Jun Huaiyun's face. She vaguely remembered that the former Jun Huaiyun had been exceptionally kind, yet the current Jun Huaiyun exuded a strangely unfamiliar aura, if one were to articulate it. The present Jun Huaiyun seemed akin to a cold-blooded emperor who wielded dominion over the life and death of all beings. I sincerely apologize, but he is no more. I am who I am, and he is who he was. Everything you have done to him, I shall repay 1,000-fold. Jun Huaiyun regarded the azure-clad maiden, allowing a rare, gentle smile to grace his features. He had embraced the memories of his past self, recalling the times he had suffered grievous wounds while being tormented by the four great clan leaders, only to have this very maiden risk her safety to deliver medicine to him. Though merciless to his foes, he had always been exceptionally kind to his own. Old grudges shall be repaid 100-fold. Past kindness shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Such was his principle in life. What? You say Jun Huaiyun just mentioned remembering kindness based on mood? That was merely a jest. Chapter 13. The Trembling Emperor of Jiyuan. Since the young master has concluded the cycle of causality, this tainted world holds no further necessity for existence. Jun Wandao's expression was impassive as he pressed his palm down upon the vast realm, the intricate patterns within his palm clearly visible, each line embodying the ultimate principles of destruction, emanating an unparalleled aura that instilled terror even in quasi-emperors. No, the myriad beings of the vast realm appeared ashen, trembling under the emperor's might, mountains crumbling, rivers severing. Countless lives were extinguished before they could even utter a cry of despair, consumed by this overwhelming presence. The vast realm shattered like fragile ceramic, and with a slight press from Jun Wandao's hand, it completely erupted, countless lives dissipating in an instant. Jun Huaiyun, the azure-clad maiden and the others gazed upon the brutal spectacle, their throats tightening, bodies quivering slightly. It is of no consequence. There is no need for concern. If this lower realm is to perish, then so be it. This is the harsh reality of the world. If we are weaker than they, our fate would not fare much better. Jun Huaiyun's demeanor remained serene. The azure-clad maiden gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Haha, what the young master says is absolutely correct. When you all reach my age, you shall naturally comprehend this. In the myriad realms, it is the survival of the fittest. Were it not for my Jun family descending upon this lower realm today, it would be you perishing instead. My Jun family has stood resilient in the immortal domain for countless epochs, all thanks to our ruthless determination. Jun Wandao laughed heartily, expressing great admiration for Jun Huaiyun. The realm of cultivation was indeed exceedingly brutal. It was either you or me. Hesitation and a heart filled with compassion would only lead to one's own demise. Impudent. Your Jun family has gone too far, repeatedly violating the imperial decree to descend upon the lower realms and slaughter countless lives. Do you truly believe that our Taichu divine hall is but a mere plaything? A magnificent voice pierced through the endless void, causing Jun Huaiyun to feel his blood surge. Had it not been for Jun Wandao's presence, he might have sustained grievous injuries on the spot. As the voice fell, the void split open, revealing 9 golden rifts, from each of which emerged a colossal figure, the foremost being a middle-aged man draped in a robe adorned with celestial motifs, exuding the essence of sun and moon. Oh, it is the Huaiyun Emperor. Since when did the watchdog of the Taichu Divine Hall have the right to question the actions of the Jun family? Jun Wandao remarked with a cold smirk. The Huaiyun Emperor had once intervened in the conflicts of the younger generation, attacking the Jun family's prodigies, ultimately leading to the imprisonment of the Jun family's ancestor, who was used as a mere watchdog. It took considerable effort for the Taichu Divine Hall to redeem him. Jun Wandao. The imperial decree explicitly states that the emperors of the Immortal Domain are forbidden from descending into the lower realms. Now, your Jun family not only descends, but also annihilates a small world. What punishment shall your family face? The Huaiyun Emperor, feeling humiliated by Jun Wandao's words, trembled in fury, his starry robe shaking violently, while the powerful beings of the Taichu Divine Hall behind him also erupted with rage. The Jun family was truly infuriating and deeply humiliating. Get lost, or I shall no longer advise against suppressing you once more, imprisoning you within my Jun family. Jun Wandao declared indifferently. Arrogant. I wish to see how much power you, the so-called strongest sword saint of the Immortal Domain, truly possess. The Huaiyun Emperor raised his hand, summoning countless stars, which transformed into ancient chains that coiled around him, each link reflecting a world on the brink of destruction. Then let us engage in battle. Jun Wandao's palm coalesced into the form of an ancient chaotic sword, and with a single swing, he shattered myriad laws, severing the ancient chains one by one. Silvery strands of hair danced in the flames of the Emperor's fury. Do you know what my Jun family's ancestor proclaimed when the beings of the Immortal Domain signed the imperial decree? With a single stroke, the Huaiyun Emperor and the powerful beings of the Taichu Divine Hall behind him were enveloped in a cloud of blood mist. If you cannot recall, I shall remind you. The imperial decree is merely a rule for larger ants to bind smaller ants. Why should a true dragon of the 9 heavens be bound by such a decree? Jun Wandao wielded the chaotic ancient sword and struck once more. A rift spanning millions of miles spreading forth, as if the very heavens and earth were cleaved in twain. Poof! Emperor's blood rained down upon the starry sky, staining the universe in a crimson hue. Curse you, Jun Wandao. Do not revel in your triumph. Heavenly punishment spear, arise. The Huaiyun Emperor bellowed. And from the depths of the void came the sound of chains dragging, as a golden halberd, swirling with chaotic energy, slowly manifested. The halberd's blade, stained with imperial blood, suddenly surged, unleashing a terrifying intent to kill that bathed the surrounding starry expanse in a blood-red world. Oh, you have even summoned the heavenly punishment spear, the imperial weapon that governs the punishment of all beings. It seems the Taichu Divine Hall did not punish you after redeeming you, but rather elevated you to the position of the Hall Master of Punishment. A glint of mockery flickered in Jun Wandao's eyes. The heavenly punishment spear? The Taichu Divine Hall's instrument of punishment? Jun Huaiyun's gaze was fixed intently upon the golden halberd that hovered in the void. A long spear is a man's romance. I hold no regard for any long sword. Young master, if you desire it, I shall seize it from this watchdog immediately. Jun Wandao, catching a glimpse of his young master's expression, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Huaiyun, after 30,000 years, you have made no progress. This heavenly punishment spear in your hands cannot even unleash 3/10 of its power. Jun Wandao's chaotic ancient sword trembled slightly, unleashing sword energy that swept across the myriad realms, tearing apart the surrounding void. Jun Wandao, cease your arrogance. 9th moon heavenly punishment. The Huaiyun Emperor roared, and 9 blood-red crescent moons materialized behind him, each harboring an imperial shadow pierced by chains, all beings that had been judged by the Taichu Divine Hall. Such trivial skills. Jun Wandao's chaotic ancient sword split into myriad sword shadows, each creating countless small worlds that were launched against the Huaiyun Emperor. The Huaiyun Emperor was pushed into retreat, spitting blood, for Jun Wandao spoke the truth. He had not progressed in strength over these millennia. His thoughts had been consumed with refining the heavenly punishment spear, leaving him little time to cultivate. Jun Wandao, how can your power be so formidable? The Huaiyun Emperor was filled with both astonishment and fury, wielding the heavenly punishment spear to sweep outwards, as the shadows of 18 layers of purgatory faintly emerged in the void. It is you who are too weak. A single sword can shatter myriad laws. A resplendent white light illuminated the ancient world. The protective imperial light of the great Emperor Huaiyun shattered as if it were mere paper, and along with it, his arm was severed. Alas! The great Emperor Huaiyun was compelled to relinquish the heavenly punishment spear, his figure retreating violently. Indeed, this imperial weapon is quite remarkable. Jun Wandao scrutinized it closely before tossing it to Jun Huaiyun behind him. System, is there any way to have this imperial weapon acknowledge me as its master? Jun Huaiyun inquired, gazing at the heavenly punishment spear. Certainly, but given your current realm, it will require 1,000,000 modification points for this imperial weapon to recognize you as its master. Such an exorbitant cost. Are there alternatives? Jun Huaiyun frowned slightly, reluctant to concede. He harbored a genuine affection for the spear and did not wish to abandon it so easily. There is a method, albeit purely reliant on luck. You can expend 1,000 modification points to attempt to have this imperial weapon recognize you as its master, but the success rate is exceedingly low. In the parlance of your blue star, it's akin to winning the lottery. With your current modification points, you can only attempt this 8 times. Then let us proceed. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. Even if you manage to seize my heavenly punishment spear, it would be futile. Only those of the Taichu Divine Hall may wield it. The great Emperor Huaiyun sneered, clearly doubting Jun Huaiyun's ability to succeed in refining it. Should you succeed in refining the heavenly punishment spear, I shall bark like a dog at the entrance of your Jun family until you are satisfied. Having seized the opportunity to mock, the great Emperor Huaiyun could hardly let it slip away. What a farce. A mere novice in the Tao realm attempting to refine an imperial weapon and earn the spirit's acknowledgement? Even novels would not dare to depict such absurdity. Do you have a particular fondness for the entrance of my Jun family? Jun Wandao cast a sidelong glance at the great Emperor Huaiyun. The great Emperor Huaiyun gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as he found himself unable to retaliate. After the 7th attempt failed, the 8th attempt succeeded. Suddenly, Jun Huaiyun felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. The once dull ancient runes on the spear began to illuminate one by one, ultimately forming 9 golden halos around him. At the center of these golden rings, a hazy spirit emerged, bowing slightly to Jun Huaiyun. Master, this cannot be. The great Emperor Huaiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch with urgency. The great Emperor Huaiyun's defense has been breached, gaining 2,000,000 editing points. This is a significant windfall. Jun Wandao's face lit up with astonishment, and he clapped in delight. Truth be told, he had held no hope for Jun Huaiyun. It seemed implausible that Jun Huaiyun could truly refine an imperial weapon, especially one as extraordinary as the heavenly punishment spear. Yet, to his astonishment, it had indeed succeeded. Great Emperor Huaiyun, do not forget your earlier words. Jun Huaiyun turned to him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was, after all, a tangible editing point. The Taichu Divine Hall was indeed benevolent, knowing he had no editing points and sending assistance his way. As Jun Huaiyun's fervent gaze met his, the great Emperor Huaiyun instinctively trembled, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Chapter 14. Return and bark like a dog. Do not forget your earlier proclamation. Jun Huaiyun teased, waving the heavenly punishment spear before the great Emperor Huaiyun. The sight caused Jun Wandao's lips to twitch uncontrollably. This is simply impossible. The heavenly punishment spear is an imperial weapon of the Taichu Divine Hall. How could it acknowledge you, a mere junior, as its master? The great Emperor Huaiyun's eyes burned crimson, his severed arm rapidly regenerating. He, the esteemed master of the Taichu Divine Hall's Law Hall, and a renowned emperor in the celestial realm, was now stumbling before a mere junior. This humiliation felt worse than death. To make matters worse, he had just publicly promised that if Jun Huaiyun succeeded in refining the heavenly punishment spear, he would bark like a dog at the Jun family's entrance. Was he not digging his own grave? Ding! The great Emperor Huaiyun's defense level has reached 30, gaining 1,000,000 editing points. Do not concern yourself with how I achieved this recognition. You should still remember your earlier words, right? If you need a reminder. I believe you promised to bark like a dog at the entrance of my Jun family. Jun Huaiyun elongated his tone, his eyes glinting with mischief. This was a genuine editing point, and he could not let it slip away. Beyond that, the relationship between the Jun family and the Taichu Divine Hall had never been particularly amicable, especially with the great Emperor Huaiyun being a staunch pro-war faction member, harboring a notably unfriendly attitude toward the Jun family. Junior, it is wise to leave room for future encounters. Offending the Taichu Divine Hall is not a prudent course of action. The great Emperor Huaiyun trembled with rage, his imperial might uncontrollably surging, causing the surrounding space to fracture. You need not concern yourself with that. All I wish to hear now is barking. A dignified emperor would not go back on his word, would he? Or is it that all of you in the Taichu Divine Hall are like you, a man of untrustworthy words? Jun Huaiyun arched an eyebrow. Haha. I never anticipated encountering such a bizarre event today, an emperor barking like a dog. Keep your voice down. If he slaps us, we will have nowhere to weep. It truly was amusing. I can hardly contain myself. Faint murmurs echoed from the surroundings, indicating that the confrontation between the Taichu Divine Hall and the Jun family had attracted numerous powerful figures observing from the shadows. Yet they dared not reveal themselves due to the overwhelming might of the Taichu Divine Hall. Impudence. I am the master of the law hall of the Taichu Divine Hall. Representing its honor, how dare you, a mere junior. Smack. Before the great Emperor Huaiyun could finish his words, Jun Wandao struck him with a palm, causing the void to collapse, revealing a vast black hole. The great Emperor Huaiyun's body was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing through dozens of stars before finally coming to a halt. Do you not understand the principle of accepting the consequences of a wager? My Jun family's young master commands you to bark, and you must obey. Jun Wandao's expression remained cold, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Jun family was exceedingly domineering. Such a clan was one to be revered. How could they so brazenly confront a master of the Taichu Divine Hall? Such audacity would surely incur repercussions. Repercussions? Have you forgotten the formidable figure of my Jun family, who single-handedly vanquished the celestial realm? The various powerful entities observing from a distance gasped in astonishment. The Jun family was indeed the most formidable clan in the celestial realm, displaying undeniable dominance. Do not take this too far, Jun family, making an emperor bark like a dog. Are you not afraid of provoking the wrath of the Taichu Divine Hall? The great Emperor Huaiyun roared in fury, his imperial might surging and enveloping the cosmos. Hearing the discussions around him, the great Emperor Huaiyun felt a desire to self-destruct from humiliation. He, the master of the Taichu Divine Hall, had never endured such disgrace. However, faced with Jun Wandao's overwhelming power, he dared not truly risk his life. Public ire? When my Jun family's ancestor penetrated your Taichu Divine Hall, where was your public ire? Jun Wandao suddenly burst into laughter, his voice laced with unabashed mockery. Friend Jun, I must admit my earlier words were hasty. How about this? Let us each take a step back. I possess 3 quasi-imperial weapons and 10 immortal herbs, along with a plethora of heavenly treasures. I propose to trade these to nullify this wager. How does that sound? The great Emperor Huaiyun forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Jun Huaiyun narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head, saying, a dignified emperor deigning to send off a beggar? Is this how you regard our Jun family? Do we truly lack your meager resources? According to the conventions of typical fantasy novels, a prestigious family like the Jun family would certainly not be in one of such trivial resources. Indeed, do you think our Jun family's young master would care for your shabby offerings? In our treasure vault, even the mice are fatter than you. Jun Wandao scoffed. In that case, allow me to add an imperial scripture, one I acquired from an ancient relic, unknown even to the Taichu Divine Palace. What say you? The expression on the face of the Huaiyun emperor turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth as he replied. The imperial scripture? Such a rarity, rarer than imperial weapons. Huaiyun emperor, you truly are generous. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Even the leaders of powerful immortal factions revealed glimmers of greed in their eyes. Despite the Huaiyun emperor's concession, Jun Huaiyun remained unmoved, wearing an innocent smile. I'm afraid I have no interest in imperial scriptures. I merely wish to hear a dog bark. What a jest. Does the Jun family genuinely lack imperial scriptures? If he truly needed one, he could simply request it from the Jun family or have the system edit a suitable one for himself. Well said. Our Jun family has no regard for your worthless scripture, Huaiyun. You must honor your wager. You will bark today, or I shall break your legs and make you crawl while you do it. Jun Wandao said with a faint smile. Damn it. I shall remember this humiliation from the Jun family. The Huaiyun emperor, retreating swiftly, prepared to tear through the void to escape. Still thinking of fleeing. Upon seeing the Huaiyun emperor's attempt to run, Jun Wandao snorted coldly, tossing his chaotic ancient sword, which transformed into myriad sword shadows, intertwining around the Huaiyun emperor, enveloping him in a celestial net of blades. Jun Wandao, this emperor would rather die than endure such humiliation. The Huaiyun emperor struggled desperately, an overwhelming imperial light erupting from his body. Elder, he intends to self-destruct. Stop him quickly, Jun Huaiyun urged. Realizing that this was a matter of millions of editing points, he must not allow him to explode before reaping the harvest. Another attempt at self-destruction? Jun Wandao spread his fingers, tightening his grip. The sword net suddenly constricted, transforming into solid divine chains that bound the Huaiyun emperor like a rice dumpling. Most despairing for the Huaiyun emperor was the divine chain that Jun Wandao deliberately left around his neck, truly turning him into a dog. The Huaiyun emperor's face turned ashen. He finally understood the kind of existence he had provoked. The Jun family was a group of madmen who cared nothing for the imperial agreements or the Taichu divine palace. If one were to put it plainly, the Jun family was the greatest bug across the myriad realms. Let us return to the Jun family. I will ensure Bai Huang teaches you how to be a proper watchdog. Jun Wandao tugged at the divine chain, and with his cultivation restricted, the Jiyuan emperor could not free himself, forced to follow Jun Wandao like a dead dog, a scene both shocking and dramatic. Jun family, I shall remember this humiliation today. I will make the Jun family repay it tenfold in the future. The Jiyuan emperor spat through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with resentment. And what of your remembrance? Jun Wandao dismissed the threat nonchalantly. Had the Jun family ever feared anything? Young master, let us return home. After disciplining the unruly Jiyuan emperor, Jun Wandao respectfully spoke to Jun Huaiyun. The young girl in blue and her companions were utterly astounded. The master of the Taichu divine palace was publicly captured and taken away. It was all so theatrical. Although they were a lowly family from the lower realms, they were aware of the Taichu divine palace's might, yet they found the Jun family to be far more formidable, showing no hint of trepidation. Will this not bring trouble with the Taichu divine palace? The girl in blue hesitated to voice her concern, fearful of the unnecessary complications such enmity could bring. Fear not. The Taichu divine palace does not dare lay a hand on our Jun family. Now, let us return. I shall treat you to dog meat. Oh no, let you witness a dog barking. In the void, the various forces observing from the shadows exchanged glances, incredulous. I must be mistaken. The Jiyuan emperor of the Taichu divine palace was truly treated like a dog. Quickly, relay this news back to the sect. The celestial domain is about to undergo a transformation. Chapter 15. The terrifying depths of the Jun family, a gathering of onlookers. The vast Hongguang celestial domain is divided into 3,000 heavenly continents, with the Jun family residing in the very center of the celestial realm. The land of the Jun family is the most abundant in spiritual energy and resources, situated in an area known as the Daohuang continent. Jun Wandao, accompanied by Jun Huaiyun and others, traversed the endless cosmos, arriving at the Daohuang continent. As Jun Huaiyun gazed around, all he saw was a void, seemingly devoid of any presence. Elder, is the Jun family truly here? There appears to be nothing at all. At that moment, a timid voice emerged, belonging to the blue-clad girl Jin Ru, her eyes brimming with curiosity. In her brief time with Jun Huaiyun, she had transitioned from discomfort to gradual acceptance. The rest of the Jin family members shared her sentiments, their gazes filled with curiosity as they looked to Jun Wandao. Be patient. My Jun family is concealed by numerous imperial formations, inaccessible to the average person. Jun Wandao chuckled lightly, waving his sleeve, causing ripples to spread through the void. He produced a golden token, inscribed with an ancient character for Jun, emanating strands of imperial might. Open. With a gentle command, the token erupted in a blaze of divine light, illuminating the previously empty cosmos with countless celestial glimmers. The 9-layered imperial formation of the Jun family materialized before them, each layer exuding a terrifying aura that even emperors would tremble before. The first layer was the burning heaven imperial formation, incinerating all, while the second layer was the ice heaven imperial formation, freezing all of time and space. Surrounding these 9 layers was the Zhou Tian star imperial formation, composed of countless ancient stars, radiating a vast brilliance. Had Jun Wandao not been present, even a single beam of starlight could have obliterated them millions of times over. Predecessor, this is the Jun family's great formation, Jin Ru stammered, her eyes wide with shock. Just a few minor formations, nothing to write home about. The Jun family has stood firm in the celestial realm for countless epochs, not relying solely on these formations. Jun Wandao waved his hand dismissively. Having said that, Jun Wandao led Jun Huaiyun and the others into the 9-layer imperial formation. With each layer they traversed, the pressure on Jin Ru and the others multiplied several times. Fortunately, with Jun Wandao beside them, a mere wave of his hand alleviated their burdens, causing all discomfort to vanish instantly. Once they passed through the 9-layer imperial formation, the scene before them left everyone in a stupor. Even Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback. The sight was nothing short of terrifying, a vast, boundless sea of chaotic immortality stretched across the heavens, composed of condensed chaotic celestial waters, each droplet sufficient to incite fierce competition among cultivators in the outside world. At the center of this chaotic sea floated an imperial palace, larger than the universe itself, constructed from chaotic stones and Taoist celestial gold, exuding a terrifying aura capable of suppressing the heavens and purging all existence. Most astonishingly, above the palace, 9 suns and 9 moons revolved, with each sun faintly revealing the silhouette of a 3-legged golden crow, while each moon held the image of an ancient mysterious phoenix. What a grand spectacle, Elder! Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, drooling at the sight. It was no wonder he was unable to contain his excitement. Who wouldn't he be thrilled in such a scenario? Stay low-key. These 9 suns and moons were casually captured by the 10 ancestors, pure-blooded golden crows, and ancient mysterious phoenixes. The 10 ancestors brought them here to refine them into the sun and moon, all because the younger generation complained that the chaotic sea was too vast and too dark, making it difficult to find their way home. Jun Wandao smiled as he spoke. Jun Huaiyun looked utterly speechless. The reason they sought out the pure-blood golden crow and the ancient Xian phoenix was due to the dimness of the chaotic immortal sea. It turns out that their extinction was a consequence of this very darkness, which had led to them being captured by the ancestors of the Jun family. One can only say that the Jun family is formidable. Only by crossing the chaotic immortal sea can we truly consider ourselves part of the Jun family. Moreover, one must be cautious not to carelessly refine the chaotic immortal sea beneath our feet, as it was transported here from the depths of the ancient chaos realm by our ancestral forebears. Although the chaotic immortal sea harbors the purest essence of chaos, it is not something that just anyone can touch. Those lacking sufficient cultivation should not approach it lightly. Of course, you are the exception. Possessing the chaotic immortal body and chaotic immortal bone, naturally attuned to the chaotic immortal sea, a bit of refinement should pose no problem for you. These entities are typically used by us for bathing, explained Jun Wandao. Oh, what are those beneath our feet? Jun Huaiyun inquired, pointing curiously at the colossal beings within the seawater. Those are pure-blood true dragons, raised by our family to guard the premises and tasked with cleaning the debris from the sea. Naturally, should any young ones take a liking to them, they may be captured for use as mounts. Jun Wandao replied nonchalantly. Isn't the dragon clan opposed to this? Of course not. To be regarded by the Jun family and become one of our cherished pets is an honor for them. They would be delighted, Jun Wandao said with a faint smile. Jun Huaiyun was left astounded, speechless, realizing that any one of those creatures could easily annihilate the vast realm. Truly, the Jun family is unparalleled. This is our Jun family's medicinal garden. You may partake freely. In addition, numerous divine islands float above the chaotic immortal sea, each brimming with rare, divine herbs seldom seen in the outside world. Those are our Jun family's 9 Heaven Tower imperial weapons, brought here for show, Jun Wandao elaborated. Further afield, 9 towering imperial spires ascended into the clouds, their bodies entwined with endless chains of order, with celestial patterns imprinted upon them, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Jun Wandao continued introducing various aspects of the Jun family as they traversed the chaotic immortal sea, until they finally arrived before the gates of the Jun family's imperial palace. The palace stretched for billions of miles, suffused with an exceptionally rich aura of celestial essence, manifesting as true dragons and phoenixes swirling in the air, while within the depths of the palace lay countless powerful presences lurking. Welcome back, young master. 3,000 golden armored guards were lined up before the palace gates, each exuding an aura no less potent than that of the sacred realm, with several leaders at the forefront possessing quasi-emperor cultivation. At this moment, they knelt on one knee, their expressions respectful. Rise, Jun Wandao gestured, then turned to Jun Huaiyun and said, these are family guards, responsible for maintaining cleanliness and tending to the gardens. You may assign them any tasks you wish. Saint Realm experts cleaning? Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched in disbelief, uncertain of what to say. Humph. In contrast to the astonishment of Jun Huaiyun and the others, Emperor Jiyuan remained relatively calm, having spent a few years residing within the Jun family. Elder Wandao, where do the ancestors reside? Jun Huaiyun asked curiously. The ancestors exist in a realm of their own. I will take you to meet them in the heavenly realm when the time comes, Jun Wandao replied with a smile. Humph, is that all? When will you let me go? Emperor Jiyuan's expression darkened. Patience, your turn is imminent. For those eager to witness Emperor Jiyuan barking like a dog, hurry to the grand hall's entrance. Jun Wandao's voice echoed throughout the Jun family estate. As his words fell, the entire Jun family erupted into a frenzy, with countless family members flocking from all directions, curious to observe. Elder Wandao has returned. Is that the young master beside Elder Wandao? How handsome. Look. The one with the chains around his neck must be the emperor. Oh my, it really is the emperor. But isn't that the Jiyuan emperor from the primordial divine hall? Why is he bound like this? And what's with the chains around his neck? Is he being treated like a pet? As the news spread, the Jun family became increasingly lively upon learning that Emperor Jiyuan would be barking like a dog before the family gates. Chapter 16. The White Sovereign's On-Site Guidance. Woof woof. Make way. A white figure materialized, revealing a colossal canine with a body as white as snow and dragon horns upon its head, its size comparable to a small mountain. Emanating an imperial aura, the White Sovereign has arrived. Upon seeing this, the Jun family members bowed in respect. This creature was the Jun family's spirit beast, an ancient being that had lived for several epochs, its strength unfathomable. Little Wandao, I hear you intend to have this Jiyuan brat learn to bark like a dog? The White Sovereign spoke, its eyes, the size of copper bells, playfully fixed on Emperor Huaiyun. White Sovereign, please refrain from such antics. I am the primordial. Emperor Huaiyun trembled slightly, ready to threaten, but was swiftly pinned to the ground by the White Sovereign's paw. Silence. You from the primordial divine hall cannot intimidate me. The White Sovereign scoffed. White Sovereign, having been in seclusion for so long, what brings you out? Have you experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation? Jun Wandao interjected, seeking to shift the topic. No breakthroughs, just emerged from seclusion as it was too stifling. I never expected to encounter the Emperor learning to bark upon my exit. The White Sovereign replied. I sense the aura of a chaotic immortal body. The runes on the White Sovereign's horns glowed brightly as its gaze fell upon Jun Huan beside Jun Wandao, its eyes nearly popping out in surprise. Is this the young master of the Jun family you retrieved from outside? How can he be even more handsome than Jun Wuwang was in his youth? Has your family struck gold? The White Sovereign circled Jun Huaiyun a few times, expressing its amusement. Jun Wuwang was the patriarch of the Jun family and Jun Huaiyun's father. Hearing this, Jun Wandao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Junior Jun Huaiyun pays his respects to the esteemed White Sovereign. I understand from Elder Wandao that you enjoy fine wine. I have prepared 100 jars of celestial brew on my journey here as a gift for you, Jun Huaiyun said with a slight smile, presenting a storage ring filled with the offerings, which were merely a handful of editing points from the system. Good lad, quite the generous one. From now on, I shall protect you within the Jun family. Should anyone bully you, feel free to inform me. The White Sovereign clapped Jun Huaiyun on the shoulder, its expression one of approval, inexplicably finding Jun Huaiyun increasingly likable. Thank you, esteemed White Sovereign, Jun Huaiyun replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. Although his status rendered him not in need of the White Sovereign's protection, such pleasantries were still necessary. Ahem, it's time to get down to business. This Juyuan will be entrusted to the White Sovereign, Jun Wandao announced with a light cough. Little Wandao, no worries, teaching someone to bark is my specialty. The White Sovereign said confidently, thumping its chest. Juyuan brat, pay attention, this is how you bark. With that, the White Sovereign suddenly stood upright, its front paws on its hips, mouth agape as it howled to the heavens. I can't learn this. Emperor Juyuan lay on the ground, his face a shade of iron, unable to bear such humiliation as a dignified emperor. You must learn, as I have already promised them. You must be taught. The White Sovereign slapped him back down. White Sovereign, do not push your luck. I am from the primordial. Juyuan struggled to rise, but was pinned down by the White Sovereign's paw, unable to move. TSK, your form is incorrect. The first step in learning to bark is mastering the posture. First, lift your rear. The White Sovereign shook its head, even demonstrating by raising its own tail. Haha, I simply couldn't contain my laughter upon witnessing the expression of the Sovereign of the Nine Abyss. I almost spat out my dinner. TSK, were I in the position of the Nine Abyss Sovereign, I would surely contemplate self-destruction. A miracle, an unprecedented miracle. The Sovereign is barking like a dog. This ludicrous spectacle elicited uncontrollable laughter from all present, as the Sovereign's complexion shifted from purple to green, then from green to red, ultimately resulting in him spewing forth imperial blood. The Sovereign of the Nine Abysses' defenses have crumbled to 50, earning 2 million editing points. Ahem, White Emperor, might you consider a different approach? Jun Huaiyun nearly burst into laughter. The White Emperor truly has a knack for creating chaos. A different approach, indeed, you've reminded me. Little Wandao, it would be a shame not to document such a splendid moment. The White Emperor, struck by a sudden idea, turned to the onlooker, Jun Wandao. Fear not. It is being recorded. The recording stone in Jun Wandao's hand radiated a hazy glow. You dare insult the dignity of the Emperor? You seek to offend me. The primordial divine hall, is that it? The Sovereign of the Nine Abysses' eyes blazed crimson. Slap. The White Emperor struck him back into the ground, casually stating, what pretense of nobility is this? When you led the primordial divine hall in an assault against me, I didn't see you display such bravado. Is it so difficult to bark a few times? In the previous epoch, the primordial divine hall dispatched numerous strong figures to hunt him down, including the Sovereign of the Nine Abyss. Thus, the White Emperor harbored considerable animosity towards him. The White Emperor seemed to recall something, waving a paw to conjure a bone before the Sovereign of the Nine Abyss. You must be hungry, bark once, and I shall feed you. With a face twisted in rage, the Sovereign declared, this Emperor would rather die. Slap. Another blow landed, knocking several teeth from the Sovereign's mouth. If you cannot learn, do not even think of leaving. Do you wish to remain imprisoned in the Jun household indefinitely? Do you truly believe I have no temper? Or do you wish to experience my unique heart-biting technique, which guarantees the sensation of being bitten by 10,000 dogs? The White Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression turning cold as an imperial pressure emanated from him, freezing the surrounding time and space for a few moments. Jun Huaiyun, adding fuel to the fire. Remarked, "It's merely a dog bark. Just do it a few times. Look how earnestly our White Emperor teaches. In the outside world, this would cost a fortune, 10,000 celestial sources for a single dog barking lesson." His demeanor suggested genuine concern for the sovereign of the Nine Abyss. "I shall bark." The sovereign of the Nine Abyss trembled with rage before the Jun family. He found himself utterly powerless and could only blame his own arrogance in demanding to learn to bark. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and slowly squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Woof, woof, are you satisfied now?" His voice was so faint it resembled a mosquito, barely audible to a few. "What? I can't hear you. Speak louder." The White Emperor leaned in closer, and the crowd perked up their ears to listen intently. "Woof, woof, woof. Are you satisfied now?" The sovereign nearly roared, two streams of blood tears trailing down his cheeks as he teetered on the brink of tears. The sovereign of the Nine Abysses' defenses have crumbled to 80, earning 3 million editing points. "This is it, good doggy." The White Emperor, quite pleased, reached out to pat the head of the sovereign of the Nine Abyss. "Ha ha, I've recorded every bit of this." A dignified sovereign barking like a dog. This is an epic event in the annals of the celestial realm. The entire assembly erupted in raucous laughter. Some of the younger talents of the Jun family rolling on the ground, clutching their bellies. "Now are you satisfied? Will you not release this emperor?" The sovereign of the Nine Abyss closed his eyes, fiercely suppressing the murderous intent within. Indeed, he kept his word, but this was merely a few barks. "We are far from the point where I am satisfied." "This is what you stated. You must bark until I am satisfied." Jun Huaiyun, suppressing his amusement, feigned seriousness. "Little brat, do you dare to toy with this emperor?" The sovereign of the Nine Abyss suddenly opened his eyes wide, bloodshot and filled with intense murderous intent. "Slap. Mind your words. Dare to speak to my brother like that again." The White Emperor delivered a slap, causing half of the sovereign's face to swell up. The sovereign of the Nine Abysses' defenses have crumbled to 90, earning 1 million editing points. Chapter 17. The Oath of Heaven, Drunken Immortal Brew. Jun Huaiyun observed the rapidly increasing editing points on the system panel, a smile creeping upon his lips in such a brief moment. He had extracted 9 million editing points from the sovereign of the Nine Abyss, truly exhilarating. This is the sensation of sudden wealth. "White Emperor, I believe the sovereign of the Nine Abyss has learned enough. Shall we not try a new game?" Jun Huaiyun suddenly suggested, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's eyes widened like copper bells. "Oh, what clever idea does little Yunzi have?" The onlookers were momentarily stunned. These two together were truly a source of torment. Offending them was akin to inviting a fate worse than death. Why not have the sovereign of the Nine Abyss deliver a greeting to his fellow disciples of the primordial divine hall through this recording stone, saying he is thriving at the Jun household and is currently learning new divine abilities? Jun Huaiyun took the recording stone from Jun Wandao, tossing it in his hand, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I never imagined little Yunzi to be so full of clever tricks. You are even more skilled at tormenting others than I. Your disposition truly suits my taste." The White Emperor paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Old Nine, did you hear that? Quickly send your regards to your fellow disciples, saying you are doing splendidly at the Jun household. Should they wish to learn new divine abilities as well, this Emperor wouldn't mind teaching them once for free." The White Emperor laughed heartily, clutching his belly. "You are going too far." The sovereign of the Nine Abysses' eyes flickered with a deadly glare. "Heh, are we going too far?" The White Emperor's expression suddenly turned cold as he approached the sovereign of the Nine Abyss, looking down upon him and saying, "Do you still have the audacity to claim I am going too far? When your primordial divine hall launched an assault against me, did you ever consider it excessive? At that time, I merely took one of your immortal herbs, yet you relentlessly pursued me. Had it not been for the Jun family's intervention, I would have perished long ago. Moreover, when your primordial divine hall bullied the junior members of the Jun family, did you ever speak of excess?" The sovereign of the Nine Abysses' pupils constricted. "White Emperor, what exactly do you and the Jun family desire?" "What you desire is no concern of yours. What you must do now is obediently comply with me, or I shall replicate millions of these recordings of you barking at the Jun family and scatter them throughout the celestial realm." The White Emperor's eyes glimmered with a cold light. "I will bark." The sovereign of the Nine Abyss inhaled deeply. That's the spirit. The wise adapt to circumstances. A satisfied smile graced the White Emperor's face. Half an hour later, the laughter of the Jun family gradually subsided, and the sovereign of the Nine Abyss lay on the ground like a defeated dog, gazing vacantly at Jun Huaiyun and the others, as if all his vitality had been drained. "Speak, what must you do to let me go?" The sovereign of the Nine Abyss' eyes were vacant, his entire being in a daze. "Quite simple. First, the primordial divine hall must apologize to the White Emperor, acknowledging that you were in the wrong back then. Second, compensate my Jun family for emotional distress, heir fees, barking lesson fees, and land pollution fees. I shall generously say 10 imperial artifacts will suffice. Jun Huaiyun mused. 10 imperial artifacts at random? Do you think imperial artifacts grow on trees? What about the heavenly punishment spear you took from my primordial divine hall? The sovereign nearly spat blood once more. Then make it 20 artifacts. Giant Huaiyun smiled cheerfully and declared, impossible. Then let it be 30 items. The Emperor of Nine Abyss fell utterly silent, realizing that Giant Huaiyun was merely toying with him. The phrase small but cunning was perfectly epitomized by Giant Huaiyun, whose clever tricks were boundless. Alas, this Emperor of Nine Abyss is on the verge of being outwitted by you, host. System, why hasn't he broken down yet? The Emperor of Nine Abyss should have reached a breaking point of 90. Is the final 10 truly so challenging? Which one of the emperors possesses a weak disposition? For an emperor to completely shatter is no trivial matter. You do have a point. Giant Huan turned his gaze toward the exasperated Emperor of Nine Abyss and said nonchalantly, well, considering your earnest barking like a dog, I shall concede to 5 imperial artifacts. Senior Bai Huang and Elder Wandao, what do you think? An imperial artifact, regardless of the faction it belongs to, is a treasured heirloom and would not be casually gifted. Even the Grand Taichu Divine Hall would feel considerable pain parting with 5 artifacts. Of course, adding the heaven-punishing spear brings the total to 6. Giant Wandao smiled and shook his head. I have no objections. Our giant family possesses celestial artifacts, so we are certainly not in need of imperial artifacts. Bai Wang tilted his head thoughtfully and remarked, if you also include 100 jars of drunken immortal brew, I have been longing for that for quite some time. Deal. Giant Huaiyun clapped his hands in excitement. Wait, this emperor does not agree. While 5 imperial artifacts may be acceptable, it is not that the Taichu Divine Hall cannot produce them, but how can your giant family not seize the opportunity? Do you have any idea how much time it takes for the Taichu Divine Hall to produce a single jar of drunken immortal brew? 100 jars? Even if you sold me, you couldn't gather 100 jars. The Emperor of Nine Abyss exclaimed loudly. Drunken immortal brew, what a fine treasure this is. One that even the Taichu Divine Hall cannot accumulate 100 jars of. Giant Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, looking curiously at Bai Wang. Little Yunzi, you do not understand. Drunken immortal brew is the prized possession of the Taichu Divine Hall. It is said that each jar requires a drop of celestial blood as a catalyst, supplemented with thousands of immortal herbs, and brewed within a time acceleration formation for an entire epoch to create drunken immortal brew. Hiss, a drop of celestial blood, along with thousands of immortal herbs. Does that mean? Giant Huaiyun gasped in astonishment. Setting aside the celestial blood, just a single immortal herb, perhaps the entire vast world could not yield it. No wonder the Emperor of Nine Abyss reacted so intensely. Indeed, since the inception of the Taichu Divine Hall, the accumulated number of drunken immortal brews is probably not more than 100 jars. A sip can enable a quasi-emperor to directly break through a minor realm. Although this effect is only available once, it is more than sufficient. If a peak quasi-emperor drinks a sip, it could even aid in comprehending the laws of the emperor, making it easier to attain the emperor's position. Unfortunately, the method of crafting drunken immortal brew is known to very few beyond the ancient ones at the Taichu Divine Hall. Otherwise, with the giant family's resources, it would not be impossible to replicate. Bai Wang grinned broadly. The giant family's method of production. I have an idea. Giant Huaiyun's eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned to the Emperor of Nine Abyss, his gaze becoming fervent. I do not require your 100 jars of drunken immortal brew. I merely need 10 jars of drunken immortal brew along with the method of its production. This is our bottom line. If your Taichu Divine Hall agrees, then everything is negotiable. If not, Giant Huaiyun left his statement hanging, the implication unmistakable. The Emperor of Nine Abyss closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. As an esteemed emperor, the Lord of the Hall had never endured such humiliation. Yet the current situation was dire, and he had no choice but to bow his head and preserve his life. He did not believe that the giant family truly dared to kill him. I will agree to your terms. 5 imperial artifacts, 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, and the production method. But you must swear a heavenly oath and destroy all recording stones. The Emperor of Nine Abyss opened his eyes and stated, System, does the heavenly oath have any impact on me? No, your fate is void, and you are impervious to the heavenly oath. Giant Huaiyun felt an overwhelming joy within, yet maintained an outward calm as he nodded and smiled. Naturally, Elder Wandao, please assist me in drafting a heavenly contract. Giant Wandao, perceiving the smile on Giant Huaiyun's face, immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, a golden contract appeared out of thin air, filled with numerous clauses. He pointed, and the contract slowly floated before the Emperor of Nine Abyss. Take a look and see if there are any issues. The Emperor of Nine Abyss, with a dark expression, meticulously read through the contract's contents. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the contract. In an instant, the contract paper erupted in golden light, transforming into two streams of light that entered the bodies of giant Huaiyun and the Emperor of Nine Abyss. The heavenly contract was established, and any transgressor would face divine retribution. Giant Wandao nodded in satisfaction. Giant Huaiyun then waved his hand to put away the recording stone. The Emperor of Nine Abyss is indeed agreeable. Now, I would trouble you to write a handwritten letter so we can send someone to the Taichu Divine Hall for your release. The Emperor of Nine Abyss snorted coldly, receiving the jade slip handed over by Giant Wandao. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and infused a strand of divine thought into it. After opening his eyes, he coldly remarked, "Take it." Receiving the jade slip, Giant Wandao briefly scanned it with his consciousness, confirming its accuracy before nodding at Giant Huaiyun. "Elder Wandao, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to the Taichu Divine Hall." Giant Huaiyun clasped his hands. "A trivial matter, however. The Taichu Divine Hall is exceedingly distant from our giant family. Even at our speed, the round trip will take 3 days, so during these 3 days." Giant Wandao began. "Senior Baiwang will take good care of the Emperor of Nine Abyss," Giant Huaiyun said with a smile, glancing at Baiwang beside him. "Rest assured, I will certainly look after the old rascal of Nine Abyss." Baiwang grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white fangs. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Nine Abyss's expression darkened even further. "Haha, the young master is truly formidable. This is simply delightful. Just look at that old fellow's face. It's more grotesque than if he had eaten excrement." The members of the giant family erupted in laughter. Even the elders could not help but be amused by Giant Huaiyun's antics. Chapter 18. A stunning phenomenon, the Lotus of Chaos. "Enough, you've had your entertainment. Return to your cultivation," Giant Wandao commanded. "Yes, elder." The giant family members all bowed respectfully before returning to their respective places to begin their cultivation. "Remember to save me a jar of that drunken immortal brew. Don't let those old ancestors find out. Otherwise, I'll be banned from drinking again." Baiwang whispered to Giant Huaiyun in a hushed tone. "Of course." Giant Huaiyun smiled and nodded. After the members of the giant family dispersed, Giant Wandao approached Giant Huaiyun and jested, "Young master, your method of handling matters truly reflects the style of our family head from years past." Giant Huaiyun awkwardly chuckled. "Elder, you flatter me. I am merely relying on the family's influence. Though it may have a hint of leveraging the fox's might, it is indeed exhilarating. And to have a background yet not utilize it would be sheer folly. Oh, you. The giant family is certainly lively now." Giant Wandao chuckled, shaking his head. "Haha, this little Huaiyun is quite to my liking. I appreciate talents like you. Handsome and eloquent. Come, let us go drink together." Baiwang clapped Giant Huaiyun on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Wait, Baiwang, the family head is still awaiting the young master," Giant Wandao quickly interjected. "Oh, right, I almost forgot the important matter. We can drink another day, little Yunzi. Do not forget my drunken immortal brew." Baiwang scratched his head. "Rest assured, senior, I shall certainly remember," Giant Huaiyun assured. Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands and said, "This is splendid, Jiu Yuan, let us depart." The White Emperor, in high spirits, skipped away while dragging the sullen-faced Jiu Yuan Emperor. Utterly devoid of any semblance of imperial dignity, one can only imagine the dire fate that awaited Jiu Yuan at the hands of the White Emperor. "Young master, please follow me," Elder Jun Wandao stated. "Then I must trouble you to lead the way," Jun Huaiyun replied, his heart fluttering slightly. At last, the moment of meeting was at hand, and a sense of nervous anticipation enveloped him, though he bore the identity of a system editor. Confronting the true patriarch of the Jun family, who happened to be his father, naturally instilled a degree of anxiety and unease within him, fearing his true identity might be uncovered. "System, you won't expose my identity as an editor, will you?" "No chance of exposure. Is that for real? Don't lead me astray. Rest assured, I assure you, my system operates with utmost reliability." As Jun Huaiyun and Elder Jun Wandao traversed through the numerous palatial halls, the members of the Jun family bowed respectfully along the way, each exuding an aura rivaling that of the sacred realm, with some even on the cusp of becoming emperors. According to Elder Wandao, those residing within were the direct descendants of the Jun family, while the outer circles comprised collateral branches. The Jun family was structured with one main lineage and countless branches, with only the main lineage regarded as the absolute core. Moreover, Jun Huaiyun noticed that the concentration of celestial spirit energy within this realm was exponentially more potent than that of the outside world, almost approaching a liquid state. It is worth noting that celestial spirit energy is a far superior existence compared to ordinary spiritual energy. "Elder, what are those?" Jun Huaiyun inquired. Noticing numerous secret realms floating in the air, occasionally emanating powerful auras. "Those are the secluded cultivation realms of the family elders or the family army," Elder Wandao elucidated. "Our Jun family possesses an abundance of secret realms, each connecting to different small worlds, replete with various sacred herbs and elixirs. as well as some tamed magical beasts. These serve as training grounds for the younger generation. As they conversed, a colossal bridge of laws spanning the heavens came into view, radiating waves of disquieting energy. System, what is this? This is a bridge forged from pure law energy, and it can also test the purity of one's bloodline. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to ask further, Elder Wandao preempted him. This is the bridge of laws, constructed from the most pristine law energy. Only those of the Jun family's direct bloodline or beings of emperor rank can cross. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by the law's force. So it is, Jun Huaiyun thought, as he approached the bridge of laws, feeling his bloodlines stirring within him, resonating with the bridge. Young master, this bridge of laws not only tests bloodline purity, but can also manifest different phenomena based on that purity, Elder Wandao explained as he led the way. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, radiant golden lotuses blossomed along its edges, their petals composed of pure law energy, exuding an enigmatic aura. Generally, only members of the main lineage could activate silver heavenly lotuses, while core elders like myself could evoke golden lotuses. Only those with bloodline purity exceeding 90%. The most exceptional geniuses could awaken the 9-colored heavenly lotus, and even our family possesses very few of such individuals, mostly ancestral figures, including the family head, of course. Elder Wandao elaborated. System, what is my bloodline purity? Rest assured, the identity I have edited for you is genuine, with bloodline purity exceeding 90%. That is satisfactory. Jun Huaiyun replied. The moment his foot touched the bridge, it suddenly trembled violently, and 9 resplendent beams of light shot skyward, intertwining in the void to form a colossal 9-colored heavenly lotus. As the 9-colored heavenly lotus blossomed, its radiant light bathed the entire Jun family in an ethereal glow, even startling some of the elders in seclusion. What is this? The 9-colored heavenly lotus. Elder Wandao exclaimed, turning back with wide eyes. Not only Elder Wandao, but even Jun Huaiyun was astonished to find that the bridge of laws had vanished beneath him, replaced by layers of 9-colored heavenly lotuses. Their hues intertwined, enveloping Jun Huaiyun entirely. Good heavens, with a chaotic celestial body plus such a dense Jun family bloodline. This is indeed extraordinary. Is Jun Wuwang, the family head, truly comparable? This feels far more terrifying. Indeed, look at how the bridge beneath him has vanished. Even the family head did not produce such a phenomenon. The numerous elders of the Jun family appeared, collectively dumbfounded by the sight. How about that, host? This system guarantees excellence. Stick with me, and you'll enjoy the finest of both worlds, free from worries about daily meals, the system quipped. You certainly have some skills, little system, Jun Huaiyun replied. A more astonishing scene unfolded as the 9-colored heavenly lotuses began to merge, gradually transforming into a chaotic hue, an ancient and profound aura sweeping over the entire Jun family. The chaotic birth lotus? Could it be that the young master's bloodline purity has reached over 95%? Elder Wandao was left utterly bewildered. Before Jun Huaiyun could voice his thoughts, sounds of the void shattering resonated from all directions as figures soared from various secret realms of the Jun family, some riding swords, others atop gourds, a myriad of styles. Which friend is here to transcend tribulations, causing my alchemy furnace to explode? An elder, standing atop a cauldron still billowing with black smoke, suddenly emerged. Transcending what tribulation? This is a bloodline phenomenon. Don't embarrass yourself, old man, an elderly matron admonished, smacking the old man on the back of his head. So it is a bloodline phenomenon. Could this be the fabled chaotic lotus? It is said that only those with bloodline purity nearing that of the progenitor can trigger such occurrences, the elders murmured among themselves, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Old Wan, whose child is this? The elder atop the cauldron floated over to Elder Wandao, his eyes wide with astonishment. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Elder Wandao replied. This is Jun Huaiyun, the young master, son of the family head. What? Jun Wuwang's face is even colder than mine, and yet I have no offspring, the elder exclaimed, drawing disdainful looks from the surrounding elders. Well, what a lively scene. Little Yun, how did you stir up such a commotion? I could feel it from afar. A voice called from the distance, revealing the White Emperor, dragging the battered Jiu Yuan Emperor, who was swaying unsteadily. Upon seeing the spectacle, he couldn't help but drop Jiu Yuan onto the ground. By heavens, the chaotic lotus. Little Yun, what have you been consuming to grow? The White Emperor's fur bristled. Keep it low-key, Jun Huaiyun said, standing tall. Little Yun, no, Brother Yun, I will follow you from now on, the White Emperor said, rubbing his hands together and staring intently at Jun Huaiyun. As Jun Huaiyun turned to glance at Jiu Yuan, who was preparing to make a discreet exit, the White Emperor seized him, saying, Where do you think you're going? Today is a momentous occasion. You must express your sentiments. All right, let us depart quickly. They surely wish to meet the family head, and we should not intrude. The elderly matron who had just swatted the old man came over. Grabbing the alchemist by the ear and leading him away, while the other elders shared knowing smiles and bid their farewells. Little Yuan, I have always believed in you since you were young. Remember to think of me whenever good fortune comes your way, the White Emperor said with excitement. Rest assured, I will certainly keep you in mind, Jun Huaiyun replied with a gentle smile. That is splendid. Jiu Yuan, let us depart. I just taught you that new dog crawl technique. Have you mastered it? The White Emperor, thoroughly satisfied, dragged Jiu Yuan away. Young master, you truly astonish me. I believe the clan leader would be overjoyed to know this. At that moment, Jun Wandao gradually regained his composure. His expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at Jun Huaiyun. This is indeed the Chaos Lotus. Few within the Jun family have reached such heights. Chapter 19. The distinction between innate and acquired. Officially becoming the young master of the Jun family. At the terminus of the Law Bridge stood a colossal palace suspended amidst the clouds, crafted entirely from chaos celestial gold. Before the palace doors stood two venerable elders, each radiating formidable auras, rivaling that of Jun Wandao. Having encountered these two guardian elders, Jun Wandao stepped forward to pay his respects. If I am not mistaken, he is the young man who just awakened the Chaos Lotus manifestation. Indeed remarkable, far surpassing what I was capable of in my youth. The elder with red hair fixed an intense gaze upon Jun Huaiyun. Old flame, how dare you speak? In your day, you could barely traverse the Law Bridge. I felt embarrassed for you. The elder with blue hair scoffed at the red-haired elder's remarks. You, if you're unconvinced, let us have a duel. The red-haired elder's beard bristled with indignation. Let us fight then. Do you think I fear you? The blue-haired elder was about to roll up his sleeves for a brawl. But fortunately, Jun Wandao intervened hurriedly. Enough, enough. Elders, please refrain from squabbling. The clan leader is awaiting us. Jun Wandao chided. You should express gratitude to the clan leader. Otherwise, you would be in for a beating from me. Come and fight. Blue hair, who is afraid of whom? After much persuasion from Jun Wandao, the two elders begrudgingly made way. Upon pushing open the palace doors, they were greeted by an expansive universe, countless stars swirling above, with a vast river of stars beneath their feet. In the depths of the cosmos stood a figure, clad in golden attire, white hair like snow, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Clan leader Jun Wuwang, the young master has arrived. Jun Wandao spoke with deep reverence. The figure slowly turned, and as Jun Huaiyun beheld him, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of suffocation. It was a visage of unparalleled beauty, with brows like swords, eyes like stars, and a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet what astonished Jun Huaiyun the most was the overwhelming aura of the great Tao emanating from Jun Wuwang, whose mere gesture seemed to reshape the boundless cosmos. His power was unquestionably far superior to that of an emperor. Yuan. Upon seeing the familiar face, Jun Wuwang softly called, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Father. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jun Huaiyun felt warmth welling in his eyes. Despite this being their first encounter, and the circumstances being orchestrated, he felt an inexplicable kinship, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Perhaps he had never truly experienced paternal love. In either this life or the past, it was his first genuine encounter with what it meant to have a father. With this thought, Jun Huaiyun stepped forward a few paces, solemnly bowing. Father, your son has returned. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You have endured much hardship over the years. Jun Wuwang repeated the word thrice, extending his hand to lift Jun Huaiyun. I am well, father. Jun Huaiyun shook his head. Jun Wuwang scrutinized Jun Huaiyun closely. Growing increasingly satisfied, a chaos celestial body, chaos celestial bones, and your cultivation has reached the path establishment realm, with a solid foundation, remarkable, truly remarkable. You far surpass what I was in my youth. Jun Wandao chimed in with a smile. Clan leader. Today the young master made the Nine Abyss Emperor bark like a dog at our doorstep, leaving the Taichu Divine Hall utterly humiliated. That was splendid. Those old fools at the Taichu Divine Hall have long irked me. They certainly deserved a lesson. After chuckling, Jun Wuwang's expression turned serious. However, the Taichu Divine Hall is known for its vengefulness. After such humiliation, they are unlikely to let it go easily. Though they may not dare to declare war on our Jun family, we can expect a variety of underhanded tactics. Jun Huaiyun patted his chest confidently. Father, rest assured. I will handle it. If those old fools dare to come, I shall teach them a lesson in no time. He was actually hoping the Taichu Divine Hall would seek him out. If they didn't cause trouble, how could he earn editing points and modification points? Truly my son. Fear not. If they dare to bully you, I wouldn't mind revisiting the Taichu Divine Hall for old time's sake. Jun Wuwang laughed heartily. Clan leader. We could directly annihilate the Taichu Divine Hall. Jun Wandao suddenly interjected. Cough, cough. Jun Wuwang's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze piercing as he regarded Jun Wandao. Elder Wandao. While the Taichu Divine Hall may not rival our Jun family, it remains a formidable power with a legacy spanning countless generations, possessing immense depth. Furthermore, Our ancient ancestors do not reside within the celestial realm. Moreover, the myriad realms will soon be faced with an impending cataclysm. Now is not the time to engage in a full-scale war with the Taichu Divine Hall. One misstep could unravel everything. If we were to battle the Taichu Divine Hall, the entire celestial realm would descend into chaos. Jun Wuwang spoke with gravity. Indeed, while our Jun family has the strength to obliterate the Taichu Divine Hall, such an act would disrupt the balance of the celestial realm, jeopardizing our plans across the realms, an outcome we do not wish to witness. As the clan leader, it is my duty to consider the Jun family's interests. However, if the Taichu Divine Hall becomes excessively arrogant, they should not blame our family for the consequences. Father, what is this cataclysm? Jun Huaiyun asked, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. At your current level, it is too early for you to grasp such matters. You will come to understand in due time. Jun Wuwang shook his head. By the way, let me see to what extent your chaos celestial body has awakened. Jun Wuwang extended a hand and pressed it against Jun Huaiyun's forehead, a gentle power surging into his body. Jun Huaiyun made no resistance. Trusting in the system's capabilities, believing that Jun Wuwang would not sense any anomalies. Oh, such a powerful chaos celestial body. This is unprecedented. Could it be that your chaos celestial body was not formed through acquisition, but is indeed innate? Jun Wuwang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he carefully sensed the energy. Though the difference between innate and acquired is merely a single character, the disparity is monumental. Indeed, it is an innate chaos celestial body, truly a boon for our Jun family. Jun Wuwang was so excited he could hardly articulate his thoughts, each probe of his divine sense igniting further exhilaration. Father, is there a difference between innate and acquired? Jun Huaiyun inquired, bewildered. Though he had perused numerous fantasy novels in his past life, none had delineated the distinction between innate and acquired clearly. They seemed largely comparable. Yuner, observed closely. Jun Wuwang composed himself, inhaling deeply as he waved his hand to conjure a star map in the void. The star map revealed two ethereal images of chaos blue lotuses, one rooted in the void, the other rising to the surface. The acquired chaos celestial body resembles the lotus that surfaces. While it can absorb chaos energy for cultivation, it requires considerable effort and external guidance, limiting its potential. As he spoke, Jun Wuwang flicked his finger, sending a beam of golden light into the acquired chaos lotus. Jun Huaiyun watched as the surface lotus began to slowly absorb the surrounding celestial aura. Now, regarding the innate chaos celestial body. Suddenly, the lotus rooted in the void burst forth with a brilliance of countless rays, its petals adorned with myriad chaos runes. Autonomously and rapidly absorbing the surrounding celestial energy at an astonishing speed, far surpassing the previous lotus, an entirely different echelon. The innate chaos celestial body is born of chaos. Nurtured by chaos, capable of resonating with the myriad paths of the universe, with limitless potential. It can autonomously absorb surrounding spiritual energy, accelerating cultivation, and even undergo infinite evolution. Surpassing all, historical records indicate that if the innate chaos celestial body is cultivated to its utmost limit, there exists a possibility of transformation, achieving the status of a master over the chaos Tao. Such a realm is one that even the most powerful beings of the celestial path gaze upon in reverence. Jun Wuwang's eyes shone with brilliant radiance. Jun Huaiyun, probing his consciousness within, discovered that the myriad meridians within him incessantly inhaled and exhaled vast amounts of chaotic energy. Even without active cultivation, his cultivation level was gradually ascending, clearly a characteristic of the innate chaos celestial body. This system guarantees excellence. Indeed, this is the highest grade innate chaos celestial body, one of a kind. What do you think? Isn't this system impressive? At this juncture, the system could not resist a touch of vanity. Heaven bless the Jun family. With such a prodigious child, what is there to fear regarding our grand aspirations? Jun Wuwang was notably elated. As if struck by inspiration, he retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. This is the pendant of the Jun family, the insignia of the Jun family heir, and today I bestow it upon you. No one is more suited to this role than you. Jun Huaiyun accepted the pendant and immediately felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding into his mind, encompassing the secrets and techniques of the Jun family. Thank you, Father. After assimilating the knowledge, Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jun Wuwang. This is your due, and your identity as the Jun family heir cannot rely solely on me. This was a decision made collectively by the ancestors. You are now officially the Jun family heir, and you may freely access the resources of the Jun family, including the military, among others. Jun Wuwang waved his hand dismissively. Father, are you aware of the circumstances regarding my mother? Jun Huaiyun hesitated momentarily before speaking. Chapter 20. The White Sovereign seems rather unreliable. The system provided scant background information, particularly concerning his mother. She is no longer in the celestial realm. Once you reach the imperial realm, I shall reveal everything to you. A flicker of complexity crossed Jun Wuwang's eyes. Jun Huaiyun exhaled deeply, hoping that the narrative would not be one of tragedy, such as a difficult birth, demise, or other convoluted tales. He refrained from further questioning about his mother, sensing that Jun Wuwang's emotional turmoil hinted at deeper secrets. Enough for today, Elder Jun. I entrust you to familiarize Huaiyun with the Jun family. Jun Wuwang addressed Jun Wandao, who stood nearby. Yes, Patriarch. Jun Wandao responded with a bow. Then, Father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now. Just as Jun Huaiyun prepared to exit, Jun Wuwang called out to him. In the future, pursue your endeavors without hesitation or concern. The Jun family shall always be your steadfast support, not only in this celestial realm, but across all heavens and realms. Our family has never feared anyone, much less been intimidated. Thank you for your concern, Father. I shall take my leave now. Jun Huaiyun nodded. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. White Sovereign, the young master and patriarch are inside. Do not intrude recklessly. No, I am here to find Xiao Yunzi. I have news to share with him. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Wuwang's brow furrowed slightly, and he waved his hand to open the hall doors, revealing the White Sovereign entering the grand hall with a recording stone clutched in his mouth. What is it, White Sovereign? Jun Wuwang inquired. The White Sovereign spat out the recording stone and exclaimed excitedly. The image of that old rascal Jun barking has spread far and wide. Now the entire celestial realm is abuzz with this news. Jun Wandao's expression shifted slightly. How could that be? The recording stone was clearly with me. No. Where's my recording stone? Jun Wandao patted his sleeve, his expression suddenly freezing. The White Sovereign grinned. Haha, I discreetly took it when you weren't paying attention. Such a marvelous item deserves to be shared with the celestial realm. How dare you steal from me again? Jun Wandao fumed, his anger palpable. Yet Jun Wuwang laughed heartily. No matter, let it spread, so all shall know the consequences of provoking the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun watched this scene unfold, secretly amused, realizing that the Taichu temple would surely be infuriated. However, this was advantageous. The more enraged Taichu temple became, the less rational they would be, leading them to make mistakes, allowing him to happily accumulate editing points. By the way, where is Zhu? Jun Huaiyun suddenly noticed Zhu was not beside the White Sovereign. That old rascal is in the dungeon. When I conveyed this news to him, he fainted from anger once again. The White Sovereign said nonchalantly. Xiao Yunzi, are you missing him? The White Sovereign teased, a smirk on his face. Not really, Jun Huaiyun shrugged. How about this? I can project it for you. The White Sovereign waved his paw, and the scene of the dungeon materialized in the air, revealing the Emperor Zhu lying on the ground in a most disheveled state, looking utterly despondent. Not you again, scram. Upon seeing the White Sovereign, Emperor Zhu immediately jolted awake and retreated in panic. What have you done to him that he fears you so? Seeing the look of terror on Emperor Zhu's face, Jun Wuwang could not help but chuckle. It's nothing much. I've taught him several techniques, such as the dog crawl and dog squat. You must admit, he picks up quickly. Don't you think it's a testament to my teaching prowess? The White Sovereign crossed his arms, quite pleased with himself. Speaking of the recording stone, I nearly forgot. We have signed a heavenly Dao oath with that old Zhu. The White Sovereign suddenly exploded, his fur standing on end. The hall fell silent in an instant. The heavenly Dao oath stipulates that the recording stone must not be disseminated. Now, look, not only will the Taichu temple withhold the imperial weapons and drunken immortal brew, but our Jun family will also suffer the backlash of the heavenly Dao. These are secondary concerns. The main issue is that my fur is not resistant to lightning and could get scorched. The White Sovereign clutched his head, a mournful expression on his face. Haha, you deserve it for daring to violate the heavenly Dao oath. I genuinely wish to see the heavenly Dao smite every member of your Jun family. Emperor Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. Jun Wandao chuckled. Little Bai, you are still too young. What? I'm too young. The White Sovereign's eyes bulged with disbelief. Jun Wandao slowly extended his left hand from his sleeve, giving a slight wave towards Jun Huaiyun, causing a scroll of shimmering golden contract to materialize from Jun Huaiyun's body. Jun Wandao unfurled the contract and pointed to the bottom line, which was so small it was nearly illegible. Do you see this? The aforementioned terms do not apply to the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun leaned closer to examine, nearly bursting into laughter. That line was as small as an ant, deliberately written in a faint golden hue that blended seamlessly with the background, rendering it nearly invisible without a magnifying glass. It was evident that Zhu had been played for a fool. How about that? We are not only exempt from adhering to the heavenly Dao oath, but the Taichu temple will still deliver the imperial weapons and drunken immortal brew. Jun Wandao raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. The White Sovereign stood in stunned silence, finally regaining his wits and erupting in laughter. Ha! Jun Wandao, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly convinced. I thought the drunken immortal brew was lost. That foolish Huaiyun has been completely outwitted by us. Suddenly, the anguished roar of Emperor Jian echoed in their ears. Jun Wandao, how dare you tamper with the contract? I will never forgive you. Jun Wandao cleared his ears and retorted, Brother Huaiyun, you personally signed the contract. If you wish to blame someone, blame your failing eyesight for not seeing the small print. You should pray that your Taichu temple acts swiftly, otherwise, the heavenly Tao may personally pay you a visit for tea. Huaiyun fainted from rage once more. At that moment, an elder from the Jun family entered and respectfully addressed Jun Wuwang. Reporting to the clan leader, chaos is erupting across the celestial realm. As everyone is abuzz discussing the new talents of the Huaiyun emperor, let us unveil it for all to hear and behold the magnificent masterpiece of this emperor. The white sovereign chuckled. The elder promptly opened the jade slip in his hand, revealing a series of images before the audience. Have you heard? The Huaiyun emperor of the Taichu Divine Hall is actually a dog demon in disguise, with the recording stones as proof. Woof, woof, woof. Is that how it sounds? This bark is even more resonant than that of your canine majesty. Truly, those from the Taichu Divine Hall learn with remarkable speed. It is said that the Taichu Divine Hall is offering high prices to buy back all recording stones, exchanging one stone for a vial of second-tier golden elixir. Is that true? I must quickly make several copies. This is a golden opportunity for wealth. Brother, don't even think about it. Someone just attempted that and was discovered by the Taichu Divine Hall, leading to the annihilation of his entire clan in their wrath. Jun Wandao remarked with a grin, now? The Taichu Divine Hall must be furious, suffering losses of imperial weapons and the drunken immortal brew, all while being driven mad by these recording stones. By the way, what did you just say about the drunken immortal brew? Jun Wuwang seized the white sovereign by the neck. I said nothing, the white sovereign protested vigorously. It's not that I refuse to let you drink. You seem to have forgotten the last time you got drunk on the immortal brew and danced at the Jun family's doorstep. Jun Wuwang sighed in exasperation. Jun Huaiyun widened his eyes. Father, is there such a story about the white sovereign? Jun Wuwang held his forehead in resignation, saying, let us not dwell on it. The scene was too beautiful. I dare not imagine it. Because of that incident, I was scolded by the ancestor for several days, and from that moment on, the white sovereign was forbidden from drinking. The white sovereign struggled to defend himself. That was a matter of the wine. I have always been composed and dignified. The crowd collectively cast skeptical glances at him. Enough. Go about your own business. Great elder, I trouble you to guide Huaiyun in familiarizing himself with the Jun family. Jun Wuwang released the white sovereign and addressed Jun Wandao. I shall take care of this. The white sovereign exclaimed, his ears perked up. How does this seem rather unreliable? Observing the eager white sovereign, Jun Wuwang's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 21. The Exaggerated Young Master's Imperial Palace. Unconventional Tactics. Come, little Yunzi. I shall show you what constitutes the pinnacle of opulent abodes in the celestial realm. The white sovereign excitedly wagged his tail, waving a paw as a spatial tunnel materialized out of thin air. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Jun Huaiyun barely had time to react before he was unceremoniously thrust into the spatial tunnel by the white sovereign. The tunnel promptly closed behind them. This child has just arrived home, and the white sovereign is already this enthusiastic. What is going on? Such occurrences have never happened before. I concede that Huaiyun is rather handsome. Comparable to myself, yet the white sovereign is no mere beauty enthusiast. Jun Wuwang stroked his chin, glancing at the grinning Jun Wandao beside him. Clan leader, you may not be aware of this incident. It transpired at the Jun family's doorstep. White sovereign, slow down. I'm feeling dizzy. Jun Huaiyun felt the world spin, only to be abruptly dropped from a great height, a few crows swirling above his head. Here we are. Behold, the exclusive imperial palace of the Jun family's young master, a unique marvel in the entire celestial realm. Following the direction of the white sovereign's paw, Jun Huaiyun gazed into the distance, where, amidst the sea of clouds, a magnificent imperial palace loomed, surrounded by spiraling streams of ethereal energy. That is the imperial palace. Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. Even from this distance, he could sense an overwhelming celestial majesty, as if standing before an unparalleled celestial emperor. Indeed, the imperial palace of the Jun family's young master was constructed with great effort. Let me tell you, it was a collaborative endeavor of many ancestors, utilizing 500 varieties of celestial gold and divine materials, taking several centuries to build. The white sovereign proudly lifted his head, leading Jun Huaiyun towards the imperial palace, with each step causing lotus-like paths of energy to bloom beneath their feet. At this sight, Jun Huaiyun could not help but remark, does this path have special effects? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Extravagance? Young people simply do not comprehend fashion. Do you not understand the grandeur of the Jun family's young master? The white sovereign's eyes widened in indignation. As they approached, the full majesty of the imperial palace gradually revealed itself, a resplendent purple gold structure. flanked by 12 ancient divine beast statues, each emanating an awe-inspiring imperial might. Furthermore, the palace's floor was laid with the legendary enlightenment stones. Do you see? This material, if placed elsewhere, could incite an immortal battle over a piece the size of a fingernail, yet here in the Jun family, it is merely used for flooring. You may tread upon it freely, and even if damaged, there are no repercussions. Is that so? Let me see how it feels. Curiously, Jun Huaiyun crouched down to touch the ground, and instantly, a profound resonance echoed in his mind, a torrent of cultivation insights flooding into his consciousness. Startled, Jun Huaiyun quickly withdrew his hand, astonished. This is absurdly luxurious. The Enlightenment Stones, such treasures are rare in any fantasy novel, yet here in the Jun family, they merely serve as flooring, truly a display of utmost opulence. And this is just the beginning. Beyond the palace floor, even the walls are crafted from heavenly heart gold, and the toilets are sculpted from 9-turned celestial jade. The White Sovereign whispered conspiratorially. Wait, I can understand the flooring and walls, but why emphasize the toilets? Jun Huaiyun interjected, utterly bemused. Hee, you wouldn't know this, would you? Because sitting upon it can lead to sudden enlightenment. Back when your father, Jun Wuong, was still the young master, he had a moment of epiphany while using the restroom and created the renowned Xianyuan shock chi technique that reverberates throughout the celestial realm. This secret I share with you. Do not disclose it to outsiders. The White Sovereign leaned in closer to Jun Huaiyun's ear, whispering. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect is that the interior of the imperial palace constitutes a small world of its own, with a time flow rate 1/10 that of the outside. This means that 10 days of cultivation within equates to 1 day outside, which is immensely coveted by the Jun family's numerous prodigies. The White Sovereign elaborated while guiding Jun Huaiyun through the imperial palace. This is simply an unfair advantage for cultivation. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He initially thought the young master's imperial palace was merely a residence, only to discover it harbors so many functions, enlightenment stones, time dilation, truly invincible. Little Yunzi, for now, do not concern yourself with cultivation. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the defensive formations, as you will soon have your hands full. The White Sovereign suddenly grinned mischievously. What do you mean, Senior White Sovereign? Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow slightly. It signifies that the new young master of the Jun family has taken residence in the imperial palace. Don't miss this opportunity as you pass by. The White Sovereign suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the entire Jun family. As his words echoed, a multitude of luminous streaks lit up above the imperial palace, and hundreds of youthful figures, each exuding formidable auras, appeared outside the palace. Is it the Jun family's young master? Since when was the position of our Jun family's young master established? I have only just emerged from seclusion. One of them remarked. It seems that the ancestors made a collective decision, as they curiously debated, but would not genuinely provoke each other. Such foolish plots could hardly unfold. This promises to be entertaining. Over the years, several younglings have fought tooth and nail for the position of the Jun family's young master, only to have you swoop in unexpectedly. The White Sovereign commented gleefully. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched slightly as he remarked. Why do I have the impression that you are rather pleased? How could I not be delighted? I, the Emperor, take great pleasure in witnessing the lively spectacle, especially when those arrogant little imps who usually look down on everyone find themselves in a predicament, the White Emperor replied, his tail wagging briskly, a look of triumph adorning his face. Will they harbor resentment against me? Jun Huaiyun inquired. They may not hate you, but they certainly find you irksome. However, fret not. According to the Jun family regulations, once your position as the young master is confirmed, it cannot be altered unless you willingly relinquish it. They might merely seek an opportunity to vent their frustrations on you, but they would not dare to take more serious action. The Jun family encourages healthy competition but frowns upon malicious harm, lest one be expelled from the family, the White Emperor explained, his excitement palpable. So, there's no need for concern. Jun Huaiyun looked around at the young disciples of the Jun family, each one a paragon of the main lineage, their auras surpassing the sacred realm. In contrast, he, having practiced for merely a short time, was but a fledgling in the entry realm, nowhere near the rank of the kings. The few who contended for the position of the Jun family's young master undoubtedly wielded powers far beyond the sacred realm. Especially given that the Jun family was an immortal lineage, these young prodigies would have exceptional combat capabilities, making the challenge exceedingly daunting. Every one of these prodigies surpasses me in rank, White Emperor, Jun Huaiyun lamented. Rest assured, with me by your side, I shall ensure that when you receive your beating, it shall be done with elegance, and your cries will be melodious, the White Emperor retorted. Jun Huaiyun was left speechless, contemplating that were he not at a disadvantage against the White Emperor, he might have been tempted to deliver a beating himself, truly the epitome of a best friend gone awry. As their banter continued, a streak of light zipped through the distance, arriving before the imperial palace in an instant. A young man clad in white emerged, his countenance stern, 9 flying swords hovering behind him. exuding an overwhelming aura of sword energy. It was Jun Jiujian, one of the candidates for the position of the Jun family's young master, renowned for his unparalleled prowess in the sword arts. Having single-handedly challenged innumerable prodigies in the Immortal Domain, famously known as the Nine Swords, invincible across the land. His arrival sent shockwaves through the Jun family. Is Jun Jiujian truly that formidable? Jun Huaiyun inquired curiously. Little Yunzi, how can you question that? Those who ascend to the ranks of the Nine Saints are anything but weak. The White Emperor replied with a glance. The younger generation of the Jun family is often referred to as the Nine Saints and Three Emperors. The Nine Saints are the most powerful among the current generation, each capable of overwhelming countless prodigies from various factions without ever facing defeat. Above the Nine Saints lie the three young emperors, whose strength is even more terrifying and who possess a greater likelihood of becoming the Jun family's young master. Each of them harbors an exceptionally potent physique, destined to achieve at least the status of an emperor. Had it not been for your sudden return, the position of young master would likely have fallen to one of those 12. The news of Jun Huaiyun's ascension to young master immediately captured the attention of Jun Jiujian, one of the Nine Saints. Naturally, those who could rise to the status of prodigies within the Jun family were no fools. They would not mindlessly provoke Jun Huaiyun by claiming he was unworthy of the title. Upon hearing the White Emperor's explanation, Jun Huaiyun nodded, acknowledging that Jun Jiujian indeed possessed extraordinary talent. However, what astonished him most was that Jun Jiujian did not rudely intrude into the palace, but instead stood outside, cupping his hands in greeting. I, Jun Jiujian, have come to pay my respects to the young master. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the imperial palace. Jun Huaiyun exchanged glances with the White Emperor, who displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Ah, this lad certainly understands manners, not barging in uninvited. Not only the White Emperor, but even Jun Huaiyun felt a tinge of surprise. According to the typical tropes of fantasy novels, Jun Jiujian should have mindlessly provoked him, inciting the elders of the Jun family to step in and teach him a lesson. This was entirely out of the ordinary. After all, as a prodigy of the immortal lineage, how could he commit such a discourteous act? Jun Huaiyun found this entirely reasonable. It highlighted the prestige of a top-tier family, where mindless provocations simply did not exist. He had merely grown accustomed to the cliches of reckless challenges and irrational plots, hence feeling somewhat out of place. Since Jun Jiujian, my kin, has come to visit, let us converse inside. Chapter 22. Fooling around, the sword enthusiast Jun Jiujian. Then it would be my honor to comply. Jun Jiujian adjusted his attire and, under the envious gazes of the crowd, stepped into the imperial palace, the 9 flying swords orbiting gracefully around him. Wow, with such an imposing presence, one might think he has come to wreak havoc. The White Emperor whispered, covering his mouth with a paw. Although his voice was hushed, it still reached Jun Jiujian's ears. He momentarily paused, his lips twitching, but quickly regained his composure. He strode purposefully to Jun Huaiyun, solemnly cupping his fists in salute. I am Jun Jiujian, honored to meet the young master for the first time. Jun Huaiyun, eager to show respect, promptly returned the gesture. No need for such formalities, brother. We are all members of the Jun family and may address each other as brothers in private. Jun Jiujian acknowledged this courtesy, and he too returned the favor. For that was his nature. Should Jun Jiujian have acted unreasonably, he would not have hesitated to respond in kind. He reserved his gentle demeanor solely for those within his circle. That cannot be. Courtesy must be upheld, since the ancestors have designated you as the young master. The requisite formalities must not be overlooked, Jun Jiujian stated with grave seriousness. Indeed, indeed. Little Yunzi, you are now the young master of the Jun family, representing the family's greatest prestige. How could you allow others to address you so casually? The White Emperor chimed in enthusiastically, nodding fervently and even winking at Jun Jiujian. Elder White, my name is Jun Jiujian, not Little Sword, Jun Jiujian replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Oh, why fuss over such trivialities? Names are merely titles. Look at me, I am called the White Emperor, yet privately, Little Yunzi calls me Dogzi. The White Emperor replied nonchalantly, waving a paw dismissively. Elder White, when did I ever? Jun Huaiyun began, but was promptly silenced by the White Emperor's paw. Seeing the antics of the man and the dog resume, Jun Jiujian took a deep breath and said, Young master, to speak frankly, I have come today to seek some guidance. The sudden silence was palpable. A familiar scenario unfolding, yet with a twist. Indeed, this was the essence of the fantasy realm. Jun Huaiyun blinked and turned to the White Emperor. What was it you said earlier about ensuring I maintain elegance while receiving my beating? Yes, finally. It is about to begin. I have awaited this moment for so long. The White Emperor exclaimed, spinning in excitement. Without a hint of hesitation, he produced a small notebook and began jotting down notes. Go for it, Little Sword. Let Little Yunzi witness the prowess of the Jun family's 9 saints. Jun Jian gazed at the ecstatic White Emperor in exasperation. Elder White, I did not come to challenge the young master to a fight. Then what are you here for? Surely you are not here for tea. The White Emperor replied, disappointment evident in his tone. It is for a sparring session. I have heard the young master has returned, possessing the Chaos Immortal Body. The Nine Swords yearn to witness the power of the Chaos Immortal Body, Jun Jian clarified. Then turned to Jun Huaiyun, his expression earnest, devoid of any contempt. Well, Jun Huaiyun scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. This was entirely different from his initial expectation of an antagonistic confrontation. The other party's attitude was so humble, simply seeking to spar. However, the issue was that his current cultivation was far too low to be a match for Jun Jian. As for engaging in battle at the same level, he felt a twinge of reluctance within. How about this, cousin? You see, I have just entered the Dao realm, while you have already reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. The disparity is rather significant, wouldn't you agree? Jun Jian paused for a moment, and after a careful reflection, he suddenly came to a realization. I sincerely apologize, young master. It was indeed unwise of me to overlook this. He pondered for a moment before adding, perhaps I could suppress my cultivation to match your level, which would render the contest equitable, wouldn't you think? No. Little Jian, that would be blatantly unfair. Even if you were to suppress your realm, your combat experience and insights remain far superior. Little Yunzi has barely even touched a sword, exclaimed Bai Huang, suddenly leaping up, his voice resonating. Moreover, little Yunzi has just returned to the Jun family and hasn't even begun to practice the divine arts yet. Oh, do you have a brilliant idea? Senior Bai Huang? Jun Jian inquired, his heart filled with anticipation. Jun Huaiyun cast a glance at Bai Huang, surprised that he could offer such sensible advice at a crucial moment. Although he was unafraid of anyone at the same realm, Bai Huang's ability to consider his perspective genuinely moved him. Bai Huang, I apologize for misjudging you. I had no idea you were so thoughtful. However, in the next moment, Bai Huang interjected, perhaps we should allow little Yunzi to use only one hand. No, just a single finger. The chaotic immortal body is immensely powerful and invincible within the same realm. We must impose restrictions on little Yunzi to ensure fairness and excitement. Jun Huaiyun thought to himself. So I was merely moved by Bai Huang's words. Truly, he is the best kind of troublesome friend. Yet, he found it even more difficult to comprehend that Jun Jian was genuinely contemplating the suggestion. Senior Bai Huang makes a valid point. I wholeheartedly agree, Jun Jian replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Wait, I am not yet powerful enough to fight with just one finger. Jun Huaiyun hurriedly gestured in protest. I have just returned to the Jun family and am still unfamiliar with the family's techniques. Furthermore, I have only recently awakened my chaotic immortal body and have had little time to cultivate. How about this? Grant me some time to train, and then we can spar at a later date, Jun Huaiyun proposed. With the assistance of the system's edited techniques and the time dilation within the Imperial Palace, he figured that a week of training would suffice. Jun Jian's expression wavered with indecision. Oh dear, little Jian, why the hurry? There's no need for immediate sparring, and besides, little Yunzi cannot escape. Do you know what the most formidable aspect of the Imperial Palace is? Bai Huang exclaimed, jumping between the two with great enthusiasm. Oh, pray tell. What is it? Jun Jian inquired, successfully diverted from his previous contemplation. Why, it is the 9-turn immortal jade toilet. Just sit upon it, and... Bai Huang whispered mischievously, but before he could finish, Jun Huaiyun swiftly covered his mouth. Cousin, do not listen to his nonsense. How about I take you on a tour of the Imperial Palace instead? I hear you have a keen interest in swordsmanship, and coincidentally, our palace houses a vast collection of sword manuals from our ancestors. Jun Huaiyun chuckled awkwardly, having discerned that Jun Jian was a sword enthusiast, making him relatively easy to manage, especially after Bai Huang's earlier introduction to the palace. Oh, the Imperial Palace has a sword pavilion? Is that true? Jun Jian's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, not only are there sword manuals, but also insights left behind by generations of our ancestors regarding swordsmanship. Perhaps Brother Jian could gain some new insights into techniques. Jun Huaiyun thought to himself, relieved to have shifted the conversation away from the embarrassing topic of the toilet. Bai Huang, breaking free from Jun Huaiyun's grasp, muttered in dissatisfaction, Humph, how boring. I was hoping to witness some excitement. Jun Jian, unable to contain his enthusiasm, clasped his hands and said, Then I shall trouble you, young master, to lead the way. As Jun Huaiyun guided Jun Jian to the Imperial Palace's sword pavilion, Jian was instantly captivated by the walls adorned with sword manuals and the central sword monument. These are all treasures, he exclaimed, quickly engrossed in his observations, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. See that? This is the power of wisdom, the art of distraction. Would you like to learn? Jun Huaiyun smugly whispered to Bai Huang. Bai Huang scoffed, Humph, merely a clever trick. Do you really think this is the end? Just wait, the other 8 of the 9 saints. along with the 3 young emperors, will come knocking soon enough. Seriously? Jun Huaiyun's smile faltered. At that moment, Jun Zhujian suddenly trembled, his entire being radiating a formidable and profound sword intent. Wow, this kid has grasped enlightenment so swiftly. This is the sword intent of the ancestor of annihilation from the Jun family. His talent is indeed remarkable, Bai Huang remarked with an expression of astonishment. Jun Huaiyun quickly pulled Bai Huang out of the sword pavilion, saying, "Let us not disturb him." Back in the imperial palace, Jun Huaiyun sighed deeply, at last. I've managed to navigate through one situation. Lacking strength is quite inconvenient. It seems I must devote more time to cultivating my power. Although he possessed extraordinary talent, he still required considerable time to refine his abilities. The idea of having Jun Zhujian lower his realm for a duel was something he was reluctant to entertain. Lowering one's realm would only hinder Jun Zhujian, preventing him from showcasing his true strength. Even if Jun Huaiyun were to win, it would hold little significance. Either we do not fight, or we engage in a straightforward battle at the same realm, rather than having the opponent lower their level. That would only hinder their true potential and prevent an exhilarating clash. Come now, little Yunzi, he genuinely seeks to learn from you. Bai Huang rolled his eyes. I understand. But you also see the gulf between us. Accepting a challenge now would only lead to humiliation for me. And I am not accustomed to having others lower themselves to my level for a fight. Jun Huaiyun replied with a resigned expression. That is a fair point. However, do you think this is the end? I remember that aside from Jun Zhujian, there are other saints still within the Jun family. Bai Huang pondered for a moment before a sly smile crossed his face. Chapter 23, One After Another, Enlightenment of the Divine Artifact. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to speak, a clear voice echoed from outside the imperial palace. Jun Wuchen has come to pay respects to the young master. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Huaiyun's expression fell. Another one. At that moment, Bai Huang was already bouncing with excitement. Quickly. This time, we're not playing with swords, but with fire. Be careful not to set the imperial palace ablaze. Jun Huaiyun facepalmed. Can I not request to close the doors to visitors? That won't do. As the young master, you cannot neglect your kin. Open the door. Bai Huang declared with righteous indignation. Fine, Jun Huaiyun sighed, opening the grand doors of the imperial palace. There stood a young man with fiery red hair, surrounded by a faint divine flame, his pupils ablaze with a crimson hue. Jun Wuchen of the 9 Saints has come to seek guidance from the young master upon hearing of your return, he said, bowing respectfully, his eyes glinting with a flicker of combat intent. Before Jun Huaiyun could respond, Bai Huang interjected, Little Chinchun. Your young master says he cannot contend with you at this moment. Please return in a few days. Jun Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. Why must I wait a few days? He had yet to grasp the reasoning behind this. Because he has just entered the Dao realm. Do you truly think it fair for a peak sacred realm fire cultivator to bully a novice in the Dao realm? Bai Huang replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuchen's expression turned slightly awkward. I see now, it was indeed thoughtless of me. How about this? I shall refrain from using flames and instead challenge you to a contest of martial arts. Jun Huaiyun hastily waved his hand, saying, No need. Since my cousin has traveled a long distance, why not take a tour of the imperial palace first? I have everything here, swords and flames, alchemical formulas, you name it. Bai Huang rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, Here we go again. However, unexpectedly, it proved effective as Jun Wuchen's eyes lit up. Really? Do you have the formula for the burning heaven pill used by the ancient flame emperor? After all, being the heir to the imperial palace, the secrets within were known to very few, primarily those few esteemed ancestors. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no knowledge of alchemy, so how could he confirm the existence of such formulas? Of course there is. Not only do we have the formula, but we also possess the alchemical furnace used by the Flame Emperor himself. Bai Huang interjected to save the situation, explaining that the Flame Emperor had once discussed Dao with the ancestor of the Jun family and left behind the furnace he had utilized. Please guide us, young master. Jun Wuchen's interest was piqued immediately. Thus, under Jun Huaiyun's persuasion, another one was secured. Observing Jun Wuchen's ecstatic demeanor as he held the formula for the Flame Emperor's pill, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but exclaim, how easily these Jun family prodigies can be swayed. Hearing this, Bai Huang couldn't suppress a chuckle. Do you think everyone is as brainless as the characters in those novels? Each of the Jun family's prodigies possesses exceptional temperament and talent. Jun Huaiyun frowned slightly. Novels? Bai Huang, what novels are you referring to? Does this fantastical world truly have novels? Are you unaware? There are many novels circulating in the celestial domain, of various kinds. Though I find them beneath my dignity, even a glance insults my intelligence, Bai Huang explained. I see. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. As they interacted, he felt they were quite amiable. I sense they are not particularly opposed to my ascension as the young master. Jun Huaiyun pondered softly. Stop right there. There is certainly some opposition, but more so curiosity. You must understand, geniuses are always intrigued by another genius. After all, you have suddenly become the young master of the Jun family. They cannot help but wonder what exceptional qualities you possess that led the ancestors to choose you as their heir. If it were you, wouldn't you be curious as well? Bai Huang remarked, shaking his head thoughtfully. As the man and his dog conversed, a sudden burst of sword energy erupted from the direction of the sword pavilion. And Jun Jiujian emerged. At that moment, his aura had become even more formidable, a faint sense of annihilation enveloping him. Thank you, young master. I have comprehended the sword intent of the annihilation ancestor, allowing me to break through the bottleneck that has plagued me for years. Jun Jiujian excitedly bowed deeply before Jun Huaiyun. There is no need for such formalities, cousin. This is your own fortune. Jun Huaiyun said as he helped Jun Jiujian to his feet. Jun Jiujian solemnly stated, this kindness will be forever etched in my heart. For now, let us set aside our sparring. Once the young master's cultivation further advances, I shall return to seek guidance again, and I hope the young master will not decline. After a final respectful bow, he turned to leave. At that moment, Jun Wuchen also emerged from the alchemy room, his face brimming with joy. Young master, this formula is immensely helpful to me. I am profoundly grateful. As for our sparring, we can discuss it another day. I shall return now to study the formula. Watching the two depart, Jun Huaiyun finally exhaled in relief. Don't rejoice too soon. That was just 2 of them. Let me count. There are still 7 more. Plus 3 lesser emperors, Bai Huang said mischievously, starting to tally with his paws. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from outside the palace. I am Jun Xianxia, here specifically to pay my respects to the young master. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Huang perked up instantly. Wow, that's little Yaya's voice. She's not so easily fooled. She specializes in illusions. Jun Huaiyun's expression shifted slightly. Can I pretend I'm not home? Don't even think about it. Little Yaya, come in quickly. The young master has been awaiting you. Bai Huang exclaimed, eagerly pushing open the door. Standing outside was a young girl clad in a light green gown, her beauty striking. Skin as radiant as jade, with flowing hair cascading down, exuding a fragrant aura. Upon seeing Bai Huang and Jun Huaiyun, she smiled sweetly. Greetings, young master. Xianxia has come. To seek guidance, perhaps? Why don't we first tour the imperial palace? I've heard you have considerable knowledge of illusions. Jun Huaiyun had already learned to respond proactively, a skill he had honed over time. Jun Xianxia blinked with a bright smile. Young master, how did you know I was here to seek guidance? Upon hearing this, Bai Huang smirked. Because 2 others have already come, and little Yunzi has developed a quick reaction. Oh, I see. But please rest assured, young master. I am not here to seek guidance, Jun Xianxia said with a playful laugh, covering her mouth. Ah, then what is your purpose? Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback. A hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. It seemed he had misunderstood. I came to watch the excitement. I heard from others that Brother Jiujian and Brother Wuchen have come to seek guidance, she clarified with a smile. Haha, unfortunately, you arrived a step too late. Those 2 have already been sent away by little Yunzi with the grand tour of the imperial palace. Bai Huang laughed heartily. Is that so? Truly, the young master possesses remarkable qualities, Jun Xianxia said, stifling a giggle. Jun Huaiyun awkwardly rubbed his nose. You flatter me. Since they have departed, I shall take my leave. So as not to disturb the young master, Jun Xianxia said, her smile fading slightly as she bowed. Just as she prepared to leave, Bai Huang suddenly called out. Since you're here, why not come inside and take a look at the 9-turn celestial jade toilet? Jun Huaiyun sighed. Here we go again. You just can't let go of that toilet. Upon hearing this, Jun Xianxia paused, turning curiously to ask, Elder Bai, what is the 9-turn celestial jade toilet? Oh, it's nothing, cousin. Don't listen to his nonsense. Jun Huaiyun quickly interjected with an awkward smile. It's just a place to, you know. Bai Huang was once again shushed by Jun Huaiyun. Cousin, you should really go back to your duties. We can chat another day. I just returned from outside and am a bit tired, he awkwardly suggested to Jun Xianxia. Then I shall not disturb the young master's rest. Elder Bai, I will take my leave. Jun Xianxia inclined her head slightly and turned to depart. As he watched her retreating figure, Jun Huaiyun released Bai Huang, exclaiming in exasperation, Elder, could you please refrain from promoting that toilet? It's truly embarrassing. Bai Huang, arms crossed, retorted confidently, that is a Jun family specialty. Your father gained enlightenment through it. That doesn't mean you should go about advertising it. Just think, if I were to cultivate while sitting on it, would I also gain constant enlightenment? Jun Huaiyun suddenly pondered, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Bai Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. You've finally come around. Come. I shall personally guide you on how to use the Jun family's ancestral enlightenment artifact. He continued, your father confided in me about his enlightenment. I have experience. Skeptically, Jun Huaiyun followed Bai Huang to the 9-turn celestial jade toilet. Its appearance was indeed impressive. Jun Huaiyun gazed at the toilet before him, crafted from various crystals. With the primary material being enlightenment stone, exuding a faint celestial glow, It certainly looked exquisite. Naturally, if it weren't a toilet, it might be more readily accepted. Is it truly effective? It seems rather unreliable, Jun Huaiyun hesitated to say. Of course it is useful. I was a witness to your father's enlightenment. Bai Huang declared confidently, patting his chest. However, there is a slight issue with this 9-transformation immortal jade toilet. What issue? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow slightly. It must be genuine that one is actually using the toilet for the sudden enlightenment effect to trigger, pretending 1 tea suffice. This is what your father explicitly told me, Bai Huang suddenly said with a serious expression. Jun Huaiyun thought to himself, I can't hold back any longer. I truly can't. Right now, I feel an overwhelming urge to strike him. If it weren't for Bai Huang's vastly superior strength, I would have given him a good beating. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun resolutely turned to leave, saying, I think I'll try the time flow effect of the Imperial Palace instead. The pressing matter now is how to swiftly elevate my realm. Bai Huang shouted from behind, Don't go. This is a divine artifact, far superior to that enlightenment stone outside. You can relieve yourself while achieving enlightenment. Chapter 24. The Chaotic Creation Decision, Opening the Eye of Chaos. Are you jesting? Achieving enlightenment while seated on a toilet? How did my father manage that? The thought of Jun Wuwang sitting on the toilet in contemplation made Jun Huaiyun's lips twitch involuntarily. That imagery was simply too incongruous. They are welcome to pursue it themselves. After bidding farewell to Bai Huang, Jun Huaiyun returned to his exclusive imperial palace as the young lord. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the void. While he cultivated, the palace would automatically activate formations to isolate him from external disturbances. Moreover, he could sense the flow of time around him beginning to slow down, indicating that there was indeed a formation capable of altering the flow of time within. He pondered what was recorded in the jade pendant. He hadn't scrutinized it closely during his father's time. Jun Huaiyun took out the young lord's jade pendant and probed into it with strands of his consciousness. In an instant, a surge of various Jun family divine abilities and techniques flooded into his mind, even including some insights from the ancestors of the Jun family. The 9-transformation Heavenly Emperor technique, the Primordial Suppression technique, the Righteousness Emperor technique. Although these techniques were formidable, they were ill-suited for the chaotic immortal body. Jun Huaiyun scanned through them one by one, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Every recorded technique, while immensely powerful and capable of inciting cataclysmic battles in the outside world, appeared somewhat impractical for Jun Huaiyun, as they were not suited for the cultivation of his chaotic immortal body. No, none of them are suitable. While there is no shortage of divine abilities, not a single technique fits the cultivation of the chaotic immortal body. After a thorough search, Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The reason the chaotic immortal body is so difficult to cultivate lies in its encompassing nature. It diverges from the ordinary techniques that specialize in singular paths. One must create a technique tailored to oneself, or else forcibly cultivating would yield half the results for double the effort. In light of this, he could only rely on the system to edit a technique that would suit him. System, please assist me in editing the most cost-effective technique. Remember, it must be suitable for the chaotic immortal body and capable of maximizing my physique's potential. Oh, and don't forget to include physical enhancement. I want to be invincible in every aspect, overwhelming all celestial prodigies. Ding, editing technique according to host's request. Host, the most cost-effective technique has been found. Named the Chaotic Creation Decision, Part 1. The name Chaotic Creation Decision indeed carries a sense of majesty. Jun Huaiyun's brows lifted slightly. But why is there only Part 1? System, did you deliberately withhold the second part? Jun Huaiyun questioned suspiciously. Host, am I that sort of system? The complete chaotic creation decision is an invincible technique that transcends the very essence of the Tao and requires an enormous amount of editing points. How many editing points are needed? Part 1 requires 9 million editing points, while Part 2 demands 900 million editing points. Why is the second part so exorbitant? You're not trying to swindle me, are you? Part 1 is merely the introductory chapter of the chaotic creation decision. Hence its affordability. It allows you to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm, but to break through to the great emperor realm, you must acquire Part 2 of the chaotic creation decision. That does make some sense. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. He was currently at the Tao realm, and the great emperor realm was still far beyond his reach. This first part would suffice for him for quite some time. However, upon seeing the cost of 9 million editing points, he felt a pang of regret. Talents like Zhu Yuan, who generously bestow treasures, are scarcely found. Is the chaotic creation decision truly worth this price? Jun Huaiyun remained unconvinced and reiterated, rest assured. Host, have I ever deceived you? This is indeed the most suitable technique for you, meticulously tailored by me. Fine, then edit the first part of the chaotic creation decision. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth and agreed. Ding, 9 million editing points consumed. Editing successful. Please prepare to receive the technique. In an instant, a vast torrent of information surged into Jun Huaiyun's mind. Had he not traversed through life twice, his spirit would have been exceptionally strong. Coupled with his Jun family bloodline and chaotic immortal body, any other individual would have perished from the overwhelming influx. Yet even so, Jun Huaiyun could not suppress a low grunt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, his willpower was extraordinary, allowing him to endure through it. In the beginning of chaos, before the primordial came, the Tao united into one, giving rise to all things. I am chaos, and chaos is me. The chaotic energy around Jun Huaiyun began to swirl and intertwine autonomously, with powerful auras radiating outward. Above him, the space suddenly tore open, and a grayish chaotic mist poured forth, enveloping Jun Huaiyun entirely. Outside the imperial palace, Bai Huang also sensed an immense chaotic aura and could not help but look up in the direction of Jun Huaiyun. The chaotic energy above the imperial palace, stretching for millions of miles, rolled and intertwined, forming an exceedingly profound vortex of chaos, which absorbed the surrounding celestial and spiritual energies, transforming them into even more potent chaotic energy, which was then fed back to Jun Huaiyun. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time Bai Huang witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon of cultivation. What on earth is this young one in the Jun family cultivating? Bai Huang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At this moment, deep within the imperial palace, Jun Huaiyun was experiencing an unprecedented sensation. Every pore breathing in and exhaling chaotic energy. If one were to draw an analogy, it felt akin to being forcefully stuffed into a high-capacity washing machine. This technique was extraordinarily powerful. As Jun Huaiyun delved deeper into the cultivation of the chaotic creation decision, he increasingly recognized the terror of this technique. So that's it. It seems I was previously short-sighted. The difficulty in cultivating the chaotic immortal body arises from the necessity to cultivate all 720 celestial orifices within, unlike ordinary cultivators who focus solely on the dantian. However, attempting to cultivate all 720 celestial orifices is no easy feat. There are likely no techniques in the entire celestial domain capable of doing so, yet the chaotic creation decision can alter this situation. Using the 720 celestial orifices as a foundation, rooted in chaos, to construct an internal universe, Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself. The chaotic creation decision comprises 9 tiers, with each breakthrough granting incredible abilities. First tier, the Eye of Chaos, capable of piercing through the void and gazing upon the essence. Second tier, the Hand of Chaos, able to pluck stars and shatter the earth, breaking the 9 hells. Eighth tier, the Heart of Chaos, sensing the mysteries of heaven and earth, glimpsing fate. Ninth tier, the Unity of Chaos, embodying chaos. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. Heaven cannot extinguish, and earth cannot bury. In addition to these, Jun Huaiyun was astonished to discover that the technique also contained dozens of accompanying divine abilities, each of which required the chaotic immortal body for cultivation. However, given his current realm, even the most fundamental Chaos Emperor Finger was difficult for him to execute. Mastery of the Chaos Emperor Finger required the Chaos Genesis technique to break through to its second level, awakening the Hand of Chaos for cultivation. With a single gesture, all existence perishes, and heaven and earth lament. First, let us attempt to break through the first level of the Chaos Genesis technique and awaken the Eye of Chaos. Jun Huaiyun suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to circulate the technique. His hands formed an intricate seal, and gray patterns densely emerged upon his skin, weaving into a miniature cosmic diagram within his body, surrounded by chaos, as the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. These patterns connected to the 720 celestial orifices within the human body, and every moment, his body underwent continuous transformation. One celestial orifice was gradually brightening, while the other 700 remained dim and lifeless. He would only be considered to have officially broken through to the first level of awakening the Eye of Chaos once 80 celestial orifices were illuminated. To ascend to the second level, one must illuminate 160 orifices. The difficulty escalates with each subsequent level. Days passed, 2 full days had elapsed. Jun Huaiyun had managed to illuminate 79 celestial orifices. Only one remained, and this endeavor grew increasingly excruciating. Sweat drenched Jun Huaiyun's forehead, his robes soaked through. The process of illuminating the celestial orifice proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. Each activation required a vast influx of chaotic energy, akin to inscribing letters upon one's very marrow with a red-hot iron needle. Were it not for his unwavering willpower, he would have long since fainted. Host, you must persevere. Your words sound pleasant, but could you perhaps edit a feature that renders me impervious to pain? That is possible, but it would require several million editing points, as such a function is extraordinarily powerful. Never mind, I must rely on myself. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth, guiding the chaotic energy within him to surge towards the final celestial orifice. Open for me. In that moment, it felt as though his head was about to split in two. The intense pain caused his entire body to convulse, even drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. he successfully opened the 80th celestial orifice. At long last, it was accomplished. This ordeal was utterly tormenting. I would rather sit on the 9-turn celestial toilet to comprehend the Tao than endure this suffering again. It is simply beyond human endurance. Before Jun Huaiyun could allow himself to relax, an unexpected change occurred. The chaotic vortex above the imperial palace suddenly expanded 100-fold, nearly enveloping the entire Jun family. Outside the palace, countless young prodigies and even elders of the Jun family were stirred. What technique is this child cultivating? It doesn't seem to belong to our Jun family. Jun Wuwang stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, gazing profoundly at the vortex obscuring the heavens. Wuwang, are you surprised? I have believed in this boy since he was little. The White Emperor appeared beside Jun Wuwang, a mischievous grin on his face. You've only known him for a short time. Jun Wuwang replied, a look of disbelief crossing his features. Chapter 25. My son possesses the qualities of a celestial emperor. He cannot be compared to a toilet. That said, your son's cultivation commotion is far greater than the stir you caused while comprehending the Tao on the toilet back in your day. The White Emperor chuckled. Be quiet. That was merely an accident. I never anticipated enlightenment would come from a moment of convenience. Jun Wuwang's lips twitched slightly. He regretted mentioning his toilet epiphany to the White Emperor. By the way, you haven't told Huaiyun about my experience on the toilet, have you? I consider you a brother. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Jun Wuwang suddenly turned to the White Emperor, an uneasy feeling gnawing at him. Rest assured. You know I am loyal. Why would I betray you? Who do you think I am? The White Emperor patted his chest. Boom. At that moment, the chaotic vortex above the imperial palace trembled violently. Torrents of chaotic energy surged into Jun Huaiyun's body like a galaxy turned upside down. This hurts. Jun Huaiyun shut his eyes, covering them with his hands, as waves of terrifying gray light erupted from his gaze. Unable to contain himself, he stood. An overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing the entire formation of the imperial palace to tremble violently. The Eye of Chaos was completely awakened, releasing a dazzling gray light that pierced through layers of formations, shooting straight into the sky. The Eye of Chaos had finally succeeded. Jun Huaiyun slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, subtle chaotic runes began to manifest. Through the Eye of Chaos, he could perceive the trajectories of chaotic energy flowing through the air and even penetrate layers of formations to witness the outside world. This was the power of the Eye of Chaos, to see through illusions and directly perceive the essence. Furthermore, he sensed that the flow of time around him seemed to slow. Jun Huaiyun was astonished to discover that whenever he concentrated, the passage of time around him appeared to decelerate. Moreover, what astonished him even more was the sight of his own blood. He could see the blood coursing beneath his skin, imbued with a faint chaotic essence. It seemed that after cultivating the Chaos Genesis technique, even his blood began to transform towards chaos. Additionally, though all 80 celestial orifices had been illuminated, his Chaos Genesis technique remained at its rudimentary stage. Within the illuminated orifices swirled countless tiny points of light, resembling a miniature world. Only when the orifices were cultivated to their highest level, endless cosmos, could they be considered perfected. Achieving such mastery over the celestial orifices was no small feat. Jun Huaiyun sighed in wry amusement. Each celestial orifice equated to another dantian. He possessed a total of 720 celestial orifices, with 80 already activated, akin to having 80 dantians. Most significantly, these celestial orifices could continuously evolve, transitioning from the micro-dust world to the small thousand world, middle thousand world, great thousand world, individual universe, multiverse, and ultimately, the endless universe. Though he was still far from perfection, he was now vastly stronger than before. Jun Huaiyun's realm had now ascended to the Saint realm. Moreover, the 80 activated celestial orifices were all at the micro-dust world level. Defeating a Saint King would pose no issue, and the Saint realm was even less of a challenge. Jun Huaiyun felt the boundless chaotic power within him, a confident smile breaking across his face. Though he was currently only a one-star saint, still a bit shy of the Saint King, his overall strength was not inferior to that of a Saint King. With the addition of the Celestial Execution Spear, even a peak Saint King could be slain. It is vital to note that it is exceedingly difficult for one in the Saint realm to challenge those above them, let alone a Saint King. This was the qualitative transformation born from the fusion of an unparalleled technique and a top-tier physique. Just as Jun Huaiyun basked in his joy, a ripple suddenly resonated around him. Young master, what technique are you cultivating that could awaken this old servant? An ancient voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's ear. Who are you? Jun Huaiyun's heart raced, and he scanned his surroundings warily. An ethereal figure materialized before him, bowing respectfully. Do not be alarmed, young master. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, the spirit of this imperial palace. You may call me Elder Xian. Upon hearing this name, Jun Huaiyun recalled that indeed, the pendant of the young master contained records regarding the palace spirit, yet at that time, his thoughts had been wholly consumed by his cultivation, and he had paid it little mind. So it is Elder Xian. Jun Huaiyun nodded in understanding. Young master, might you disclose the name of the cultivation technique you practice? Xian Lao inquired with a slight bow. System, could you reveal the name of the technique to him? To err on the side of caution, Jun Huaiyun decided to consult the system, for the chaotic creation scripture was no ordinary technique. He dared not divulge it to anyone, even if that person belonged to the Jun family. It's up to you. You could share not just the name of the technique, but even its entire essence, and it would pose no issue. This technique is specially crafted by me. No one else can cultivate it, even if they possess the same chaotic physique as you. Is that so? Then, if another chaotic celestial body were to obtain this technique, could they cultivate it? If it were a technique edited by some inferior system, they could. However, this technique was crafted by my system. No one aside from you can cultivate it, not even another chaotic celestial body. That is reassuring. With the system's affirmation, Jun Huaiyun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Xian Lao. The technique I practice is one I stumbled upon in the ruins of a great emperor while outside. As for its name, it was not recorded. I simply deemed it suitable for my cultivation and took it. Jun Huaiyun fabricated a casual excuse to deflect the inquiry. Very well. Then this old servant shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Xian Lao, seeing the exchange, ceased his questions, his figure gradually dissipating into specks of light. It is time to emerge from seclusion. Jun Huaiyun retracted the Eye of Chaos, preparing to meet Jun Wuwang and Bai Huang. According to the timeline, the Taichu Divine Hall should have dispatched someone to redeem Ji Yuan by now. He was still awaiting the collection of editing points. Outside the Imperial Palace, numerous high-ranking members of the Jun family stood in the void, all fixated intently on the palace, not daring to breathe. Crack. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, the palace slowly opened. Jun Huaiyun emerged, hands clasped behind his back, draped in dark robes, enveloped in a hazy aura of chaos, with strands of white hair swirling around him, radiating an infinite sense of chaos. At that moment, disbelief painted the faces of all present, as if they had witnessed a ghost. What is amiss, everyone? Jun Huaiyun scratched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he stepped out of the palace. Yinner, your aura. Jun Wuwang's voice trembled as he hurried to Jun Huaiyun's side, grasping his arm to assess him. You are truly in the sacred realm. How did you cultivate to this level? Jun Wuwang's expression suddenly transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Goodness, the sacred realm? I remember the first time I met you. You were merely at the Dao realm. How on earth did you achieve this? Speak quickly. Did you secretly consume divine pills while inside? You were in seclusion for just 20 days, while outside it has only been 2 days. Bai Huang exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Fortuitous circumstances, harmonious techniques, mere luck. Jun Huaiyun replied with a humble smile. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Your chaotic aura is practically overflowing. You didn't consume the essence of chaos, did you? Moreover, your sacred realm aura feels stronger than that of a typical sacred king. Bai Huang jumped about, circling Jun Huaiyun, his nose twitching in excitement. One could only say that this young master is a prodigy of cultivation. Jun Huaiyun beamed with pride. Little Yun, I must say, your seclusion this time has made more commotion than when your father comprehended the Tao on the 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet. Just as Jun Wuwang was about to speak, Bai Huang interjected. The 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet? What in the world is that? The onlooking members of the Jun family were all left bewildered upon hearing this. Bai Huang. Upon hearing the words 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet, Jun Wuwang's face flushed crimson, glaring at Bai Huang with clenched teeth. Ahem. I appreciate everyone's concern for my cultivation. I have emerged from seclusion, and you may all return to your own affairs. Jun Huaiyun hurriedly diverted the topic, fearing that the conversation would escalate into a conflict between Bai Huang and Jun Wuwang. Indeed, you should attend to your own matters. Jun Wuwang echoed to the Jun family members. By your command, young master and clan leader, we shall take our leave. The members of the Jun family bowed and departed. Yunner, to what realm does your strength currently ascend? Jun Wuwang pressed down his excitement. I am now at the 1-star sacred realm. If relying solely on physical strength, I could easily crush an ordinary sacred being. However, if I were to incorporate divine abilities or the heavenly punishment spear, even a typical sacred king would not stand a chance against me. Jun Huaiyun mused, his brows furrowing slightly, for the precise extent of his combat prowess remained uncertain until he engaged in battle. Excellent. My son possesses the potential of an immortal emperor, Jun Wuwang exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration. At the mention of immortal emperor potential, Jun Huaiyun trembled, an inexplicable image of a beleaguered figure surfacing in his mind. Enough, Wuwang. You once proclaimed similar things about yourself when you comprehended the Tao on the toilet. Bai Huang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Toilet again? Bai Huang, are you intent on provoking me? I swear, you seek to be punished. Jun Wuwang growled, raising his foot as if to kick Bai Huang. Father, please, both of you, cease this bickering. By the way, did any significant events transpire during my seclusion? What about the Taichu Divine Hall? Have they sent anyone to redeem Huaiyun? Jun Huaiyun quickly interjected. Exasperated. Chapter 26. A slap that sends flying. Softness overcomes hardness. Upon hearing this, Bai Huang's face lit up with a schadenfreude expression. Oh, indeed. Those old fossils from the Taichu Divine Hall sent people once more, demanding the redemption of that old fool Huaiyun. Huaiyun has been imprisoned by our Jun family twice. How shameless can the Taichu Divine Hall be to send representatives again? Jun Wuong huffed disdainfully. And where are they now? Are they in our Jun family? Jun Huaiyun suddenly asked. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Those old geezers from the Taichu Divine Hall have been waiting outside our Jun family's grand array for several hours. Bai Huang exclaimed dramatically. Ah, they arrived quite swiftly. I believe today is only the second day, isn't it? Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow. They came so quickly because they want to negotiate with us. Now that the 9-yuan emperor of the Immortal Domain is howling like a dog. The rumors are spreading faster than ever, and they suspect us of causing mischief behind the scenes, hence their hurried visit to our Jun family to confront us. As for why they've been kept waiting for hours, that's a question for Bai Huang. Jun Wuong shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Haha, that serves them right. Who told them to relentlessly pursue me? I rather enjoy witnessing their impotent fury. Bai Huang crossed his arms, a smug grin plastered on his face. By the way, little Yun, let me share something amusing. A few hours ago, the folks from the Taichu Divine Hall strutted in here, demanding accountability, only to lack any real strength. They attempted to force their way into our 9-tiered Imperial Array, but were thwarted by our 5th-tier Imperial Array, the Chaotic Tortoise Array. They couldn't even enter, nearly driving them to despair. Bai Huang chuckled mischievously. The Chaotic Tortoise Array? Jun Huaiyun nearly choked on his own saliva. That is the Chaotic Xuanwu Grand Array. If you keep renaming it, I swear I'll have you cooked for dinner tonight. Jun Wuong's face flushed with embarrassment as he smacked Bai Huang on the head. It looks like a tortoise. Why can't I say so? Bai Huang, looking pitiful, retreated behind Jun Huaiyun, muttering softly. Father, will humiliating them like this provoke the Taichu Divine Hall into retaliating recklessly? Jun Huaiyun inquired. Rest assured, the interior of the Primordial Temple is currently far from tranquil. Especially after the reverberations of the 9 abyss barks were disseminated, the internal discord among them has intensified markedly. Under such circumstances, they would genuinely hesitate to engage in hostilities with our Jun family. Even if they were to throw caution to the wind, our Jun family remains indifferent. Should it come to it, we would simply annihilate them. Jun Wuong waved his hand dismissively. The Primordial Temple holds no significance to the Jun family. The only entity in the entire Immortal Domain that warrants their attention, albeit slightly, is the Celestial Court. All others are inconsequential. Very well. We must not keep others waiting too long. A faint smile curved Jun Huaiyun's lips. Shall my father accompany you? Jun Wuong inquired. No, that won't be necessary. I shall go with Senior Bai Wang and Elder Wandao. Jun Huaiyun quickly gestured, for he had intentions to harvest editing points, and if he brought Jun Wuong along, he feared the denizens of the Primordial Temple would be rendered utterly terrified. How could he then enjoy the process of harvesting editing points? Very well. Since this was your request, we shall proceed as you say. Jun Wuong did not ponder further. After all, they were within the Jun family's territory, and the Primordial Temple would not dare to commit any egregious acts. That young Yunzi, your father's epiphany on the toilet back in the day. Bai Wang suddenly poked his head out from behind Jun Huaiyun. Silence. Both Jun Wuong and Jun Huaiyun retorted in unison. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Jun family's 9-fold Imperial Array gradually opened a fissure, through which Jun Wandao, accompanied by Jun Huaiyun, Bai Wang, and several young disciples of the Jun family, stepped forth. On the opposite side, the members of the Primordial Temple had long awaited their arrival, especially the foreboding figure of Emperor Xianming, clad in purple robes, his expression exceedingly grim. Were it not for the presence of that esteemed individual behind Huaiyun, he would scarcely bother with this trivial matter. Following him were 2 other formidable experts from the Primordial Temple, accompanied by hundreds of young prodigies. What audacity, to keep us waiting here for 3 hours. Is this your Jun family's hospitality? Emperor Xianming coldly remarked. Ah, we sincerely apologize. We have been overwhelmed with matters and simply lost track of you. Bai Wang retorted with a sarcastic tone. Bai Wang, we did not come here to exchange barbs. We are here to resolve the issue concerning Emperor Huaiyun. Emperor Xianming constrained his anger. Have you brought the imperial weapons and the drunken immortal brew? Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, speaking in a calm manner. You insolent youth. We are conversing with your elders. How dare you interject? A fiery-tempered figure named Emperor Qian, positioned to the left of Emperor Xianming, scolded him angrily. You are courting death. A mere lackey of the Primordial Temple dares to shout at the young master of the Jun family. Jun Wandao's eyes glinted coldly as he took a step forward, causing the stars to tremble and the heavens to shake. He raised his right hand slightly, and a colossal palm rapidly magnified in the cosmos, transforming into an overwhelming imperial hand that bore down upon Emperor Qian with a terrifying aura capable of suppressing the world. Jun Wandao. Emperor Qian's countenance shifted dramatically, the light of his imperial essence surging throughout him. Smack! Jun Wandao's strike sent Emperor Qian flying like an insignificant insect, bloodied and battered, a sight too harrowing to behold. This strike is to teach you the meaning of respect and hierarchy. Should you dare to disrespect the young master of my Jun family again, next time, it will not merely be a matter of injury. Jun Wandao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor chillingly indifferent. The members of the primordial temple stood in stunned silence. Even Emperor Xuanming's eyelids twitched incessantly. He had not anticipated Jun Wandao's strength had escalated to such heights. Most shockingly, when did the Jun family acquire a young master? Haha, this is utterly amusing. Is this technique called swatting flies or striking moles? Bai Wang laughed uncontrollably nearby. Jun Wandao, is this how your Jun family treats guests? Emperor Xianming suppressed the fury within him. Guests? You arrive with 2 emperors and hundreds of young disciples, blocking the entrance to my Jun family's great array, and you dare to speak of hospitality? And who is that old fool that dares to speak to my young master in such a tone? If my patriarch were here, none of you would leave alive today. Jun Wandao replied coldly. You Jun family truly overstep your bounds. Emperor Xuanming's face turned an ashen shade, and in the face of Jun Wandao's formidable presence, he dared not act rashly. The young prodigies from the primordial temple were so frightened that their legs trembled, and some, in their terror, even lost control of their bladders. They had never witnessed their own emperor being swatted away like a fly. What can you do about it? Now can we speak civilly? Jun Wandao said, casually digging into his ear. Though your Jun family is strong, the primordial temple is not weak either. Do you truly wish to engage in it to the death struggle with us? Emperor Xianming was now seething with barely contained rage. Just based on you? Do you believe I wouldn't go and break Huaiyun's third leg right now? After all, he has already learned to bark quite well in that recording stone. Adding a few more animal sounds wouldn't he hurt either. Bai Wang grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Bai Wang. Emperor Xianming trembled with rage, yet faced with the Jun family's might, he found himself powerless. A single individual could not dictate the fate of the primordial temple. Moreover, the Jun family's foundation was profoundly deep. Should war erupt, they would gain no advantage. Our Jun family maintains the same terms. 5 imperial weapons. 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, along with the method of its production, Jun Huaiyun stated calmly. Your Jun family's demands are excessive. We can only agree to 1 imperial weapon and 1 jar of drunken immortal brew. This is our final bottom line, Emperor Xianming retorted coldly. That is unacceptable. Should there be 1 less imperial weapon or 1 fewer jar of drunken immortal brew, I shall have Huaiyun learn to mimic another animal's call in that recording stone. I believe many in the Immortal Domain are eagerly awaiting the sequel. Jun Huaiyun declared without a hint of hesitation, offering no room for negotiation. Had the primordial temple initially displayed sincerity, he might have been willing to relax his conditions slightly. He is one who yields to gentleness, but not to force. The members of the primordial temple were rendered speechless. Their hall master learning to bark was already embarrassing enough. If they were to learn to meow or grunt like pigs, their reputation would be utterly ruined. Chapter 27. All actors, the primordial divine mirror. Why must your Jun family be so aggressive? As members of the Immortal Domain, wouldn't it be better for us to each take a step back? Emperor Xuanming's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to contain his inner fury. Aggressive? I apologize. If you are truly dissatisfied, you are free to leave. I will not hinder you. Jun Huaiyun shrugged, his expression indifferent. Leave? Huaiyun is still in your hands. How could we possibly leave? Emperor Xianming replied coldly. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Surely you understand the principle of exchanging goods for payment? 5 imperial weapons. 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, along with the production method. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines in the Immortal Domain will read. Jun Huaiyun said with a smile. Young master of the Jun family, since neither of us is willing to yield, why not consider a different approach to resolve this? Emperor Xianming, suppressing his anger, spoke coldly. Oh, and what manner of resolution do you propose? Jun Huaiyun replied with a faint smile, a hint of mischief in his tone. Let us proceed in this manner. Allow the younger generation to engage in a contest. Should my Taichu temple emerge victorious, we shall adhere to my previous stipulations. Conversely, if we are defeated, we shall redeem the 9 Abyss Emperor at the original price. We shall each select 3 participants, and the victor will be determined through a best-of-3 format. If we triumph, we shall follow my earlier demands. If we lose, the conditions remain unchanged, with the stipulation that you must partake in the battle, proclaimed Emperor Xianming, taking a deep breath. He had brought with him the finest young talents from Taichu Temple, notably the recently unearthed prodigy, Chu Yundao, lauded as the youngest saintly genius, who had previously subdued 3 adversaries of equal standing single-handedly. Even if the Jun family were formidable, it was implausible for every member of the younger generation to be a prodigy. After careful observation, he noted that the young talents from the Jun family had not achieved high realms. They were predominantly at the saint level. while those from Taichu Temple were all at least at the Saint Realm. The most potent prodigies from the Jun family were conspicuously absent. The advantage lies with me. How could we possibly lose? Unbeknownst to him, this approach played directly into Jun Huaiyun's hands. The glint in Jun Huaiyun's eyes surged. This was precisely the opportunity he had anticipated. His lengthy discourse was merely a ruse to draw them into a trap, with his ultimate aim being to edit points. Jun Huaiyun did not hide his aura. On the contrary, he displayed his realm intentionally to bait Taichu Temple. However, he could not agree immediately, lest Taichu Temple sense something amiss. Jun Huaiyun glanced at the young talents of the Jun family behind him, his face reflecting indecision, as if he were contemplating whether to acquiesce. In that fleeting moment when he turned, he exchanged glances with Jun Wandao and Bai Huang, who promptly understood his intent. It appeared promising. The Jun family's young master was faltering. The members of Taichu Temple exchanged knowing glances, easily discerning the hesitation etched on Jun Huaiyun's face. What? Is the young master of the Jun family perhaps afraid? Could it be that the younger generation of the Jun family relies solely on the legacy of their forebears? They jeered, laughter erupting among them. Look at that expression on the young master of the Jun family. It clearly signifies a lack of faith in his peers. With such remarks, they were eager to vent all their pent-up frustrations. Observing Taichu Temple taking the bait, Jun Huaiyun's heart brimmed with joy, yet he feigned indignation. As if struck at his core, who says I am afraid? I alone can take on all three of you. Did it not seem as though this young man were merely posturing? Emperor Xianming and the others narrowed their eyes, sensing something amiss. The young master of the Jun family had suddenly become overly impulsive. Was there a trap? Host, they have caught on. Then let us temporarily diminish their intellect by 50. Ding. Consume 20,000 editing points to activate the intellect reduction aura. Target's intellect diminished, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. These editing points were recently acquired, perfectly suited for this occasion. Suddenly, Emperor Xianming and the others felt their minds clouded, their previous doubts evaporated, and they swiftly recognized Jun Huaiyun's feeble demeanor. He was merely putting on a facade. Haha, how astute of me, Emperor Xianming. A mere junior thinks to ensnare him, mistaking him for that waste from the Nine Abyss? With this thought, Emperor Xianming's heart soared with joy, though he maintained a facade of composure. His expression cold. Young master of the Jun family, are you truly serious? You intend to take on 3 opponents? You represent the dignity of the Jun family. I advise against such bravado. Indeed, I speak with sincerity. I am no coward. The Jun family does not back down. Jun Huaiyun replied defiantly, intentionally paling further. Jun Wandao and Bai Huang exchanged glances, sensing the opportune moment had arrived, and hurriedly surrounded Jun Huaiyun. Young master, think twice. Your cultivation has yet to recover from your last injury. Should you encounter any mishap, the clan leader will surely flay me alive. Those from Taichu Temple are insidious. You will undoubtedly be ambushed. Bai Huang exaggeratedly clung to Jun Huaiyun's leg, weeping profusely. Little Yunzi, do not act rashly. I would rather witness Jun Xianxiao wash algae again than see you harmed. Allow me to fight, young master. The Jun family shall not be a bunch of timid turtles. The young talents of the Jun family, understanding the situation, fervently dissuaded him, as though they were marching towards their doom. Clearly, the young master of the Jun family was not as formidable as he appeared. The performance of the Jun family members was nothing short of masterful theatrics, completely captivating the young talents of Taichu Temple. They concluded that Jun Huaiyun was merely a reckless scion, devoid of true strength, relying entirely on his lineage to attain the title of young master, now attempting to save face. Silence, all of you. I, Jun Huaiyun, am resolute. If I say I will take on 3, then I shall. Jun Huaiyun suddenly bellowed, his face flushed, as he incessantly coughed into his hand. Upon concluding his proclamation, he pushed through the crowd, staggering forward, his right hand clutching his chest as he coughed violently, blood seeping through his fingers, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Had Jun Wandao and the others not known that Jun Huaiyun was merely acting, they might have been convinced themselves. Young master, your injuries have yet to heal. Do not act impulsively. This is the indestructible battle armor left by our ancestor. You must wear it. Jun Wandao exclaimed, rushing forward, producing a resplendent golden armor from his robe. Wait, little Yunzi, don this. It is a protective talisman I spent years crafting. In times of peril, it will automatically extend a cordial greeting to your adversary's family, granting you time to escape. Jun Huaiyun grimaced at the talisman presented by Bai Huang, upon which the words your grandfather were scrawled in a haphazard script, adorned with a cartoonish dog sticking out its tongue. Emperor Xianming observed this scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, but soon, under the influence of the intellect reduction aura, that confusion dissipated. The young master of the Jun family is indeed audacious. Knowing he is outmatched yet still willing to engage. Perhaps we should raise the stakes? A glint of cunning flashed in Emperor Xianming's eyes. What stakes? Jun Huaiyun feebly inquired, simultaneously covertly instructing the system, System, apply another intellect reduction aura. Let us deceive them into surrendering their trousers. Ding. Consume 60,000 editing points. Target's intellect has reached a critical threshold, lasting for half an incense stick. Emperor Xianming suddenly exuded confidence, gesturing grandly. Should we lose? The ransom will double. 10 pieces of imperial weaponry, 20 jars of drunken immortal brew, and in addition, our Taichu temple's other treasured artifact, the Taichu mirror. As his words fell, the arena fell silent. They had encountered extravagant displays before, but never one this lavish. No, we must not increase the stakes. Exercise caution lest we fall into the trap laid by the Jun family. The members of Taichu Temple exclaimed in alarm, bewildered at Emperor Xuanming's sudden confidence in wagering the Taichu mirror. Should they win, all would be well, but if they lost, the members of Taichu Temple would surely face dire consequences. Silence. Do you think I would actually lose? Cannot you see that the young master of the Jun family is merely posturing? How could the Taichu Divine Palace possibly lose to a frail invalid? Take another careful look at that young master of the Jun family. It seems he can barely even hold a sword steady. The great Emperor Xianming waved his hand slightly, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Meanwhile, the members of the Jun family stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Xuanming's sudden escalation of the stakes. Is this old fool experiencing a midlife crisis, or has his intellect taken a nosedive? Is this the work of you, Xiaoyunzi? The White Sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief, and he transmitted a message to Jun Huaiyun. This is a secret. Not only the White Sovereign, but even Jun Huaiyun struggled to contain his laughter. System. Is your intelligence diminishing aura too potent? He has wagered even the treasured artifact of our Taichu Divine Palace. Rest assured, host, this system guarantees excellence. Currently, the intelligence of Great Emperor Xianming is akin to that of a 7-year-old child. It is advisable for the host to seize this opportunity to ensnare him further. Meanwhile, the members of the Taichu Divine Palace continued to argue, urging Xianming to reconsider. The Taichu Divine Mirror can pierce through illusions, reflecting the myriad worlds and reversing the river of time. It is the sacred artifact of the Taichu ancestor. Xianming, how could you use it as a wager? If you truly want to gamble, then choose something else. If your father finds out that you have dared to wager the Taichu Divine Mirror, he will not let you off easily. One of the other emperors of the Taichu Divine Palace stomped in frustration. Xuanming's father is the highest leader of the palace, the esteemed Taichu Emperor. The mere thought of the Taichu Emperor's wrath caused Great Emperor Xianming to hesitate. Seeing his indecision, Jun Huaiyun decided to stoke the flames further. Feigning weakness. Never mind, the stakes are too high, and you cannot afford it. Let us change the wager. Stimulated by Jun Huaiyun's provocation and under the influence of the intelligence-diminishing aura, Great Emperor Xianming was also intoxicated with excitement, his face flushed with an unusual glow. No need. I will wager the Taichu Divine Mirror. I stand by my word. Great Emperor Xianming declared with grandiosity. Xianming, as the son of the emperor, ought to consider the interests of the Taichu Divine Palace rather than acting on impulse. The Taichu Divine Mirror is of utmost significance. It must not be wagered. The great Emperor Qiyan, who had been sent flying by Jun Wandao, stepped forward to intervene. Get out of my way. I need not explain my actions to you. Today, I shall show the Jun family what it means to regret. Xianming kicked Qiyan aside, and the members of the Taichu Divine Palace exchanged glances, stepping back in unison, no longer daring to intervene. Goodness, this intelligence-diminishing aura is astonishingly potent, even causing our own emperor to kick someone aside. The Jun family members were left dumbfounded. Kid, I have increased the stakes. What about your wager? Great Emperor Xianming puffed out his chest, gazing at Jun Huaiyun with a knowing look. Very well. Since Great Emperor Xianming is so generous, my Jun family naturally cannot be stingy. If my Jun family loses, we shall not only release Huaiyun immediately, but also offer 10 imperial artifacts along with an immortal artifact. Jun Huaiyun pretended to ponder before addressing Great Emperor Xianming. Young master, let us forego the imperial artifacts. How can we wager an immortal artifact? Jun Wandao exclaimed in shock. You need not advise me. My Jun family is not one to shy away from challenges. Jun Huaiyun retorted angrily, then spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back, supported by Jun Wandao. Young master, your old injuries have flared up. You cannot continue fighting. No matter, my Jun family would rather bend than break. We would rather die on the battlefield than allow the Taichu Divine Palace to look down upon us. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand weakly, covertly signaling to the White Sovereign. The White Sovereign immediately understood and leaped forth, shouting, "This is unfair. The Taichu Divine Palace is taking advantage of the situation. If you have the ability, wait until my young master recovers before proceeding." Before he could finish, his left foot was accidentally stepped on by Jun Huaiyun. Seeing this, Great Emperor Xianming grew more convinced of his thoughts and laughed heartily. If the Jun family is afraid, it is still not too late to concede now. Who says we are afraid? I fear that you might go back on your word. We require a heavenly oath. Jun Huaiyun managed to maintain his posture. Perfectly fine. However, A heavenly oath is meaningless. Let us make it a grand oath. Fearing that Jun Huaiyun might backtrack, Great Emperor Xianming bit his finger. A drop of brilliant blood floating in the air. I, Xianming, swear by the grand way that should I lose this battle, the Taichu Divine Palace shall offer 10 imperial artifacts, 20 jars of drunken immortal brew along with its recipe, in addition to the Taichu Divine Mirror. Should I breach this oath, my Tao heart shall shatter, and I shall never attain rebirth. As the oath concluded, a golden thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking the center of Xuanming's brow. This was the highest level of contract in the immortal realm, instantly activated upon breach. Jun Huaiyun followed suit, and the pact between the two parties was formed. Xiao Yunzi, should you perish, I shall go and thrash Huaiyun for revenge. The white sovereign's eyes twirled, suddenly rushing to Jun Huaiyun's side, wailing uncontrollably. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched at the sight. This white sovereign is adding theatrics to the situation. Silence. Since the agreement has been made, let the competition commence. Great Emperor Xianming bellowed, and the venue fell into an immediate hush. Fearing that Jun Huaiyun might backtrack, he quickly dispatched the first prodigy. Mo Xian, go and experience the prowess of the Jun family's young master. Remember, be gentle. Do not let the Jun family young master lose face. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, much to the white sovereign's displeasure. Xiao Yunzi, make sure to give them a proper thrashing. The white sovereign transmitted a message to Jun Huaiyun. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion. Jun Huaiyun responded. I truly do not understand how the Jun family could select such a frail invalid as their young master. Today, I shall shatter the Jun family's undefeated myth, letting your lineage be renowned for eternity. From the Taichu Divine Palace, a youth clad in white emerged, bearing a long sword, exuding powerful sword intent. 7 sword energies coalesced into a halo behind him, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Mo, my brother, be gentle, do not make him cry. It seems the Jun family is truly out of options. Laughter erupted from the Taichu Divine Palace. How disgraceful! To insult my Xiao Yunzi. The white sovereign feigned wiping non-existent tears from his eyes. Observing this, Mo Xian's gaze turned even more contemptuous. He shifted his sword's edge. Frail invalid. Do not say I am bullying you. I shall grant you 3 moves. No need. My Jun family's sons would rather stand and live than kneel and die. Jun Huaiyun's voice was exceedingly weak. Mo Xian's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss in those words. Forget it, frail invalid, behold my sword. The instant the long sword was drawn, a flash of sword light swept across heaven and earth, the pressure of a 5-star sage bursting forth, overwhelming everything. First move of the Taichu 9 swords. The sword light descended like a torrential galaxy, bearing the momentum to obliterate the heavens as it sliced toward Jun Huaiyun. Young master, be careful. The Jun family members cried out in alarm. Jun Huaiyun stood frozen in terror, as if paralyzed, until the sword light was about to strike him. At which point he clumsily sidestepped. Frail invalid. Even dodging a mere 30% of my strength is this difficult. How do you expect to contend with the Taichu Divine Palace? Mo Xian sneered, the members of the Taichu Divine Palace laughing uproariously. Even Great Emperor Xianming smiled lightly. It seems the outcome is already determined. There is no need for a second round. Is this all? It appears the sword techniques of the Taichu Divine Palace are rather unremarkable. Jun Huaiyun gasped for breath, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Mo Xian's defenses have been breached. Reaching 60, acquired 20,000 editing points. The other members of the Taichu Divine Palace breached defenses collectively, acquiring 123,000 editing points. Seeking death. How dare you insult the sword techniques of my Taichu Divine Palace? Mo Xian's expression darkened, no longer holding back. The long sword in his hand erupted with sword intent, transforming into a vast river of sword energy. Boom! A sudden surge of sword energy struck Jun Huaiyun squarely in the chest, sending him careening through the air, whereupon he coughed up a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily beside the White Emperor. Young master! The members of the Jun family exclaimed in unison. Their faces contorted with anguish, while a few dramatic souls had already fallen to their knees, weeping profusely. As for the White Emperor, it wasted no time and rushed to Jun Huaiyun's side, wailing, Little Yunzi, how could you leave so soon? You haven't even witnessed this emperor's wedding yet. Jun Huaiyun, with great effort, propped himself up, coughing blood once more, and weakly replied, I'm not dead yet. The White Emperor immediately changed its demeanor, striking him on the back with a paw. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you're not dead, why pretend to be a corpse? You nearly scared this emperor to death. It was true that he hadn't spat blood before, but that paw from the White Emperor nearly caused him to do so. Let us not forget, the White Emperor was a genuine sovereign. Stop pretending, concede defeat, you sickly wretch. It would not be shameful to lose to me. Mo Xian sneered contemptuously, striking a sickly opponent with such feeble strength. Do you even deserve to be called a prodigy? Jun Huaiyun swayed and managed to stand. Mo Xian's defenses have been breached, reaching 95. You have gained 12. 000 editing points. Then go perish. He retorted. Taichu's ninth sword, second style. At last, Xian unleashed his true fury, pointing his sword skyward. A towering shadow of sword energy coalescing behind him, poised to strike Huaiyun with tremendous force. Enough games, it's time to end this. With a slow motion, Huaiyun extended his right index finger to meet the sword energy in a clash. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, the towering sword energy quietly disintegrated before him. This is impossible. You are but a sickly wretch. How could you possess such strength? Xian's face reflected disbelief and panic. Just moments ago, Huaiyun had appeared feeble. Now he was vibrant and full of life. It's time to reveal the truth. I was merely feigning weakness. I must admit, this syrupy taste is rather delightful. Huaiyun casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a triumphant smile. Chapter 29. The Anomaly of the Chaos Immortal Body. A mouthful of old blood spewed forth. What is happening? The expressions of those within the Taichu divine hall froze instantaneously, their confusion palpable. The aura of weakness surrounding Huaiyun ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a palpable, heart-stopping pressure that began to emanate from him. You were deceiving me. You were just pretending. Xian's complexion shifted dramatically, his sword humming ominously in his grasp. He had been less affected by the intelligence-sapping aura. Thus he could discern the truth. Deceiving? Such harsh words. What I did was merely a tactical ruse. Huaiyun chuckled lightly, and suddenly, a radiant chaos divine light erupted from his being, the vast principles of chaos surging forth. Bathed in the divine light of chaos, 3,000 strands of white hair cascaded down, imbued with the essence of endless chaos. His pupils transformed into a pure hue of chaos, and wherever his gaze fell, the void twisted, and the laws of reality bowed in submission. An overwhelming pressure that transcended all beings swiftly spread, rendering the prodigies of the Taichu divine hall breathless. Such a profound aura of chaos. Could it be the legendary Chaos Immortal Body? The Emperor of Crimson Flame of the Taichu divine hall gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling with shock. Impossible. How could the Chaos Immortal Body manifest? The wisdom in the eyes of the Emperor of Xianming was swiftly replaced by disbelief. Young master, you are magnificent. The members of the Jun family chorused, their eyes alight with admiration. Little Yunzi, spare no mercy. Unleash your fury upon them. The White Emperor, brimming with excitement, leapt to its feet, its paws flailing in exuberance. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. Xian, pressed back by the overwhelming pressure, staggered backwards. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even if you are the Chaos Immortal Body, I am a 5-star saint. You are merely a 1-star saint. That 4-star gap cannot be bridged by a Chaos Immortal Body. Xian gritted his teeth and roared defiantly. Is that so? Then I shall shatter your delusions with my own hands. Huaiyun began to step forward, and with each footfall, a blooming chaos azure lotus erupted beneath him. Each petal inscribed with ancient chaos runes, releasing waves of heart-stopping chaos pressure. With a flick of his left hand aimed at Xian, the surrounding void crumbled layer upon layer, and Xian found himself kneeling before Huaiyun as if struck by a myriad of thunderbolts. Taichu's ninth sword, third style. 10,000 realms returned to ruin. Xian's face twisted in fury. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, merging 7 sword energy halos behind him into a colossal golden sword that pierced the heavens. The sword, exuding a vast aura of annihilation, seemed capable of cleaving through the myriad realms and extinguishing all life. Too weak, Huaiyun's eyes shimmered with chaotic light, morphing into the essence of the universe itself. Terrifying chaos light shot forth from his eyes, and wherever it passed, the void sank into despair, sending tremors of fear through all beings. Huaiyun sought to test the power of his chaos eyes. To the astonishment of all, Xian's golden giant sword was pierced by the chaos light and shattered instantly. The relentless chaos light surged forward, crashing into Xian and sending him hurtling through the air. I cough. Xian spat blood, his eyes wide with terror. He could hardly fathom being defeated by a 1-star saint, and in such a clean and decisive manner. Most terrifying of all was the deep wound in his chest, visible to the bone, with chaotic energy swirling around it, hindering its healing. Brother Xian has actually been defeated. How can this be? The prodigies of the Taichu Divine Hall exchanged glances, disbelief etched across their features. This cannot be right. Xian is one of the strongest swordplay prodigies of our young generation in the Taichu Divine Hall. How could he not withstand a single blow? The Emperor of Xianming exclaimed, his eyes flickering between wisdom and skepticism. Haha, it is merely that your prodigies are too inept. Little Yunzi, you performed brilliantly. I have long harbored disdain for that little brat, always so eager to show off. The White Emperor clapped its paws together in delight. The Chaos Immortal Body is inherently a forbidden physique. A mere surge of chaotic power can crush opponents of the same rank. And should the physical body be even slightly stronger, or if one cultivates powerful divine abilities, surpassing an entire realm is simply a matter of course. Jun Wandao looked on with a sense of pride. At that moment, Jun Huaiyun did not pursue his advantage, but instead regarded the struggling Mo Xian with indifference. The words you spoke to me earlier, I now return them to you unaltered. It is not too late for you to concede. Never. I am a prodigy of the Taichu Divine Hall Sword Path. How could I possibly lose to you? Mo Xian's eyes burned crimson, his face twisted in madness. He could not afford to fail. Should he lose? He knew the Emperor of Xianming would never let him off lightly. Mo Xian bit his finger, sacrificing blood to the sword. An endless surge of blood energy flooding into his long sword. Buzz. As the blood energy surged, Mo Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale, and the sword could scarcely withstand the overwhelming influx, fissures beginning to appear along its blade. Yet at that moment, Mo Xian could think of nothing else. He could not lose. Die. A wave of blood-red sword energy, far more potent than before, soared into the sky. Within its depths, the sun, moon, and stars could be faintly discerned, as if it truly carried the essence to slice through the heavens and obliterate the worlds. In the face of Mo Xian's desperate final strike, Jun Huaiyun merely sighed softly, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The chaos light surrounding him surged violently, transforming into a chaotic universe, where glimpses of myriad worlds perishing and being reborn could be seen. Let me demonstrate the first anomaly of the Chaos Immortal Body. The Chaos Shroud of Heaven. Giant Huaiyun raised his right hand, and from the depths of the chaotic universe, an enormous hand of chaos materialized. This hand seemed to embody the very grasp of the heavens, exuding an air of desolation and the essence of chaos. It was an insight he had casually grasped while breaking through to the sacred realm, and now he intended to test its might. Boom. The colossal hand of chaos collided fiercely with the blood-red sword aura, and even with Mo Xian's desperate strike, it proved utterly futile. The sanguine sword energy was crushed and devoured inch by inch before ultimately dissolving into a sky filled with crimson light. The hand of chaos, imbued with overwhelming power, descended upon Mo Xian with relentless intent. No, I surrender. Mo Xian's desperate scream echoed, his eyes brimming with fear, despair, and a profound sense of regret. Had he known, he would have surrendered earlier. Too late, Giant Huaiyun remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. Stop this, Junior. The Emperor Xianming could no longer maintain his composure, his figure flickering as he prepared to intervene. Xianming, is it truly appropriate for you to intervene in a contest among juniors? Surely, the Taichu Divine Hall would not wish to repeat past mistakes. Allow me to remind you, the young Master Giant Huaiyun is highly esteemed by our ancestral elders. Indeed, not just one but all of them hold him in high regard. Should you choose to act, feel free to test your luck. Though I cannot guarantee your survival in this place, nor can you rely on your father to save you. Giant Wandao had already positioned himself before Emperor Xianming, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the emperor. You. Emperor Xianming trembled, confronted by Giant Wandao's blatant threat, rendered speechless by his fear. Bang! The hand of chaos finally descended, enveloping Mo Xian's figure entirely. As the hand dissipated, Mo Xian's form was no longer visible, signaling a demise that was unequivocal. Silence, an oppressive stillness blanketed the scene, leaving all present frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. Mo Xian was a renowned prodigy within the Taichu Divine Hall. Not the strongest but certainly a formidable presence, and to witness him extinguished so easily was almost theatrical. Had Giant Huaiyun's realm exceeded Mo Xian's, they might have accepted it. But he was, in fact, for stars lower. Transcending realms as a saint was no trivial feat, and even surpassing one star was immensely challenging. This. Emperor Xuanming's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling slightly as he suddenly realized he may have fallen into Giant Huaiyun's meticulously crafted trap. Though his intellect had been dulled, it did not mean he was devoid of discernment. Eliminate the 5-star Saint Mo Xian, earn 20,000 modification points. The system's voice echoed within his mind. Giant Huaiyun nodded slightly, retracting his chaotic aura as he advanced step by step toward the crowd of the Taichu Divine Hall, each of his steps causing the hearts of the gathered prodigies to quiver. The pressure Giant Huaiyun exerted upon them was immense, rivaling that of a legendary existence, if not surpassing it in terror. My sincerest apologies, I have claimed victory in the first round. According to the rules, your Taichu Divine Hall has one final opportunity. Giant Huaiyun's tone remained calm as he directed his gaze toward Emperor Xianming. Are you feigning weakness to bait me? The aura of intelligence returned to Emperor Xuanming's eyes as the influence of the intelligence-dulling aura dissipated, replaced by clarity. At that moment, he trembled with rage, feeling utterly outwitted by this seemingly insignificant ant. Preposterous. It was you who insisted on raising the stakes. I did not compel you. On the contrary, I advised you against reckless actions, yet you insisted on gambling with the Taichu Divine Mirror. What could I do? Giant Huaiyun feigned innocence. Uffed. Emperor Xianming spat a mouthful of blood, his countenance paling instantly. Emperor Xuanming's defenses have been breached, earning 900,000 editing points. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall collectively breached defenses, accumulating a total of 425,000 editing points. The system's notifications resonated incessantly in Giant Huaiyun's mind, deepening the smile upon his lips. Please, do not be so hasty to bleed. Reclaim your essence. This is merely the first round, and you still have one last chance. Will you concede now, or continue to send forth challengers? Giant Huaiyun kindly reminded. Chapter 30. More pretentious than Bai Huang. Just one slipper, delightful. Old Xianming, your blood spouting possesses a certain artistry. I had no idea you harbored such talent. Bai Huang chuckled, eyes glinting with malice. You cur, I truly wish to slay you. Emperor Xuanming's face darkened, his chest heaving violently. He longed to crush this insufferable cur, but was restrained by the knowledge that he was on Giant's territory. Old Xianming, if you wish to renege on the agreement, speak plainly, do not beat around the bush, Giant Wandao interjected, his gaze icy. Giant Wandao, I was under some influence earlier. I was compelled to make such a ludicrous bet. Thus, this wager is null and void, Emperor Xianming declared coldly. He had indeed been affected by some bizarre force. And now that it had vanished, his clarity returned. The absurdity of having made such a bet left him wishing he could slap himself. The Taichu Divine Mirror held immense significance for them. It could not be relinquished. If given the chance to redo it, he would gladly strangle his former self. This old fool truly intends to back out. Giant Wandao turned to Bai Huang. Did you see? This is the character of the Taichu Divine Hall, unable to accept defeat. Akin to a beggar haranguing on the streets. Though Bai Huang's words may be harsh, they ring true. This was an agreement you established. And you even swore an oath on the Great Tao. Should word of this spread, it would only serve to invite ridicule, Giant Wandao remarked blandly. Nonsense. Had he not feigned weakness to ensnare me, I would never have made such a bet. Emperor Xianming pointed an accusatory finger at Giant Huaiyun, his face a mask of fury. That is your issue, not young Master Giant's. Did young Master Giant plead with you? Bai Huang retorted, his expression dripping with scorn. Indeed. The Taichu Divine Hall is incapable of playing fair. Just moments ago, you were so imposing. Why the sudden retreat? Giant Wandao approached, a smile playing on his lips. Xianming, we have known each other for many years. I advise you to think carefully. While the Taichu Divine Mirror is precious, it pales in comparison to the consequences of your earlier grand oath and the reputation of the Taichu Divine Hall. Surely, you can discern the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, this is the territory of my giant family. Are you certain you wish to go back on your word? A glimmer of danger flickered in Giant Wandao's eyes. Emperor Xianming surveyed his surroundings and noted the numerous powerful figures of the giant family encircling them, effectively sealing off their escape routes. Even more alarming were the faint yet menacing presences lingering in the void. If he was not mistaken, those auras belonged to the elders of the giant family. Contemplating the strength of the giant family elders, Emperor Xuanming's imposing aura instantly deflated. Enough. This is merely the first round. You still have one chance left. So hurry and send forth your challengers. Giant Huaiyun's patience was wearing thin. Upon hearing this, the members of the Taichu Divine Hall retreated in unison, fearful of being named to fight. What a joke. If even Imo Xian could be dispatched so swiftly, would they not be merely delivering themselves to their doom? Emperor Xianming gazed upon the fearful expressions of his talented disciples, his anger surging like a tidal wave. The vow of the Great Tao had been established, leaving him with no recourse unless the Jun family consented to collaborate with the Taichu Divine Hall to annul it. Otherwise, should he waver, the shattering of his Tao heart would be the least of his concerns, for he had staked everything he possessed as a wager. If the Taichu Emperor were present, he would likely wish to strangle Xianming for his recklessness, surpassing even Zhu Yuan in extravagance. Truly a group of inept individuals. The Taichu Divine Hall has nurtured you all in vain. Chu Yundao stated, this battle rests solely on your shoulders. Should you emerge victorious, I shall assuredly relay your merits to my father for a grand reward. Emperor Xianming's gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately landing on a young man in white, who appeared to be meditating. As the crowd parted, the white-clad youth slowly opened his eyes, revealing a visage so striking that it bordered on the otherworldly. He stepped forth, each stride blossoming with golden Tao lotuses beneath his feet, enveloped in a hazy aura of primordial energy, exuding an ethereal charm. Chu Shixiang has made his move. He shall surely redeem our honor. He is the most formidable prodigy recently admitted into the Taichu Divine Hall, possessing the primordial sacred body. Witnessing Chu Yundao's action, the spirits of the Taichu Divine Hall members soared, a testament to his esteemed status among the younger generation. Sighing, Chu Yundao lamented, I had hoped to maintain a low profile, yet my prowess does not permit such discretion. His voice, rich and magnetic, could easily enrapture those who heard it. As he brushed aside a stray lock of golden hair that had fallen across his forehead, by heavens, this fellow is even more adept at showboating than I am. It seems I have encountered a true master, the White Emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I am Chu Yundao. the most powerful prodigy of the Taichu Divine Hall, a paragon of talent, intelligence, beauty, and confidence, an unparalleled genius. He continued, such contests as this are beneath me. However, since Senior Xianming has called upon me, I shall reluctantly oblige. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear around him. Are you done? Do your parents know how pretentious you are? Jun Huaiyun remarked, digging at his ear. Chu Yundao, unfazed, merely smiled, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of superiority. You wouldn't understand. This is not mere pretension. A person of my exceptional caliber inevitably draws attention, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous, he replied with a light chuckle. How blindingly ostentatious. Your arrogance has truly dazzled my eyes. The White Emperor crouched down, covering his eyes with his paw. The disdain was palpable not only from him, but also from the Jun family and members of the Taichu Divine Hall themselves. While Chu Yundao was undeniably powerful, his tendency to flaunt was overbearing. Jun Xiong, you seem equally impressive. Why not concede now, and I shall accept you as my follower? After all, how many prodigies dream of being a disciple of one such as me? Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air, interrupting Chu Yundao's display of bravado. All eyes turned. Momentarily stunned, as a vivid red imprint of a slipper appeared on his handsome left cheek. My apologies, I slipped, Jun Huaiyun said, shaking the slipper he had conjured with chaotic energy. The smile on Chu Yundao's face instantly froze as he slowly raised a hand to touch his stinging cheek. Disbelief flooding his eyes. Why you dare to strike my handsome face? A second sharp sound rang out, this time marking his right cheek. Jun Huaiyun had conjured another slipper, this time of a different hue, crafted by the system's editing. Perfectly symmetrical. Now that feels better, Jun Huaiyun remarked, pleased with his handiwork. This is my first time refining a face, specifically targeting those who flaunt themselves. Chu Yundao exclaimed, clutching his inflamed cheeks, fury evident in his expression. The White Emperor burst into laughter. Oh dear, little Yunzi, why strike so fiercely? We agreed not to hit faces, and yet you've rendered his visage unrecognizable. I fear his parents would not even claim him now. His face is more unsightly than mine. And what of his strength? I hope he is not all talk. Or I might just die laughing. As Chu Yundao faced the bemused gazes of those around him, he suppressed his growing anger and adopted a facade of profundity. Esteemed white dog, I comprehend your feelings of inferiority. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary qualities I embody as the chosen one among millions. The chosen one? I can no longer contain my laughter. Perhaps you are the chosen fool. The White Emperor rolled on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Even the Jun family members could not help but chuckle, and the usually stern Jun Wandao struggled to suppress a smile. This fellow was truly exceptional. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall were also nearing their breaking point, particularly Emperor Xianming, whose face grew increasingly awkward, as if wishing to disappear into the earth. Unperturbed by the myriad of peculiar gazes, Chu Yundao casually brushed his golden locks. Jealousy, I fully understand. After all, a prodigy like myself, who embodies strength, beauty, and intelligence, is indeed a source of envy. How about this, young Master Jun? Let us establish a wager between us. This shall be our private affair, unrelated to outsiders. Chu Yundao's gaze fixed on Jun Huaiyun, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Oh, pray tell, Jun Huaiyun replied, digging in his ear. Quite simple. Should I triumph over you, you shall acknowledge me as your master and become my follower. How does that sound? Chu Yundao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by the resplendent light of Taichu, proudly sporting his swollen face. And if you were to lose? Jun Huaiyun asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Lose? Chu Yundao momentarily faltered, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Since my ascension to cultivation, I have known no defeat. How could I possibly lose? Yet, since you inquire, I shall divulge. Should I fall short, I would willingly acknowledge you as my master. He chuckled lightly. You speak nonsense. This youth is not as simple as he appears. He possesses the chaos immortal body and wields the heavenly punishment spear. How could you possibly wager against him? Emperor Xianming admonished sternly. Rest assured, Senior Xianming, I am fully aware of my capabilities, Chu Yundao replied nonchalantly. Ha ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. This lad's flair for showmanship surpasses even my prime by tenfold. Little Yunzi, you must take him under your wing. I wish to learn the art of ostentation from him. The White Emperor was in fits of laughter. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. Very well. If you are so eager for punishment, I shall reluctantly oblige and teach you a lesson. Humph, young Master Jun. You shall soon learn the consequences of striking the face of one destined to unify the Immortal Domain. Chu Yundao formed seals with his hands. A radiant Taichu divine ring materializing behind him, illuminating the void with a brilliant light. From afar, all present seemed to bask in the sacred glow of Taichu. Chu Yundao's realm was now fully revealed, unmistakably an 8-star holy sage, yet his aura rivaled that of a typical holy king. Truly deserving of admiration, Chu Shixiang. Go forth and defeat the young master of the Jun family. Chu Shixiang is so handsome. I simply must bear your offspring. The disciples of the Taichu Divine Hall were enraptured. Even the aloof female disciples could not suppress their cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. Indeed, although Yin Dao possesses a somewhat eccentric disposition, his prowess and innate talent rank him among the elite of our esteemed Taichu Divine Hall throughout the ages. Even the likes of Emperor Xianming and Emperor Qian could not help but nod in approval. The divine radiance of Taichu sweeps across the ages. With a thunderous shout, Chu Yin Dao unleashed a blinding beam of light from within the divine ring, hurtling straight towards Jun Huaiyun. In its wake, the very fabric of space shattered, revealing ominous black fissures. System, could you possibly assist me in crafting a few tools specifically designed to counter arrogant individuals? This lad is insufferable. Host, not only do you wish to strike him, but I too share that sentiment. Editing tools to counter arrogant foes is now complete. The Chaos Great Bag requires the expenditure of 5,000 editing points. Then let us proceed with that. Ding, 5,000 editing points deducted. Chaos Great Bag successfully edited. Please prepare to receive it. Before long, Jun Huaiyun's right hand was enveloped in a sphere of chaotic light, swiftly transforming into an illusory hand the size of a basketball, its palm etched with intricate patterns, radiating an aura so terrifying that even the most arrogant would find it daunting. As Chu Yin Dao's gaze fell upon the illusory hand, his body instinctively quivered. Arrogance. Prepare to meet your match. Jun Huaiyun wielded the Chaos Great Bag, shattering the divine light of Taichu with a single strike. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the Chaos Great Bag landed squarely upon Chu Yin Dao's face, causing a spray of blood to erupt uncontrollably. This paragon of the Taichu Divine Hall was sent spiraling backward, the spectacle almost too exquisite to behold. Another slap to my face. This is the end. My visage is ruined. It's already asymmetrical. Chu Yin Dao cried out in despair, clutching his face as he plummeted from the sky, hastily pulling out a copper mirror for inspection. Fear not, I shall restore your symmetry. Jun Huaiyun chuckled, swiftly appearing before Chu Yin Dao, and once again, the Chaos Great Bag made contact with his face. Smack. My apologies, I didn't strike correctly. This side took the brunt of it. Let me rectify that. You smack. Oh dear, I struck too hard again. My sincerest apologies. It's my first time fixing someone's face. I lack experience. Allow me to try once more. Smack. Alas. This side remains too heavy. I shall adjust it again. Rest assured, I will restore you. With a series of resounding slaps, Chu Yin Dao's face swelled like fermenting dough, ultimately achieving a remarkable symmetry. Ha ha ha, little Yunzi, I never imagined you possessed such skill, truly more adept than this emperor at grooming the fur of dogs. The White Emperor could scarcely contain his laughter. Is this possible? Could it be that senior brother Chu is no match for the young master of the Jun family? The onlookers from the Taichu Divine Hall gazed in disbelief, their once elegant and handsome senior brother now sporting a visage akin to that of a swollen pig's head, even struggling to speak without air escaping. You have gone too far. Chu Yin Dao lamented, hands pressed against his inflamed cheeks, tears streaming down. Chu Yin Dao's defenses have crumbled to 70, earning him 100,000 editing points. I shall demonstrate the true power of the Taichu sacred body. As he spoke, ancient Taichu runes emerged upon his skin, and with their manifestation, Chu Yin Dao's aura surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Nearing the Saint King level. Boom. A terrifying golden wave of energy radiated from Chu Yin Dao, distorting the surrounding space, enveloped in an imperishable glow. He resembled a youthful deity. Go, senior brother Chu. The previously disheartened members of the Taichu Divine Hall felt a spark of hope ignite within their eyes. As long as victory was within reach, the process mattered not. Prepare to meet your demise. Taichu Emperor Fist. Chu Yin Dao fully activated the Taichu sacred body and charged fiercely toward Jun Huaiyun. Clenching his fist, he propelled a devastating blow toward Jun Huaiyun's face, releasing an overwhelming intent of Taichu, imbued with strands of imperial might. System, aside from the Chaos Great Bag, what other entertaining items can be crafted? You may edit a Chaos Brick, requiring the expenditure of 5,000 editing points. Then I shall edit a Chaos Brick, a solid black brick, emanating a faint chaotic glow, materialized in Jun Huaiyun's hand. Excellent. Jun Huaiyun weighed the brick, nodding in satisfaction. Haha, lad, do you still wish to deceive me? Do you think the same trick would work on Chu Yin Dao again? Upon seeing the chaotic black brick, Chu Yin Dao's body instinctively trembled, retracting his fist and swiftly increasing the distance between them. This handsome face will not be marred by your pitiful brick. I have seen through your little ruse. Standing amidst the void, with golden hair billowing in the wind, Chu Yin Dao endeavored to maintain his elegance, despite his comically swollen visage. Who said I intended to strike your face? With that visage, I couldn't find a place to land a blow. Jun Huaiyun gazed at Chu Yin Dao's grotesque countenance, utterly speechless. Humph, cease your pretense. Your trickery could fool only a child of 3. Do you think you can deceive me? Chu Yin Dao placed his hands upon his hips. His eyes, now mere slits, sparkled with sagacity. Oh dear, little Daozi. Your face has achieved a level of symmetry beyond compare. There is no area left for little Yunzi to fix. The White Emperor was in tears, laughing uncontrollably. Silence. You bald mutt. If you're not convinced, let us settle this with a duel. Chu Yundao exclaimed, flustered and incensed. Are you serious? I am an emperor. The White Emperor emitted a hint of imperial might, prompting Chu Yundao to take a few steps back. Youngster, if you possess the capability, let us engage in a fair contest. Discard that brick you hold. Chu Yundao challenged, eyes fixed on Jun Huaiyun, exuding provocation. Very well, since you insist. I shall cast aside this brick. Jun Huaiyun sighed, carelessly tossing the chaos brick behind him. Chapter 32. Chu Yundao surrenders, the collision of two supreme beings. Haha lad. You have fallen for my bait. Chu Yundao's eyes sparkled with realization. Believing Jun Huaiyun had abandoned the use of the enigmatic chaos brick, his aura surged dramatically. The ancient Taichu runes cloaked him, rendering him radiant like a miniature sun. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The chaos brick, which Jun Huaiyun had casually discarded, suddenly reappeared behind Chu Yundao. To the astonishment of all, the chaos brick struck Chu Yundao's head with an impeccable angle. You tricked me. Chu Yundao's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed limply into the void, his legs twitching momentarily. Chu Yundao's defenses have crumbled to 90, earning him 50,000 editing points. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The cheers and encouragement from the Taichu Divine Hall abruptly ceased, leaving the female disciples, who had been chanting for Chu Yundao's triumph, utterly petrified. This cannot be. How could Chu Yundao possibly be felled by a mere brick? Emperor Xuanming's complexion turned pale, his words faltering, unable to form a coherent sentence. Haha. I have lived through several epochs, yet this is the first time I have witnessed such an absurdity. Little Yunzi, your pranking skills are truly remarkable. The White Emperor quickly regained his composure, approaching Jun Huaiyun, his eyes wide with astonishment. A trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Jun Huaiyun offered a faint smile before leisurely approaching Chu Yundao's side. So this is the culmination of his pretense, nothing more than a trivial display. Bai Huang scratched Chu Yundao with his claws. Jun Huaiyun, with an impassive expression, nudged Chu Yundao over with the tip of his foot. There lay the unparalleled prodigy of the Taichu Divine Hall, his eyes rolled back, froth bubbling from his mouth, and a lump the size of a fist protruding from the back of his head, resembling the very chaotic brick that caused his plight. Enough now. Cease this charade of feigning death. Should you continue, do you dare to believe I won't send both my palm and this brick crashing into your face? Jun Huaiyun squatted down and patted Chu Yundao's swollen face. I yield. Please, spare my face. I concede. Brother Jun, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Chu Yundao suddenly opened his eyes and, with a dramatic thud, knelt before Jun Huaiyun, weeping copiously. Chu Yundao, what on earth are you doing? Counterattack. Emperor Xianming, witnessing this absurdity, could no longer contain himself and spewed a mouthful of blood once more. This time, Bai Huang had anticipated it, promptly catching the blood in a basin, grinning mischievously as he said, Ah, thank you, old Xianming, for your generous donation. This imperial blood shall be graciously accepted. Emperor Xianming rolled his eyes, his body collapsing backward, truly fainted from sheer indignation. Do you genuinely submit? Or is this but a ruse? Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun gazed at the prostrate Chu Yundao with a bemused expression. Brother Jun, I truly yield. Allow me to present you with a treasured tome. This is the culmination of my life's work. I humbly beseech you to accept it. Chu Yundao knelt devoutly before Jun Huaiyun, offering a golden booklet with reverence. The 108 Methods of Elegant Pretension. You have truly elevated pretentiousness to celestial heights. Goodness. How to inadvertently attract maidens, and the 36 Methods of Hair Flipping. Your prowess and feigned superiority is unmatched, I dare say. Jun Huaiyun stifled a laugh as he casually flipped through a few pages, unable to refrain from a quip. Brother Jun, you flatter me. These are merely rudimentary insights. Chu Yundao, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered his head. Meanwhile, Emperor Xianming had also regained consciousness, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Yundao. Traitor. A traitor of the Taichu Divine Hall. He could not fathom that events would unfold in such a ludicrous manner. Elder Xianming, you would not comprehend. I have merely turned from darkness to light. Brother Jun has demonstrated to me, through this brick, what true strength embodies, Chu Yundao proclaimed with righteous fervor. Casting an admiring glance at the chaotic brick in Jun Huaiyun's hand, observe the lines, the curvature, the impact is simply unparalleled. Jun Huaiyun was now convinced that this fellow's mind had surely been scrambled by the chaotic brick. Little Yunzi, this younger sibling is indeed a valuable acquisition. In the future, let him lead the way to attract blows while you follow behind with the brick, a professional face-slapping duo, truly invincible. Bai Huang whispered conspiratorially. Is this truly valuable? I can't shake the feeling I've acquired a troublesome pest. Jun Huaiyun responded, utterly speechless. Consider this my concession. Take this traitor away. But the Taichu Divine Mirror is off the table. At most, I will part with one imperial weapon and a bottle of drunken immortal brew. Emperor Xianming clutched his chest, trembling as he pointed at Chu Yundao, his voice quaking. Had I known you would renege, I would have been better prepared. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, leisurely retrieving a stone of remembrance from his breast pocket, and the void suddenly displayed the scene of Emperor Xianming swearing an oath of allegiance. Xianming, you do not intend to violate your oath, do you? This artifact is well equipped to address any dissent. Would you care for Bai Huang to give it a try? Jun Huaiyun mused, playfully toying with the chaotic brick in his hand. You, a mere junior, dare to threaten this emperor? Today, I shall show you what true power means. Suddenly, Emperor Xuanming's face contorted into a sinister grin. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yundao sprang up from the ground, sidling up to Jun Huaiyun with an ingratiating smile. Brother Jun, that old man is undoubtedly rallying his forces. I know him too well. I recommend we strike preemptively, one brick to incapacitate him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Taichu Divine Hall's Emperor Xianming and others nearly collectively spat blood, while another emperor lamented, "What a misfortune, the prodigy we so cherished in the Taichu Divine Hall has become another's lackey." Chu Yundao retorted, "You treacherous ingrate. Here already." I see. Emperor Xianming seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere, his countenance changing abruptly to one of elation. Boom. At that moment, the entire cosmos trembled violently as a gigantic golden hand, obscuring the heavens, tore through the void, reaching towards Emperor Xianming and the others. The palm was entwined with endless symbols of the great Tao, each capable of collapsing the heavens and earth, an overwhelming imperial might surging forth, sweeping across the universe, reducing countless ancient stars to dust. It is the aura of my father, the Taichu Emperor. Tears welled in Emperor Xuanming's eyes from sheer excitement. It is the Emperor Lord. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall immediately felt a surge of energy, kneeling and shouting in reverence. Just as the golden hand reached out to seize Emperor Xianming and the others, a voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of all present. Strike the young, and the old come forth, strike the old, and yet older ones arrive. Is this truly the extent of the Taichu Divine Hall's prowess? A green light burst forth from the direction of the Jun family's heavenly realm, and countless chaotic blue lotuses materialized across the myriad universes, within which stars swirled slowly, seemingly encompassing the ultimate truths of the cosmos. The green light surged forth, cleaving the golden hand in twain. Such formidable chaotic principles, could it be you? Jun Dishur of the Jun family. The voice of the Taichu Emperor thundered in astonishment and anger. Indeed, it is I, you old tortoise. Your reach is quite extensive. The sky was filled with green light, coalescing into a majestic figure clad in a simple azure robe, his hair entwined with the mysteries of chaos. Treading upon the river of time as he approached, most fearsome of all were the 9 imperial wheels floating behind his head, each representing an unrivaled Tao fruit from an era. When 10 such Tao fruits converged, it heralded the day of ascension. Meanwhile, the Taichu Emperor had only condensed 7 epical Tao fruits, displaying a strength inferior to that of the Jun family ancestor. Jun Dishur gently waved his sleeve, causing the entire expanse of time and space to freeze, restricting the movements of Emperor Xianming and the others. Is this truly the ancestor of the Jun family? Such overwhelming power. Jun Huaiyun watched in rapt fascination, witnessing the freeze of time and the suppression of the emperor. This was his first encounter with the Jun family ancestor. Indeed, Jun Dishur is our family's 5th ancestor, a master of the chaotic path, possessing an innate chaotic fairy body, and an invincible being who has condensed 9 great epical Tao fruits over 9 lifetimes. Moreover, there are 4 more ancestors preceding Emperor Shur, not to mention the ancient ancestors above them, and the true ancestors beyond that. This is merely the visible lineage of our main family. I have not even accounted for the hidden ancestors or those of the branch families. I can assure you, the number of ancestors in our main and branch families far exceeds that of the elders in the Taichu Divine Hall. Jun Wandao explained with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun inhaled sharply, realizing the strength of the Jun family was far beyond his expectations. System. Are all the ancestors of the Jun family this powerful in this world? What would I gain by deceiving you? This is the immortal imperial clan of the heavens. Do you think I jest? Each ancestor of the Jun family possesses strength on par with emperors, to put it plainly. However, I once read a novel in my past life. Engage with more enriching content. Refrain from indulging in these mindless, intelligence-diminishing novels. Jundishi, it is unnecessary for our factions to adopt such an extreme stance. A mutual retreat and earnest discussion would be far more beneficial. The impending calamity looms, and our celestial domains should unite to weather the storm rather than continue our internal strife. The voice of the Taichu Emperor resonated once more, as the severed golden hand transformed into a cascade of golden light, soaring through the void to coalesce into an imposing imperial silhouette. Adorned with a purple-gold imperial crown and draped in majestic robes of the sovereigns, 7 resplendent imperial wheels revolved slowly behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Old turtle, let us not forget the grave consequences of violating the oath your son has sworn. He has wagered everything on this. Upon hearing this, Jundishi could not help but chuckle softly as a chaotic blue lotus blossomed at his fingertips, causing the very laws of the universe to lament beneath its presence. The overwhelming pressure exerted by the two most formidable beings of the celestial realms compelled all present to kneel, save for Jun Huaiyun, who maintained an unwavering demeanor. Chapter 33, Raising a Hand to Annihilate the Twin Emperors, Capturing the Taichu Divine Mirror. Jundishi, your family should not act with such reckless abandon. The celestial realms do not bend to your will alone. The 7 imperial wheels behind the Taichu Emperor erupted with blinding imperial light. As the cosmic pathways began to disintegrate, transforming into countless golden raindrops. My apologies, but indeed, it is our Jun family that holds sway over these celestial realms. Jundishi stood with arms crossed, lightly stamping his foot, causing the shattered ancient stars of the cosmos to seemingly reverse time and reconstitute as if nothing had transpired. Old turtle, this was instigated by your Taichu temple. Now that you have lost, do you wish to renege on your agreement? Is your temple's reputation truly so worthless? Jundishi remarked with a semblance of a smile, as the chaotic blue lotus at his fingertips slowly unfurled, radiating an essence of profound chaos. The Taichu Emperor's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he said, Jundishi, how about we call this matter to a close? My Taichu temple is willing to adhere to the previous compensation. But concerning the Taichu Divine Mirror as per the wager, 20 jars of drunken immortal brew and its recipe, 10 imperial weapons, and the Taichu Divine Mirror. Jundishi offered no quarter, interrupting the Taichu Emperor with unwavering resolve. The Taichu Emperor's countenance grew increasingly grim, his gaze sweeping over the trembling and prostrate figure of Emperor Xianming and others, before settling on the obsequious Chu Yundao, who concealed himself behind Jun Huaiyun, his eyes glinting with malice. Father, it was this junior from the Jun family who lured me into this trap with despicable means. I was unaware that I had been ensnared by some arcane power and unwittingly placed an absurd wager with this junior. I was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired. Emperor Xianming cried out, clinging to the Taichu Emperor's leg. Silence! You incompetent fool, your failures outweigh your successes. The Taichu Emperor bellowed, causing Emperor Xianming to spit blood. Jundishi, as the 5th ancestor of the Jun family, you should comprehend the significance of the Taichu Divine Mirror to my Taichu temple. I can offer alternatives in place of the mirror. After all, it is not solely my decision. There is no need for our relationship to become so strained. Before the Taichu Emperor could finish, his expression abruptly shifted. Jundishi suddenly raised his hand, and the chaotic blue lotus at his fingertips burst forth with myriad azure lights, unleashing a chaotic sword energy that cleaved directly towards Emperor Chili and another emperor from the Taichu temple. Jundishi, you dare! The Taichu Emperor roared, as 7 golden barriers formed from the imperial wheels shielded those present, brimming with the vast power of Taichu. Crack! The 7 golden barriers were effortlessly pierced by the chaotic sword energy, as if they were mere paper. Emperor, save me! Emperor Chili exclaimed in terror, having only just summoned his life-bound imperial weapon before being cleaved in twain along with it. The other Taichu Temple Emperor fared even worse, having not uttered a single word throughout, not even a scream, as his entire imperial form exploded into a mist of blood, his divine essence obliterated by the chaotic sword energy. Surrender it, or I shall personally claim it. Jundishi's tone remained exceedingly calm, yet it sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Goodness, Brother Jun, your ancestor is truly formidable. Chu Yundao, hiding behind Jun Huaiyun, exclaimed in awe, his eyes sparkling. The 5th ancestor has always been thus. He speaks and acts without equivocation, Jun Wandao remarked, his lips twitching slightly. You Jun family are far too excessive. How could you slay 2 of my Taichu Temple's emperors? Do you truly consider emperors as mere cabbages? The Taichu emperor's eyes were filled with cold fury, acutely aware of the immense resources expended to cultivate a single emperor, not to mention the uncertainty of success. What drove him to the brink was that Jundishi offered no opportunity for rebuttal, immediately striking down 2 of their key figures. Once again, I reiterate, surrender, or I shall eliminate another, until your Taichu temple is devoid of emperors. Our Jun family has always sought to win hearts through virtue. Unless you refuse to comply, then we shall have no choice but to resort to force. Jundishi declared with a smile. Predecessor Taichu, let us engage in honest dialogue. As we are all individuals of our word, why must we make this so awkward? Jun Huaiyun interjected, playfully toying with the chaotic grand competition pouch, a grin adorning his face. Junior, very well. Today as humiliation is duly noted by me. The Taichu emperor gritted his teeth, waving his hand as 20 translucent jade jars materialized from the void, each sealed with intricate symbols of the cosmic pathway, faint echoes of the great Tao audible. The drunken immortal brew, a treasure I have long coveted. The white emperor's eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed to embrace one of the jars. Shortly thereafter, 10 imperial weapons of diverse forms shattered the void, including a crimson spear enveloped in everlasting divine flames, an ancient bronze bell, and a black longsword, each exuding an overwhelming imperial might that shattered the very fabric of the cosmos. Yet, the most captivating of all was the ancient copper mirror that appeared last. Its back etched with ancient Tao patterns, its surface rippling like water, reflecting the myriad realms, while 9 sacred beast phantoms spiraled around its edges, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Xiaoyunzi, this is the Taichu divine mirror, a genuine artifact. The White Emperor exclaimed in awe, as Jun Huaiyun gazed upon it. He observed the mirror levitating in the void, its surface suddenly rippling with countless waves, as galaxies and universes flowed within it, even revealing the ethereal currents of time. Host, there is something within that mirror. This system has detected the essence of Taichu light. Taichu light? What is that? Jun Huaiyun inquired inwardly. Taichu light is the first ray of light from the creation of the universe, containing the profound secrets of cosmic genesis. This mirror undoubtedly harbors great mysteries, and you must subdue it. However, to subdue it will require 20 million editing points. I just checked, and you have just enough from your recent gains. 20 million? Why don't you go and steal it? Jun Huaiyun gasped in shock. Do not be alarmed, host. You have just earned approximately 20 million editing points from Emperor Xianming and others, along with those from the minor Karami, making it just sufficient. Trust me, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. At that moment, the Taichu Emperor looked upon the Taichu divine mirror with palpable anguish, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Jundishi, all is before you now. May we take our leave? Jundishi offered no reply but turned to Jun Huaiyun, a broad smile gracing his face. Little one, what do you think? Stepping forward, Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands and stated, Ancestor, I wish to inspect the merchandise first. Jundishi's brow furrowed slightly. He could not fathom Jun Huaiyun's intentions. What was there to inspect about the Taichu divine mirror? Though doubt lingered in his heart, he refrained from voicing it or obstructing Jun Huaiyun. You young one, what do you intend to do? Do you think this emperor would resort to deception? This is indeed the authentic Taichu divine mirror. The expression of the Taichu emperor grew increasingly grim. Ignoring the Taichu emperor's ire, Jun Huaiyun approached the Taichu divine mirror alone. Suddenly, the mirror's surface began to ripple violently, reflecting Jun Huaiyun's figure. What intrigued him most was that the image winked at him. How fascinating. System, let us subdue it now. 20 million points is but a trifling matter. Congratulations, host, on making the most astute choice. Consuming 20 million editing points to initiate the subjugation of the Taichu divine mirror. Chapter 34. The Silver-Haired Maiden, the Taichu Chaos Body. As the system's notification concluded, the surface of the Taichu divine mirror erupted in a frenzy. What have you done to the Taichu divine mirror, young one? The Taichu emperor's aura surged uncontrollably. Even if Jun Huaiyun wished to speak, he found himself unable, as his consciousness was drawn into a mysterious realm by the Taichu divine mirror. In this realm, devoid of any matter, countless rivers of flowing time meandered, each reflecting scenes from different epochs. At the confluence of these rivers floated a curled-up, silver-haired maiden. As if sensing a presence, the maiden slowly lifted her gaze towards Jun Huaiyun. Her silvery hair cascaded like the Milky Way, emanating a hazy light of primordial beginnings. And her pale eyes held the essence of the world's genesis. Could this figure be? Jun Huaiyun suddenly contemplated a possibility. Indeed, host. She is the spirit of the Taichu divine mirror, the very first light that split the heavens and the earth, the primordial light itself. To his astonishment, after 10,000 epochs, someone could enter the Taichu divine mirror and awaken me. This was a feat even the progenitor of the Taichu divine temple could not accomplish. The silver-haired maiden spoke softly, her voice resonating like the harmony of myriad universes. In the external world, the entire cosmos trembled violently, with Jun Huaiyun at its center. A resplendent beam of primordial light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. This was the essence of the primordial light. Could it be that the Taichu divine mirror, the temple's treasured artifact, had truly recognized a master? Countless ancient beings in slumber across the celestial domains opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Jun family. Filled with astonishment. How could this be? This was something the founder of the Taichu divine temple could not achieve. How could this young one invoke such extraordinary phenomena upon merely touching the Taichu divine mirror? The Taichu emperor's pupils constricted violently, an uncontrollable imperial might erupting from him, shattering the surrounding starry firmament. His gaze remained fixated on the primordial light that pierced the heavens, his voice quivering. As the overseer of the Taichu divine temple, he understood some of the secrets of the Taichu divine mirror. It was not the progenitor's innate imperial artifact, but rather something discovered within a shattered universe. Their progenitor had spent thousands of epochs unable to truly refine the Taichu divine mirror, and without refinement, its true power could not be unleashed. How intriguing. I never anticipated that the young master of the Jun family could awaken the spirit of the Taichu divine mirror. The eyes of Jundishi glimmered with a fierce brilliance as he gazed upon the primordial light, a profound smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, within the Taichu divine mirror, turmoil was also brewing. You bear the aura of that individual, yet it feels different. The silver-haired maiden's voice echoed through the river of time as she slowly unfurled her form, her silvery hair cascading like a celestial river, rippling with the primordial light. Jun Huaiyun felt his blood boiling, an innate resonance from the depths of his soul compelling him to step forward. The river of time beneath his feet sensed his presence and parted, creating a path. That individual's aura, might I inquire, esteemed one, could you disclose it? Jun Huaiyun approached the silver-haired maiden and clasped his hands in respect. That individual sealed me here 10,000 epochs ago, the silver-haired maiden replied, her pale eyes locking onto Jun Huaiyun. What? 10,000 epochs ago? Was that not around the time the celestial domains were just forming? Jun Huaiyun's expression reflected astonishment. He had not expected such a vast expanse of time. My name is Chu, a name bestowed upon me by that individual, who revealed my identity as the first light that split the heavens and the earth. It was he who sealed me here 10,000 epochs ago. You indeed carry his aura, yet it feels somewhat different. The silver-haired maiden gently raised her hand, countless fragments of time swirling in her palm. Do you know who he is? Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly before asking. It cannot be articulated, nor can it be narrated. The silver-haired maiden shook her head. Did he leave behind any words? Jun Huaiyun mused after a moment of contemplation. When the primordial light re-emerges in the world, the destined one shall awaken the slumbering spirit, and the laws of heaven and earth shall be rewritten. That destined one shall be the master of Chu. The silver-haired maiden extended her delicate finger, lightly touching Jun Huaiyun's brow. At the instant her fingertip made contact, an indescribable, vast power surged into Jun Huaiyun's being, and his eyes reflected countless shattered universes. Ding! The spirit of the Taichu divine mirror is recognizing its master. 15 completed. Almost simultaneously, the beam of primordial light piercing the heavens expanded exponentially, forming a colossal column of light with a diameter of 1 billion miles. Within the column, countless ancient runes appeared, each representing a law of heaven and earth. This was the Taichu divine script. The Taichu divine mirror had indeed acknowledged this young one as its master. Everyone from the Taichu divine temple, retreat swiftly. The expression of the Taichu emperor changed drastically as he raised his hand, summoning golden light to swiftly pull the members of the Taichu divine temple back. The entire celestial realm descended into chaos, as weaker beings could not bear to gaze upon the radiance, their eyes bleeding profusely. Could this truly be the primordial light? Had the Taichu divine mirror genuinely recognized a master? Even the long-secluded ancestors of the Jun family emerged, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the towering column of light. Fifth ancestor, what is happening? Jun Wuwang descended from the fractured void. Perplexity etched upon his face. Huaiyun is absorbing the primordial essence. Even Jun Dishi was taken aback, his hands trembling slightly. What? Absorbing the primordial essence? Jun Wuwang's expression shifted dramatically. The primordial light had expanded to an unimaginable extent, enveloping the entire celestial realm in a silvery glow, as countless ancient runes flowed within the column. So this is the true visage of the primordial light. The silvery glow, does this imply that my Taichu sacred body is not pure? Chu Yundao retracted his playful demeanor, his eyes sparking with intrigue. Initially, he had believed the primordial light was golden, only to discover it was silvery. Xiao Daozi, you suddenly seem so serious. It's a bit unsettling, Bai Huang interjected. Is that so? Perhaps it is due to my striking appearance. Chu Yundao resumed his former demeanor, adopting a boastful attitude. Bai Huang retorted, this cannot be real. My Taichu divine mirror is a pivotal artifact of the Taichu divine temple. How could it recognize a mere descendant of the Jun family as its master? The expression of the Taichu emperor twisted with envy, his eyes shimmering with jealousy, while numerous emperors of the Taichu divine temple manifested, all gazing in horror at the resplendent primordial light. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the strong from the primordial temple, Jun Dishi, with an expression as inscrutable as stone, positioned himself before the emperors of the primordial temple, declaring, esteemed members of the primordial temple, fate is predetermined. It cannot be coerced. I advise against any petty maneuvers, for my Jun family harbors no qualms about rendering your temple utterly extinct. With his words hanging in the air, the other ancestors of the Jun family stepped forth in unison, their bodies radiating an overwhelming imperial might. The countenance of those from the primordial temple darkened, their eyes flickering with palpable apprehension. Primordial Emperor, what on earth has transpired? Is the primordial divine mirror not in your possession? How could it find its way into the hands of a young scion of the Jun family, who now claims it as his own? A supreme emperor from the primordial temple emerged, voicing his confusion. It is all due to that wretched son, who made a wager with the young master of the Jun family. Not only did he gamble, but he also dared to wager the primordial divine mirror, and lost. The primordial emperor could no longer contain his wrath, delivering a fatal blow to the terrified and despairing Xianming emperor behind him. Witnessing this scene, the members of the primordial temple collectively recoiled, taken aback by the primordial emperor's ruthless nature. capable of turning against his own offspring. Within the primordial divine mirror, Jun Huaiyun floated in the void, an immense tide of primordial power surging into his being. No wonder he possesses the innate chaos celestial body, enabling him to withstand my strength. At present, Jun Huaiyun was rendered mute, his physical form undergoing reconstruction and evolution, every drop of blood boiling. As silver-white primordial light intertwined with murky chaotic light, an unprecedented power beginning to manifest. Ding. Detection indicates the host is merging with the primordial essence. The innate chaos celestial body is commencing evolution. You are indeed remarkable, capable of simultaneously accommodating both chaotic and primordial powers, she observed. Her pale eyes fixated on Jun Huaiyun. As time slipped away, amidst the tense atmosphere outside, Jun Huaiyun's corporeal form erupted with a silver-gray radiance exponentially more potent than before. Within that brilliance, the shadows of chaotic light and primordial light could be faintly discerned. The chaos power astonishingly fused with the primordial power. And this young lad truly promised to bring significant surprises to the Jun family. Jun Disher's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The evolution of the innate chaos body is complete. The host now possesses the physique of the primordial chaos body. Inside the primordial divine mirror, Jun Huaiyun had also completed his ultimate evolution. His eyes snapped open, the left revealing a swirling vortex of chaos, while the right radiated primordial light. His cultivation level had also ascended to a 1-star holy king. Moreover, the 80 celestial orifices within him had evolved from the microdust realm to the Great Thousand realm. He also managed to open an additional 50 celestial orifices. Though they remained in the weakest microdust realm, their strength was vastly enhanced compared to before. Feeling the boundless power coursing through him, Jun Huaiyun could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. His physical strength was now sufficient to effortlessly crush those at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. Even those with supreme physical prowess would find themselves lacking in comparison. He estimated that inflicting harm upon him would require at least a great celestial-level opponent wielding a weapon. Qi, I greet you, my master. Qi's figure materialized before Jun Huaiyun, bowing respectfully. At this moment, her aura had weakened considerably compared to before. Chapter 35. The Primordial Emperor's Resentment, Ascending to the Heavenly Realm. The space within the primordial divine mirror gradually stabilized, the river of time receding like a tide. Qi's figure appeared increasingly ethereal, her silver-white hair losing some of its luster. Her eyes dimming significantly. Qi, what ails you? Jun Huaiyun felt an inexplicable pang of concern upon seeing Qi in such a state. He hurried forward to steady her swaying form, only to find his hand passing through her body. I have expended too much primordial power and require a period of slumber within the divine mirror to recuperate. The primordial divine mirror has recognized you as its master, and you may summon and utilize it at any time. However, please refrain from excessive use of its power until I have recovered. Qi managed to force a smile. Focus on your recovery. Do not hesitate to inform me of any matters. Jun Huaiyun breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in affirmation. Qi understood, her figure dissipating into shimmering starlight. Jun Huaiyun then felt a repulsive force emanate, causing the scenery before him to blur rapidly. In the external realm, the radiant primordial light that pierced the heavens suddenly retracted, ultimately condensing into a point of light that vanished into Jun Huaiyun's forehead. My apologies for the delay. Jun Huaiyun gradually opened his eyes, the primordial chaos light emanating from them, piercing through the boundless void. Yun'er, are you unharmed? Jun Wuwang approached Jun Huaiyun with concern. Father, I have fulfilled my duty. Jun Huaiyun held forth a shimmering ancient mirror that floated in his palm. Excellent, excellent. Jun Wuwang gazed at his son with immense pride. Little Yunzi, I never anticipated you would truly subdue the primordial divine mirror. I initially thought you were merely boasting, yet you possess the capability to tame this mirror. Bai Huang swiftly appeared before Jun Huaiyun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to respond, a figure with a pumpkin-like face suddenly squeezed through, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Brother Jun, you have finally emerged. I have been anxiously awaiting your return. From now on, you shall be my brother. If you can subdue such a treasure, how can I not acknowledge you? Jun Huaiyun glanced down, nearly bursting into laughter upon seeing Chu Yundao's exaggeratedly obsequious grin, which was quite the sight to behold. I recall you were quite arrogant earlier, claiming you would take me as your follower. Jun Huaiyun could not resist teasing him. That was my folly. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Your prowess has indeed awakened me to the reality that there are greater powers beyond my comprehension. Only by following Brother Jun can I find my path. What is the primordial temple compared to you? Chu Yundao exclaimed, slapping himself several times. Oof, how embarrassing. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Bai Huang scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain for Chu Yundao's sycophantic demeanor. Shameless dog, how dare you speak? Who was it that cowered behind me when the primordial light appeared? Chu Yundao retorted, immediately countering Bai Huang's jab. Nonsense. That was me protecting you, the useless one. Bai Huang, flustered, swatted at Chu Yundao's backside, causing him to yelp in surprise. Jun Huaiyun observed the antics of this comical duo, unable to suppress a sigh. One man and one dog were truly a remarkable pair. Enough, enough. I shall ask you one final time. Chu Yundao, are you certain you wish to leave the primordial temple to follow me? Be aware that our agreement was merely verbal, no celestial oath was sworn, and you are under no obligation. Jun Huaiyun spoke decisively. Absolutely. Following Brother Jun is the only path to success. I am even willing to swear a celestial oath. Chu Yundao eagerly nodded, promptly declaring his celestial oath on the spot. Though he enjoyed boasting, he was not foolish. He had discerned that destiny in this life undoubtedly belonged to the Jun family, which far surpassed the primordial temple. From Bai Huang, he learned that the Jun family was fiercely protective of its own, fostering healthy competition. As long as one had strength and talent, respect would follow. In contrast, the primordial temple was rife with treachery, where a single misstep could lead to one's demise. This exemplified the stark difference between factions and families. The primordial temple had repeatedly suffered losses at the hands of Jun Huaiyun, and he feared that remaining there would ultimately lead to his downfall. Upon witnessing the situation, Jun Huaiyun refrained from uttering further words, directing his gaze toward the distant crowd of the Taichu divine temple, whose faces were so grim that they seemed capable of dripping water, particularly that of the Taichu emperor, whose imperial might erupted uncontrollably. Jun family. The Taichu emperor forced out those two words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. However, upon seeing Jun Dishi step forward, he ultimately suppressed his urge to kill. Let us depart, commanded the Taichu emperor. Your Majesty, the Taichu divine mirror. A reluctant voice from a Taichu divine temple emperor interjected. Silence. Do you not feel ashamed? The Taichu emperor bellowed, swatting the emperor away with a single palm. The people of the Taichu divine temple, witnessing this, could only retreat in disgrace. Before leaving, the Taichu emperor cast a deep glance at Jun Huaiyun, as if looking upon a corpse. Jun family, time is on our side. We shall engage in this game with you. The Taichu emperor issued a harsh warning before departing, fearing that lingering would lead to a loss of composure. Humph. We await your return at any time. Jun Dishi scoffed, entirely unfazed by the Taichu emperor's threat. Yinner, did you experience any discomfort while subduing the Taichu divine mirror? Jun Wuwang gently placed his broad hand on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, concern evident in his eyes. Father, fret not. I merely experienced some exhaustion. A brief rest will suffice. Jun Huaiyun shook his head, a hint of fatigue crossing his features, as the fusion with the Taichu's source had indeed taken a toll on him. Then I shall take my leave first. There are matters within the clan that require my attention. Take your time to rest, and do not rush your training. Jun Wuwang said, turning to the fifth ancestor with a slight bow. Fifth ancestor, Wuwang takes his leave. Jun Dishi nodded slightly, and Jun Wuwang then turned to depart. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath and approached the fifth ancestor. Disciple Jun Huaiyun pays respects to the fifth ancestor. Thank you for protecting me from the Taichu divine temple. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully. Rise, for you are a descendant of the Jun family. It is our duty to protect our own. However, I must say, today you truly brought honor to the Jun family. It has been a long time since our ancestor has felt such joy. Witnessing the expressions of frustration on those from the Taichu divine temple, especially that Taichu emperor, whose face was as dark as coal, Jun Dishi said with a broad smile. Disciple does not deserve such praise. It was merely good fortune, Jun Huaiyun replied, his cheeks flushed with modesty. Fortune? The old Taichu ancestor attempted to subdue the Taichu divine mirror for thousands of epochs without success, and you attribute your success to mere luck? Successfully merging with the Taichu's source, and even compelling the spirit of the Taichu divine mirror to willingly expend its essence to assist you in achieving the Taichu chaotic body. If that is luck, then the prodigies of the myriad worlds might as well seek a tofu block to perish. Jun Dishi remarked with a bemused expression. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's heart skipped a beat, unsure of how to respond. He could hardly confess that it was due to the system. Haha, there is no need to be anxious. Every individual possesses their own opportunities and secrets. With your Jun family bloodline, your fortune is inherently tied to the Jun family's legacy. We, the old relics, have no interest in prying into the secrets of our younger generations. Rather, the family will do everything in its power to protect your growth. When the younger generation becomes powerful, that, indeed, is the true strength of the family. The fifth ancestor laughed heartily, fully aware of Jun Huaiyun's apprehensions. These words warmed Jun Huaiyun's heart. He understood that the fifth ancestor was subtly assuring him that the family would not intrude upon his secrets. Conversely, anyone who dared to pry into Jun Huaiyun's affairs would face the Jun family's reckoning. Thank you for your understanding, fifth ancestor. Jun Huaiyun said sincerely. Come, follow the ancestor back to the heavenly realm. Now that you have become the junior master of the Jun family, it is time for you to witness the true foundation of our clan. Furthermore, having brought honor to the Jun family by subduing the Taichu divine mirror, according to our family customs, you shall be allocated your own territory within the heavenly realm, Jun Dishi declared, waving his sleeve, which conjured a brilliant spatial tunnel before the assembly. Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened. The Jun family's heavenly realm was a sacred domain that even the 9 saints and 3 emperors of the Jun family rarely entered. It was a secluded sanctuary for some of the clan's ancient ancestors. Entry into the Jun family's heavenly realm was reserved for those who had rendered significant contributions to the clan or reached a certain level of cultivation. Chapter 36. Audience with the Ancestors, Opening of the Ancestral Lands. 5th Ancestor. What about the heavenly realm? Jun Huaiyun began to inquire about the details when an exaggerated wail erupted from behind. Brother Jun, take me with you. I am willing to serve you, whether it be ascending mountains of blades or descending into seas of fire. Merely seeking to behold the splendor of the Jun family's heavenly realm. Xu Yundao exclaimed, sliding down to clasp Jun Huaiyun's leg, his pumpkin-like face squeezing out imaginary tears. My eyes are going to be blinded. How can there exist such shameless individuals in this world? Bai Huang exclaimed, covering his eyes with a paw. Enough. You should accompany Bai Huang back to the Jun family. The heavenly realm is the core of our clan and not a place for outsiders like you. Jun Huaiyun chuckled. Did you hear that, pumpkin face? Come, I shall teach you a few tricks for self-preservation, lest you end up flaunting and get beaten to death. Bringing shame upon your brother Jun, Bai Huang proclaimed, proudly lifting his head. Xu Yundao's eyes shifted slightly, and he suddenly leaned in to whisper a few words into Bai Huang's ear. Is that true? You actually possess the secret techniques for flaunting. Bai Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. Absolutely true. Xu Yundao said mysteriously, producing a yellowed ancient tome from his robe, on the cover of which were inscribed the 4 words Art of Flaunting. Indeed, the art of flaunting. I have searched for it for so many years but never found it, only to discover it in the hands of this brat. Bai Huang was nearly drooling with excitement. Jun Huaiyun could only shake his head in disbelief. These 2 clowns together were bound to create some monumental farce. What an interesting little fellow, Huaiyun. Although your follower's cultivation is somewhat lacking, his character and talent are commendable. He is indeed a talent, Jun Dishi remarked with a chuckle. Please pardon the ancestor for my awkwardness, Jun Huaiyun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No matter, let us proceed. Let them amuse themselves, Jun Dishi said, waving his sleeve as the group stepped into the spatial tunnel and vanished from sight. In the distance, Bai Huang and Xu Yundao, 1 person and 1 dog, had already begun to delve into the art of flaunting. The first technique, entrance with wind. The crux of this technique lies in how to summon spiritual power to create an aura, allowing garments to flutter naturally and hair to dance in the breeze, thereby cultivating an ethereal presence. Bai Huang recited earnestly. Come, watch me demonstrate. Xu Yundao exclaimed, channeling a thread of Taichu power, causing a gust of wind to whip around, making his clothes rustle. However, with a ripping sound, his already tattered robe was instantly torn into shreds by the fierce wind. Ahem, the force was not properly controlled. Let us try again, Xu Yundao said, awkwardly covering his vital areas. Truly useless. Watch and learn from me, Bai Huang declared, rising majestically, a gentle wind swirling around him, making his white fur dance in the breeze, exuding an air of a celestial beast. Lord Bai Huang is truly formidable. I am in total admiration, Xu Yundao exclaimed, showering him with compliments. Of course, my innate talent surpasses even that of little Yunzi, Bai Huang boasted, proudly lifting his head as the 2 continued to explore the art of flaunting. The Jun family's heavenly realm was the foundation of the Jun family, home to countless powerful beings, with most of the clan's ancestors residing in deep meditation within its confines. In the ethereal realm of the celestial heavens, an overwhelming aura of divine essence manifests, transforming into a myriad of terrifying phenomena. The phoenix unfurls its wings, while the qilin treads upon the clouds, each marvel interweaving and evolving in a splendid display. Among these wonders, numerous palatial structures intermittently reveal themselves within the void, each exuding an immensely powerful presence. However, what astonishes Jun Huaiyun the most is the colossal world tree, which pierces through the very fabric of existence at the heart of the celestial realm, its drooping branches giving rise to countless cosmic phenomena in perpetual motion. This is, Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The world tree. My illustrious ancestors from the Jun family transplanted this magnificent tree into our celestial domain using unparalleled divine powers, remarked Jun Dishi with a gentle smile. The world tree. Jun Huaiyun's brows arched slightly. The world tree stands alongside the primordial tree as one of the 2 supreme divine trees of the heavens. Its value is beyond measure. He had not anticipated that the Jun family possessed such an extraordinary entity. Soon, Jun Huaiyun, along with Jun Dishi and several venerable ancestors, ventured deep into the celestial realm. There, a dozen figures sat in meditation at the terminus of the heavens, each enveloped in boundless celestial mist, their imperial might potent enough to collapse the very heavens and earth. Merely a wisp of their aura could obliterate the souls of ordinary quasi-emperors. Ah, Huaiyun has arrived. The foremost elder regarded Jun Huaiyun with a faint smile, his eyes reflecting the terrifying scene of the annihilation and rebirth of the cosmos. These are the 12 ancestors, masters of celestial calculations. Jun Dishi elucidated from the side. Though the 12 ancestors ranked among the mid-tier of the Jun family's elders, their mastery of celestial mechanics elevated their status among the elders to a high rank. Even the 5th ancestor would accord them respect. The 12 ancestors had once achieved numerous military exploits for the Jun family through their celestial calculations, orchestrating the fate of myriad worlds, thus securing their esteemed position. Greetings to the esteemed ancestors. I am Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Well met. A true body of primordial chaos. And with such a rich lineage of the Jun family, it seems our generation is destined to bring forth a prodigious dragon. The 12 ancestors scrutinized Jun Huaiyun, their eyes gleaming with delight. As soon as the words left their lips, the other 10 elders simultaneously opened their eyes, collectively casting their gaze upon Jun Huaiyun. And in that instant, the entire expanse of the cosmos was suffused with their formidable imperial might. Jun Huaiyun felt his blood surging within, the power of the primordial chaos instinctively radiating forth, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. My sincerest apologies for our earlier display. We did not expect to encounter a true body of primordial chaos. The elders of the Jun family retracted their pressure, their expressions tinged with regret, primarily due to their overwhelming excitement at the unexpected presence of such a rare physique. The 12 ancestors calculated with their fingers, their eyes reflecting the flow of stars. And after a brief moment, they revealed a look of astonishment. I find myself unable to discern the fate and causation of this child, Huaiyun. This proclamation further shocked the gathered elders. The 12 ancestors were renowned across the myriad realms for their unparalleled art of celestial divination. And for even them to be unable to fathom Jun Huaiyun's destiny was nothing short of astounding. Huaiyun, do you have any further requests? Should you wish for any territory in the celestial realm, feel free to claim it at your leisure. You may cultivate for as long as you desire. The 12 ancestors said, taking a deep breath, sensing that the Jun family's future depended greatly on Jun Huaiyun's actions. At present, I have no requests. As for a place to cultivate, I would prefer to remain in the young lord's imperial palace. Jun Huaiyun contemplated briefly before responding. Haha, it is as I expected. Truly. You are the progeny of Jun Wuwang, as if cast from the same mold. Indeed, in many respects, the young lord's imperial palace rivals even the celestial realm. Since you wish to stay in the imperial palace, it shall be as you desire. Should you have any uncertainties in your cultivation or encounter any insolent individuals, do not hesitate to seek us. Even if it is your father who troubles you, we will gladly assist in reprimanding him. The 7th ancestor laughed heartily. Now, let us address the matter at hand. I have convened you for another significant reason. Jun Huaiyun declared. The ancestral grounds of the Jun family are about to open. This is a rare opportunity that occurs only once in a millennium. Within the ancestral grounds lie numerous opportunities and legacies left by our esteemed ancestors, including our progenitor. For you, this presents an exceptional chance. If you can resonate with our progenitor, you may achieve unforeseen gains. Especially since you are the only member of the Jun family in recent times to possess a bloodline purity exceeding 95. Even your father falls short in comparison. The 12 ancestors spoke with gravity. Chapter 37. 2 Comical Figures and the Self-Conscious by Huang. The Jun family's ancestral grounds. Jun Huaiyun felt a tremor in his heart. If there were any place in the fantastical realm that captivated the younger generation, it would undoubtedly be the ancestral grounds. Particularly that of an imperishable imperial clan like the Jun family, which harbors numerous legacies preserved by their ancestors. The ancestral grounds will open 3 days hence. At that time, many young members of the Jun family will enter to vie for the legacies. Originally, the opening of the ancestral grounds was scheduled for next year. But after discussions among the elders, it has been decided to advance the opening. Huaiyun, although you are the young lord of the Jun family, strength is paramount within the ancestral grounds. This time, the 9 saints, who rank among the top in the Jun family, will also participate. This poses a considerable challenge for you. Do not underestimate the 9 saints. While you possess the true body of primordial chaos and the ability to challenge those beyond your level, the top-ranked individuals are equally capable of such feats. Moreover, they have cultivated for decades and are significantly older, with a solid foundation. Do not take them lightly, cautioned another elder of the Jun family. Concerned that Jun Huaiyun might become overconfident and risk being defeated by the 9 saints, leading to a shattered heart. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed ancestor. I shall exercise due caution. Jun Huaiyun replied respectfully. Through his time spent with the Jun family, he had come to understand the nature of this illustrious clan, where prodigies are generally formidable, particularly the 9 saints, who serve as the family's emblem and are far from negligible in strength. They are not the type to be easily bested by the prodigies of other forces, nor would they be casually dispatched by the lackluster talents of lesser factions. This is not the mindless fantasy literature of his previous life. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he would not underestimate them, especially not those of the 9 saints' caliber. By the way, will the three young emperors be entering the ancestral grounds? Jun Huaiyun suddenly inquired, as he realized that compared to the 9 saints, the 3 young emperors were his true targets of attention. The 3 young emperors? Rest assured, they have already acquired the legacies they sought within the ancestral grounds and will not return to compete for opportunities with you. The 12 ancestors chuckled, slightly taken aback before bursting into laughter. Then I understand. Jun Huaiyun replied with an awkward smile. Go now and prepare adequately. The ancestral grounds are fraught with danger. Many ancient beasts dwell within, remnants of the ancestors will. While they pose no mortal threat, injury is still a possibility. Be sure to prepare thoroughly. Also, the follower you brought back possesses commendable talent. If their character is suitable, they could be cultivated. They may roam freely in the periphery of the ancestral grounds. But entry into the inner sanctum is restricted to core members of the Jun family. Another elder advised. Huaiyun, do you have any further questions? The 12 ancestors smiled gently. None at present, esteemed ancestor. Jun Huaiyun shook his head after careful consideration. Since there are no questions, let us depart. I shall escort you back to the imperial palace. Jun Dishi patted Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Huaiyun found himself back in the familiar young lord's imperial palace. What vexed him the most was that, upon landing, he was immediately greeted by an exaggerated uproar, a sound unmistakably belonging to the 2 comical figures. Behold my first pose of grandeur, as the celestial breeze arrives. The voice of Chu Yundao echoed from within the imperial palace, accompanied by waves of formidable energy fluctuations. No, you pumpkin-faced fool, can you even manage this? Your wind is far too forced, it must appear natural. The barking of the White Emperor followed closely behind Chu Yundao. A twinge of regret washed over Jun Huaiyun for having taken this Chu Yundao as a follower. A dark line appeared on his forehead. Every protagonist as follower was a formidable figure, yet his first follower was this absurdity, either posturing or on the path of pretentiousness. He found himself intrigued to see what they were concocting. As he pondered, Jun Huaiyun stealthily approached the source of the commotion, eager to uncover what these 2 mischief-makers were up to. What the hell are you doing? Upon turning a corner, the sight before him nearly made him spew blood. There stood Chu Yundao, clad in a golden cloak of unknown origin, atop a rooftop, hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing dramatically in the wind. The issue was that the wind was excessively strong, causing his golden hair to stand on end, resembling a frizzy golden cap from afar. What truly made him choke was the layer of white powder adorning Chu Yundao's face and the bright red on his lips, making him appear like a performer in a theatrical play. Turning his gaze to the other side, he spotted the White Emperor, poised with one paw raised behind him and the other stroking an inexplicable beard, his canine face adorned with an expression of a sage. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing his white fur to dance, giving off an air of an ethereal beast, yet the ridiculous bow on his rear was utterly disgraceful. Could one even fathom such a scene? It was incongruous to the extreme. Brother Jun is back. I missed you so much. Chu Yundao's keen eyes were the first to catch sight of Jun Huaiyun, and he excitedly leaped from the rooftop, only to trip over something and tumble heavily to the ground, his newly donned clothing now a sight to behold, an embarrassing pair of torn pants. The White Emperor maintained his lofty demeanor, turning slowly with an air of nonchalance. Ah, little Yunzi has returned, truly an insufficient welcome. This sovereign was merely instructing this pumpkin-faced fool in the art of pretense. I was gone only a moment. Jun Huaiyun replied, exasperated. Little Yunzi, you lack the very essence of pretentiousness. It requires 3 parts strength and 7 parts performance. This sovereign is imparting vital skills for survival in the cultivation realm. The White Emperor wore a mischievous grin. So, you 2 have merely been refining a technique for windblown hairstyles? Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but scoff. Not just that. During this time, we have explored numerous techniques of pretense, such as the gaze of supremacy, the aloof stance, the elegant poise, and the natural pretense, among others. Chu Yundao exclaimed, jumping with excitement, completely oblivious to his torn pants. Stop. I have something serious to discuss. Jun Huaiyun quickly interrupted, fearing Chu Yundao would launch into another ludicrous display. Serious? Could it be that the ancestral land is about to open? The White Emperor perked up. You know about this? Jun Huaiyun was taken aback. The usually unreliable White Emperor had surprisingly grasped this matter. This sovereign calculated and realized that the ancient relics of the Jun family would soon be restless. After all, the ancestral trials occur once every millennium, and the date is drawing near. The White Emperor proudly flicked his tail. What is this ancestral land? Can it be used for pretense? Chu Yundao asked, utterly bewildered. Pretense indeed. It is a secret realm left behind by the ancestors of the Jun family, brimming with treasures, various ancestral legacies, and numerous elixirs of immortality, the White Emperor replied, smacking Chu Yundao on the forehead, grumbling. The White Emperor was not mistaken. In 3 days, the ancestral land would indeed open, and Jun Huaiyun intended to inform them of this matter. However, Chu Yundao can only operate on the periphery. He added, nodding. What? 3 days? I thought it was next year. The White Emperor began to calculate with his paws, his expression suddenly turning grave. White Emperor, what troubles you? Jun Huaiyun frowned, noticing the gravity on the White Emperor's face. The pumpkin-faced fool has only begun his training in the first technique of pretense. And this incompetent creature cannot even utilize the pretense manual. I worry he will embarrass us in the ancestral land. Jun Huaiyun. Chu Yundao. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to pummel both the man and the dog. Wait, Brother Jun just implied that I can also enter the Jun family's ancestral land. How splendid. I shall make quite the display. Chu Yundao finally grasped the situation, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. The White Emperor shot him a disapproving glance before turning to Jun Huaiyun, his expression suddenly serious. Little Yunzi, the ancestral land is not to be trifled with. Within it lie not only opportunities and legacies, but also ancient beasts transformed by the will of our ancestors. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. You seem quite concerned for me. Your sudden shift in attitude feels rather unusual. Did you not enjoy watching me get beaten? Jun Huaiyun replied, equally astonished at the White Emperor's demeanor. Ahem, you misunderstand. I am not concerned for your well-being. I merely worry that your defeat might tarnish my reputation. The White Emperor coughed awkwardly, his eyes darting about, betraying his nervousness. Jun Huaiyun smiled silently. White Emperor, you are deceiving yourself. The scent of lies clings to you. You may be able to fool Brother Jun, but not me. Do not forget, my nose is quite discerning. You are truly worried about Brother Jun's safety. Chu Yundao leaned closer to the White Emperor, his nose twitching, wearing an expression of understanding. Utter nonsense. Do not malign this sovereign. As Chu Yundao exposed him, the White Emperor's canine face flushed crimson, and he suddenly leaped, kicking Chu Yundao away with a paw. Chapter 38. Adjusting the state, cultivating the 7 techniques to vanquish heaven. Well, regardless, you both must prepare. I shall take my leave. Jun Huaiyun clapped his hands. Oh no, my pants are ruined. Chu Yundao finally realized the chill around his lower half, letting out a shriek as he covered himself and fled. I too shall depart, little Yunzi. The White Emperor's eyes twinkled mischievously, and with that, he dashed after Chu Yundao. After bidding farewell to the White Emperor, Jun Huaiyun ventured deeper into the imperial palace alone. He needed to compose himself for what lay ahead. The journey to the ancestral land was of utmost importance and allowed for no folly. Furthermore, he needed to solidify his foundation, as his recent breakthroughs had come too swiftly. 3 days, which equated to a month in the outside world, should suffice. Arriving at the heart of the imperial palace, Jun Huaiyun waved his hand gently, causing countless profound time runes to illuminate the palace, rippling waves of law across the surroundings. He sat cross-legged, first examining his own condition. Having absorbed an excess of primordial essence within the primordial divine mirror, he had evolved from a chaotic immortal body to a primordial chaotic body, but this transformation also brought certain burdens. To draw an analogy, it was akin to a small cup suddenly being filled with the waters of a vast ocean. Although his originally robust physique, aided by the initial stages, could barely withstand the power of primordial essence, his cultivation level remained too low, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued both physically and mentally. He must enter seclusion to adjust his state. Otherwise, as time progressed, his condition would deteriorate. Akin to a person who continuously stays up late without rest, the longer it goes on, the worse the situation becomes. He was currently experiencing this very sensation. First, he must adjust his state. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes and began to circulate the chaotic genesis technique, feeling the primordial chaos energy within him flow gently. Gradually, he entered a profound state, his consciousness drifting amidst a vast expanse of chaos. What? You say it plainly means he fell asleep. Ah, what a relief. My back no longer aches, and my waist is free of discomfort. After an indeterminate period, Jun Huaiyun exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light surging within them. The weariness that had previously clouded his gaze vanished, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. With his state expertly adjusted, it was time to wield the heavenly punishment spear. A magnificent golden spear materialized before Jun Huaiyun. The spear measured approximately 9 feet in length, its shaft entwined with strands of golden lightning, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that compressed the very void around it. Ever since he had tamed the heavenly punishment spear, he had scarcely found time to attend to it. The moment his hand grasped the spear's shaft, an icy wave of murderous intent surged from his arm straight to the crown of his head. Had it not been for Jun Huaiyun's remarkable willpower, he might have indeed succumbed to becoming a relentless killing machine. Undoubtedly, this was the weapon of the executioner emperor, the enforcer of the primordial temple's laws. Such killing intent was not something an ordinary person could withstand. To truly unleash the spear's power, he needed to acquire several compatible divine abilities. And the Jun family surely possessed such techniques. Aha, this one. The supreme killing technique, the 7 strikes to exterminate heaven. Indeed, the Jun family lacks for nothing in terms of formidable abilities. Their strength makes things conveniently accessible. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the 7 strikes to exterminate heaven. First strike, heaven-splitting, earth-shattering. After a while, Jun Huaiyun suddenly stood up, opened his eyes, and swung the heavenly punishment spear fiercely towards the void ahead. Golden lightning shattered all in its path, and the vast expanse of emptiness before him was instantly torn asunder, resembling the very separation of heaven and earth. An impressive display of power, this strike could not be withstood by even a holy king, and a careless supreme would surely meet their demise. Satisfied, Jun Huaiyun nodded, pleased with the potency of this divine ability. After mastering the first strike, he began to cultivate the second. Adjusting his breath, he held the heavenly punishment spear horizontally, and the once roiling golden lightning on the shaft suddenly calmed, flowing gently along the spear's body. Second strike, void annihilation. With the spear in hand, he swept it horizontally behind him, and the golden spear light fanned out in a golden ripple, astonishing Jun Huaiyun as it did not possess the dominating destructiveness of the first strike. Instead, it radiated in layered golden waves that expanded outward. Wherever the golden waves passed, the space transformed into a void, with smooth, flat sections that possessed an eerie artistic beauty, as if erased by an unseen hand. If one were to compare the two, the first strike was brutish. A single thrust would leave enemies scattered in disarray, while the second was its complete antithesis. The third strike, however, posed a challenge. It likely required one to reach the supreme realm to cultivate. Jun Huaiyun scratched his head, deciding to set it aside for the time being. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Haste could lead to misfortune. He had made considerable gains during these few days of seclusion. Aside from refining his spear techniques, his realm had advanced from a 1-star holy king to a 2-star. In addition, he had also familiarized himself with the power of the primordial chaos body. It was time to venture out and see how those 2 lively spirits were faring. Hopefully, they had not caused any trouble. Jun Huaiyun stretched lazily, for he was, after all, someone who had traversed worlds. In his previous life, he was merely a teenager, still immature and playful, with little inclination for cultivation. The notion that a teenage soul could mature instantly upon crossing into another realm is pure nonsense. Significant change cannot occur without the trials of time. As he stepped outside, 2 figures swiftly charged toward him. "Brother Jun, I've missed you to death," Chu Yundao exclaimed, arms wide open, tears of excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Woof woof, little Yunzi, this emperor has come too." Bai Huang was equally determined, his 4 short legs speeding towards him. Seeing the comical sight of 1 person and 1 dog, the corners of Jun Huaiyun's mouth twitched slightly, and he elegantly sidestepped their enthusiastic welcome. "Ah, a woo." The 2 collided solidly, rolling into a heap on the ground. "You 2 Haven Tea stirred up any trouble these past few days, have you?" Jun Huaiyun said, hands behind his back, a look of exasperation on his face. "Brother Jun, you're so heartless. We've been waiting here day and night for you to emerge. Not even a hug?" Chu Yundao protested as he climbed to his feet, holding his nose. "If you were a girl, I might consider it." Jun Huaiyun replied earnestly. "Woof woof, exactly. No, wait, this emperor has been here day and night. Where have you, pumpkin face, been running off to? Just wait until I bite you." Bai Huang barked, glaring at him and preparing to pounce. "Featherless dog, how dare you?" "Oh no, don't bite my pants. They're brand new. Not that place. I still want to marry and have children." Watching the playful chase between 1 person and 1 dog, a smile crept onto Jun Huaiyun's face. These 2 lively companions always managed to ease his tension. Just as the playful antics unfolded, Elder Jun Wandao also made his entrance into the imperial palace. Chapter 39. The Cultivation of Jun Family Prodigies. There is no mindless provocation or taunting. We welcome the young master from his seclusion. A resounding voice echoed through the imperial palace. Behind Jun Wandao stood a throng of young, exceptional Jun family prodigies, each exuding an aura of at least the Holy Realm. Truly, the Jun family prodigies are all of the Holy Realm. Jun Huaiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. These must be the elite of the younger generation in the Jun family, each a dragon among men, endowed with extraordinary talents. What astonished him most was the genuine admiration in the gazes of these prodigies directed at him, devoid of the jealousy and provocation commonly found in the mindless novels of his past life. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand in acknowledgement. Courtesy must not be discarded. Now that the young master has emerged, let us set forth for the ancestral grounds. The other 6 saints have already departed. Elder Jun Wandao said with a cheerful smile. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder. By the way, you mentioned that 6 saints have already set out for the ancestral grounds. Which 3 are absent?" Jun Huaiyun nodded, suddenly recalling and inquiring. "The top 3 among the 9 saints are not in the Jun family. The great saint is honing his skills in the outside world. The second saint is in a secluded realm for cultivation. And the whereabouts of the 3rd saint have always been a mystery. Even the clan leader is not entirely certain." Elder Jun Wandao shook his head. "This emperor knows. That rascal must be sneaking off to the Yaoqi sacred land to spy on the fairies bathing again. He used to drag me along for such escapades, Bai Huang declared. His front paws crossed over his chest, looking as if he understood everything. At this remark, silence fell over the gathering. Brother June, this is quite the spectacle. Over the past month, I have interacted with them quite a bit. None of them are easy to deal with, yet they show you such respect. I never experienced such honor even when I was in the primordial temple. Your standing is truly formidable, Brother June. Chu Yundao leaned closer to Jun Huaiyun, whispering, his tone filled with envy. Woof woof, naturally. Little Yunzi is under this emperor's protection in the Jun family. Those who oppose him will be swiftly subdued. Bai Huang, having transformed into a small dog, perched proudly on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, gazing at Chu Yundao with an air of superiority. Both of you, mind your words in public. Don't embarrass me, Jun Huaiyun said with a sigh. Ahem, in any case, as the ancestral grounds are set to open, only 3 of the 9 saints are unable to attend due to prior engagements, while the remaining 6 have already embarked. However, rest assured, young master, although they harbor some reservations regarding your sudden elevation to the position of young master of the Jun family, they will adhere to family regulations and refrain from any inappropriate actions, Jun Wandao remarked. Jun Huaiyun nodded in agreement. It appeared that the Jun family's upbringing was far superior to what he had anticipated. The younger generation's confrontations were conducted discreetly, without being brought to the fore. The mindless antagonist that frequently emerged in the novels of his past life, daring to provoke the young master, would hardly survive beyond 3 chapters in reality. How could individuals of the caliber of the 9 saints possess such childish temperaments? Without further ado, let us set forth. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jun Wandao summoned a colossal black void battleship, which materialized above the imperial palace, its hull adorned with numerous intricate runes, each emanating a mysterious aura. Goodness, is this the Jun family's void battleship? It is my first time witnessing such a marvel. How many spirit stones must it have cost to construct this vessel? Chu Yundao's eyes widened in awe, drool escaping his lips. Simpleton, this is crafted from celestial meteorite gold and ancient star cores, far beyond the valuation of spirit stones. It is a market rarity, and even if you wished to purchase it, you could not. Bai Huang scoffed disdainfully at Chu Yundao. Naturally, this battleship pales in comparison to the invincible vessel that the lad Wu Wang gifted me, which regrettably met its demise due to my misadventures. The thought seemed to flush Bai Huang's canine visage slightly red. Shaggy dog, you're boasting again. Last time, you claimed to be a reincarnated celestial emperor. Only for me to expose you, and you still sought to strike me. Chu Yundao retorted, tugging at Bai Huang's tail. Woof, I never said that. Do not wrongfully accuse a good dog. Bai Huang protested, clearly agitated. Now, both of you settle down. Jun Huaiyun sighed in exasperation. Amidst the stifled laughter of the Jun family members, he grasped the nape of Chu Yundao and lifted Bai Huang by the scruff, striding towards the battleship. My apologies for the spectacle, Jun Huaiyun said, his expression somewhat awkward. The young master's newly acquired followers are indeed lively, though they do not harmonize well with Lord Bai Huang. Jun Wandao stifled a laugh. Upon boarding the battleship, Jun Huaiyun truly grasped the terrifying depth of the Jun family's resources. The internal space of the vessel was magnitudes larger than its external appearance suggested, replete with various facilities, including training rooms and alchemy chambers, everything one could possibly desire. Jun Wandao guided Jun Huaiyun and the other Jun family prodigies aboard the void battleship en route to the Jun family's ancestral grounds. During the journey, Jun Wandao briefly explained the nature of the ancestral grounds, which were not located in the heavenly realm, but rather within a universe created by the ancient ancestors of the Jun family. He specifically noted that the matters within the ancestral grounds would not be interfered with by the higher-ups of the Jun family. Should there be any life-threatening situations, they were free to withdraw at any time, although the conflicts among the younger generation were not something they would intervene in. After all, such rivalries were inevitable. As long as they did not threaten life or engage in flagrant misconduct, the elders would turn a blind eye. A vast imperial clan devoid of healthy competition would inevitably lose its ambition, leading to its eventual decline. Thus, the Jun family maintained a balanced approach to the competition among the younger generation. Within the Jun family, meritocracy reigned supreme. Lineage mattered little. As long as one possessed strength and talent, they would receive due recognition from the Jun family, and their status would naturally rise, as the family treated all members equally. Listening to this, Jun Huaiyun maintained a composed countenance, having anticipated such circumstances. Brother Jun, your Jun family is truly admirable, unlike the Taichu Divine Palace, where one must constantly live in fear of unjust treatment while cultivating. The Taichu Divine Palace operates solely on the basis of connections, even as a Taichu sacred body. If I lacked backing, those individuals could easily bring me to ruin. Chu Yundao remarked with envy before suddenly adopting a serious tone. Brother Jun, may I join your Jun family? At this declaration, Jun Huaiyun nearly choked on his own saliva, and the atmosphere aboard the battleship fell silent. As countless eyes turned toward Chu Yundao, even Bai Huang, who had been dozing on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, perked up, ears erect. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, Elder Jun Wandao could no longer contain his laughter. My young friend, not just anyone can join the Jun family. While we welcome prodigies from all walks of life, there are significant prerequisites. Prerequisites? What prerequisites? Chu Yundao's eyes sparkled with interest as he leaned forward eagerly. Is there a fee? Or do I need to pass some sort of assessment? Although I, Chu Yundao, have departed from the Taichu Divine Palace and am penniless, I am nonetheless a Taichu sacred body, one of the top 30 in the 3,000 physiques, with boundless potential. Chu Yundao asserted proudly. Bai Huang seized the opportunity to mock him, crossing his front paws and sporting a derisive expression. Woof, you pumpkin-faced fool. Do you think the Jun family is a vegetable market where anyone can simply walk in? Shaggy dog, you ought to stop looking down on others. I am a rare sacred body of the Taichu Divine Palace. If it weren't for those old disciples bullying me due to their connections, I would have long since. Chu Yundao retorted defiantly, tilting his head upward. Long since what? Perhaps long since driven the palace to bankruptcy? All I see is that you enjoy posturing and eating. You possess no other talents. Bai Huang grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Could you two cease your bickering for a moment? Jun Huaiyun rubbed his temples in exasperation and turned to Jun Wandao. Elder, what are the conditions for joining the Jun family? According to family regulations, non-blood members wishing to join the Jun family must achieve significant merit for the clan, and Jun Wandao hesitated. And what else? Chu Yundao pressed eagerly. Moreover, one must endure the 64 trials and traverse through 9 layers of hell, encountering 3,000 thunder tribulations. Bai Huang interjected with a serious demeanor. Wait a moment. When did the Jun family adopt such regulations? Jun Huaiyun frowned. Little Yunzi, you are unaware. This is the Jun family's latest decree. In addition to what I just mentioned, there is one final test. One must consume 1,000 pounds of hellish chili peppers within a single day to prove their unwavering loyalty to the Jun family. Bai Huang stated earnestly, his face exhibiting a comical absurdity. 1,000 pounds of hellish chili peppers within a day? Are you trying to kill me? Chu Yundao's face paled at the revelation. Furthermore, one must recite the 3,000 volumes of the Jun family's ancestral teachings backward and soak in the thunder tribulation pool for 49 days. Using one S posterior to create a painting, Bai Huang continued with increasing enthusiasm, conjuring a thick stack of books from thin air. Enough already. Jun Huaiyun could no longer endure and seized Bai Huang by the scruff of his neck. Woof. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little Yunzi. I'm merely helping him test his loyalty to the Jun family. Bai Huang protested, leaping onto Jun Huaiyun's shoulder in a display of grievance. The onlookers from the Jun family observed this peculiar scene with expressions of astonishment. Apart from the family patriarch and the ancestral elder, no one had ever dared to so brazenly tug at Bai Huang's scruff. All right. Aside from achieving great merit for the family, one must also make a solemn vow to never betray the Jun family or engage in any actions detrimental to it. Jun Wandao clarified. That sounds simple enough. Chu Yundao's eyes lit up suddenly. Boom. Just as Bai Huang was about to speak, the battleship suddenly shook violently. Do not be alarmed. We have arrived at the ancestral realm, and we are currently traversing the barriers of worlds, declared Jun Wandao with a grand gesture. Through the window, Jun Huaiyun could distinctly observe the surrounding void warping and distorting. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the entire vessel shook violently. Chu Yundao clung tightly to Jun Huaiyun, his complexion paling. Brother Jun, I feel nauseous. Hold on, pumpkin face. If you must be sick, let it be on little Yunzi. Just do not let it land on me. My white fur is quite difficult to clean, exclaimed Bai Huang, his face etched with terror as he leapt onto Jun Huaiyun's head. At long last, they had reached the ancestral realm. After what felt like an eternity, the turbulence gradually subsided, and everyone rose to gaze outside, including the incapacitated Chu Yundao, who struggled to his feet. The scenery beyond the window had transformed dramatically. No longer the pitch-black cosmos. Instead, a vast expanse of starry sky unfolded in the distance. This is the ancestral land of the Jun family, an independent universe forged by our many ancient ancestors, Jun Wandao proclaimed with great pride, asserting that no force in the entire Immortal Domain could achieve such a feat, not even the Heavenly Court's primordial divine palace. At that moment, numerous figures awaited them in the ancestral land, all renowned prodigies of the Jun family. The void warship halted in the emptiness, and Jun Huaiyun and his companions disembarked. Standing firm in the void, gazing upwards, beneath the immense starry sky, an ancient altar stood prominently on a primordial land, encircled by 81 towering jade pillars, each intricately carved with various figures. The altar was already bustling with people. Jun Huaiyun's keen eyes swept across the crowd, noting at least several thousand individuals, each exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. the weakest among them being at the first star of the Holy Realm. Any one of them, if drawn from this place, would be considered a top-tier prodigy in the outside world, yet here, they barely registered as noteworthy. However, what captivated Jun Huaiyun's attention the most were the 6 figures standing at the forefront, their presence significantly more formidable than the others. Each at least at the 3rd star of the Holy King level, they were none other than the 6 saints of the Jun family. Even Jun Jiujian and Jun Wuchun had achieved notable advancements during this time, successfully breaking through to the Holy King realm and ascending several stars. Beyond the younger generation of the Jun family, a multitude of elders also stood in the depths of the void, including the 2nd and 3rd elders. We humbly welcome the young master. The Jun family members greeted Jun Huaiyun with respectful gestures. Are those the other 3 saints of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun's gaze fell upon them, silently admiring. These 3 individuals were unfamiliar to him. They appeared to be of similar age to Jun Jiujian and the others. Yet their innate talents surpassed those of Jun Jiujian and Jun Wuchun by a significant margin. Saint-level prodigies at the 6th star are considered the pinnacle within any faction. Even the behemoths of the primordial divine palace and the heavenly court could hardly match the prowess of these 3 saints, who were undoubtedly formidable anomalies among various powers. Brother Jun, those 6 individuals appear rather formidable, Chu Yundao whispered as he sidled up to Jun Huaiyun. Without uttering a word, Jun Huaiyun's gaze remained fixed as 3 of them approached. The foremost was a young man clad in white, 9 long swords hovering behind him, enveloped in an aura of annihilation. This was Jun Jiujian, who, after comprehending the concept of annihilation in the Imperial Palace Sword Pavilion, had smoothly advanced to the Holy King realm. Had it not been for Jun Huaiyun, his breakthrough might not have been as seamless. You have finally arrived, young master. We have eagerly awaited your arrival, Jun Jiujian said with a respectful bow. I have met the young master before. Thank you for the alchemical formula you bestowed upon me, which enabled my successful breakthrough to the Holy King realm. Another young man followed, bowing slightly to Jun Huaiyun. Lastly, a stunning maiden in a pale green gown approached with grace, her skin as exquisite as jade, and her 3,000 strands of hair glistening like pearls under the starlight. She was Jun Xianxia. She elegantly curtsied before Jun Huaiyun. Jun Xianxia pays her respects to the young master. During your seclusion, I eagerly awaited your return. Jun Xianxia's voice was melodious, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic brilliance. There is no need for formalities, my friends. As I am new to this place and still unfamiliar with the affairs of the Jun family, I will rely on your guidance in the days to come. Jun Huaiyun replied with a warm smile, his demeanor embodying the essence of a young master, humble and devoid of any airs of superiority. Young master, you are far too modest. Were it not for the opportunities you provided us, we would not have found it so easy to break through to the Holy King realm. This kindness is etched in our hearts, and we shall wholeheartedly assist you, Jun Jiujian said with a hearty laugh. As the 4 engaged in pleasantries, Jun Huaiyun perceptively sensed 3 additional gazes upon him. Maintaining his composure, he turned to meet the eyes of the other 3 saints of the Jun family. One was clad in crimson battle armor, exuding a formidable aura of combat. Another wore black garments, gracefully wielding a folding fan, his demeanor poised and refined, radiating no trace of aggression, resembling a charming neighbor. The last was shrouded in a black cloak, enveloped in shadow, evoking a sense of profound mystery. These were the other 3 saints. The one in battle armor was Jun Xiaoling, the cloaked figure was Jun Anxing, and the one in black was Jun Xiaoyao. All 3 possessed strength surpassing their own, each at least at the 6th star of the Holy King level. Particularly, Jun Xiaoyao's actions had become increasingly peculiar. His strength had seemingly surged inexplicably, far exceeding theirs. Recently, he had awakened the ancient holy body, shattering the constraints of his physique, which had stirred the elders. Had it not been for the young master's sudden appearance, it was conceivable that the position of young master might have fallen to him in this lifetime. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's personality had undergone a transformation. He often preferred to seclude himself in remote locations and would return days later with peculiar artifacts, be they divine abilities or some form of secret treasures. Jun Xianxia remarked softly as she followed Jun Huaiyun's gaze. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. System, could he have been possessed by some ancient being? No, all is normal. Chapter 41. This is the landscape, the ancestral land unveiled. Brother Jun, why are you standing there motionless? Chu Yundao poked Jun Huaiyun's robe, his expression one of confusion. It's nothing. I was contemplating a matter. Come, let us greet them, Jun Huaiyun replied, stepping out of the system space with a tranquil smile as he approached the 3 individuals. As he drew nearer, Jun Huaiyun could acutely sense the formidable aura emanating from the 3, each at the 6th star of the Holy King level, capable of establishing their own sect in the outside world. Yet here, they merely represented the elite of the younger generation within the Jun family, a testament to the family's profound heritage. Greetings, young master. Upon noticing Jun Huaiyun approaching, The three bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formalities. I have long heard of your esteemed names. Seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation. Jun Huaiyun responded, gesturing dismissively as his gaze swept over them. You flatter us, young master. We are merely basking in the glory of our family and are nothing special. However, it is indeed enviable that you, at such a young age, have been recognized as the young master by our ancestors. Jun Xiaoyao remarked, fanning himself with a gentle smile. Though his words seemed courteous, they concealed a subtle sharpness, revealing a hint of discontent among them. Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, returning the smile. I am merely fortunate to have caught the attention of the ancestors. Suddenly, the previously silent Jun Anqing interjected. Luck is also a part of strength. Young master should not be so humble. The atmosphere suddenly became subtly charged, as the Grand Elder and his companions looked on with keen interest. They merely observed, unwilling to intervene unless it resulted in loss of life. After all, a true wolf king must conquer his pack through his own strength, rather than relying on external forces. Jun Huaiyun could perceive the faint yet palpable pressure emanating from the three of them, the surrounding space slightly warping as they tested the depths of his power. A smirk tugged at the corner of Jun Huaiyun's lips, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, as the primordial chaos creation technique quietly circulated within him, unleashing a presence more formidable than the combined might of the three adversaries. Behind him, an indistinct yet colossal figure emerged, wielding a long axe and cleaving the heavens asunder, splitting the world in twain. Several of the weaker disciples of the Jun family were staggered back, their chests heaving with turmoil. The layered aura of the three was instantly obliterated by Jun Huaiyun, forcing Jun Xiaoling and Jun Anqing to retreat a few steps. What? The combined might of the three of us can't surpass him. Jun Xiaoling's pupils constricted slightly. They had not anticipated such a scenario. Surely, it should have resulted in a stalemate, yet they faced utter defeat. This was still Jun Huaiyun holding back, merely employing the power of chaos. Had he invoked the primordial force, the outcome would have been even more overwhelming. Crack! A sound resonated as everyone's gaze turned to Jun Xiaoyao, whose folding fan suddenly snapped. The smile that had perpetually adorned his face twitched for the first time. Though he remained standing, unperturbed, his hands trembled slightly within his sleeves. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as the thousands of young Jun family elites stared in disbelief. A one-star Saint King had suppressed 3-6, and 7-star Saint Kings solely through his aura, shattering their understanding of power dynamics. Most astonishing of all was Jun Xiaoyao. Since awakening the ancient sacred body, no one had managed to best him head-on, save for the 3 saints and the 3 young emperors. What was more, Jun Xiaoyao's current realm was not that of a 6-star Saint King, but an 8-star Saint King. Haha, splendid work, little Yunzi. Pumpkin face, did you see that? This is the might of my little brother. Bai Huang declared triumphantly, flicking his tail and playfully swatting at Chu Yundao's head. Baldy, what does my brother's prowess have to do with you? Chu Yundao, lost in admiration, nearly toppled over at Bai Huang's playful assault. Not only the Jun family disciples, but even Jun Jiujian and his companions exchanged astonished glances. They were aware of Jun Huaiyun's remarkable talent and his possession of the chaos immortal body. Yet they had not anticipated he would ascend to such formidable heights in just a few days. The strength of the young master had grown tremendously since their first encounter in the imperial palace. Jun Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure. Discarding the broken fan, he clasped his hands in salute, stating, I am in awe of the young master's formidable strength. The other two echoed his sentiments, bowing deeply and declaring, we are in awe of the young master's strength. Jun Huaiyun offered a faint smile, retracting his aura as if nothing had transpired moments before. Ha ha ha. So, do you three yield? A resonant voice suddenly boomed from above, drawing the attention of all present. They beheld Jun Wandao and the other elders materializing from the depths of the void, their imperial might causing every young disciple to involuntarily hold their breath. Standing beside, Jun Xiaoyao had completely abandoned any notion of testing Jun Huaiyun, earnestly adjusting his disheveled robes before stepping forward to bow deeply. Young master, your extraordinary talent commands my utmost respect. I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses, and I hope for your forgiveness. Jun Anqing and Jun Xiaoling exchanged glances, also bowing deeply and saying, we apologize for our prior offenses. We implore your forgiveness, young master. The elders of the Jun family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with appreciation. They had not anticipated Jun Huaiyun would so effortlessly tame the 3 headstrong individuals, a result that pleasantly surprised them. You 3 may rise. As members of the same clan, there is no need for such formalities. From this day forth, I, Jun Huaiyun, shall require your assistance. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand to gesture for them to rise, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Seeing Jun Huaiyun's magnanimity, Jun Xiaoyao and the others displayed expressions of embarrassment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Did you see that? Now that's what I call grace. Pumpkin face, take notes. Bai Huang had somehow perched himself atop Chu Yundao's head, playfully tapping his skull. Baldy, get down. If you tap my head again, I swear I'll stew you and feast on dog meat. Chu Yundao exclaimed, gripping Bai Huang's tail in frustration. Woof. You dare? Do you know who I am? I am a primordial divine beast. Bai Huang retorted, swatting at Chu Yundao's face and leaving a red mark. Damn it. My face is marred again. Don't you know that you shouldn't hit faces? I'm going to take you on. Chu Yundao lunged at Bai Huang, and the two tumbled into a playful tussle, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Jun family disciples, as the previously solemn atmosphere lightened considerably. All right. Since you have all acknowledged one another, I shall dispense with further ado. Today marks the opening of the Ancestral grounds, lasting for 7 days. Remember, fortune and peril coexist. Act within your means, for what suits you is the best. Jun Wandao and the other elders joined hands, an ancient resonance permeating the air. The intricate patterns on the stone pillars surrounding the altar began to glow one by one, and brilliant beams of light surged skyward, intertwining in the void to form a colossal, resplendent vortex. Within this swirling phenomenon, glimpses of ancient mountains, trees, and celestial bodies could be discerned, along with the distant roars of ferocious beasts. Though these creatures were merely remnants of the ancestors' will, their strength had long since diminished through countless epochs. Nevertheless, dangers still lurked within the ancestral grounds. Moreover, an overwhelming bloodline pressure emanated from the depths of the vortex, causing many young Jun family elites to turn pale as they felt its weight. Their bloodline purity lingered around 60 to 70%. Rendering them unable to withstand such a formidable force. Yet, a select few, like the 6 saints of the Jun family, were less affected, their bloodline purity, while not quite matching Jun Huaiyun's, approached 90%. If Jun Huaiyun was the family's unwavering anchor, then the 9 saints and 3 young emperors were its pillars of strength. Chapter 42, the Jun family's prosperity, the ancestors' legacy. Just as Chu Yundao was engaged in a playful scuffle with Bai Huang, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the bloodline pressure, collapsing to the ground. Damn it. Can't we have a gentler approach when opening the ancestral grounds? He complained. What do you know, pumpkin face? This is the Jun family's ancestral altar, said to be crafted from supreme immortal materials that have been stained with divine blood. Bai Huang scolded, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head. As the vortex settled, the bloodline pressure gradually diminished, transforming into a magnificent, luminous gateway. Esteemed guests, the ancestral grounds are now fully opened for your entry. Remember to act within your means, do not overreach. Take what inheritance you can, but do not set your sights too high. If you find your strength lacking, consider forming teams to jointly pursue the inheritance. With Jun Wandao's command, thousands of Jun family elites surged toward the radiant portal like a tidal wave. What about you? Do you wish to team up or venture forth alone? Jun Huaiyun inquired, casting his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Jun Xiaoyao elegantly adjusted the newly retrieved folding fan, cupping his hands in greeting to Jun Huaiyun, young master. Within the ancestral land, each holds opportunities for inheritance. We shall proceed ahead, for while forming a team is favorable, it does little to hone oneself. Upon finishing his words, he shook his head and stepped into the portal of light. This left Jun Huaiyun momentarily stunned. Who could fathom why this individual placed such importance on a mere folding fan? Indeed, although teaming up offers safety, it does not contribute to personal growth. Jun and Xing, having appeared beside Jun Huaiyun at some point, spoke with his usual cold demeanor. Jun Xiaoling remained silent, standing quietly beside Jun and Xing, clearly indicating their desire to venture forth independently. Jun Huaiyun could only chuckle helplessly, nodding in acknowledgement. He had anticipated this outcome. Though these 3 were ostensibly subdued by his strength, their pride remained unyielded, as they undoubtedly wished to prove themselves within the ancestral land. After all, as fellow prodigies of the Jun family, they believed themselves to be on par with others, each harboring their own sense of pride. The 2 then stepped into the portal of light in unison, vanishing from sight. TSK, these 3 youngsters possess a certain backbone. Alas, they pale in comparison to when I, the Emperor, stealthily pilfered the 18 ancestor water immortal gold fruits. Back then, I would rather die than admit it. What say you? Pumpkinhead, do you admire this Emperor? The White Emperor remarked, swaying his tail. I find it hard to believe. Could it be that they haven't sought you out, and you went off to admit fault by yourself? Chu Yundao scoffed, casting a skeptical glance at the White Emperor. At that moment, Jun Zhoujian, Jun Xingya, and Jun Wuchen approached. Younger master. They offered slight bows, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Have you come to seek my assistance in forming a team? No worries, you may follow behind me, and I shall ensure your safety. Jun Huaiyun instinctively assumed they sought to team up with him, for although they were formidable, they still lagged behind Jun Xiaoyao and the others. You misunderstand, young master. We 3 have conferred and decided to part ways. each to seize our own opportunities for inheritance. We do not wish to be a burden to you. Jun Jiujian responded with a cupped fist. A burden? How could you think so? Jun Huaiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Younger master, we appreciate your goodwill, but if we continually remain under your protection, we shall never grow. Jun Wuchen scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Jun Huaiyun fell silent. In that moment, he comprehended why Jun Xiaoyao and the others had always been reluctant to submit to him. It was the spirit of the Jun family, an unwavering tenacity, a refusal to concede, even in the presence of the young master. They sought to challenge him, to prove their worth to the world. Very well. If this is your decision, I shall not impose. Remember to act within your limits. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, speaking solemnly. We understand. The three nodded earnestly before stepping into the portal of light. The Jun family truly lives up to its reputation as a celestial imperial clan. Boasting such a remarkable younger generation, how could it not thrive continuously? Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He finally grasped why some immortal families suddenly declined. It was due to the absence of an indomitable spirit, one that refuses to yield, to give up, or to accept defeat. How do you find it, host? Have you witnessed the true worth of the Jun family? You wouldn't still believe that Jun family prodigies are like those mindless characters from the novels you've read, where the protagonists effortlessly command respect and submission. I now understand the reason the Jun family stands tall among the heavens. These individuals are indeed the future of the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun sighed deeply. Hey, little Yun, enough of the sentimentality. Hurry and enter. Although this emperor cannot delve deeply into the ancestral land, I might still discover some treasures wandering around the periphery. The White Emperor urged. Chu Yindao thumped his chest, assuring, Jun bro, rest easy. I shall keep a close watch on this scruffy dog and won't let it run amok. Woof. Pumpkin face, you're courting death. As the man and dog seemed poised to clash once more, Jun Huaiyun could only shake his head in resignation. All right, you two. Be cautious at the perimeter and avoid causing any trouble. With that, he turned and approached the portal of light. As he passed by Elder Jun Wandao, the elder grasped his arm. Jun Huaiyun turned, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Elder, what is it? Elder Jun Wandao's gaze was profound. He raised his hand to cast a soundproof barrier, ensuring no one could overhear their conversation, and then spoke slowly. Huaiyun, deep within the ancestral land lies the inheritance of our progenitor. At these words, Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. The inheritance of the progenitor. He had once heard the White Emperor speak of how monumental the Jun family's progenitor was, a being who suppressed the heavens and earth with singular might, paving the way for the Jun family's immortal legacy. The inheritance of such a formidable entity needs no further elaboration. Elder Wandao, has no one obtained the progenitor's inheritance until now? Jun Huaiyun suddenly pondered aloud, his voice low. Elder Jun Wandao rarely shook his head, sighing, throughout countless epochs. How formidable have the Jun family's prodigies been? Among them were several extraordinary individuals, even a few who touched the progenitor's inheritance, yet all ultimately failed. As he spoke, Elder Wandao's gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun, filled with intense hope. But this time, the ancestors see hope in you. Me? Jun Huaiyun was taken aback. Indeed. Elder Wandao nodded earnestly. Your bloodline power surpasses that of those ancient forebears. You are the prodigy with the bloodline density closest to the progenitor in recent history. Coupled with your possession of the primordial chaos body, such credentials are unparalleled throughout the heavens. The ancestors believe you are the most likely candidate to inherit the progenitor's legacy. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun understood. The primordial chaos body was even more formidable than the chaos immortal body, and with the enhancement of his bloodline physique, he indeed held the greatest potential to inherit the progenitor's legacy. I understand. I shall do my utmost to try. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, nodding earnestly. Act within your capacity. If it proves impossible, do not hesitate to retreat. Preserving yourself is of utmost importance. The future of the Jun family cannot afford to lose you. Elder Wandao reassured, patting Jun Huaiyun's shoulder. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly, saying nothing further, merely bowing respectfully before turning to enter the portal of light. The Jun family elders watched Jun Huaiyun's gradually vanishing figure, their faces alight with hope. This child may indeed create a miracle and attain the progenitor's inheritance. One elder murmured, Our Jun family has remained silent for far too long. It is time for the world to recognize who truly reigns in this realm. Another elder's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 43. Testing the Body. Jun Jiujian breaks through. The ancestral land of the Jun family was enveloped in a haze of gray, permeated by an ancient aura, interspersed with countless shattered continents and stars. Is this truly the ancestral land of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of awe flickering in his eyes. He could feel his Jun family bloodline beginning to surge within him, resonating faintly with this land. Boom. Suddenly, the entire void began to tremble violently, as dozens of semi-transparent ancient beast phantoms emerged around them. There were dark flying tigers with wings, celestial holy xianxiaaudiobooks treading upon clouds, and blazing phoenixes that scorched the heavens and earth. Each exuded an aura not inferior to the sacred realm, with several even approaching the level of sacred kings. Is this what the ancestors spoke of, the ancient beasts transformed from the remnants of the progenitors' will? Quite the warmth. Giant Huaiyun's lips curved slightly upwards. The leading crimson flame phoenix let out a long, piercing cry, its wings slicing through the void as a torrent of divine flames surged towards Giant Huaiyun. The other ancient beasts also emitted earth-shattering roars as they charged madly at him. Giant Huaiyun remained unfazed. The immense primordial chaotic energy erupted from his body, instantly shattering the enveloping gray mist that cloaked the ancestral land, forming a colossal silver-gray vortex. Annihilate. Giant Huaiyun pressed down gently with his palm, and a gigantic hand emerged from the depths of the silver-gray vortex, its palm inscribed with intricate patterns reminiscent of the cosmic veins of the universe, embodying the profound truths of primordial chaos. Wherever the giant hand passed, the void crumbled in layers, and the phantoms of the ancient beasts that lunged at him could not even utter a cry before being obliterated by Giant Huaiyun's single strike. Under this palm, nearly all were annihilated, leaving only 3 of the strongest ancient beasts: the Crimson Flame Phoenix, the Celestial Saint Qilan, and the Dark Flying Tiger. These 3, bolstered by the power of a 4-star Holy King combined with the will of their ancestors, barely withstood the might of Giant Huaiyun's blow, yet their condition was dire. Their already ethereal forms had become even more tenuous, clearly suffering grievous wounds. Remarkably, 3 still survive. Giant Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Although this was merely a casual strike, it was expected that even 5- or 6-star Holy Kings would find it difficult to withstand such force, let alone these 4-star ancient beasts clinging to life through remnants of will. It seemed the enhancement from the ancestral land allowed these 4-star ancient beasts to exhibit power surpassing that of the typical 5- or 6-star Holy Kings. Very well. It is an opportune moment to test my physical prowess. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Giant Huaiyun's eyes. With that thought, he withdrew the primordial chaotic force, relying solely on his physical strength to contend with the 3 4-star ancient beasts. The Crimson Flame Phoenix struck first, its wings trembling as countless crimson feathers transformed into thousands of fiery spears, raining down upon Giant Huaiyun with overwhelming force. Each flame spear was capable of easily piercing a holy realm body. Now, with thousands converging simultaneously, the might was unimaginable. Giant Huaiyun did not flinch or evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing the fiery spears to collide against him. Boom. As the myriad of fiery spears struck his body, they shattered upon impact, failing to pierce even a single layer of his skin. So weak, is this what constitutes a formidable ancient beast? Hardly impressive. Giant Huaiyun shook his head in disappointment, having expected something far more formidable. Roar. The celestial Saint Qilan, standing firm amidst the void, was enveloped in swirling purple energy, its Qilan horn glowing with inscriptions as brilliant purple light erupted from it. Now that is more like it. Giant Huaiyun's interest peaked as he slightly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and shattered the purple light with a single blow. Swiftly, he flashed to the celestial Saint Qilan's front and struck toward its horn. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave radiated outward from Giant Huaiyun, sweeping away the surrounding shattered ancient stars into a fine dust. Crack! Numerous fine fissures appeared on the Qilan horn, rapidly spreading outward. With a sharp crack, the horn shattered into powder, and the celestial Saint Qilan emitted a pained roar, retreating in shock. Your horn lacks resilience, Giant Huaiyun remarked. Buzz! The dark flying tiger melded into the shadows, achieving blinding speed, its sharp claws tearing through the void as they aimed for Giant Huaiyun's neck. Decent speed. Giant Huaiyun slightly tilted his head, effortlessly blocking the dark flying tiger's claws with a single hand, then countering by seizing it. Alas, still not swift enough. Giant Huaiyun exerted a bit of force, lifting the dark flying tiger and slamming it into the ground. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed as the fractured land shattered into pieces, and the dark flying tiger emitted a cry of agony, its form growing even more insubstantial. The 3 ancient beasts cast fearful glances at Giant Huaiyun, their eyes betraying boundless dread. They had never encountered such ruthlessness before. That will suffice. The test is complete. It is time to send you on your way. Giant Huaiyun cracked his neck, his right fist clenched slightly. An aura that instilled profound trepidation surged forth, gathering the primordial chaotic energy at his fist's edge. With a simple punch, devoid of ostentation or divine techniques, only the purest physical force was unleashed. As the fist's radiance traversed, the vast void collapsed and shattered in an instant, transforming into endless nothingness. The 3 ancient beasts found themselves ensnared by Giant Huaiyun's aura, utterly unable to evade. Even the ancient beasts of the Holy King realm, capable of dominating their surroundings, were obliterated under this single blow, their forms erupting into motes of light that merged back into the ancestral land. Giant Huaiyun stood with his fist withdrawn, gazing with satisfaction at his handiwork. Not bad. My physical strength is sufficient to crush ordinary holy kings. I wonder, if I fully unleash the primordial chaotic body, to what extent might I reach? Giant Huaiyun mused to himself. He hoped to encounter even more powerful ancient beasts deeper within, preferably those able to exchange a few blows with him. Lifting his gaze towards the depths of the ancestral land, excitement sparkled in his eyes. With that thought, Giant Huaiyun pressed onward, casually dispatching a few ill-fated ancient beasts along the way. After about half an hour of progress, a sudden surge of energy fluctuations surged ahead. Giant Huaiyun turned his gaze to find Jun Jiujian wielding a purple longsword, besieged by hundreds of ancient beasts, among them a 4-star Holy King beast. Heavenly Gang Sword Technique, Annihilation, Sword Universe. Jun Jiujian bellowed, sweeping his longsword, unleashing a jet-black sword aura that fanned out in a fan shape, slicing the space into countless fragments. Those ancient beasts, unable to evade, were caught in the sword aura and vanished into specks of black light. Yet, after unleashing this divine sword technique, Jun Jiujian's complexion began to pale. The sheer number of ancient beasts was overwhelming. As soon as he cleared one area, more would immediately rush in, and even he was beginning to struggle. His hands gripping the sword trembled slightly, clearly indicating that facing these beasts alone was a daunting challenge. Just as Giant Huaiyun prepared to assist, he noticed Jun Jiujian suddenly closing his eyes, a unique rhythm of Tao circulating around him, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. Is he on the verge of a breakthrough? A hint of surprise flickered in Giant Huaiyun's eyes. Chapter 44. The Appearance of Supreme Realm Ancient Beasts. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. Jun Jiujian stood firm in the void, his eyes slightly closed. The sword intent surrounding him swelling like an ocean, strands of sword energy shredding the ancient beasts below the Holy King realm. Even the 4-star Holy King 9 Demon Ancient Serpent dared not approach, circling around Jun Jiujian with its crimson eyes glinting with apprehension. Brother Jiujian possesses such talent, able to touch upon the opportunity for a breakthrough in the face of mortal danger. Giant Huaiyun crossed his arms, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Jun Jiujian's aura grew increasingly vigorous, each breath resonating with the very fabric of this realm, and the inscriptions on his purple longsword shone ever more brilliantly. Oh, so this is the Tao of the sword. The sword is me, and I am the sword. Jun Jiujian murmured, his form gradually becoming transparent, ultimately merging with the longsword in his grasp. The sword grew to 100 feet, suffused with an expansive sword intent. A surge of sword energy erupted that would cause even 6-star Holy Kings to blanch. Boom. The colossal purple sword, imbued with overwhelming sword energy, cleaved mercilessly towards the 9 Demon Ancient Serpent, instantly engulfing several 1-star Holy King ancient beasts in its wake, reducing them to ashes. As the 4-star Holy King, the 9 Demonic Ancient Serpent, prepared to tear through the void to escape, it was swiftly pursued by a violet great sword, which cleaved it in two from head to tail. The sword's momentum unyielding, shattering a distant floating continent in the process. Upon slaying the 9 Demonic Ancient Serpent, the figure of Jun Jiujian recoalesced, his complexion paler than before, clearly indicating that this strike had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Clap, clap. A crisp applause emanated from behind, as Jun Huaiyun materialized from the void, a look of admiration gracing his features. Congratulations, Brother Jiujian, on comprehending a new sword path. To confront hundreds of ancient beasts single-handedly, and to slay a 4-star Holy King with a single strike. Such prowess could likely contend with even a 7-star Holy King. Turning to see Jun Huaiyun, Jun Jiujian noted the rare smile on his typically stern face. You flatter me, young master. Compared to your strength, my sword path is but trivial. He was well aware of Jun Huaiyun's nearly despair-inducing power. A 1-star Holy King could easily overwhelm Jun Xiaoyao and the others with mere presence. He had not grown so arrogant as to believe he could rival Jun Huaiyun with this modest breakthrough. Jun Huaiyun chuckled silently. By the way, young master, what brings you here? Jun Jiujian sheathed his sword and replied, I intend to venture deeper into the ancestral land in search of the primordial legacy. Jun Huaiyun gazed into the depths of the ancestral land, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The primordial legacy is no trivial matter. At this, Jun Jiujian's brow furrowed slightly. As a core genius of the Jun family, he was privy to certain secrets. He knew that deep within the ancestral land lay the primordial legacy, yet even the 9 saints were powerless against it, let alone the 3 young emperors. Fear not. I have my methods. What are your plans next? Will you delve into the ancestral land with me to seize the legacy, or remain here to hone your sword path? Jun Huaiyun patted Jun Jiujian's shoulder. Thank you for your kind offer, young master. But I have just made a breakthrough and must remain here to solidify my realm and comprehend the true essence of the sword path, gained from our recent battle. Jun Jiujian responded with cupped fists. In that case, be cautious. The ancient beasts within the ancestral land are not only formidable, but also elusive, making them difficult to guard against. Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment before producing a healing elixir from his robe and handing it to Jun Jiujian. This is the 9 transformation holy pill, which has extraordinary effects for healing wounds and solidifying one's realm. Take it and use it. This elixir is too precious, young master. Jun Jiujian's eyes widened as he was about to decline, but Jun Huaiyun firmly placed the pill in his hands, smiling as he said, "We are brothers of the same clan. There is no need for such formality." Tightly gripping the 9 transformation holy pill, a flicker of gratitude crossed Jun Jiujian's eyes. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Jun Huaiyun. "Your kindness is etched in my heart, young master. Should you ever require my assistance, I would traverse fire and water without hesitation." Jun Huaiyun waved his hand with a smile. "We are but brothers, no need for such solemnity. Now, I must continue on my journey. Young master, the depths of the ancestral land are fraught with peril. It is said that ancient beasts of the supreme realm roam there. And Jun Xiaoyao and the others have already gone to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened with excitement. The supreme realm? At last, a worthy opponent. With those words, he transformed into a streak of light and soared deeper into the Jun family's ancestral land. Finally, a formidable opponent. What kind of prodigy has emerged from our Jun family? Jun Jiujian murmured to himself as he watched Jun Huaiyun depart. "I have seen the miraculous, but never anything quite like this." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the ancestral land, "Woof, woof, pumpkin face, it's right ahead." Bai Huang squatted on Chu Yundao's shoulder, sniffing the air as if sensing something, his paw reaching forward. "Really? You wouldn't be mistaken again, would you?" Chu Yundao wiped the sweat from his brow, looking disheveled, akin to a miner who had just emerged from a coal mine. His clothes were tattered, resembling a fishing net, rendering him nearly unviewable. "Woof woof, when have I ever been wrong? There is definitely something good ahead." Bai Huang stood proudly, his front paws on his hips. Chu Yundao halted, continuing to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "You, bald mutt, last time you said there was something good in the cave, and it turned out to be a pile of dung. The time before that, you spoke of a supreme opportunity, which nearly led me into a void crack. Woof woof, what do you know? I was merely testing your resolve. If you can't endure this little hardship, how will you follow your Jun brother in the future? How will you keep up with him? All of this relies on strength." Bai Huang smacked his paw on Chu Yundao's head, his eyes wide and round. Chu Yundao clutched his head, lamenting, then explained why the esteemed emperor cannot even tear the void. "This entire journey relies on my legs." Bai Huang's canine face flushed, stammering. "Ahem, well, the Jun family ancestral land has ancient formations that suppress the cultivation of those above the emperor level, preventing them from exerting their full strength. Why do I find that hard to believe? You aren't intentionally playing me, are you?" Chu Yundao questioned suspiciously. "Let us not dwell on that. There is definitely something good ahead. Trust me, I am the luck divine beast recognized by the Jun family." Bai Huang's eyes darted, quickly changing the subject. "The luck divine beast? More like the luck pest." Chu Yundao muttered under his breath, yet under Bai Huang's pressure, he resigned himself to continue forward. After a while, Bai Huang's nose twitched vigorously. "We've arrived, pumpkin face." Bai Huang leaped off Chu Yundao's shoulder, his short legs scurrying ahead. "Hey, bald mutt, wait for me." Chu Yundao hurried to catch up. As they passed through a haze of gray mist, they were met with a breathtaking sight that left both man and dog wide-eyed. A hot spring exuding rich celestial energy lay before them, its surface shimmering with colorful radiance, surrounded by an abundance of rare sacred herbs. "See, I told you there was something good. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least hundreds of times greater than outside. A soak here would make breaking through realms a breeze." Bai Huang twirled with excitement. This place could not possibly have a hot spring. Could it be a private spring of some ancient ancestor from the Jun family? Wouldn't it be rash for us to enter? Chu Yundao swallowed hard. What has to fear? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with fate. Bai Huang could hardly contain himself and began to undress, diving headfirst into the hot spring. "Ah, this feels wonderful. Pumpkin face, come down. This water nourishes the meridians and has unexpected benefits for the skin." Bai Huang rolled over in the water, swimming in circles. "Bald mutt, have some dignity." Chu Yundao wiped the sweat from his face, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Huang splashing. "This fellow hardly resembles the luck divine beast of the Jun family. P.S. Just a country dog. Ah, this is bliss. Pumpkin face, you should join me. The water temperature is just right and incredibly comfortable." Bai Huang floated on the surface, belly up, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. "Humph. I, Chu Yundao, would rather jump off that cliff than soak in this spring like you, lacking all sense of dignity." Chu Yundao tidied up his disheveled golden locks and scoffed. "Tch. What are you pretending to be lofty for? Look at that tattered robe you're wearing, it's filthy, and there are even leaves stuck in your hair. Tsk. The white sovereign rolled over, a look of disdain manifesting on his canine face. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yundao's expression darkened, and he stealthily brushed his fingers through his golden hair, discovering indeed a few leaves tangled within. He furtively stole a glance at the blissfully enjoying white sovereign, his throat involuntarily constricting. 5 minutes later, a set of ragged robes lay neatly arranged by the hot spring, while Chu Yundao luxuriated in the warm water. His head as the only visible part, his face illuminated with pure bliss. Ah, this feels divine. I never imagined this hot spring could automatically adjust its temperature. Chapter 45. The Multicolored Celestial Essence, Gathering at the Transcendent Palace. Ah, what a delight. It's been ages since I've soaked in such a marvelous hot spring. Chu Yundao's face radiated with the words, so delightful. Just moments ago, he had adamantly declared he would never indulge in a hot spring. Baldy dog, you've finally not led me astray this time. This spring water is simply unparalleled. I feel as though all my meridians have been thoroughly cleansed. Chu Yundao squinted his eyes, his expression replete with enjoyment. The white sovereign floated leisurely on his back, his paws resting behind his head, speaking with undeniable pride. When have I ever been mistaken? This divine spring is extraordinary. It can wash away impurities from within and enhance one's innate constitution. Just as Chu Yundao was about to retort, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation within his body, quickly lowering his gaze to discover, to his astonishment, that dark, viscous impurities were oozing from his skin, dissolving and vanishing into the spring water upon contact. It truly can cleanse impurities. Chu Yundao felt notably lighter, the primordial energy within him flowing more smoothly than ever, and his meridians had expanded several times over. I should see if there are any treasures down there. Chu Yundao submerged himself beneath the surface, spotting a fist-sized stone radiating a 9-colored glow at the bottom of the pool. Baldy dog, there seems to genuinely be a treasure down there, a glowing stone. Chu Yundao exclaimed with excitement. It's just a stone, the white sovereign dismissed nonchalantly. But as he turned his gaze towards it, his eyes widened in disbelief. 9-colored radiance. And it's a stone. Could it be? Pumpkin face. Hurry and retrieve it. This could potentially be the 9-colored celestial essence. Chu Yundao nodded, and as he unearthed several fist-sized stones, the white sovereign was beside himself with excitement. Holy moly, this is indeed the 9-colored celestial essence, and it's such a large piece. If this were to surface in the outside world, it would surely incite a bloodbath. How many factions would fight over this stone? Is it really that formidable? Chu Yundao questioned skeptically. You really are quite ignorant. Breaking through to the supreme realm from the Holy King realm requires comprehending the laws, and this 9-colored celestial essence contains fragments of 3,000 laws. Cultivating with it would be incredibly efficient. You must understand, it's rare for even 100 peak Holy Kings to yield a single supreme. The difficulty in comprehending the laws is the reason for this scarcity. The white sovereign exclaimed, exuding frustration at Chu Yundao's lack of understanding. If it's that powerful, does that mean I could catch up to Brother Jun? Chu Yundao's eyes sparkled with ambition, his hands trembling with anticipation. Dream on. That little freak, little Yunzi, possesses the primordial chaos body. Comprehending the laws is a breeze for him. Even if you clutch the 9-colored celestial essence every day, it would be of no use. The white sovereign swatted him on the head. The white sovereign's eyes twinkled mischievously. However, with this 9-colored celestial essence, you could at least save yourself a few hundred years of struggle. So what are you waiting for? There's plenty more down there. Let us get digging. Just as Chu Yundao was about to start excavating, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance. Ahead lies the Xianxian hot spring. Soaking here can cleanse the sinews and marrow, making breakthroughs in realms a breeze. I've heard this hot spring was discovered by Elder Seven during his youth in the Ancestral lands. Upon hearing this, the white sovereign dashed to the shore, frantically clawing at the earth. Oh no, those disciples from the Jun family are coming. Pumpkin face, don't just stand there. Quickly hide the 9-colored celestial essence. Should they discover it, it would inevitably attract numerous disciples from the Jun family, and they would end up with a meager share. Good treasures should naturally be concealed and shared with little Yunzi. Let us not accuse the white sovereign of selfishness. Anyone in his position would act similarly. The entire Jun family maintains a good rapport with the white sovereign, and the only ones he gets along with are Jun Huaiyun and Jun Wuwang. Perhaps they are simply kindred spirits. Of course, this does not imply that the other members of the Jun family harbor ill feelings towards the white sovereign. They merely have limited interactions, lacking any significant conflict. Thus, the white sovereign's actions are entirely justifiable. One must first enjoy good things themselves before considering others. Oh no, our storage rings are missing. We're left with no choice but to do this. Chu Yundao realized their storage rings were gone and hastily stuffed the celestial essence into his pants, while shoving a smaller piece into his mouth, appearing from a distance like a hamster hoarding food. When several young disciples of the Jun family arrived at the hot spring, they were instantly petrified by the sight before them. A golden-haired youth was blissfully soaking in the spring, his cheeks bulging with a large piece of essence. While on the shore, a white dog was furiously digging at the earth. This scene was simply too bizarre. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome dog? The white sovereign stood up on his hind legs, paws on his hips. Ah, it's Senior White Sovereign. We were unaware of your presence, and that golden-haired youth's mouth. The leading disciple of the Jun family quickly recognized the white sovereign and hastily bowed, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chu Yundao. Wah! Chu Yundao, unable to speak due to the celestial essence stuffed in his mouth, could only awkwardly wave his hand in greeting. He is little Yunzi's follower, as you all know, the one who is particularly narcissistic. Also, his mouth was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. So I brought him here to the hot spring to detoxify. The white sovereign's eyes subtly shifted as he spoke. All right, you all should leave quickly. I need to practice my dog paddling technique. Be careful, or I'll inform Jun Huaiyun and have you all scrub the latrines. The white sovereign crossed his paws over his chest. But Senior White Sovereign. Elder 7 stated that this hot spring is a public area belonging to our Jun family and cannot be monopolized, so the disciples exchanged glances. The leading disciple mustering the courage to speak. Public my foot. This is now commandeered by me. If you disagree, go argue with Jun Wuwang. The white sovereign proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the name Jun Wuwang, the expressions of all the disciples changed dramatically, and they quickly bowed, saying, We wouldn't dare. Please, Senior White Sovereign. Enjoy at your leisure. After the group of disciples departed, Chu Yundao finally spat out the celestial essence, gasping for air. That nearly suffocated me. Baldy dog. Who was it you said was bitten by a poisonous snake? The white sovereign scoffed dismissively. If you hadn't lost the storage ring, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Baldy dog, weren't we just foolish? Chu Yundao mused while rubbing his sore mouth, suddenly questioning. Is that even a question? When have you ever been clever? The white sovereign rolled his eyes in disdain. Chu Yundao wiped the droplets of water from his face. That's not what I meant. I was wondering why we went through all that trouble to hide the celestial essence when we could have just tossed it back into the spring. After all, those Jun family disciples have no idea what's in the water. Upon hearing this, the white sovereign's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide in disbelief. The atmosphere fell silent. Darn it, how did I not think of that? The white sovereign let out a thunderous howl, startling Chu Yundao to nearly choke on his own saliva. Both man and dog exchanged glances, the awkwardness of the moment reaching its zenith. This matter must remain a secret. We must not let Jun Ge and the others find out, for he would undoubtedly die laughing. Chu Yundao managed an awkward smile, utterly helpless. Bai Huang took a moment to articulate the two words, no remedy. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, a magnificent golden celestial palace hovered in the void, exuding an aura of antiquity, eternity, and immortality. The surrounding radiance of the Tao surged forth, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena, and one could faintly discern the image of countless immortals paying homage. At long last, they had arrived. Jun Xiaoyao, clad in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the celestial palace, flanked by dozens of exceptional talents from the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao, you were quite swift in your arrival. Jun Wuqing and others also floated in, taking their positions behind Jun Xiaoyao. All 6 saints of the Jun family were present. Save for Jun Zhejian. Your speed is commendable as well. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Jun Wuqing and the others to arrive so promptly. This must be the Transcendence Celestial Palace. The legacy of my ancestors lies within. Jun Xingya gazed at the resplendent celestial palace before her, a glimmer of joy illuminating her countenance. At that moment, Jun Xiaoling seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, Something is approaching. Chapter 46. The battle commences. The Jun family talents exhibit their combat prowess. As soon as the words left his lips, the once tranquil void erupted into violent tremors. Enormous shadowy figures emerged from the depths of the surrounding void, swiftly encircling the Jun family's elite. Each creature radiated an aura of the sacred realm, with the number of sacred kings soaring into the hundreds. The ancient beasts beneath the 4-star sacred kings numbered over 300, while those above 4 stars were in the dozens. Looks like we have company. Jun Xiaoyao surveyed his surroundings, his expression remarkably calm. Unlike the ethereal ancient beasts they had encountered previously, these were all corporeal entities. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, none of the Jun family displayed any trepidation. Those who had reached this point were all prodigies among prodigies, having faced countless formidable foes. Boom. Just then, the void trembled once more. An aura far more terrifying than that of the sacred kings gradually approached. It's a supreme ancient beast. The intel was incorrect. There are not 1, but 3. And one of them has even reached the pinnacle of the supreme level. Jun Xiaoling's brow knitted slightly. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere grew heavy. Even the 5 saints of the Jun family found this terrifying array quite daunting. After all, they were facing the supreme realm. There is a saying in the celestial domain, below the supreme, all are mere ants. This was not mere rhetoric. Few could contend with a supreme being at the Sacred King level, let alone 3 supreme ancient beasts appearing at once. Including one at the pinnacle of supremacy, an overwhelming force indeed. The strongest among them was Jun Xiaoyao, at the level of an 8-star Sacred King. And he had only just recently broken through, his foundation still unsteady. Crack. The void before the Jun family shattered as if it were glass, revealing a colossal steel tail that swept through the air, tearing apart space, and exposing an endless void. A terrifying giant crocodile, stretching thousands of feet in length, emerged from the void, its scales ablaze with deep blue flames. With each step it took, the surrounding starry sky crumbled into oblivion. It is the Xianming royal crocodile, a fearsome beast said to dwell in the depths of hell, naturally wielding ghostly flames, with an incredibly formidable physique. Jun Xingya's gaze darkened as she beheld the creature. Following the Xianming royal crocodile was a massive crimson demon ape, engulfed in purplish-black flames, with a singular vertical eye at its brow, devoid of a pupil. Only a swirling vortex of darkness. The crimson demon ape and the Xianming royal crocodile parted to reveal a dark giant wolf, its body only a few hundred feet long, emanating an aura of pure darkness. As its fur swayed, countless stars flickered and dimmed in its wake. It was the dark celestial wolf. At the pinnacle of the supreme realm, its power of darkness was not what made it fearsome, but rather its ability to transform into the shadow of any individual and launch surprise attacks from behind. A natural assassin, Jun Xiaoling took a deep breath, his voice laden with gravity. With each step the dark celestial wolf took, the surrounding darkness thickened, even light being consumed within it. Where are the other 3? Are they perhaps too afraid to show up? The dark celestial wolf's gaze swept over the Jun family, a mocking smile curling its lips. The 3 it referred to were the top 3 saints of the Jun family, who had suffered great losses at the hands of these 3 supreme ancient beasts. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have met their demise. As for the 3 young emperors of the Jun family, they lacked even the courage to mention them. Jun Xiaoyao remained unperturbed, slowly raising his left hand. A long spear, entirely silver-white, materialized from the void, its shaft radiating boundless sacred light that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Those 3 are not worthy of your mention. They are merely defeated foes. To deal with you 3, we need not call upon them. We are more than sufficient. Jun Xiaoyao tilted the spear's tip slightly, aiming it at the dark celestial wolf, his expression betraying no hint of fear, but rather an abundance of battle intent. Arrogant. Mere sacred kings dare to boast before a supreme. I could crush you with a single finger. The crimson demon ape roared, its voice shattering the void for miles. As purplish-black flames surged high into the sky, enveloping the Jun family. The younger generation of the Jun family may be brazen, but since you have come today, do not expect to leave unscathed. I will tear you apart before you can even shatter your space jade slip to escape. The Xianming royal crocodile coldly declared. Arrogance. Arrogance requires capability, and we happen to possess it. Jun Xiaoyao's silver spear quivered slightly, its tip bursting forth with boundless divine light, forcing the surrounding purplish-black flames back by 100 feet. The Jun family's elite have never feared formidable foes. Today, let us once again show you what it means to fight beyond our means. As the words left his lips, countless golden rays erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's body, ancient golden patterns manifesting upon his skin, as a terrifying, sacred aura surged forth, sweeping across the realms. His blood surged violently, transforming into a golden divine halo that stood tall behind him. Sensing this aura, the 3 supreme ancient beast expressions shifted dramatically. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. The dark celestial wolf's face bore a hint of astonishment, as it vaguely sensed a threat emanating from Jun Xiaoyao. Xingya, Xiaoling, I leave the Xianming royal crocodile to you. The Xianming royal crocodile's essence was weak, making it susceptible to Xingya's illusions, while Xiaoling's battle emperor body was well suited to withstand the Xianming royal crocodile's physical prowess, creating an opportunity for Xingya to strike a fatal blow. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was fixated on the dark celestial wolf, ignoring the Xianming royal crocodile entirely. Understood. Jun Xingya nodded slightly. I have no objections either. Indomitable in battle, imperishable through trials. Jun Xiaoling stepped forward, ancient imperial patterns covering his body. A thunderous roar emanating from within him as he activated his battle emperor armor, unleashing a terrifying might from his being. While the battle emperor body may not match the ancient sacred body, it ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, making it a formidable presence in its own right, particularly strong in physical combat, rivaling that of the ancient sacred body. And Xing, Wuqing, the crimson demon ape is in your hands. The most troublesome aspect is that purplish-black flame. If you can resolve that flame and outlast it, defeating it will be a mere formality. The dustless flame of the burning emperor possesses the capability to restrain the purplish-black fire enveloping the crimson demon ape. Furthermore, the devouring sacred body of Dark Star is perfectly suited to absorb the flames, thereby rejuvenating itself. Thus, the 2 of you are ideally matched to confront the crimson demon ape. Jun Xiaoyao continued to allocate opponents. No problem. I have long desired to meet this being. Jun Wuchen ignited golden sacred flames in his palms, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Jun Darkstar merely stretched his limbs, refraining from uttering a single word. As for those sacred kings and ancient beasts, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the myriad of ancient beasts, his tone momentarily pausing. Leave them to us. We shall ensure they do not hinder you. Indeed, as long as we draw breath, we shall not permit them to pass. The other prodigies of the Jun family shouted in unison, their battle spirit formidable, their momentum overwhelming. How intriguing! A mere sacred king dares to assign supreme-level adversaries. I am eager to observe how long you can endure. The dark wolf scoffed, its eyes flashing with chilling disdain. Kill. First form of the ancient battle technique. Earth-shattering prison of heaven. Jun Xiaoyao ceased his idle chatter, stepping forth with alacrity, swiftly ascending above the dark wolf. His silver-white spear radiating an overwhelming divine brilliance as it plunged downwards. Wherever the spear tip traversed, darkness recoiled, and all existence was obliterated. The dark wolf's pupils constricted slightly. It had not anticipated that this 8-star sacred king possessed such swiftness. In a flurry, it raised its forepaw. Dark laws surging forth to coalesce into a black shield of light. Boom. The spear and shield collided violently, a terrifying divine radiance rippling across the expanse, sending a significant portion of the ancient beasts within a 1,000-mile radius flying. Huh, I told you. How could a mere sacred king the dark wolf was about to mock when it suddenly heard the sound of cracking? It turned its gaze to find the black shield riddled with fractures, which swiftly spread in all directions. Break. Jun Xiaoyao slammed his right hand upon the spear, the tip erupting with countless divine rays, causing the dark shield to shatter instantaneously. The silver-white spear, undeterred, pierced through the dark wolf's forepaw, purple-black blood gushing forth, corroding the surrounding void into a black hole. Roaring in pain, the dark wolf retreated 1,000 miles, incredulity etched upon its visage as it gazed at its blood-soaked forepaw. It had never imagined that a mere 8-star sacred king could inflict harm upon a supreme-level powerhouse. Indeed, the ancient sacred body is as formidable as its reputation suggests. However, your current realm is too low. The gap between us cannot be bridged merely by physical prowess. Henceforth, I shall exert all my strength to obliterate you here. 10,000 wolves devouring blood. The dark wolf howled skyward, its dark laws boiling over, transforming into countless shadowy wolves that lunged toward Jun Xiaoyao. Each wolf shadow harbored the terrifying power capable of gravely injuring peak sacred kings, their might surpassing that of even the sacred king realm. Underestimating the Jun family prodigies will exact an unimaginable price, and that price shall be your demise. Jun Xiaoyao, faced with the overwhelming tide of dark wolf shadows, wore a cold smile, thrusting his spear before him. His hands swiftly formed seals, golden vitality surging forth from within, coalescing behind him into a towering golden imperial figure. This golden figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Jun Xiaoyao, radiating an overwhelming aura, imbued with the power to suppress the heavens and obliterate the myriad realms. Behold the true might of the ancient sacred body. First manifestation of the ancient sacred body, Celestial Emperor shattering the heavens. Chapter 47, A Brutal Blood Battle. No ancient beasts remain in this realm. Boom. The golden imperial figure opened its eyes, two beams of divine light piercing the boundless void, obliterating dozens of the foremost dark wolf shadows on the spot. The imperial figure slowly raised a hand, fingers splayed, revealing an ancient imperial seal in its palm. Instantly, time across the battlefield seemed to slow, all ancient beasts finding their speed curtailed, including the dark wolf shadows spawned by the dark wolf, which also slowed considerably. Shatter. The golden imperial figure's palm descended with great force. Crack. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, the roaring dark wolf shadows silenced before they could even cry out. Reduced to a cloud of dark mist, waves of brilliant divine remnants swept across the vast expanse, sending the distant sacred king realm ancient beasts flying, their bodies exploding, blood staining the void. How is this possible? How can you, a mere junior, shatter my divine power? The dark wolf's pupils constricted in disbelief. Its supreme-level divine power had been forcibly obliterated by a sacred king, a completely absurd turn of events. Second form of the ancient battle technique, exterminate immortals and slay gods. Before the dark wolf could react, Jun Xiaoyao had already traversed the void to confront it, his silver-white spear enveloped in golden divine light, thrusting toward the dark wolf's forehead. A myriad of celestial beings descending, and the manifestation of obliterated gods appearing. Cursed junior of the Jun family. The dark wolf could only hastily sidestep, the spear light tearing through half of its face, leaving a bloody mark. Seeking death. You have successfully provoked my wrath, mere insect. Shadow slaying divine technique. The dark wolf, now utterly enraged, split into 9 shadowy figures, each radiating the aura of the supreme realm, simultaneously lunging at Jun Xiaoyao. the space around him torn asunder by the wolf claws. Meanwhile, the situation on the other battlefield was equally dire. The Xianming Emperor Crocodile swept its enormous tail, sending Jun Xiuling retreating 1,000 miles. At this moment, Jun Xiuling's battle armor lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite the situation, he showed no signs of retreat or fear. Haha, what a thrill. Come on, you wretched crocodile. Jun Xiuling laughed maniacally, extending his middle finger at the Xianming Emperor Crocodile, a provocative grin on his face. Junior, you truly seek death. Although the Xianming Emperor Crocodile did not comprehend the meaning of the middle finger, it felt an overwhelming surge of anger, an impulse to bite off Jun Xiuling's finger. A grand dream, 1,000 autumns like a dream. Seizing the opportunity while the Xianming Emperor Crocodile lost its composure, Jun Xianxia urgently employed illusionary techniques. A mark of the September divine seal appearing on her brow, endless dreamlike reflections shimmering in her eyes. Cursed illusion. The Xianming Emperor Crocodile found its surroundings abruptly shifting, plunging into an endless dreamscape, its once surging killing intent waning significantly. Now, Jun Xiuling surged to a height of 1,000 feet, myriad battle emperor runes swirling around him. Divine radiance surging, an overwhelming aura erupting as he delivered a fierce punch to the Xianming Emperor Crocodile's forehead. Should this punch land, even a sacred king would be obliterated. Bang! The scales on the Xianming Emperor Crocodile's forehead erupted, and it suddenly sneered, "Foolish child, daring to approach me so closely. I could fail 100 times. But you cannot afford to fail even once, for your failure means death." Xianming Death Light. 2 ghostly blue rays shot forth from its pupils, instantly piercing through Jun Xiuling's chest. A mouthful of blood was expelled as he pressed his hands firmly against the Xianming Emperor Crocodile's head, roaring at Jun Xianxia. "Xianxia, quickly!" Jun Xianxia's delicate face radiated an overwhelming chill as she summoned a drop of her essence blood. "With my blood, I offer to the illusionary divine moon." Stab! The Xianming Emperor Crocodile's primordial spirit was struck heavily, as though being cut by 1,000 blades, blood spurting from its 7 orifices. The third battlefield was engulfed in an inferno. Myriad fire lotuses. Countless golden fire lotuses suddenly appeared around the Crimson Demon Ape, incessantly bombarding its form. The Crimson Demon Ape's body was reduced to a bloody mess, howling incessantly. "I will ensnare him. Dark brother, you shall consume the demonic flames upon him." Jun Wuchen formed seals with his hands, a surging golden sea of flames erupting beneath his feet, coalescing into golden chains of divine fire that tightly bound the Crimson Demon Ape. Jun Anqing nodded slightly, swiftly appearing behind the demonic ape, placing both hands upon its back, fully unleashing the power of the devouring sacred body. The Crimson Demonic Ape, in a state of terror, realized its cultivation was rapidly being seized by Jun Anqing. And even more infuriating was the flame conjured by Jun Wuchen, which fiercely suppressed it. "Damn it, descendant of the Jun clan. Taste this, annihilation demon light." The demonic ape descended into utter madness, the dark vortex within its vertical pupils spinning wildly, unleashing countless beams of darkness. Puff! The overwhelming force pierced through both their bodies, hot blood splattering into the void. "Wuchen, exert yourself, subdue it here." Jun Anqing's eyes nearly bulged, accelerating the speed of his devouring. "Die for me." Feeling the rapid depletion of power within, the demonic ape finally displayed a look of dread, frantically clawing at the golden flame divine chains binding it. Aside from these 3 battlefields, other Jun clan prodigies were also fiercely engaged with the ancient beasts. Form the formation, 9 Heavens Thunderstorm Formation. One particularly powerful Jun clan prodigy shouted. Dozens of Jun clan prodigies stood at various positions, collectively forming seals, inscribing endless runes of formation in the depths of the void, summoning the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to manifest as a colossal thunder dragon rampaging through the beast horde. While the remaining Jun clan members continuously cast their divine abilities to protect the formation-weaving prodigies, there were simply too many ancient beasts to slay. And soon a Jun clan prodigy was besieged, gravely wounded and collapsing to the ground. "Quickly, protect the injured." Some stepped forward to shield the wounded in the center, fighting back to back, tirelessly swinging their weapons, none daring to retreat. Boom! 9 shadows of the dark celestial wolf surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, all exploding simultaneously. The power equivalent to that of 9 supreme beings detonating together. Jun Xiaoyao's spear blocked, torrents of golden vital energy surging. Yet, he was still sent reeling back by the terrifying explosive force, blood spurting from his mouth. Cough cough. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs erupted from Jun Xiaoyao, his body drenched in blood. For a holy king to contend with a peak supreme being to this extent was no small feat, Junior. "You have wounded me to such a degree, you may take pride in that." The dark celestial wolf appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, its left claw severed by Jun Xiaoyao. Flesh and blood mangled, its aura significantly weakened compared to when it first appeared. It had to concede that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed formidable. If Jun Xiaoyao were to break through to the Supreme Realm, it would not be his match. But alas, Jun Xiaoyao remained a mere 8-star Holy King. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your lives. The dark celestial wolf's right paw was enveloped in a formidable dark claw. Its wolfish eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, a smirk playing on its lips. Jun Xiaoyao thrust his spear into the void, barely sustaining his body, even in such dire straits. He felt no fear, and as for kneeling and begging for mercy, that was utterly out of the question. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he surveyed his surroundings. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xingya, wanting to lend support, was fiercely held back by the Xianming Emperor Crocodile, which was voraciously spewing ghostly flames, turning a radius of 1,000 miles into a blue flame hell, preventing Jun Xingya from aiding. Meanwhile, Jun Xiuling's battle armor had completely shattered, leaving him unable to assist, merely clinging desperately to the crocodile's body. As for the crimson demonic ape, its situation was even more dire. It was a case of injury for injury. Jun Anqing, having devoured too much demonic flame, had cracks forming all over his body, and even his devouring speed had slowed considerably. Sensing the opportune moment, the demonic ape tore apart the golden flame divine chain binding it, delivering a powerful blow to the unsuspecting Jun Wuchen, sending him crashing into the ground. How does it feel? Are you truly able to watch them suffer? The dark celestial wolf's smirk intensified. A newborn dares to seek mercy from my Jun clan? You are unworthy. A smirk curled at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Seeking death, the dark celestial wolf roared in fury, rending the space with a claw aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao's crown. Just then, the entire void descended into an eerie silence. What is happening? The dark celestial wolf broke into a cold sweat, its body trembling slightly. To dare act against my Jun clan, you truly possess audacity. At the edge of the heavens, a colossal hand, entwined with boundless primordial chaos energy, tore through the void and slowly reached out. As this giant palm fully unfurled, countless cosmic stars flickered in its palm, exhibiting signs of birth and extinction. Primordial chaos overarching hand. The dark celestial wolf had yet to react before being struck in the chest, its body, capable of tearing apart stars, shattered in an instant. The dark celestial wolf let out a wail, its form hurtling backward, shattering countless stars in its path. Primordial power and chaotic force. The dark celestial wolf struggled to rise from the remnants of ancient stars, terror flickering in its wolfish gaze for the first time. From the rift in the void, a tall figure slowly emerged, hands clasped behind its back, dressed in dark robes, white hair cascading like a waterfall, surrounded by radiant primordial chaotic light, exuding an aura that instilled dread in the three supreme ancient beasts. With each step, chaotic avenues of purple lotuses manifested beneath its feet. It is the young master. Exclamations of delight erupted from the Jun clan members. Jun Huaiyun's gaze swept over the bloody Jun Xiaoyao, a surge of killing intent igniting in his eyes. Brother Xiaoyao, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. A mere 1-star Holy King dares to speak so boldly. Had it not been for your sudden ambush, I would have. The dark celestial wolf's words were cut short as Jun Huaiyun merely cast a detached glance, void of any emotion, akin to the eye of a deity, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Those who harm my Jun clan shall die. After today, there shall be no ancient beasts in this realm. Jun Huaiyun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire void. Chapter 48. Annihilating Supreme Ancient Beasts. The Jun clan in shock. Young master. Jun Xiaoyao and the others hesitated, their expressions tinged with shame. Eat up. Jun Huaiyun said little more, his right hand slightly raised. A white jade medicinal vial descending towards Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Jun Xiaoyao reached out to catch the vial, pouring out a few pills the size of longan fruits. The surface of the pills was adorned with 9 golden patterns, exuding an exquisitely pleasant fragrance. It is indeed the 9 gold dragon pill. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils constricted slightly, recognizing it as an exceptionally powerful healing sacred pill. Thank you, young master. Jun Xiaoyao reverently clasped his fists, leading Jun Xiuling and the others to retreat, while the remaining Jun clan prodigies also slowly fell back to back, with the Jun clan members no longer restraining them. The horde of ancient beasts began to converge towards Jun Huaiyun, surrounding him, their crimson eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The 3 supreme ancient beasts also gathered together. Boss, this kid is not right. Everything about him feels off. The crimson demonic ape growled lowly, its demonic flames roiling. At this moment, its aura, while not as potent as before, was still significantly stronger than that of an average Holy King. Indeed, his aura does not resemble that of ordinary Holy Kings. This child is exceedingly sinister, the Xianming Emperor Crocodile coldly remarked, fixating its gaze on Jun Huaiyun. The dark celestial wolf remained silent, its eyes locked onto Jun Huaiyun's emotionless gaze, a sense of unprecedented fear rising within. Taking a deep breath, the dark celestial wolf suppressed its unease and said in a grave tone, Esteemed one, Today's events are a misunderstanding. We are willing to withdraw and cease hostilities with you. It is too late. Jun Huaiyun's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly shook his head. What do you mean? Though you are powerful, we are not to be trifled with. The dark celestial wolf's expression darkened, speaking coldly. You dare to harm my Jun clan and still wish to leave unscathed. You three have overestimated yourselves. You are but a mere supreme, not an emperor. Jun Huaiyun's tone was chillingly frigid. How audacious of a mere Star Saint King to act so arrogantly. Prepare to pay with your life. The crimson demon ape was seething with rage, unable to contain its murderous intent any longer, as its entire body ignited in demonic flames, transforming into a blazing streak of fire that charged toward Jun Huaiyun. Demonic ape fist. With a single punch, the demonic flames coalesced into a colossal fist, shattering the void for miles around. Young master, be careful. Jun Xingya's face paled, and the other Jun family prodigies also displayed expressions of alarm. Jun Huaiyun was an indispensable core figure of the Jun family. He absolutely could not be harmed. I will assist the young master. Just as Jun Wuchen was about to rise, he was pressed back down by Jun Xiaoyao. Have faith in the young master. He will be fine. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was calm. He understood Jun Huaiyun's strength, capable of effortlessly swatting away the dark celestial wolf, his power far exceeding that of an ordinary supreme. Too weak. Jun Huaiyun did not even lift an eyelid. He merely extended his hand, his palm emanating the primordial chaos energy, effortlessly absorbing the punch. Your physical form. How is this possible? I am a supreme adept in physical prowess. The demonic ape's pupils constricted violently, filled with an abyss of terror. You dare to compare physical strength with me? Not even the primordial emperor ape would dare to match me in this regard. What do you possess to challenge me? With a firm grip, Jun Huaiyun clasped the demonic ape's fist, unleashing the primordial chaos power which suddenly erupted, crushing the entire arm to smithereens. Ah, brother, save me. The demonic ape let out a chilling scream, its form retreating violently, thick blood scattering across the starry expanse. Damn it, all of you, attack together. The dark celestial wolf, witnessing the scene, disregarded all else. If negotiations had failed, there was no need for further discussion. Shadow Godslayer technique, 9 layers of annihilation black light. The dark celestial wolf's body ignited with dark flames as 9 layers of extreme black light tore through the void, carrying the weight of endless dark laws toward Jun Huaiyun. Xianming Yellow Spring, Universal Celestial Burial. The Xianming Emperor Crocodile swung its massive tail, transforming the eerie blue death light into a corrosive Xianming Yellow Spring that threatened to engulf the heavens and earth. Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, his left hand reaching into the spatial rift, his entire arm enveloped in golden lightning. A golden halberd gradually materialized, continuously erupting with boundless golden electricity. A wave of imperial might sweeping outward like a cataclysmic tide. The formerly ferocious ancient beasts began to tremble, prostrating themselves on the ground in fear. Is that an imperial weapon? The dark celestial wolf exclaimed in disbelief, its eyes wide with incredulity. This must come to an end. Jun Huaiyun's fingers closed around the heavenly punishment halberd, and in that instant, billions of bolts of golden lightning erupted from within him. A terrifying aura of murderous intent permeating the air. Heavenly execution 7 styles, shatter the heavens and split the earth. His tranquil voice echoed through the starry skies, imbued with a killing intent that made all things tremble. Where the halberd blade passed, the very fabric of space shattered. Not good, retreat. The imperial weapon is unstoppable. The dark celestial wolf's fur bristled, the shadow of death looming over its heart. Alas, it was already too late. A 10,000 zhang bolt of golden lightning erupted from the heavenly punishment halberd, instantly piercing through the entire horde of ancient beasts. Where the lightning struck, tens of thousands of ancient beasts perished without so much as a scream, turning to nothingness in the blinding golden light, leaving no trace behind. The entire starry expanse was rent asunder, a pitch-black fissure stretching for 100,000 miles. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens and earth had truly been cleaved in two. Even the scales of the Xianming Emperor Crocodile, comparable to divine iron and celestial gold, were utterly shattered. Half of its body was cleaved apart by the heavenly punishment halberd, blue blood raining down like a torrential downpour. Even as the dark celestial wolf, with its remarkable speed, managed to flee the range of the golden lightning, it still suffered some repercussions. Its eyes exploded, blood streaming down its wolfish face. Yet the most pitiful was the crimson demon ape, which, having already lost an arm and consumed too much demonic flame from Jun Anqing, was far from its peak strength. Under this near-apocalyptic strike, it was utterly powerless to resist and was annihilated in an instant. Jun Huaiyun, wielding the heavenly punishment halberd, slowly descended through the void, looking down upon the dark celestial wolf with an expression of utter indifference. Let us settle this. Shadow devouring the heavens. The dark celestial wolf, driven mad, burned its very life essence, its form swelling once more. Realm of Xianming. The Xianming Emperor Crocodile endured its agony, channeling all its strength into a final strike. Descend into hell and repent. Jun Huaiyun thrust the halberd downward with one hand. All things sank into despair, the universe shattered, and the very fabric of reality overturned. A golden beam of halberd light cleaved through the cosmos, striking with unrelenting force upon the dark celestial wolf and the Xianming Emperor crocodile. In an instant, the Xianming Emperor crocodile's body was torn asunder, unable to even utter a plea for mercy before being reduced to fragments by the heavenly punishment halberd. No. The dark celestial wolf emitted a despairing howl as it was cleaved in twain, its body shattered by the golden lightning. Silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene. The members of the Jun family stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Jun Xingya's lips parted slightly, her exquisite face reflecting utter astonishment. Is this truly the young master's power? Jun Xiaoling's voice trembled. No, this likely isn't even the young master's full strength. Jun Xiaoyao inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Jun Huaiyun hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. He had not even employed his physical prowess. So how could this be considered his full strength? In merely 2 strokes of the halberd, the once dense horde of ancient beasts had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind countless severed limbs, blood inundating the entire expanse. Roars of despair echoed as the few surviving ancient beasts fled into the distance, vowing never to confront this terrifying demon again. Young master. Jun Xingyao approached Jun Huaiyun's side. Fear not, they cannot escape. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained cold as he raised a hand toward the fleeing ancient beasts. Speaking icily, spatial annihilation. Upon reaching the Saint King realm, one could initially traverse the void and wield some basic spatial powers. As Jun Huaiyun's frigid voice fell, vast stretches of the starry sky suddenly warped, invisible spatial lines enveloping the fleeing ancient beasts in an instant. Their anguished cries reverberated through the cosmos as their bodies were shredded by the spatial force, flesh and blood scattering until they ultimately dissolved into a crimson mist. Lost to the universe, the young master is truly magnificent, effortlessly eradicating ancient beasts. The members of the Jun family gazed in awe, particularly the female prodigies, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. The age-old truth that beauty loves a hero held ever true, especially when it came to someone like Jun Huaiyun, whose very presence wielded irresistible charm. Overbearing, protective, and immensely powerful. Chapter 49. 10,000 Circles of Law, akin to a massage. Jun Huaiyun stowed away the heavenly punishment halberd, his gaze remaining indifferent. Annihilating these 3 supreme ancient beasts posed no challenge for him. It was as simple as splashing water. As a transmigrator blessed with top-tier resources and configurations, if he could not easily transcend realms, that would indeed be a disgrace. He did not delight in bullying those of lower realms, nor did he relish in harvesting the weak. Instead, he relished the thrill of slaying formidable foes across greater realms, a satisfaction beyond the reach of other fantasy protagonists. After all, one could become the very thing they preyed upon if they indulged too long in such pursuits. System, did I gain any modification points from these ancient beasts? Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled, querying the system. Indeed, you have earned a total of 46. 5 million modification points from slaying 514 ancient beasts of the Saint Realm, 250 from the Saint King Realm, and 3 supreme ancient beasts. Please continue your efforts. We have struck it rich. Quite by accident. I have amassed such a multitude of modifications. What a delightful surprise. With this thought, Jun Huaiyun could not help but let a slight smile curve his lips. Young master, had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have faced dire consequences. Thank you for your salvation. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. You are all members of the Jun family. I would never stand idly by. Jun Huaiyun replied as he exited the system space, waving his hand slightly. By the way, how are your injuries? Are you able to enter and receive the inheritance? Jun Huaiyun inquired, observing that although they had consumed the 9 golden dragon pills, their injuries were still quite severe, and they were not yet at their peak condition. Particularly, Jun Xiaoling and Jun Anqing bore the brunt of the injuries, one having battled the Xianming royal crocodile, and the other having fought fiercely to absorb the demonic flames of the demon ape. The others fell silent. Then let us rest for an hour. Once you have sufficiently recovered, we shall enter the immortal palace together to seize the ancestral inheritance. Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly, taking the opportunity to practice some of the other Jun family divine abilities, as he felt he was lacking in formidable powers. Besides the 7 styles of heaven slaying and the primordial chaos body, he had little else at his disposal. Should there be any challenges within the immortal palace, lacking suitable abilities would be quite awkward. Understood, young master. Everyone replied in unison. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, a dozen formidable figures were observing everything within the secret realm through projections. Splendid. To slay 3 ancient beasts of supreme rank with the dual spears at the Saint King First Star Realm. Such strength is unprecedented. Truly, Our Jun family's young master embodies the unparalleled grace befitting his lineage. One elder from the Jun family clapped his hands in laughter, his tone exceedingly satisfied. Another elderly man with white hair smiled and remarked, "This child Huaiyun has cultivated the 7 styles of heaven slaying to such a level. His talent and comprehension vastly surpass that of the clan leader. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Elder, were you not concerned that Jun Xiaoyao and the others might encounter life-threatening dangers?" Another elder expressed his worries. Every child entering the secret realm is equipped with a space jade slip specific to our Jun family. If they truly face a life and death crisis, they will surely shatter the slip to be transported out. However, to do so would mean forfeiting their eligibility for the ancestral inheritance. A flower in a greenhouse can never grow into a towering tree. One must push themselves to discover their limits. Jun Wandao's eyes glimmered with depth. The great elder speaks wisely. The other elders nodded in agreement. Inside the Jun family's ancestral grounds, an hour swiftly passed. Jun Huaiyun approached and asked, "How are your injuries recovering?" "Thanks to the young master's medicinal aid, we are now in good condition." Jun Xiaoling quickly stood up and clasped his fists toward Jun Huaiyun. "Then let us prepare to enter the Immortal Palace. Remember, the ancestral inheritance is based on fate. Do not force it. If it does not suit you, there is no need to pursue it." Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he spoke solemnly. Yes, the Jun family's talented youths responded in unison. Jun Huaiyun led Jun Xiaoyao and the others to the entrance of the Inheritance Immortal Palace. This is the Jun family's Inheritance Immortal Palace, as mentioned by the elders. Jun Xingya gazed up at the palace, her beautiful face filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness, for this was the place of inheritance of their ancestors. Standing at the forefront, Jun Huaiyun lightly touched the grand door, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped everyone's bodies. Bloodline verification complete. Jun family bloodline. Passed. A mechanical voice echoed within their minds. Creak. The grand doors of the Immortal Palace slowly opened, unleashing a cascade of cosmic light from within. Jun Huaiyun squinted. Behind the door lay not the palace scenery he had envisioned, but an infinitely vast universe, with countless star worlds operating along some profound trajectory. A flicker of intrigue crossed Jun Huaiyun's eyes. This universe was not a mere illusion, but a tangible existence. Truly, the Jun ancestors had managed to refine a portion of the universe into a place of inheritance. Such a feat could not be accomplished by mere emperors. Could it be the work of immortals? Keep up. Jun Huaiyun took the lead and stepped inside. Jun Xiaoyao and the others followed closely. As soon as they entered, the door swiftly closed behind them, and all the Jun family's talented youths instinctively gathered around Jun Huaiyun, an invisible pressure enveloping their hearts. Buzz. At that moment, from the depths of the universe, circles of law power descended, precisely landing on each individual. These circles enveloped Jun Xiaoling in hundreds of them, causing his body to involuntarily bend. The others, too, were covered by dozens or even hundreds of circles, with Jun Xiaoyao bearing over 1,000. Despite this, he managed to stand upright. Had he not been slightly trembling, Jun Huaiyun might have thought he was using some sort of cheat. These circles could restrain one's physical body, laws, power, and so forth. The stronger the talent and power, the more circles one bore, and thus, the greater the restrictions. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. The others instinctively turned their gazes toward Jun Huaiyun, for he was the one with the most formidable strength and talent present, eager to see how many circles adorned him. Strange, why do I have no circles? Why am I not restricted? Jun Huaiyun looked down at himself, then up at the myriad circles of law surrounding the others, his brow furrowing slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion of brilliant light erupted from the depths of the universe, and countless law circles surged toward Jun Huaiyun, enveloping him entirely. There were over 10,000 different colored law circles layered upon him, resembling a collection of colorful ropes binding him, making him look like a glowing zongzi from a distance. Of course, these law circles were illusory, not physical. Otherwise, even the slightest movement would be exceedingly difficult. Young master. Jun Xingya struggled to lift her head, astonished at the sight. With only 500 circles, she could hardly move, each step proving to be a monumental challenge. While Jun Huaiyun was surrounded by over 10,000 law circles. Goodness, I thought I had reached my limit with 1,000. I had no idea the young master bore over 10,000 law circles. Even the usually composed Jun Xiaoyao could not help but exclaim, his face reflecting astonishment. The other talented youths of the Jun family were equally dumbfounded. They had seen incredible feats, but nothing like this. They wanted to ask Jun Huaiyun if he was using some sort of cheat. Why do I feel no pressure? Could these law circles be counterfeit? Jun Huaiyun mused as he felt the law circles around him, genuinely experiencing nothing unusual. He tried taking a step forward, feeling absolutely no hindrance. He even jumped a few times, did some push-ups, frog jumps, and walked on his hands. Goodness, I truly feel nothing. Is this a ruse? Are you all conspiring to play a trick on me? Jun Huaiyun turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and the others, confusion etched on his face. He truly felt nothing. If he had to describe it, it was just a slight itch on his scalp, nothing more. Young master, we can hardly speak. Does this seem fake to you? Jun Xiaoling smiled wryly and shook his head. Jun Huaiyun rubbed his forehead, gazing at the dense array of circles surrounding him. Then at the others from the Jun family who were swaying unsteadily, and innocently remarked, but I genuinely feel nothing, just a slight itch on my scalp. Boom, boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the cosmos, prompting everyone to gaze upward, where they beheld countless rings of laws surging toward them like a cataclysmic tsunami. Goodness gracious, this is perilous, exclaimed Jun Xiaoyao, his complexion draining of color. The multitude of law rings enveloping him was already pressing down so heavily that he was nearly gasping for breath. Should a few hundred more join, he would surely explode on the spot. Yet, astonishingly, all these rings circumvented them, heading straight for Jun Huaiyun. The quantity surged wildly, reaching 10,000, then 20,000, and soon surpassing 100,000. Finally, I can feel something. It's akin to someone walking on my back. That exquisite sensation is utterly irresistible, much like a massage. Oh, how I wish for even more. This pressure feels insufficient. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes, a look of sheer indulgence upon his face. The Jun family members were left bewildered. You call 100,000 law rings a mere sensation? A massage? What then are the hundreds we bear? Chapter 50. The significance of cultivation. The primordial will awakens. Gradually, everyone acclimated to the oppressive force of the law rings, no longer crumbling as they had before. Having adapted, let us proceed. The inheritance must lie deep within the cosmos, Jun Huaiyun declared, waving his hand as chaotic energy enveloped them, alleviating their burdens. As they advanced, the surrounding starry sky began to shift, and amidst the flow of celestial bodies, a radiant pathway woven from brilliant starlight materialized beneath their feet, extending into the unfathomable depths of the universe. Just then, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from the cosmos, revealing a towering golden spire that pierced the heavens, entwined with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, shimmering with waves of profound light. This is the ancestral trial tower of the Jun family, housing the legacies of many generations. Rumor has it that even the primordial inheritance resides within, Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed upon the golden edifice. The others quickened their pace to stand before the tower, eager to witness its grandeur up close. Soaring thousands of zhang into the starry sky, the tower emanated a power of time and space, as if it transcended all temporal dimensions, past, present, and future. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the tower's apex, transforming into the figure of an elderly man clad in black robes, his eyes reflecting the vicissitudes of existence and the ebb and flow of the universe. I am the spirit of the trial tower, Black Elder. I have awaited the descendants of the Jun family for a long time. Your arrival signifies that you have preliminarily passed the test. Your ability to break free from the encirclement of 3 supreme ancient beasts and thousands of holy realm ancient beasts attests to your strength and talent. Black Elder's voice resonated through the starry expanse. Upon hearing his words, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of all present. It was not merely about breaking free. They had annihilated those ancient beasts. I am Jun Huaiyun, the young master of the Jun family. Honored to meet you, Black Elder, he said, stepping forward to bow respectfully. Black Elder's gaze lingered upon Jun Huaiyun, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. With 100,000 law rings upon you, you can still move freely. Young man, you are quite exceptional. After surveying the gathered crowd, he proclaimed, the inheritance is straightforward. Within the tower are the combat imprints left by the ancestors of the Jun family in their youth. You may challenge any ancestor of your choosing. After defeating the ancestor, you must then confront your own perfect doppelganger, which possesses all your abilities and is a perfect replica capable of manifesting your powers to their fullest extent. What? You call this simple? After battling the ancestor, we must then face our own doppelganger? The difficulty is insurmountable. Jun Wuchan nearly choked on his own disbelief. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd soured considerably. Merely enduring the law rings to challenge the ancestors was already formidable enough. And now they faced their own doppelgangers as well. This is truly a scheme to hinder anyone from obtaining the inheritance. True strength has never shied away from adversity. One must first conquer the enemy and ultimately challenge oneself, transcending boundaries to reach the pinnacle. Now, choose your inheritance wisely. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Should you fail this time, there will be no second chance. Black Elder smiled faintly, understanding the reaction of the Jun family's prodigies. Such feelings were natural. Who wouldn't he feel disheartened in the face of such a hellish challenge? It was akin to an ordeal befitting a protagonist. With a wave of his hand, countless light screens materialized before the tower, each showcasing the image and summary of a Jun ancestor. There was the unparalleled Sword Emperor Jun Jianxiao, specializing in swordsmanship, The invincible Emperor Jun Patian, renowned for his physical prowess, Jun Shikong, who mastered the laws of time and space, and Jun Luanhui, who specialized in the path of reincarnation. The Jun family members stepped forward to scrutinize each carefully, knowing their future paths hinged on this choice and requiring careful consideration. This one shall suffice. The path of reincarnation suits me. I bear the ancestral sacred body, granting me a unique advantage in this domain, Jun Xiao declared, selecting Jun Luanhui. Jun Xiaoling opted for Jun Patian, while Jun Wuchan chose Jun Finchen. One by one, the Jun family prodigies selected the inheritance that best suited them and entered the tower to face their challenges. Beneath the starry sky, only Jun Huaiyun remained. Black Elder's gaze had not strayed from Jun Huaiyun, an inexplicable feeling of mystery surrounding him. Young man, what are you hesitating for? With your qualifications, selecting any ancestor would pose no issue. Black Elder finally spoke. Jun Huaiyun merely smiled faintly, his eyes scanning the light screens until they rested upon the dimmest area at the top. Black Elder, it seems one ancestor is missing from these screens, he remarked with a calm smile. Are you certain you wish to choose him? He is the progenitor of your Jun family, and over countless epochs, no fewer than 100 young scions have attempted to challenge him, yet none have succeeded. Black Elder's face tightened with gravity. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, the challenge of the progenitor's inheritance differs from that of the other ancestors. Oh, in what way is it different? Jun Huaiyun inquired, his gaze shifting. Not only must you confront the imprint of the progenitor in his youth, but you will also face an ultimate doppelganger, which is not merely a simple replica, but a being that exists one great realm above you, a far more perfected and formidable entity. Now you understand the challenge, Black Elder sighed. To defeat a doppelganger of a higher realm is indeed a daunting task. A glimmer of determination ignited in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Precisely, moreover, the doppelganger's strength will adjust based on the challenger's cultivation. Should you advance within, the doppelganger will also elevate its prowess. Throughout history, many Jun family prodigies have attempted to leverage their suppressed realms to break through within, ultimately leading to their dismal defeat. Thus, I advise you to choose another ancestor's inheritance. Black Elder nodded. Jun Huaiyun remained silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. In that case, I choose the progenitor's inheritance. What? You still wish to choose the progenitor's inheritance? Do you understand what this entails? Black Elder exclaimed, his body trembling in shock. He had articulated the risks so clearly. Why did this youth persist in pursuing the progenitor? I do, but I wish to give it a try, Jun Huaiyun replied calmly. Are you certain? Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. The light in Black Elder's eyes shimmered with disbelief. Jun Huaiyun stood resolute, surrounded by the swirling 100,000 law rings. He raised his gaze towards the perpetually dim expanse, a faint smile gracing his lips. Elder He, you mentioned that throughout countless epochs, no fewer than 100 prodigies from the Jun family have dared to challenge the ancestor. Yet none have succeeded? Indeed, the legacy left by the Jun family's founder is distinctly different from that of other ancestors. The legacies of others test talent and strength, while the founder's legacy tests. Elder He's expression grew exceedingly grave. The potential to transcend one's limits. Jun Huaiyun murmured, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. The potential to transcend one's limits. Elder He trembled slightly, murmuring to himself. Elder He, do you know why no one has ever obtained the founder's legacy until now? Jun Huaiyun gazed into the boundless starry sky, his tone somber. It is naturally due to the insurmountable difficulty. Creating a perfect replica that surpasses one's own realm is a challenge that is utterly unattainable. Elder He shook his head. No. The true limit lies not within one's realm, but within self-awareness. Jun Huaiyun's voice suddenly deepened. Boom. This statement resonated throughout the cosmos like thunder. And Elder He's expression shifted repeatedly. Having lived through countless epochs and witnessed the rise and fall of innumerable prodigies, he had never encountered such profound truths. Self-awareness transcends realm. I seem to grasp something. Elder He mumbled, his eyes swirling with an otherworldly light. Jun Huaiyun continued. The world believes that cultivation is merely the elevation of one's realm and the enhancement of power. Yet they fail to realize that true cultivation is a breakthrough in understanding. The founder established such trials not for future generations to conquer stronger adversaries, but rather to enlighten them. The essence of power lies not in comparison, but in comprehension, awareness, and transcendence. A remarkably ancient voice emanated from the summit of the tower, interrupting Jun Huaiyun's discourse. Elder He abruptly looked up, his face displaying unprecedented shock. Has the will of the ancestor awakened? Chapter 51. The supremely powerful founder of the Jun family, comprehending the essence of power. Atop the tower, a resplendent golden light suddenly surged forth, revealing an ethereal figure. Clad in simple linen garments, the figure was tall and enveloped in an endless aura of celestial light, its visage vaguely discernible, appearing extraordinarily youthful. Utterly unlike that of an elder, we humbly welcome the manifestation of the ancestor. Elder He had already knelt to the ground, his voice trembling. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath and slightly bowed in reverence. Just a glance at the figure made him feel as though his very soul was being drawn in. Those eyes contained the evolution of the entire cosmos. From the chaos of creation to the culmination of all things, with countless paths of enlightenment intertwined within. This was an existence beyond the confines of language. It was both a youth and an elder, both a corporeal being and a phantom, clearly standing there, yet seemingly existing across all time and space. It exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an utterly ordinary young man. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such an intriguing descendant. The founder of the Jun family remarked with a subtle smile. With each step he took, reflections of myriad worlds evolved beneath his feet, depicting the history of the Jun family's development, from inception to prosperity. Your assertion that the essence of power lies in awareness renders you more captivating than the previous 125 challengers. You perceive more acutely than they. The founder's gaze settled upon Jun Huaiyun, a look of profound interest gracing his countenance. You flatter me, ancestor. I merely articulated my own insights. Jun Huaiyun replied, maintaining his composure. Do you know why I devised this seemingly impossible trial of legacy? The founder inquired with a smile. It is to convey to future generations that the path of cultivation knows no bounds. What is deemed impossible is merely a limitation of understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Huaiyun met the ancestor's gaze, which encompassed the principles of the universe. Ha ha ha, well said. However, knowing is one thing, but achieving it is another. Young one, what is your name? I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. The founder of the Jun family laughed heartily. I am Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully. A splendid name indeed. What you have just articulated aligns closely with my own philosophy, the founder observed with a light chuckle. Elder, he was utterly astonished. As the spirit of the legacy tower, he had served the founder for countless years and witnessed the rise of the Jun family. This was the first time he had seen the ancestor will actively engage in dialogue with a descendant, a miraculous occurrence unprecedented in history. Even more astonishing to him was the tone of appreciation that the ancestor conveyed. Do you understand why I established a replica that surpasses my own realm? The founder inquired with a calm smile. Because true strength is never measured by realms. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, jokingly recalling his past life's academic prowess. In his former existence, he excelled in all subjects, a top-tier scholar, by the time he arrived at the Jun family. He had already deeply contemplated the essence and significance of cultivation. Thus, he could readily answer the ancestors' inquiries, having considered them previously. Of course, the system had also provided substantial assistance and reminders. What an intriguing notion, strength not being defined by realms. Then, let me ask you, if strength is not found in the realm, where does it reside? The ancestor paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. In awareness, in understanding, in grasping the essence of power, Jun Huaiyun articulated each word with deliberation. Since you comprehend this principle, truly transcending oneself will still demand enduring the most rigorous trials. Are you certain you wish to accept my legacy? The ancestor's tone grew serious. Yes, I wish to accept the legacy. Jun Huaiyun nodded solemnly. Given your resolve, enter the tower to undergo the trial of legacy. The ancestor, seeing his determination, ceased to elaborate further. The ethereal figure gradually dissipated, merging into the golden light that flowed into the tower. This had merely been the awakening of his will, not the manifestation of his true self. Young one, I wish you good fortune. Elder, he regarded Jun Huaiyun with a complex expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder he. This legacy is mine to claim. Jun Huaiyun smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering with confidence. As his words fell, a beam of golden light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a mysterious space of primordial chaos, devoid of sky, earth, or celestial bodies. Only an endless flow of chaotic energy coursing through the void, reminiscent of the universe's infancy. Before him, the chaotic energy surged violently, and a youthful figure, strikingly similar to the founder of the Jun family, slowly coalesced, clad in linen garments, bearing an expression that conveyed infinite weariness. He exuded no aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Is this the imprint of the ancestor in his youth? Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly, despite being of the same Holy King realm. He felt an unparalleled sense of oppression emanating from the ancestor. This was to be expected. After all, he was merely an inexperienced youth, and his understanding of cultivation paled in comparison to that of the founder. Throughout countless epochs, you are the 126th challenger. I hope you can bring me some surprises. The ancestor's imprint smiled faintly. Without further ado, the imprint raised a hand and struck out. This seemingly simple strike encapsulated the profound truths of the most fundamental principles, and wherever the palm wind passed, the chaotic energy parted, revealing an expanse of endless darkness. Primordial Chaos Fist. With a powerful punch, Jun Huaiyun unleashed the chaotic force of the primordial universe, transforming it into a silver-gray phantom of the Emperor Dragon, which surged towards the ancestor of the Jun family with deadly intent. Boom! The two forces collided with a resounding explosion, sending Jun Huaiyun staggering back 3 steps, each step shattering the void beneath his feet. What an enigmatic technique. Despite being of the same realm, my power exceeds that of the ancestor. Yet it feels as though all my moves are countered by him. Jun Huaiyun marveled inwardly. This was the first time he had experienced such suppression from an opponent at the same level. You possess formidable strength. If I were to confront you head-on, I would not stand a chance. However, it is unfortunate that you lack a profound understanding of the essence of power. In simpler terms, it is akin to a child wielding a massive hammer, possessing strength yet unaware of how to wield it effectively. The ancestor, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Come again. Jun Huaiyun altered his strategy, opting no longer for relentless assault. With a single step, he left behind a series of afterimages beside the ancestor, searching for any vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he fully activated the Eye of Chaos, his eyes gradually taking on a chaotic hue in an attempt to penetrate the ancestral techniques. The Eye of Chaos, a commendable thought, but ultimately, it is merely an external force. If you intend to rely on the Eye of Chaos to uncover my weaknesses, then you are indulging in wishful thinking. Over-reliance on one's constitution is hardly advantageous. The ancestor, perceiving Jun Huaiyun's intent, smiled faintly. In an instant, the ancestor moved, appearing directly before Jun Huaiyun, delivering a palm strike with unwavering momentum. The speed was astonishing. Jun Huaiyun's pupils contracted slightly. Instinctively, he transformed the primordial chaotic energy into a shield that he placed before himself. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as he was forced back 3 steps. Your reflexes are commendable, but still not swift enough, the ancestor remarked indifferently. Why is it that, despite my superior strength and speed, he consistently manages to counter and suppress me? Jun Huaiyun pondered, reflecting on the terrifying prowess the Jun family ancestor had possessed in his youth. The battle imprints left across the endless river of time were formidable. It was almost unimaginable how powerful the ancestor had been in his prime. Have you finished contemplating? The ancestor launched another attack, this time a simple direct punch, devoid of any flashy techniques, yet capable of sealing off all of Jun Huaiyun's evasion routes, rendering him unable to escape. Primordial Chaotic Barrier. Jun Huaiyun manifested an expansive barrier of chaos around him, inscribed with profound primordial chaotic runes that emanated an indescribable supreme aura. Useless, without a change in expression. The ancestor shattered the barrier with a single punch, the force unabated as it struck Jun Huaiyun squarely on the shoulder. Jun Huaiyun staggered back 10 steps. Glancing at his trembling shoulder, a wave of unbearable pain coursing through him, as though his entire arm had lost sensation. Power flows like water. An understanding is akin to a riverbed. The wider the riverbed, the greater the flow it can accommodate. The same force, wielded by those with differing levels of understanding, yields vastly different results. The ancestor remarked with a slight smile. Behold, with a casual gesture, the ancestor sent forth a seemingly ordinary surge of spiritual energy, which, during its flight, absorbed the surrounding chaotic energy, ultimately transforming into a roaring chaotic dragon before Jun Huaiyun. Do you comprehend now? With a wave of his hand, the ancestor dissipated the chaotic dragon into streams of chaotic light. So that is the effect of power accumulation. The brilliance of understanding ignited in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Indeed, your grasp of power remains at the elementary level of 1 + 1 = 2, while I have ascended to the realm where 1 + 1 = infinity. I can dictate the magnitude of power I wish to manifest. When I exert 10% of my strength, I can unleash 100% of its potential. This is precisely why you cannot match me. My mastery of power far surpasses yours. The ancestor nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Huaiyun slowly closed his eyes, replaying every word and motion imparted by the ancestor in his mind. The ancestor, too, ceased his attacks, watching with keen interest, curious as to what step Jun Huaiyun would take next and whether it would yield unexpected surprises. Chapter 52. On-the-spot learning, shattering the clone. Understanding is akin to a riverbed, and power flows like water, Jun Huaiyun murmured, as the primordial chaotic energy within him began to circulate along an entirely new trajectory. The once tumultuous power gradually transformed into a docile force, yet within its gentleness lay a terrifying capacity for explosion. I see now that I have been squandering my strength all along. Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes, his gaze now containing an inner restraint of chaotic energy. It appears you have grasped it, though I wonder to what extent, the ancestor observed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you, ancestor, for guiding your junior on this path. Jun Huaiyun bowed deeply, and as he rose, his demeanor had transformed entirely. If the former Jun Huaiyun resembled an immortal emperor, capable of vanquishing myriad foes with a mere gesture, now he appeared utterly unremarkable, so ordinary that one might easily forget him after a glance. Slowly raising his hand, the primordial chaotic energy coalesced in his palm. Primordial chaotic hand of the heavens. With a soft exclamation, Jun Huaiyun's hand seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space. Appearing to move slowly, yet in that instant, it manifested before the ancestor. In his palm, the primordial chaotic energy layered upon itself, unfolding an awe-inspiring spectacle of countless worlds' birth and demise within a single breath. Oh, to comprehend to such a degree. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in the ancestor's eyes, as he traced perfect Taichi yin-yang patterns with his hands, layering them one upon another. Boom. The moment the primordial chaotic hand of the heavens collided with the Taichi yin-yang patterns, the entire chaotic space trembled violently, generating a cascade of illusory worlds that were born and extinguished with their clash. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. For the first time, the ancestor was forced to retreat a few steps. How intriguing. To elevate your application of power to this extent in such a brief moment, your aptitude is indeed remarkable. A spark of brilliance lit up in the ancestor's eyes, marking the first time he had so openly praised a junior. This is all thanks to your guidance, ancestor. Without your direction to break the shackles of power, I could never have achieved such milestones. Jun Huaiyun entered a profoundly subtle state, keenly aware of the flow of every strand of primordial chaotic energy. His once volatile power was now effortlessly wielded, without a trace of waste. I merely provided you with an opportunity. The true breakthrough lies within yourself. On the path of cultivation, the expansion of understanding is far more critical than the accumulation of power, the ancestor remarked, shaking his head. Ancestor, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Jun Huaiyun formed hand seals, his primordial chaotic energy no longer radiating outward but instead converging within his body. His skin became inscribed with countless diminutive primordial chaotic runes, rendering him as if he had transformed into a divine being of the heavens. Tenfold punch, ultimate primordial chaotic fist. Stepping forward, the chaotic void beneath his feet shattered layer by layer as he swiftly approached the ancestor, his right fist gathering a brilliant point of primordial chaotic light. The surrounding space began to collapse inward, centering around Jun Huaiyun. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the stage. As the ultimate primordial chaotic fist was about to descend, the ancestor revealed a smile of satisfaction at the last moment, no longer resisting and allowing Jun Huaiyun's punch to engulf him. Boom, boom. In the indescribable explosion, all the chaotic energy within the tumultuous expanse was suffused with a silvery gray hue by the primordial chaos. As the radiance dissipated, the figure of the ancestral imprint began to fade slowly. The future of the Jun family now rests upon your younger generation. With that said, the ancestral imprint vanished completely. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, I shall lead the Jun family to surpass the pinnacle. Jun Huaiyun bowed deeply towards the place where the ancestral imprint had disappeared. At the moment of the ancestral imprint's vanishment, the entire chaotic realm began to tremble violently. The void beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet shattered instantaneously, unleashing countless resplendent golden runes that wove around him, forming a towering golden cage. This was the true trial, facing a replica even more formidable than himself. Jun Huaiyun gazed ahead with a solemn expression. At the heart of the most concentrated golden runes, a blurred figure gradually coalesced. With every moment of solidification, the oppressive aura it emitted surged dramatically. When it fully materialized, it was astonishingly a replica of Jun Huaiyun himself, yet its essence was an entire realm stronger. Reaching the initial stage of the supreme level, the replica slightly clenched its fist, causing the void to warp in layers, manifesting myriad worlds. The supreme version of myself. Jun Huaiyun dared not be careless. This replica possessed all his abilities, attributes, weapons, and more. Let us put it to the test. The replica uttered no words, raising its hand to unleash a primordial chaos fist, which cleaved through the chaotic space and appeared before Jun Huaiyun in an instant. Come on. Jun Huaiyun advanced rather than retreated, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. At the very moment the fist was about to strike him, his form suddenly quivered rapidly, rippling like water, diverting 80% of the force into the void while absorbing the remaining 20%. The essence of power lies not in strength, but in its application. Although the gap in realms was vast, it was not insurmountable. The light in Jun Huaiyun's eyes flared brilliantly. Primordial Chaos Seal. The replica was no ancestral imprint. It offered Jun Huaiyun no chance to contemplate. In a flash, it appeared above him, forming seals with its hands. As an ancient and primitive chaotic primordial seal coalesced in the void, emanating destructive chaotic ripples that shattered the surrounding chaotic void with mere threads of its aura. Do you truly think I fear you? Even if you are a realm higher, what of it if you are 2 realms above me? The brilliance in Jun Huaiyun's eyes surged as he simultaneously formed seals with both hands, albeit at a pace several times slower than the replica. Strangely, Though the primordial chaos seal he conjured was minuscule, it was more solid than the one the replica executed, its surface adorned with densely packed primordial runes, each embodying boundless universes. When the two seals collided, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Huaiyun's primordial chaos seal steadily siphoned a portion of power with each clash, until both seals ultimately vanished. Though the replica wielded 100 units of strength, it could only exert 50, while Huaiyun, with merely 10 units of strength, was capable of manifesting 50. This exemplified the principle of power accumulation, a concept not easily grasped by ordinary individuals. Primordial chaos overarching hand. Huaiyun took a slight step, vanishing from his original position, as sounds resonated from all directions, accompanied by 7 colossal palm prints hurtling toward the replica from different angles. Humph! The replica scoffed coldly, its surface adorned with the same primordial chaos runes as Huaiyun, executing the primordial chaos overarching hand as well. 14 palm prints clashed violently in the void, erupting with a dazzling brilliance. The divine chain snapped, and all things oscillated. Clattering, Huaiyun retreated 100 miles, his chest surging with blood and energy. Yet to his astonishment, the replica was also pushed back, retreating even further. Why, when my power is significantly greater than yours, can you still push me back? The replica's voice was icy. I progress with every moment, while you remain stagnant. You may replicate my abilities and combat style, but you cannot replicate my understanding and perception. You will eternally remain in place. The chasm of understanding is a vast gulf. Huaiyun stood firm in the void, his hands gradually drawing together before his chest, a heart-stirring silver-gray radiance erupting between his fingers. Behold, this is the true essence of power, the primordial chaos overarching hand, unifying all realms. In an instant, the entire chaotic space quaked violently, as 12 ethereal universes materialized behind Huaiyun, each harboring a colossal hand reaching out. As these immense hands descended, they merged continuously, transforming into a resplendent, translucent Lioli imperial palm by the time it hovered above the replica's head, its palm lines flowing with the radiant primordial chaotic power akin to a river of stars. Impossible. I can also perform your primordial chaos overarching hand. Why can I not unleash such might? The replica howled frantically, a barrage of silver-gray light erupting from its form, the primordial chaotic power thrumming violently. Die for me. Primordial chaos fist. Primordial chaos overarching hand. Primordial chaos seal. The replica incessantly unleashed supreme abilities, a mere thread of aura capable of annihilating this realm. Yet no matter how fiercely it resisted, it was utterly futile. A desperate struggle, is it? Huaiyun suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes gleaming with heightened brilliance, for he discerned the replica's futile thrashing. Huaiyun clenched his fingers tightly toward the direction of the replica. Annihilate. The colossal hand began to close slowly, and the space surrounding the replica exhibited an eerie phenomenon of collapse, as if countless parallel timelines were being compressed together, unleashing a multitude of dazzling primordial light. Amidst the brilliance, innumerable scenes of universes being born and perishing flickered into view. As the radiance faded, the chaotic space began to shatter layer by layer, revealing the splendid light of inheritance behind it. Congratulations, Challenger, for passing the ultimate trial and comprehending the true essence of power. Chapter 53, The Great Tao Creation Sutra. Rewriting the Rules of the Universe. As the radiant light of inheritance enveloped him, Huaiyun felt an unprecedented warmth surge into his limbs. He slowly closed his eyes, sensing every inch of his meridians, every drop of blood, and every bone undergoing a transformation of monumental proportions. Huaiyun discovered that the primordial chaotic essence within him was undergoing a qualitative change, the originally silvery gray power gradually being tinged with a faint golden hue, a sign that the ancestral creation power was merging with his essence. Outside the inheritance tower, the once tranquil starry sky suddenly quaked violently, as billions of dazzling golden lights shot forth from the tower's pinnacle, piercing through layers of cosmic space. The entire inheritance tower shook violently, as ancient runes on its surface began to illuminate sequentially. The young man has truly succeeded. The old black figure gazed up at the tumultuous sky, his withered fingers trembling incessantly, tears streaming down his face. Boom! With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, a colossal pillar of light, exceeding millions of miles in diameter, erupted around the inheritance tower, soaring into the sky. Within the light, myriad beings could be faintly seen rising and falling. Rivers of stars severing, the universe overturning, the sun and moon shining together, and terrifying phenomena such as the creation of heaven and earth manifesting. Someone has attained the ancestral inheritance. Could it be the young Master Huaiyun? At last, he has succeeded. The Jun family shall transcend the pinnacle, surpassing all past glories. Quickly, inform our esteemed ancestor. Deep within the Jun family's celestial realm, all the reclusive elders simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing in astonishment towards the ancestral hall. Outside the inheritance tower, the Jun family prodigies who had obtained the inheritance were already stirred, their faces reflecting bewilderment and shock as they beheld the golden light ascending towards the heavens. What is happening? Why is there such a disturbance in the inheritance tower? Jun Xiaoling approached Jun Xiaoyao, stammering, if my conjecture is correct, the young master must have acquired the ancestral legacy. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was intensely fixed on the legacy tower, his eyes shimmering with profound admiration. If it were he in that position, he would scarcely dare to confront the ancestral imprint, let alone defeat a replica that surpassed him by an entire realm. What? The ancestral legacy. The young master has obtained the ancestral legacy. A chorus of young prodigies exclaimed, their faces betraying an enduring astonishment. Throughout the illustrious history of the Jun family, only he could attain such a legacy. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly, his expression devoid of jealousy, filled instead with deep respect. Indeed, I yield to no one, yet I must concede to the young master, who has triumphed over a replica of a higher realm. Who else could achieve such a feat? The Jun family is bound for greatness. Greatness, my foot. The Jun family has always been prosperous. Where is the need for further glory? It should be said that we transcend our peak. Yes, you are absolutely right. The young prodigies of the Jun family engaged in spirited discussions. Each of them had once received opportunities within the legacy tower, fully aware of the challenges involved. No one among them could conquer the ultimate trial left by the ancestor. Yet Jun Huaiyun succeeded. For this alone, they were entirely convinced. Elders such as Jun Wandao also appeared, their faces beaming with pride as they watched their young kin, silently nodding in approval. With such aspirations in the younger generation, how could the family not thrive? Within the chaotic space, Jun Huaiyun was bathed in golden light. Countless profound runes of the great Tao continuously emerging from the void, encircling him, ultimately transforming into flowing light that entered his brow. Humph. Jun Huaiyun could not suppress a muffled grunt, as the primal chaotic energy surged wildly within him. He sensed an overwhelming torrent of information flooding into his consciousness. The Great Tao Creation Sutra. This was the supreme legacy left by the ancestor of the Jun family. Each verse contained the terrifying power to create the heavens and the earth. These were not mere verses, they were the embodiment of the fundamental principles of the Great Tao, with each character resonating with the essence of the universe. With cognition as the foundation, understanding as the bridge, and will as the fire, he refined the myriad realms, encompassing himself, creating boundless transformations, and shaking the cosmos. Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself, and with each character he read, his aura grew ever more formidable. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged, and the great Tao runes surrounding him detonated, transforming into a rain of light that entered his body. Seizing this opportunity, he made a decisive breakthrough into the supreme realm. The reflection of the starry river and the cosmic fluctuations danced in his eyes. As Jun Huaiyun's voice echoed, a brilliant divine light erupted from within him. And at that moment, it felt as though some shackles had been shattered. Buzzing, the light of laws surged around him, the first ray shining gray, representing the supreme law, the law of chaos. Next, a second ray of light appeared, silver in hue, embodying the primordial law, also a supreme law. Following swiftly, third and fourth rays emerged, and in an instant, a total of 36 rays of law illuminated simultaneously. Each ray represented a distinct principle: reincarnation, life and death, creation, and more, each varying in color, casting a dreamlike glow upon the dark chaotic space, as if it were a celestial realm. To think I am so formidable, inadvertently comprehending so many laws. Jun Huaiyun found it hard to believe. For instance, the law of reincarnation, one of the supreme laws, encompasses the ultimate mysteries of the cycle of life and death across the realms. Since ancient times, those who could grasp the law of reincarnation were few and far between. And now, he had unwittingly grasped it. So that is how it is. Jun Huaiyun realized that the great Tao Creation Sutra left by the ancestor was not merely a simple martial legacy, nor a record of powerful divine abilities. Instead, it was an interpretation of the essence of heaven and earth. When he could truly comprehend the profound meaning of the great Tao Creation Sutra, the powers of the universe would naturally bend to his will. In a sense, the Tao was him, he was the Tao, he was everything, and everything was him. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated within him, and Jun Huaiyun's aura began to soar at an astonishing pace, surpassing the accumulated efforts of ordinary cultivators over millennia with each passing second. 2-star Saint King, 7-star Saint King, peak of the Saint King. The breakthrough was astonishingly effortless for him, presenting no semblance of challenge. Jun Huaiyun felt as if he had transformed into the great Tao of heaven and earth, with each ray of law illuminating his being. As if he hovered above 36 cosmic realms, gazing down upon all. Yet it was not enough. The supreme realm must be broken. With a clear shout, the 36 rays of law intertwined, forming an exquisitely perfect domain of law. This was the hallmark of entering the supreme realm, mastering the power of laws, and merging them into a singular domain, the domain of law. Early stage of the supreme realm, mid-stage, late stage, peak of the supreme realm. Jun Huaiyun's aura continued to surge. The primordial chaotic essence within him, aided by the great Tao Creation Sutra, had wholly transformed into a profound golden hue. Within it resided the powers of creation, chaos, and primordiality, three supreme forces. As Jun Huaiyun's aura stabilized at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, the entire chaotic space could no longer withstand his power, beginning to collapse and shatter. I have come to understand, true strength lies not in wielding power, but in defining it. Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes and murmured to himself. At that moment, he finally grasped the significance of the legacy left by the ancestor. True strength does not adapt to the rules of heaven and earth, but rather creates them. The boundaries of cognition are the boundaries of power. Stabilize. Jun Huaiyun fixed his gaze upon the collapsing chaotic space, extending his index finger to gently tap the void. Buzzing. The previously shattered chaotic space suddenly solidified, with floating chaotic fragments suspended in the air. Did I succeed? Jun Huaiyun's gaze turned hopeful. This was different from merely invoking the laws of heaven and earth to suppress collapse. It was about rewriting the rules of this space to prevent collapse altogether. One utilizes the power of heaven and earth. The other creates and rewrites. Chapter 54. Suppression at Higher Dimensions. Becoming the sharpest sword in the young master's hand. Crack. 2 breaths later, the solidified chaotic space suddenly emitted a sound of fracturing, and the suspended chaotic fragments collapsed anew, their speed exceeding that of before by threefold. Another failure. Yet, at least my thoughts were correct, although still lacking in finesse. This indeed surpassed the power of mere invocation. A flicker of regret crossed Jun Huaiyun's eyes, quickly replaced by excitement. Though it lasted but 2 breaths, it was sufficient to prove that his direction was correct. All that remained was to deeply contemplate the underlying principles. Young one, achieving this step is no small feat. You are far more astute than those challengers before you. A familiar voice echoed through the chaos, and Jun Huaiyun abruptly looked up, only to see the once dissipated ancestral imprint coalescing once more, effortlessly stabilizing the entire collapsing chaotic space with a mere gesture. The ease with which it was done was beyond Jun Huaiyun's capability. Ancestor, you are not. Jun Huaiyun, filled with joy and surprise, hurriedly bowed in reverence. It is merely a remnant of my consciousness. The ancestral imprint stood with hands clasped behind its back, its gaze swirling with the essence of the stars. This force bears a resemblance to the concept of word becomes law, yet it diverges in significant ways. The latter relies on the power of heaven and earth, while what I just experienced, Kong Huaiyun mused after a brief contemplation, can be summarized succinctly. Word becomes law draws upon the strength of the cosmos, ultimately constrained by it. Your power is limited by the might of the heavens. It's akin to borrowing troops from a sovereign. Your strength is contingent on how many soldiers the ruler can muster. Conversely, your recent actions involve the creation of celestial power, establishing yourself as an entity that formulates rules. One relies on external forces, while the other engenders and defines them. The ancestor's mark smiled as he spoke. The former is bound by heaven and earth, while the latter transcends them. Kong Huaiyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have acquired my legacy. Given time, your innate talent and comprehension will surely allow you to surpass me. The future of the Jun family rests in your hands. The ancestor's mark nodded in satisfaction, and as he finished speaking, his form began to dissipate into shimmering golden light. I shall not fail your expectations, ancestor. Kong Huaiyun deeply bowed toward the place where the ancestor's mark had vanished. As he straightened up, a portal of light had opened in the chaotic expanse. Kong Huaiyun cast a final glance at the vast, gray chaos behind him, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. It is time to depart. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the unknown. Outside the Tower of Inheritance, the celestial phenomena had reached their zenith. This commotion surpasses even that of our ancient ancestors. An elder of the Jun family stammered in awe. Boom. The Jun family's celestial realm trembled continuously, as slumbering ancestral beings in various secret realms broke through their confinements, tearing apart the void with their formidable auras. A dozen figures descended simultaneously before the Tower of Inheritance, with the foremost being Ancestor Jun Dishi. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. Jun Wandao and the other elders hurriedly clasped their hands in respect. No need for excessive formalities. To witness the ancestor's legacy manifest today is worth my immediate dissolution. The sixth ancestor raised his hand in a gesture of support, his murky eyes fixed intently on the Tower of Inheritance. This child, Huaiyun, has indeed not disappointed us. Ancestor Jun Dishi and the others also displayed expressions of exuberance. Upon seeing the assembly of Jun family ancestors, He Lao could no longer contain his emotions. Kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face, old servant has finally awaited this day. Ancestor Jun Dishi extended his hand in a gesture of support, a hint of remorse on his face as he spoke. He Lao, you have toiled tirelessly over the years. A simple statement that caused the venerable guardian of the Tower of Inheritance to weep uncontrollably. At that moment, the grand door at the very top of the Tower of Inheritance began to slowly open, and a tall figure stepped forth. With each step he took, a chaotic golden lotus blossomed in the void. It is young Master Huaiyun. Jun Wuchan exclaimed with fervor. The state of Kong Huaiyun at this moment was extraordinarily unique. He was surrounded by 36 rings of the laws of the universe, resembling a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. His overwhelming pressure causing the space within 100,000 miles to become utterly still. All disciples of the Jun family found it difficult to breathe, as if confronted by an exalted deity. No, they were indeed facing a divine being. Is this the pinnacle of supremacy? To leap directly from the Holy King realm to the pinnacle of supremacy, it is simply monstrous. Jun Xiaoyao's voice trembled. If the fighting prowess of the Dark Celestial Wolf is considered one, then the current Kong Huaiyun's combat strength exceeds 1,000, infinitely vast. It is beyond articulation, beyond description. However, what astonished everyone most was that with each step Kong Huaiyun took, his aura would retract slightly. By the time he had taken 100 steps, the terrifying pressure had completely vanished. At this moment, apart from his strikingly handsome appearance, he bore little difference from a mortal, exuding not a trace of his previous aura. Returning to simplicity, this is indeed the legacy of the ancestor. Ancestor Jun Dishi could not help but exclaim. Indeed, the ancestor was once like this, transcending realms with each step, ultimately breaking free from the constraints of heaven and earth, establishing his own path. The 12 ancestors trembled with anticipation. As Kong Huaiyun fully emerged from the Tower of Inheritance, all disciples of the Jun family could not help but kneel, not out of pressure, but from a deep-seated instinctual submission, as if ants were bowing before a dragon, or mortals before a deity. This was an absolute suppression on a dimensional level. Even an emperor would tremble before Kong Huaiyun. Naturally, this does not imply that Kong Huaiyun could currently overpower an emperor. This is a suppression of higher dimensions, not merely of strength. However, should Kong Huaiyun ascend to the imperial throne now, a mere breath from him would be enough to crush a multitude of emperors. To be invincible within the same realm would be a great insult to Kong Huaiyun. What he seeks is to be unrivaled across several great realms, not merely within the same realm. Everyone, please rise. Kong Huaiyun stood before the Tower of Inheritance, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand gently. An invisible force lifted all the prostrated disciples of the Jun family. Ancestors Jun Dishi and the others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with shock. They sensed that Kong Huaiyun's gesture was not a result of mere cultivation suppression, but rather a suppression of higher life dimensions. He, like the ancestor of yore, embodied the ultimate truths of heaven and earth in every word and action. To illustrate, an adult wild dog, despite its larger size and greater strength, instinctively feels fear when confronted by a young tiger. This is the suppression of higher dimensions, and Kong Huaiyun is that young tiger. Congratulations to the young master for acquiring the ancestor's legacy. The joyous cheers surged like a tidal wave as the younger generation of the Jun family beamed with fervor, knowing that from this day forth, the Jun family would usher in a new era, transcending the present and reaching new heights. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiuling, and Jun Anqing exchanged glances, their faces adorned with bittersweet smiles, realizing that they would never catch up to Kong Huaiyun in this lifetime. However, from another perspective, although they could not match Kong Huaiyun, as long as they could steadfastly follow in his wake and witness the rise of this extraordinary prodigy, it was still an immense opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his fighting spirit undiminished, rekindling a new resolve. Xiuling, Anqing, perhaps we may never reach the young master's realm, but if we can become his allies in traversing the heavens, it will not have been in vain. Indeed, to follow such a being is an honor, not a shame. Jun Anqing responded with a relieved smile, appearing quite carefree. Very well, since we cannot catch up, let us become the sharpest sword in the young master's hand. This is also an admirable path. Jun Xiuling laughed heartily. Chapter 55, The Crowning of the Young Emperor. Great movements in the primordial divine hall. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded from the depths of the Jun family's celestial realm. filled with immense pressure that caused everyone's hearts to shudder slightly. The ancient ancestor has awakened. Ancestor Jun Dishi's expression changed slightly, his eyes glimmering with a fierce light. From the depths of the Jun family's celestial realm, an ancient imperial coffin, entirely black, slowly emerged, its surface embossed with celestial runes, containing the principles of all things. It is the imperial coffin of the ancient ancestor. An elder exclaimed involuntarily. The moment these words were uttered, the entire Jun family erupted in fervor. This was the ancient ancestor, a being above the ancestors, the true supreme existence of the Jun family. Such a being typically remains in deep slumber within the innermost sanctum of the Jun family's celestial realm, awakening only in the face of an existential crisis for the family. Seldom stirring otherwise. However, with Kong Huaiyun acquiring the ancestor's legacy, the ancient ancestor had no choice but to awaken prematurely. This was a monumental event that could not be taken lightly. The last time the ancient ancestor awoke was 3 epochs ago, when he single-handedly defeated numerous formidable foes from other realms, bringing an end to the dark upheaval. Elder Jun Wandao's trembling hands betrayed his excitement, for the ancient ancestor was a legendary figure within the Jun clan. Some members of the Jun family might go their entire lives without ever laying eyes on the ancient ancestor. All present disciples of the Jun family held their breath as the obsidian imperial coffin shattered the void and arrived before the Tower of Inheritance. The celestial runes etched upon the coffin's surface began to emanate waves of ethereal light, each flicker resonating with the very heavens, releasing an ancient aura that could make even the mightiest emperors shudder. The ancient ancestor was on the verge of awakening. Behold the slayer of the heavens. Jun Disheng, the esteemed ancestor, wore a grave expression as he, along with all the elders, bowed deeply in unison. This was a supreme ancient ancestor of the Jun family, known as Jun Shirtian. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the Jun clan, and the imperial coffin gradually opened. In an instant, an immeasurable brilliance burst forth, and an indescribable pressure enveloped the area, causing even Jun Disheng, of such high stature, to involuntarily step back 3 paces. Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed, as the forces of creation, primordial energy, and chaotic power surged within him, dissipating the oppressive weight that could crush an emperor. The indistinct figure within the coffin slowly sat up, and at that moment, the flow of time in this realm seemed to slow considerably. Though the figure was not particularly tall, it exuded an aura capable of shattering the very heavens. As a mere breath could set the celestial bodies of the immortal realm into motion. Such formidable power, far surpassing that of an emperor. Jun Huaiyun's gaze was captivated, nearly blinding him. Just one movement could disturb the temporal flow of the ancestral grounds. He could hardly fathom the extent of the ancient ancestor's might. No, that hand. Jun Huaiyun activated the Eye of Chaos and lifted his gaze, only to see a hand as pale as jade emerging from the coffin, lightly resting upon its surface. Remarkably, it belonged to a youthful figure. Jun Huaiyun felt a flicker of astonishment. Little one, have you seen enough? Jun Shirtian stepped out and ascended above the Tower of Inheritance. The ancient ancestor of the Jun family appeared to be a mere boy of 15 or 16, clad in snow-white garments. His raven hair tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, and his countenance strikingly beautiful, unlike that of a mortal. What captivated him most were those eyes, one shimmering like the cosmic rivers of the universe, the other reflecting the primordial chaos, imbued with the infinite mysteries of existence. This was indeed our Jun family's ancient ancestor. Jun Wuqing and the other prodigies knelt on the ground, their voices trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. Was the ancient ancestor not supposed to be an elder with white hair and a youthful visage? They had not anticipated such a youthful appearance. We bow before the slayer of heavens, the ancient ancestor, they proclaimed. All the elders, including Elder Jun Wandao, promptly knelt on one knee, their foreheads touching the ground in reverent salutation. The disciples of the Jun family prostrated themselves, lacking the courage to lift their heads, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. Only Jun Huaiyun stood firm, his expression serene as he locked eyes with Jun Shirtian. He sensed a soul force transcending the emperor realm descend upon him. Intriguing. A primordial chaos body, and you have grasped the laws of reincarnation and life and death, supreme principles indeed. No wonder you are the inheritor of the ancestor's legacy. Jun Shirtian suddenly chuckled lightly, striding toward Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands in greeting. I am Jun Huaiyun, honored to meet the ancient ancestor. There's no need for such formalities. Jun Shirtian waved his hand dismissively and turned to address the assembly of the Jun family, his voice ringing out, You may all rise. Today marks a momentous occasion for our Jun family, and such formalities are unnecessary. The members of the Jun family stood up, the prodigies and elders alike maintaining a respectful silence. Even the venerable Jun Disheng, who had recently compelled the primordial temple to capitulate, lowered his head slightly. Unable to meet the gaze of the ancient ancestor, Jun Shitian circled around Jun Huaiyun, his eyes shimmering with celestial light, nodding in approval. Indeed, you have inherited the ancestor's legacy. In my time, I too followed the ancestor into battle across the heavens, fortunate enough to learn a few of the ancestor's techniques. But ultimately, my understanding fell short. He paused, his gaze appraising Jun Huaiyun. Your innate talent and comprehension far surpass my own from those days. At these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The ancient ancestor was a being of unparalleled existence. Having lived since the inception of the Jun clan and possessing strength that far exceeded that of an emperor, reaching realms beyond description. To receive such commendation from a being of this caliber, what terrifying potential did Jun Huaiyun possess? His talent was evident to all. Yet to have even the ancient ancestor express such admiration was simply astonishing. You overpraise me, Jun Huaiyun replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Ha ha ha, splendid. You remain grounded and composed. Reminiscent of the ancestor's demeanor, Jun Shitian's laughter resonated, filled with genuine appreciation. Dishing, prepare for the ceremony to crown the young emperor. Jun Shitian suddenly turned to Jun Dishing. The title of young emperor referring not to a mere young lord among the 3 emperors and 9 saints, but to the position of young emperor within the Jun family. The young emperor? Jun Dishing trembled slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is the ancient ancestor referring to the position of young emperor? Not just he, but all the elders of the Jun family wore expressions of incredulity. A young lord was selected every era. Yet the position of young emperor had not been filled for countless epochs. They had all but forgotten the existence of such a title. Meanwhile, Elder Jun Wandao and several other prodigies stood rooted in place, utterly bewildered. What is this young emperor of the Jun family? They wondered. Is there not just the young lord? Is my statement so difficult to comprehend? Jun Shitian inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Not at all. It's just that the position of young emperor has remained vacant since the ancestor's time, with no one ever having attained it. Jun Dishing hastily replied, bowing deeply. There exists a clan decree. The inheritor of the ancestor's legacy shall be made young emperor of the Jun family. Jun Shitian's voice suddenly took on a weighty tone. These words struck like thunder, leaving all present in utter shock. The young emperor of the Jun family held an exalted status, surpassing even that of the clan leader and all the elders, an existence that could stand equal to the ancient ancestor. Jun Huaiyun found himself momentarily stunned. He had known the ancestor's legacy was of utmost importance, but he had not anticipated its significance to be so profound, directly granting him the title of young emperor, placing him on equal footing with the ancient ancestor. At that moment, Elder Jun Wandao's communication jade slip suddenly grew scalding hot. He carefully retrieved it, and upon its surface, blood-red characters flickered erratically. The primordial temple has betrayed the immortal realm, seeking aid from the other world. Chapter 56. The 7 ultimate imperial clans mobilize, eternal, holy, immortal. The primordial temple betrays the immortal realm and colludes with the other world? Elder Jun Wandao lost his grip on the communication jade slip, which clattered to the ground, plunging the assembly into a profound silence. The joy on the faces of the Jun family disciples instantly froze, replaced by shock and confusion. Wasn't the primordial temple, like the heavenly court, a proclaimed guardian of the immortal realm? How could they entwine themselves with the other world? The venerable Jun Dishing furrowed his brow, the void beneath his feet folding in layers as he stepped forward to grasp the jade slip from the ground. A sweep of his divine consciousness over it darkened his expression. This is utterly absurd. That old coot of the primordial emperor was sent reeling by my palm mere days ago. How dare he act so brazenly, collaborating with the other world? Fury surged within Jun Dishing, his overwhelming imperial aura radiating uncontrollably, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos, and reducing countless stars to dust in an instant. Jun Shitian, the ancient ancestor, remained steadfast in his position, his handsome visage betraying no hint of emotion, save for the peculiar phenomena swirling within his eyes, where countless stars flickered in and out of existence. It appeared that they had indeed enlisted the aid of several formidable factions. Otherwise, they would never have dared to act so boldly. With a mere gesture, Jun Shitian conjured a radiant barrier that spanned the heavens and the earth before the assembled crowd. The moment the barrier unfurled, every disciple and elder of the Jun family present could not suppress a shudder, for the scene was one of unfathomable terror and brutality. Within the barrier lay a catastrophic tableau, where the sky was not the sky and the earth held no semblance of existence. Countless beings perished, and a vast sea of blood flowed through the cosmos, littered with colossal corpses, some emanating the aura of imperial might, while certain celestial realms lay utterly shattered. In particular, the affiliated forces of the Jun family were subjected to concentrated devastation, as cultivators were transformed into mere blood mist amidst their anguished cries, and floating divine mountains crumbled, their spiritual veins forcibly extracted. Once hallowed sanctuaries of cultivation had descended into hellish nightmares. The suffering was beyond measure. That is our Jun family's immortal force. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect, exclaimed one of the Jun disciples, unable to contain his horror. All eyes turned towards the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect, where numerous peaks had been severed in half, and the protective formation was shattered by the forces of the Taichu Divine Palace and the otherworldly powers. The sect's leader, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, knelt in the void, bloodied and wielding a broken sword, while behind him, only a few hundred disciples and elders continued to resist fiercely. Opposing him stood three imperial figures, shrouded in layers of celestial mist, their energies stirring the very heavens and earth, shattering all within their reach. The three culprits, the masters of the Taichu Divine Palace, the Xiantian Palace Master, the Huangquan Palace Master, and the Yuming Palace Master, dared to persecute the Jun family's affiliated forces. Had I known, I should have slain them with my own hands long ago. See the Jun Wandao, his eyes ablaze with palpable murderous intent. He recognized these three as the three supreme emperors of the Taichu Divine Palace, each possessing the strength to topple an entire era with a mere stamp of their feet, causing tremors throughout the celestial realm. Yet now, they had the audacity to enact such a bloody massacre against the Jun family's allies. The Taichu Divine Palace was divided into 9 great halls, each presided over by a hall master and 2 deputy hall masters, with the supreme master, the Taichu Emperor, reigning above them all. The scene shifted once more to a vast star domain, where 2 imperial figures traversed a sea of blood, leaving devastation in their wake. As all beings lamented and the very fabric of reality crumbled, one figure was cloaked in a blood-red robe, gaunt and skeletal, with eyes as crimson as blood. 8 blood-red imperial rings swirling ominously behind him, exuding a power that surpassed even that of the Taichu Emperor. With each step he took, a multitude of blood seas emerged beneath his feet, echoing with the wails of countless celestial beings. The other figure was entirely enshrouded in darkness. Only a vague human silhouette discernible. Any entity daring to approach him would be mercilessly consumed, even emperors, as the space around him warped and collapsed, reducing all to dust. These were the 2 ancient and eternal imperial families of the otherworld, the Bloodming Emperor clan and the Dark Devouring Emperor clan. No wonder that old rogue from Taichu dared to betray the celestial realm and strike at the Jun family's affiliated forces. It became apparent that the Taichu Divine Palace had summoned these 2 ancient fiends. Jun Dish's voice dripped with chilling malice, with each word causing the temperature around him to plummet. The so-called ultimate imperial families were the most powerful factions of the otherworld, their strength and foundation beyond imagination and description. Rumors even suggested that living celestial powers existed among them. In a sense, these ultimate imperial families held a status in the otherworld akin to that of the Jun family and the Taichu Divine Palace in the celestial realm. There were 7 ultimate imperial families in total within the otherworld, had it not been for the Jun family guarding the celestial realm. The combined might of the Bloodming and Dark Devouring imperial families could nearly have swept through it. As for the notion that the Taichu Divine Palace served as the protector of the celestial realm, that was merely a self-deception they perpetuated. The Jun family had long since grown weary of the Taichu Divine Palace's petty maneuvers, regarding them as little more than a circus. It was likely that more than just these 2 were involved. If the 2 ultimate imperial families believed they could confront the Jun family solely with their strength, they were sorely mistaken. Juntian Shirtian's eyes shimmered with celestial runes as he spoke calmly. With another swift motion of his hands, 4 more figures materialized within the barrier. Upon seeing these figures, the faces of the Jun family's elders grew grave. The Starfall Emperor Ancestor, the 9 Nether Demon Lord, the Shadow Kill Emperor Lord, and the Reincarnation Emperor Ancestor. Very well, 6 of the 7 ultimate imperial families are mobilized, except for the most powerful and enigmatic Eternal Emperor clan. All others have made their presence known. It seems they truly hold our Jun family in high regard, spoke the 6 ancestors, their eyes radiating a chilling intensity. However, it was unlikely to be as simple as it seemed. The Eternal Emperor clan would not miss this opportunity. Let us not forget what their objective is, Jun Dish mused, shaking his head. Their target is the Taichu Divine Mirror. The 12th ancestor seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze shifting to Jun Huaiyun, his eyes alight with keen insight. The Eternal Emperor clan, Jun Huaiyun murmured, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The 5th spoke true. The Eternal Emperor clan will not let this chance slip away. They are coming. Juntian Shirtian's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, tinged with surprise. Suddenly, the scene within the barrier quaked violently. As if unable to withstand the arrival of an exalted entity, causing the entirety of the celestial realm's space to warp and distort. A resounding hum, a river of brilliant, eternal light surged through the celestial realm. Each droplet of this eternal river reflected various temporal images, some depicting the downfall of worlds, while others revealed the primordial creation of the universe. The eternal river, indeed, that old wretch could no longer remain idle. Juntian Shirtian's gaze remained calm, though a deep chill flickered within. At the terminus of the eternal river, boundless light coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, radiating not celestial brilliance, but a light infused with the very essence of eternity itself, causing space to yield in submission and time to retreat in deference. The power of eternity stood on par with that of the Taichu, chaos, and creation forces, illustrating the tremendous might of the Eternal Emperor clan. There were even rumors that neither the celestial realm nor the other world could contend with a single Eternal Emperor clan member. Of course, this did not include the Jun family. Regardless, the formidable and terrifying nature of the Eternal Emperor clan was well known. We welcome the Eternal Sage Immortal. At the moment the eternal river manifested, the four fearsome figures bowed deeply, their faces etched with profound reverence. A mere soft utterance shattered numerous celestial realms, reducing countless beings to a vast river of blood. Along with the remnants of those realms, which were assimilated into gleaming, jade-like stones by the eternal light. The Jun family disciples before the barrier could not suppress a groan, blood spilling from their lips. Merely witnessing through the barrier subjected them to an overwhelming force, underscoring the terror embodied by that silhouette. The figure toyed with the crystalline remnants of countless celestial beings and the wreckage of celestial realms. When the eternal light dissipated, revealing an exquisitely handsome face that seemed otherworldly. Silver hair cascaded down to his ankles while a semblance of an eternal seal flickered at his forehead. Jun family, I have arrived. Hand over the Taichu divine mirror, and I shall withdraw, otherwise. The eternal sage immortal's lips curled into a smile, his gaze piercing through the endless void, landing directly upon Jun Huaiyun. The objective of the eternal sage immortal was unmistakably the Taichu divine mirror, implying that the target of the eternal emperor clan was none other than Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 57. Lure the dog out and close the door. What will happen next? Juntian Shirtian stood with hands clasped behind his back, gently waving his hand as an invisible force descended like a celestial curtain, instantly severing the eternal sage immortal's gaze. Crack! The luminous barrier quivered violently, and in the fleeting moment before its closure, all present caught a rare glimmer of apprehension in the eyes of the eternal sage immortal. The aura was utterly terrifying, as if one were standing before divine beings. The disciples of the Jun family exhaled deeply, with several of the weaker cultivators collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Merely gazing across the barrier felt akin to confronting a bottomless abyss, freezing their very souls. Humph, Jun Shirtian. The eternal sage immortal glared towards the Jun family, his eyes brimming with intense hatred, ultimately letting out a disdainful snort. Though immensely powerful, he dared not venture alone into the Jun family territory, for that would be akin to courting death. After all, once the plan was executed, the Jun family would be at their mercy. There was no rush. The eternal imperial clan had been dormant for 3 epochs, yet the emergence of the primordial divine mirror brought a semblance of intrigue. Jun Shirtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome visage betraying no trace of emotion. Such a troublesome affair. The traitors of the primordial divine palace were indeed no good. Perhaps they were mere pawns sent from another realm to infiltrate the immortal domain. And those foreign scoundrels, did they truly believe that by uniting, they could contend with the Jun family? I shall crush their stronghold and uproot them entirely. The murderous intent surged from Jun Dishi, his imperial might resonating. He immediately rallied his forces, declaring, I can no longer stand idly by. I will personally sever the head of the primordial emperor to serve as a night pot. The 6th ancestor's expression darkened further. Please, ancestor, issue the order. We are willing to be the vanguard, to flatten the primordial divine palace and eradicate the foreign scum. The entire ancestral ground of the Jun family erupted in fervor. Countless disciples filled with murderous intent and battle spirit soaring to the heavens. Ancestors of Shirtian, please grant me permission to lead the Jun family forces to suppress the rebellion. The primordial divine palace dares to collude with foreign realms to persecute our subordinate powers. They must pay with their lives. Jun Dishi turned and clasped his hands, his eyes ablaze with killing intent. 5th brother, you are too hasty. There is surely more to this matter. Although the primordial divine palace has had its grievances with our Jun family, what benefit would they gain from openly betraying the immortal domain? The eternal imperial clan's objective is the primordial divine mirror. What then is the goal of the primordial divine palace? Could it truly be solely to deal with our Jun family? The 12th ancestor remained remarkably calm, unaffected by rage. Ancestor, I have a request. Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, his gaze shifting unpredictably as he clasped his hands. Jun Shitian regarded him with interest, saying, "Oh, pray, enlighten us. I seek permission to lead the Jun family forces against the primordial divine palace and the foreign coalition." His words struck like a massive stone cast into a placid lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Jun Xiaoyao and others gazed at him in disbelief. Even the elders wore expressions of astonishment. Despite Jun Huaiyun's exceptional talent and strength, he was still merely a sovereign. Moreover, he had just received the ancestral inheritance and had yet to fully digest it, with his cultivation still short of the emperor realm. How could he possibly command the Jun family forces to confront the primordial divine palace and the foreign coalition in such a state? Huaiyun, while you have received the ancestral inheritance, you have yet to mature. The primordial divine palace and the foreign forces are formidable, Jun Dishi said, confusion etched on his face. Let him speak. Jun Shitian gently raised a hand, signaling Jun Dishi to remain silent, his gaze fixed on Jun Huaiyun, interest increasingly evident. Do tell, why do you wish to lead the army against the primordial divine palace? What is your reasoning? Jun Shitian asked with a smile. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully, his tone steady and assertive. Since the eternal imperial clan has come for the primordial divine mirror, it would be prudent for a disciple to lead the army to rescue our subordinate forces, drawing them into an attack. At that point, the esteemed ancestors can lay an ambush and annihilate the invading foes. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Nonsense. This is utter folly. You are the young emperor of the Jun family, the bearer of the ancestral legacy, tasked with a significant mission. Should anything happen to you, the losses to our Jun family would be incalculable. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Jun Dishi was the first to voice his objection vehemently. Fifth ancestor, please allow me to explain. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. The foreign forces and the primordial divine palace have allied, and their aims extend beyond merely the primordial divine mirror. They surely intend to strike at our Jun family as well. After all, the eternal imperial clan seeks the primordial divine mirror, while the other ultimate imperial clans would not assist the primordial divine palace without any benefit to themselves. They are not virtuous beings. If I am not mistaken, the primordial divine palace has likely conspired with the foreign realms. Otherwise, how could they coordinate across the celestial barriers to contact them? The appreciation in Jun Shitian's eyes intensified, a smile gracing his lips. Your reasoning is sound. Their rampant slaughter of our subordinate forces aims to draw our Jun family's main strength into the fray, allowing them to seize the primordial divine mirror. Typically, such a grand conflict is a clash of the most powerful. Those like you, the younger generation, would remain within the clan and not venture out easily. Regardless of whether you join us in quelling the turmoil of the primordial divine palace, the foreign realms stand to gain. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with conviction. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the foreign army is likely already lying in ambush outside our Jun family, waiting for us to rescue our subordinate forces before they strike directly at our stronghold. At this revelation, the faces of the elders turned grave. If this were true, the Jun family would find itself in a dire predicament. To refrain from rescuing would mean the annihilation of their subordinate forces, leading to a loss of prestige. Yet to intervene would leave their ancestral grounds vulnerable to a surprise attack by the foreign army. I have a plan. I will lead the troops to rescue those forces while the ancestors remain hidden, lying in ambush. Since the eternal imperial clan's goal is the primordial divine mirror in my possession, they will stop at nothing to besiege me. At that time, the ancestors can strike in unison, catching them off guard. If successful, we could eradicate them within the immortal domain, delivering a crushing blow to the foreign realms. Jun Huaiyun paused before continuing. As for our Jun family stronghold, I implore the ancestor to create a projection doppelganger to accompany our forces, crafting an illusion of a full-scale exodus. If the ancestor does not move, those foreign ultimate imperial clans will not dare to attack our territory, thus preventing them from executing a close the gates and catch the dog strategy. Upon witnessing our forces mobilized, the foreign ultimate imperial clans will surely believe our Jun family is vulnerable and will attempt a sneak attack. At that moment, the ancestors can strike, ensuring their lives are claimed within our Jun family. With this proclamation, all present exchanged glances, their faces etched with lingering astonishment. Haha, splendid. A perfect countermeasure. To close the gates and catch the dog. Jun Shitian suddenly erupted in hearty laughter, his eyes glowing with pride. This child, Huaiyun, is not only extraordinarily gifted but also possesses remarkable strategic acumen. Jun Dishi nodded in agreement, finding merit in the proposed plan. This is indeed brilliant. Those foreign old-timers are notoriously cautious and cunning. If they do not witness the appearance of the ancestor, they would never dare to set foot in our Jun family territory. At that time, I will employ supreme techniques to veil the heavenly secrets, ensuring those old monsters remain oblivious. The 12th ancestor's eyes gleamed with excitement, applauding in approval. Chapter 58. The imperial decree issues, and the world trembles. Since that is settled, you shall command this battle with full authority. It will serve as a perfect opportunity to hone those young rascals. Youth Emperor Huaiyun, heed my command. Jun Shitian's voice took on a grave tone, and the atmosphere grew solemn. All disciples, and even the elders, knelt on one knee in unison, with even the ancestors inclining their bodies slightly. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, stepping forward with solemnity as he clasped his fists. The younger generation is present. You are hereby appointed as the Grand Marshal for the suppression of rebellion, commanding the armies of the Jun family. With this imperial decree, you are empowered to mobilize the vast forces of the Jun family. To witness this decree is to behold the very essence of our forebears. Should anyone dare to disobey, they shall face execution before any report is made. With a sweeping motion, Jun Shitian summoned a radiant golden imperial edict that shattered the void and traversed to the celestial realm. The edict erupted in a dazzling display of countless lights, illuminating the entire celestial domain. Each character upon the edict began to writhe, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that spiraled through the starry heavens, emitting thunderous roars that reverberated across the ages. The Taichu divine hall conspired with foreign realms, committing atrocities against the populace, their crimes unforgivable. Today, I, the young sovereign Huaiyun of the Jun family, shall command the forces to eradicate the rebels and annihilate the remnants of foreign intruders. All affiliated powers of the Jun family shall regard this decree as a direct command from our ancestors. Those who dare obstruct shall be executed. Those who falter shall be executed. Those who collude with the enemy shall face annihilation of their entire lineage and be severed from the cycle of reincarnation. This battle will cleanse the Taichu and trample the foreign realms. Anyone who stands against the Jun family, even if they are celestial beings, shall be met with unrelenting death. As the final character of the decree was inscribed, the entire celestial realm trembled violently. A gaping abyss, dark as the void, split across the heavens, causing the myriad forces of the celestial domain to gaze upward in terror. A golden beam of light shot forth from the direction of the Jun family, asserting imperial might across the vast cosmos. The edict of Jun Shitian had indeed manifested. In a mysterious forbidden area of the celestial realm, an ancient, slumbering emperor suddenly awoke, trembling violently. Quickly, seal the mountain gates, activate the grand formations, and summon those young whelps back to the sect. This battle must not be tainted in the slightest. An elder from another immortal power, gripped by unprecedented fear, urged desperately. The Jun family was enraged. Were they truly challenging the 8 supreme forces? The complexion of a great emperor turned pale, as if he foresaw the apocalypse descending upon the celestial realm. This was the original imperial decree. The Jun family intended to wash away the blood of the celestial and foreign realms. Within the Tiangong pavilion, an elder with white hair watched as a stone disc shattered in his hands, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes filled with horror. Meanwhile, in another location within the celestial realm, the Taichu emperor exuded an overwhelming imperial aura, his gaze fixated on the direction of the Jun family. His expression grim. Very well, the Jun family dares to publicly declare their wrath. Beside him, the lord of the Yu Heaven Palace trembled, his voice quavering with trepidation. The emperor is truly enraged. It seems we are destined to be in a fight to the bitter end. And what if we are? Responded the Taichu emperor, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips as he contemplated the situation. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the Jun family, the resounding beats of war drums echoed, shaking the very fabric of the universe, instilling fear in the hearts of the celestial beings. This was the Jun family's funeral drum of the celestials. Each beat could reduce countless stars to dust. Roar! The eastern heavens suddenly split apart, revealing a chaotic true dragon spanning millions of miles, tearing through the void. Upon its head stood a magnificent man clad in the armor of the Azure Dragon Emperor, his gaze ablaze with battle intent. Behind him, over 1 million Azure Dragon guards adorned in verdant armor exuded a fierce aura, their bodies enveloped in celestial light. Eastern Azure Emperor, leading the Azure Dragon army to assist the young sovereign, at your command. With the chaotic true dragon beneath him, the dragon's roar shattered the boundless rivers of stars. Ku. In the western skies, a 9-colored divine phoenix soared majestically, its wings casting shadows across the infinite universe. Upon its back stood a stunning woman clad in crimson armor, her feet igniting the 9 heavens in flames, with millions of divine phoenix guards radiating an overwhelming battle spirit. Western Phoenix Emperor, leading the divine phoenix army to assist the young sovereign, at your command. Roar. In the southern void, a profound martial beast emerged, carrying an expansive fortress. Atop the fortress stood a youth in black armor, arms crossed, his gaze freezing the very flow of time and space. Behind him, countless black-armored soldiers surged forth, their powerful presence permeating the cosmos. Southern Black Emperor, leading the Black Tortoise Guards to assist the young sovereign, at your command. Roar. In the northern reaches, a chilling aura froze the very fabric of existence. A white-haired man clad in white armor rode upon a sacred white tiger, leading millions of white-armored soldiers as they surged forth, turning the void into crystalline ice. Northern White Emperor, leading the White Tiger Cavalry to assist the young sovereign. At your command. Jun Shirtian chuckled lightly, his fingertip tracing the void. How could we forget the Qilin army in such a grand spectacle? Boom, boom. As his words fell, a mysterious forbidden area within the Jun family erupted, and hundreds of Qilin, wreathed in chaotic imperial flames, descended upon the heavens. With each step they took, countless star realms vanished beneath their feet, each Qilin bearing a figure radiating the vast might of quasi-emperors. At the forefront, a nine-colored Qilin let out a resounding roar, revealing a one-eyed warrior clad in a beastly war armor, wielding a spear meant to slay the heavens. It was he, the Qilin ancient emperor, who had fought bloodily against the foreign realms in the previous epoch. The elders of the Jun family felt their pupils constrict in excitement. Though the Qilin army was not numerous, comprising merely hundreds, each was at least a 5-tribulation quasi-emperor, with many reaching the 9-tribulation level. The 9-colored Qilin was even more formidable, its strength far surpassing that of an emperor, reaching unimaginable heights. I relish in slaying the foreign scum, the one-eyed warrior spoke cryptically, his murderous intent enveloping the surrounding ancient stars in a sea of crimson. The 5 Extremes Legion has now assembled. It is time for you old geezers to show yourselves. Jun Shirtian stepped forward, his voice shattering the boundless heavens. Which ancient relic dares to provoke the Jun family? Haha, we shall once again engage in battle. The various secret realms of the Jun family erupted, revealing countless reclusive old monsters. Some were frail, white-haired elders, others were young emperors entwined in divine chains, and even some peerless female emperors riding upon celestial dragons. Jun Huaiyun surveyed the scene, noting 3 to 4 dozen figures, each no weaker than an emperor, with several even more powerful. I have long proclaimed that the Taichu divine hall must be eradicated. A figure radiating overwhelming celestial light descended through the void, raising a hand to unveil a war axe stained with dark imperial blood, its murderous aura transforming billions of star rivers into a sea of blood. Though my lifespan wanes, I am willing to fight for the Jun family once more. An elder, hunched and weary, appeared above the Jun family, his vast imperial might sweeping across the universe. A supreme ancestor of the Jun family, his strength rivaling that of the 6 ancestors. Chapter 59, Leave No Survivors, Annihilation in the Celestial Realm. After 3,000 epochs of slumber, I can finally stretch my limbs. If I sleep any longer, my bones will rust. Who shall we battle? Taichu Divine Hall or the foreign realms? In addition, ancient beings emerged from dusty coffins, each radiating thick imperial might, some old, some young, all possessing the ferocity that once shook entire eras. The myriad forces of the celestial realm, witnessing this scene through projections, were left aghast. Is that not the blood-slaughter Emperor Jun Wuxia from 30,000 years ago? Was he not in eternal rest? And the Gu Tian Emperor, that ancient monster yet lives. How many hidden monsters does the Jun family possess? Countless forces within the celestial realm whispered in fear. Even the most powerful immortal forces trembled in dread. Their mightiest champions were but 1 or 2 emperors. Yet here the Jun family casually revealed dozens of emperors, many even stronger than emperors themselves. How can there be such a disparity among beings? Even the heavenly court, from a distance, could muster such emperors. Yet they could never match the casualness with which the Jun family presented their might, revealing the profound depth of their lineage. Take it easy, you old fellows, and don't scare off those from the other realms. You handle the old rascals from the other realms. Leave the little pests to those young ones. I reckon they're quite anxious. Jun Shirtian's lips curled slightly. Boom. The battle drums of the burial of the immortals reverberated once more, as the void above the Jun family suddenly split open, revealing countless spatial tunnels that connected to various secret realms or small worlds. An immense army, clad in dark armor, surged forth from these spatial tunnels, their battle intent soaring, infused with an overwhelming killing intent. Eradicate the traitors, annihilate the other realms. From the depths of the void, countless prodigies of the Jun family emerged, naturally eager to witness such a fervent spectacle. That is not enough. Let us bring out some of our Jun family's little toys to show those pests from the other realms what despair truly looks like. Jun Shirtian chuckled lightly. Boom. Boom. The ancestral grounds of the Jun family trembled violently once more as ancient runes materialized, and 30 pitch-black fortresses slowly ascended, each comparable in size to a star domain. Their surfaces adorned with menacing cannon mouths and intricate formation patterns. The chaotic energy swirling from the cannon mouths caused the surrounding void to collapse and disintegrate continuously. Goodness gracious. They've even deployed these things. Those pests from the other realms are in for a rough time, the sixth ancestor remarked with a mischievous grin. These fortresses, known as the world-destroying fortresses, were formidable war machines that even the emperors regarded with trepidation. Each fortress bore numerous array-breaking runes, yielding unexpectedly advantageous effects in dismantling formations. Upon each world-destroying fortress stood tens of thousands of warriors, clad in uniform battle armor, their auras merging into a singular force that twisted the surrounding void. Even more formidable were the imperial beasts perched atop each fortress, including the 9-turn heavenly devouring python and the sky-rending beast, each exuding an immensely powerful imperial aura. Additionally, spatial war chariots and annihilation cannons made their grand appearance. Above the Jun family, the 5 Extremes Legion assembled, dozens of emperors standing tall among them. Millions of armored soldiers brimming with battle intent, as the world-destroying fortresses floated among them, chaotic energy cascading down like a celestial river, shrouding the entire Jun family in a haze of gray. Those bald mutts, this scene is absolutely terrifying. At this moment, on the periphery of the ancestral grounds, Chu Yundao trembled behind Bai Huang, his legs shaking uncontrollably. This was his first encounter with such a profoundly awe-inspiring sight. Bald mutt, no, brother Bai. Is this really the power of the Jun family? It's too terrifying. Chu Yundao's voice quivered, his hands gripping Bai Huang's fur tightly. Bai Huang, unusually, did not mock him. Instead, his pupils reflected a glimmer of brilliance. Although I am the auspicious beast of the Jun family, this is the first time I have witnessed such fury from them. The army has assembled. The next steps are yours. Jun Shitian lightly waved his hand, a golden imperial edict landing in his grasp. Jun Huaiyun accepted the golden edict with both hands, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, reporting to the young emperor. The Dark Guards have uncovered the complete deployment of the 7 ultimate imperial clans and the Taichu divine hall from the other realms. Just then, a law protector clad in a starry battle robe tore through the void, kneeling on one knee, presenting a jade slip inscribed with blood-red runes. Jun Huaiyun received the jade slip, his divine sense sweeping over it, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He turned to face the ancient ancestor Jun Shitian and the other elders, stating, as we surmised, the other realms have divided their forces. He gestured, and a 3-dimensional star map unfolded in the void, clearly displaying the troop distributions of the 7 ultimate imperial clans and the Taichu divine hall. The first army, led by the Blood Nether Emperor clan and the Dark Devouring Emperor clan, along with numerous immortal imperial forces from the other realms, totaling 300 billion elite troops, was currently besieging our Jun family's most crucial southeastern defense line, attempting to sever our retreat. The Blood Nether Emperor clan and the Dark Devouring Emperor clan aimed to encircle our Jun family, cutting off the possibility of support from other forces, including the Celestial Court. For they fear the Celestial Court will stir the waters, Jun Huaiyun analyzed. On the star map, blood-colored dots representing the enemy densely surrounded a blue circular marker. The Celestial Court was positioned to the southeast of the Jun family. Should the other realms capture the southeastern defense line, it would isolate the Jun family, leaving them without aid. They have calculated well, but it won't serve our Jun family. We don't require support from other forces. Even if they capture the southeastern defense line, it will be of no consequence to us. Jun Dishi chuckled coldly, expressing his disdain for the other realm's strategy. What do they take our Jun family for? The second force from the other realms was commanded by the Starfall Emperor clan and the 9 Nether Emperor clan. With 200 billion troops having breached the Xianming Pass, heading straight for the Jun family's ancestral grounds in the Wanbing universe, where 70% of our war machinery is stored. They intend to seize our war machinery to turn it against us. Jun Huaiyun continued his analysis. This is a greater threat than the first route, but ultimately of little consequence. Those are merely the machines our Jun family has deemed unnecessary. They may take them if they wish. Our Jun family isn't different. The 6th ancestor shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant. The third route, Jun Huaiyun's gaze sharpened as he spoke solemnly, is led by the Taichu Emperor himself, commanding millions of troops from the Taichu Divine Hall in conjunction with the Shadow-Killing Emperor clan and the Reincarnation Emperor clan, launching a frontal assault on our Jun family. This is their main force, moving slowly to draw our attention. Jun Shitian nodded, turning his gaze to Jun Huaiyun and inquiring, what of the Eternal Emperor clan? They are not displayed here. This is the crux of the matter. Jun Huaiyun pointed to a blurred area at the edge of the star map. The Eternal Emperor clan has not deployed with the army. They are likely hiding in this region, as it is the most suitable for concealment. They are waiting for you, ancient ancestor, to lead the army away. Then they will strike directly at our Jun family's stronghold. Jun Huaiyun looked up at Jun Shitian, his eyes sparkling with brilliant light. How clever of them to advance in 3 routes. They do not dare engage us head-on, but aim to force us to divide our forces for rescue. The 6th ancestor's eyes were almost solidified with killing intent. Jun Dishi nodded. This is an overt scheme. If we deploy most of our forces to aid the auxiliary powers, our stronghold will be left vulnerable. If we remain inactive, the beings of the Immortal Domain will believe the Jun family to be cowardly. Ancient ancestor Jun Shitian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profoundly deep. Huaiyun, now that we are aware of the enemy's deployment, what countermeasures do you propose? The scene fell instantly silent, all eyes converging on the young man in the dark robe. Since they have split into 3 routes, our Jun family shall accompany them to the very end. Not a single one shall remain. We shall annihilate them in the Immortal Domain. As these words echoed, the assembly fell silent, only to erupt into thunderous battle cries. The disciples of the Jun family were ignited with fervor, their battle intent soaring. Chapter 60. The Jun family marches, vowing not to return until the enemy is eradicated. Relay the orders. Where are the White Tiger Riders and the Divine Phoenix Army? Jun Huaiyun's voice resonated like thunder in the minds of all present. White Tiger Riders are here. Divine Phoenix Army is here. The Western Extreme Phoenix Emperor and the Northern Extreme White Emperor stepped forward, cupping their hands in obedience. I command you both to lead your respective troops to the southeastern defense line, and additionally, you will receive 10 world-destroying fortresses, 1,000 spatial war chariots, and 10,000 annihilation cannons, Jun Huaiyun instructed. Rest assured, young Emperor, we will accomplish the task. We shall ensure that the Blood Nether Emperor clan and the Dark Devouring Emperor clan are kept at bay, erasing any flanking threats. The Northern Extreme White Emperor replied earnestly. No, I command you to only suffer defeat. No victories are permitted, and the more catastrophic the defeat, the better. Jun Huaiyun replied with a faint smile. In the eyes of the Western Extreme Phoenix Emperor, a flicker of surprise passed, but she quickly grasped the underlying significance. The young emperor intends to lure the enemy deeper? Indeed, I require you to feign defeat, enticing the enemy into the depths of the Celestial Fall Star River. Once they have crossed the celestial threshold, the White Tiger Cavalry will encircle them with 10 annihilation fortresses from the flanks. At that moment, the esteemed White Emperor will lead the elite troops to cut off their retreat. I desire their demise upon their knees. They must not escape the Celestial Fall Star River. Not even a single one. Jun Huaiyun stated solemnly. This plan is indeed astute. The abyss on both sides of the Celestial Fall Star River makes entry facile, yet retreat exceedingly difficult. This location is undeniably the ideal battleground for annihilating the foreign rabble. A look of delight also graced the White Emperor's countenance. The esteemed White Emperor is correct. I aim to wage a decisive battle here. The foreign entities are inherently suspicious and excessively cautious. Should you appear to falter too easily, they will undoubtedly harbor doubts. Therefore, I wish for you to engage them in a contest of equal strength before pretending to exhaust and retreat, drawing them deeper into the Celestial Fall Star River. The White Emperor interjected. At that time, we shall envelop them from both sides, and I will lead the White Tiger Cavalry to disperse and pursue, in conjunction with the Divine Phoenix Army, to eradicate the foreign riffraff within the Celestial Fall Star River. Precisely, what I seek is not mere defeat, but total annihilation. I yearn for the foreign entities to regret ever provoking the Jun family in the Celestial Domain. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. Those foreign miscreants likely do not anticipate that the army they perceive as crumbling will swiftly transform into a harbinger of death. The Western Extreme Phoenix Emperor smiled charmingly. Remember, it is imperative that the defeat appears genuine. We must not allow the foreign entities to sense anything amiss. I shall ensure the cooperation of the 8 ancestors and 9 ancestors. Jun Huaiyun earnestly advised. Rest assured, young Emperor, we know precisely what to do. If there are no other matters, we shall proceed to make arrangements. The Northern Extreme White Emperor and the Western Extreme Phoenix Emperor began leading their troops toward the southeastern defensive line for deployment. Azure Dragon Army, Black Tortoise Guard. Jun Huaiyun proclaimed loudly. We are present. The 2 Supreme Emperors stepped forward in unison. The Starfall Imperial Clan and the 9 Nether Imperial Clan seek our Jun family's war machines, do they? Then I shall provide them to their heart's content. Though the Cosmic Armory houses many ancient war machines of our Jun family, they are largely obsolete and of little use. However, the foreign entities are unaware of this. You and the White Tiger Cavalry shall also feign defeat, ultimately compelled to abandon the Cosmic Armory. A cold smile graced Jun Huaiyun's lips. The young emperor aims to detonate those war machines. Although these discarded weapons possess diminished power, their sheer quantity is formidable, should they be detonated simultaneously. The resulting devastation would severely injure the two imperial clans. A look of astonishment appeared on the handsome face of the southern extreme Xian Emperor. He had not anticipated Jun Huaiyun's ruthlessness. Indeed, this strategy would maximize their casualties while minimizing unnecessary losses for our Jun family. After all, those machines are of little value. However, it is crucial to ensure that all defending troops safely withdraw before detonation. We must not endanger our own. Jun Huaiyun shrugged casually. Young Emperor. While these weapons may be deemed useless, some among them are still functional quasi-emperor weapons. Would this not be excessively wasteful? The eastern extreme Qing Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. One must be willing to make sacrifices to ensnare the wolf. Trading those scrap metals for the foreign army's hundreds of billions is a deal well worth it. Jun Huaiyun replied nonchalantly. Then let us proceed to make arrangements. The eastern extreme Qing Emperor, seeing the matter settled, ceased further discussion and began leading the army toward the cosmic armory alongside the southern extreme Xian Emperor. Qilan army. Jun Huaiyun finally turned his gaze to the one-eyed man. Present. The one-eyed man's voice was hoarse, suffused with an overwhelming aura of deadly intent. You will lead your troops to launch a surprise attack on the Taichu Divine Palace's main camp. According to intelligence from our dark guards, the Taichu Emperor personally leads the main forces in conjunction with the foreign entities to assault our Jun family's front. Their rear must be vulnerable. I want you to, Jun Huaiyun pointed to a flickering red dot on the star map. Annihilate and burn it all. The one-eyed man licked his cracked lips, a savage grin spreading across his face. Remember, do not linger in battle. If you encounter insurmountable resistance, you must retreat. Your objective is to disrupt the enemy's deployment and create chaos in their rear. I will ensure their three armies remain in turmoil. They dare to ambush our Jun family's main camp. I shall counter by ambushing their Taichu Divine Palace's main camp, uprooting it completely and erasing it from the celestial domain. Jun Huaiyun nodded. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Wait. Just as the one-eyed man was about to turn to leave, Jun Dishi suddenly called out to him. Fifth Ancestor, what is your intent? The one-eyed man inquired, perplexed. Jun Dishi remained silent, instead casting his gaze toward Jun Huaiyun, unable to refrain from saying, Huaiyun, although the Taichu Divine Palace's main camp may be vulnerable, what if there are hidden ploys? Precisely for that reason, we must investigate. Such a vast foreign army has quietly crossed the celestial domain's celestial gates into our realm, leading me to suspect that the Taichu Divine Palace harbors some unspeakable secrets. Jun Huaiyun elucidated. Fifth Ancestor, rest assured, as long as that eternal imperial clan's old fossil does not obstruct me, none of those foreign rabble will leave the Qilan army. The ancient Qilan Emperor's singular eye shone with a terrifying crimson light. As long as you create as much commotion as possible, there is no need for a death struggle. While causing a ruckus, it would be best to ascertain what the Taichu Divine Palace and the foreign entities are truly scheming. Should we discover any threats we cannot counter, I will dispatch reinforcements. Jun Huaiyun smiled. Then I shall depart. The ancient Qilan Emperor laughed heartily 3 times. His 9-colored Qilin emitting a thunderous roar as he led the Qilan army into the void. The sky-slaying ancient ancestor, the Jun family main camp, is entrusted to you. We shall proceed according to the original plan. Send a projection clone to accompany me in the assault, ensuring the eternal imperial clan witnesses the image of the sky-slaying ancient ancestor setting forth. Jun Huaiyun turned and clasped his fists toward Jun Shirtian. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today, I shall slay that eternal imperial clan as old fossil, celebrating for young Emperor Huaiyun. Jun Shirtian's eyes shimmered with celestial runes as he laughed heartily, reverberating throughout the boundless universe. As Jun Huaiyun turned, he noticed the younger generation, including Jun Xiaoyao, gazing at him eagerly, their eyes brimming with martial fervor. Xiaoyao, you shall accompany me into battle. The sons of the Jun family must grow amidst blood and fire. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost and slay our enemies, living up to the Jun family's illustrious name. Jun Xiaoyao and the others rejoiced at his words. Little Yunzi, do not forget this sovereign. We wish to partake as well. The White Sovereign and Chu Yundao arrived from afar. As long as you do not embarrass yourself, White Sovereign, all will be well. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched slightly upon seeing the White Sovereign. Fear not, fear not. This sovereign is merely frivolous at ordinary times, during such great wars. This sovereign is exceedingly serious. The White Sovereign replied nonchalantly, his tail wagging incessantly. Then there should be no significant issues. Jun Huaiyun nodded, though he could not shake the unsettling premonition that lingered in his heart. By the way, Chu Yundao, will you be joining as well? After all, the Taichu Divine Palace has shown you kindness. Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled something and inquired of Chu Yundao. That is merely the Taichu Divine Palace. The foreign entities have shown me no kindness. Chu Yundao grinned widely, displaying a mouthful of white teeth. Very well, since that is the case. You shall accompany the Jun family's main forces into battle. It is a perfect opportunity for you to witness this grand war. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. May I borrow that great chaos bag and the chaos brick? Chu Yundao asked, rubbing his small hands, his face slightly flushed. So you have been coveting these items, Jun Huaiyun replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Take them. They hold little value for me. With a wave of his hand, the great chaos bag and the chaos brick fell into Chu Yundao's grasp. Wonderful. I have long yearned for these two treasures, Chu Yundao exclaimed, caressing the bag and brick with an expression of sheer delight. All divisions, rally to confront the Taichu Divine Temple and the main forces of the foreign army. This battle will cleanse the rebels in blood and eradicate the foreign invaders, thus elevating the name of the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun surveyed his surroundings, his voice suddenly rising as he shouted. Once all arrangements were in place, Jun Huaiyun stood firm in the air and landed steadily on a world-destroying fortress. With a mighty sweep of his hand, his voice resonated like a thunderous storm. Today, the Jun family embarks on a campaign. In this battle, we vow not to return until the Taichu Divine Temple is destroyed. We shall not rest until the foreign scum is annihilated. Anyone who stands against the Jun family, even if they are celestial beings, shall be met with merciless slaughter. Forward. As his words echoed, the funeral drums of war resounded once more, reverberating through the realms of immortals and the foreign domain alike. The vast army of the Jun family roared in unison, their murderous intent piercing the heavens and shattering countless universes. Chapter 61. The Loyal Souls of the Immortal Domain. I have done my best. Southeast Defense Line, Falling Star Pavilion. The expanse surrounding Falling Star Pavilion had been stained crimson with blood, and within the pavilion master, Emperor Xianfeng, gazed with concern at the countless foreign troops outside. Having seemingly made a resolute decision, Emperor Xianfeng gritted his teeth and declared, "Send word to activate the Starfall Annihilation Array." His voice was soft, yet it caused the faces of all the elders within the hall to change drastically. Master, think carefully. This formation requires a vast amount of stellar stones, and we currently have barely enough to ensure our own survival. The third elder, responsible for the formation, exclaimed, his face ashen as he urged caution. Do you believe we have any other choice? Xianfeng suddenly turned, his imperial aura sweeping through the hall like a tidal wave. He pointed toward the projection of the outer barrier, where a horrifying scene unfolded, an endless sea of blood, with countless foreign warships and vehicles surging forth, each brimming with foreign powerhouses. Towering imperial figures loomed behind, exuding an aura of boundless decay and darkness. Reporting to the master, the third defense line has fallen. Elders Xuanxing and Tianxing have perished in battle, with tens of millions of disciples lost without a trace. The Bloodming Imperial clan's vanguard is merely 10 million miles from the main star. A blood-soaked protector of the Falling Star Pavilion crawled before Xianfeng, trembling as he held up a jade slip. The third line had fallen in merely an hour. Only the final line of defense remained. What are we to do now? At that moment, the hall was filled with dozens of elders, their faces pale, as despair hung heavily in the air. The plan remains unchanged. Activate the Starfall Annihilation Array and confront the foreign forces head-on. Xianfeng's voice was eerily calm. He had already resolved himself to die in battle. Master, the Bloodming Imperial clan sent envoys a few days ago. They promised that if we surrender, they would spare the Falling Star Pavilion and ensure our lineage endures. Perhaps we should consider surrendering. We need not sacrifice ourselves for the Jun family any longer. The third elder suddenly knelt, his voice trembling with desperation. The hall fell into a deathly silence, all eyes darting toward one another, hesitant to speak. Xianfeng's expression remained impassive as he uttered, "Repeat that." His voice was exceedingly soft, yet it sent beads of cold sweat down the third elder's back. However, the words had already escaped his lips, and he could only brace himself for the consequences. Master, the Jun family has abandoned us. It has been 3 days, and no reinforcements have come to our aid. Moreover, the foreign forces are fully committed this time, with 7 ultimate imperial clans in action, while the Taichu Divine Temple has betrayed the Immortal Domain. In such circumstances, how can the Jun family stand against these 8 great powers? Our only chance for survival lies in surrender. The third elder insisted, gritting his teeth. A clamor erupted in the hall, with several elders exchanging glances filled with hesitation, their resolve wavering. No one wished to die. They had painstakingly cultivated to this level and were loath to perish here. If there was even a sliver of hope for survival, who would be willing to fight to the death? Master, let us surrender. Apart from the Bloodming Imperial clan, the Dark Devouring Imperial clan has also sent word. If we activate the protective array of the Falling Star Pavilion, they will ensure the safety of our billions of disciples. The second elder also fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, his eyes filled with fervent hope. And you? Xianfeng's expression remained unchanged as he turned to the other restless elders. Master, the Falling Star Pavilion stands no chance against the foreign forces. Their reluctance to launch a full-scale attack is merely to afford us the opportunity to surrender. The fourth elder speaks truthfully. We cannot even handle the Blood Ming Imperial clan, let alone the Dark Devouring Imperial clan. Our prospects are bleak. Master, we should surrender. There is no need to continue this fight. An increasing number of elders knelt, their heads bowed in submission. Nonsense. The Taichu divine temple colludes with the foreign domain, slaughtering our kin in the immortal domain. Have you forgotten how your families perished? It was the foreign forces that ravaged your loved ones. The blood feud is irreconcilable. And now you seek to kneel and plead for mercy from your enemies? Do you not feel ashamed for your parents, who died tragically at the hands of the foreign domain? Moreover, the Falling Star Pavilion has been sheltered by the Jun family for countless epochs. Today, with enemies at our gates, how can we turn our backs on our benefactors for the sake of self-preservation? The Grand Elder exclaimed, his face flushed with rage, his disappointment palpable. The faces of the surrendering elders turned pale, and the third elder, struggling to maintain his composure, insisted, but this time is different. They have made promises. Ha, promises? You are courting death. Can you trust the words of the foreign domain? If it were not for the Jun family's intervention, you would have long been slaughtered by them. The Grand Elder's anger erupted into laughter, a bitter mockery. In that case, do not blame us for our actions. We shall seize Xianfeng. He was gravely injured in his recent battle against the foreign emperor and is far from his peak strength. The faction advocating for surrender exchanged dark glances, their intentions clear as they prepared to strike. The laws surged, and the aura of quasi-emperors enveloped the hall. Very well. Very well. Emperor Xianfeng laughed to the heavens, his laughter laced with profound sorrow and murderous intent, as resplendent starlight radiated from him, each beam infused with terrifying imperial might. It seems the Falling Star Pavilion has given rise to such ingrates. I must have misjudged you. Today, I, Xianfeng, shall purge the traitors for the Jun family. With a slight stamp of his foot, the entire main hall trembled violently, fissures cracking open in the ground, and brilliant starlight erupted forth from within. Before the surrendering elders could approach, they were shredded by this starlight, their very souls obliterated. It cannot be. You were gravely injured. The second elder looked on in disbelief as starlight pierced through his chest, terror etched upon his face. Even if I am not at my peak, slaughtering traitors like you is as simple as butchering pigs. Xianfeng stepped forward, the illusion of the starry river swirling beneath his feet, crushing the second elder's head beneath his heel. Flee. Blood splattered onto the third elder's face, sending him into a panic as he turned to tear through space and escape. Humph. Xianfeng merely snorted coldly, raising his hand to grasp. The entire space froze in an instant, rendering the third elder immobile midair. Those who betray the Jun family shall meet only death. Xianfeng's fingers curled, and the third elder's body and soul were annihilated in an instant. Master, we understand our mistakes. The remaining elders, who had yet to make a move, were suddenly struck with fear, falling to their knees in a plea for mercy. Xianfeng, disinterested in their plight, merely waved his hand, executing the traitors without hesitation. Not good. Sect leader, the forces from the foreign realm have breached our last line of defense. A disciple's voice echoed from outside the hall. Xianfeng strode outside, where he beheld a sky filled with countless foreign warships bombarding the protective array of the sect, with mighty foreign emperors standing atop their vessels. Xianfeng, have you made your decision? A voice called out. If you submit to our realm, not only will the Fallen Star sect be spared, but you will also receive resources tenfold greater than those from the Jun family. As space rippled like waves, a young man clad in a blood-red robe appeared, his handsome visage almost otherworldly, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, with crimson runes emblazoned across the vast starry sky. The Blood Ming Emperor clan is truly earnest in their attempts to recruit our sect, Xianfeng remarked with a sudden, mocking smile. For those of value, our realm has never been stingy. The Emperor of the Blood Ming clan responded with a faint smile, unfazed by Xianfeng's derision. What a pity. I, Xianfeng, was born in the Immortal Domain and shall die as a soul of the Immortal Domain. Moreover, I owe a great debt of gratitude to the Jun family and would never betray my principles for personal gain. Xianfeng stated calmly. Since the Fallen Star sect remains obstinate and seeks its own demise, do not blame our realm for its ruthlessness. The Emperor's eyes glinted coldly, a tide of murderous intent surging within him. Elder, while the foreign forces have yet to encircle the Fallen Star sect, you must lead the disciples through the secret passage and preserve the last ember of our sect, Xianfeng said with an eerie calm. Sect leader I, an old and frail body, am willing to perish alongside the fallen star sect. I will not survive at the cost of my honor. The elder's weathered face was awash with tears as he knelt, bowing deeply to Xianfeng. You are truly foolish. Do you wish for the legacy of the fallen star sect to perish here? Xianfeng admonished sharply, casting a glance at the disciples behind him, each one burning with a fierce resolve to die in battle. Sect leader, we will not flee. Yes, we are willing to share the fate of the fallen star sect. 1 death is worth it. 2 deaths are a gain. 3 deaths, and I can die with a smile. The voices surged like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the fallen star sect. At this moment, all disciples and elders knelt on one knee, tears glistening in their eyes. Xianfeng's body trembled slightly, a flicker of emotion crossing his gaze. Good, good. You are all splendid disciples of the fallen star sect. Yet you have a bright future ahead. There is no need to sacrifice it here. Xianfeng took a deep breath, raising his hand to unleash a radiant starlight, forcibly sending all the elders and disciples of the fallen star sect away. Sect leader. The cries of the elder and others echoed in the air as Xianfeng watched his disciples depart with tears in their eyes, a look of contentment gracing his face. He then turned and slowly walked towards the protective array at the center of the hall. With each step, his aura grew stronger, his white hair gradually turning black, and the wrinkles on his face vanished, restoring him to his youthful appearance, having ignited the entirety of his life essence. Foreign scum. Today you shall witness what it means to possess the soul of the immortal domain. Xianfeng's voice boomed louder, the entire fallen star sect beginning to disintegrate. Outside, the forces of the Bloodming Emperor clan became restless, countless foreign powerhouses now filled with terror. The stars of the entire universe converged towards the fallen star sect, forming a brilliant sea of stars. This madman, he intends to self-destruct. The emperors of the Bloodming clan exclaimed in horror. The Jun family will not spare you. As Xianfeng's figure gradually dissipated amidst the starlight, he cast one last glance at the land he had guarded for epochs, a serene smile gracing his lips. I'm sorry. I tried my best. Chapter 62, Devastating the Bloodming Emperor Clan, Heaven's Intervention. Today, I repay the Jun family's kindness. Xianfeng smiled, a tear sliding down his cheek as he vividly recalled 3 epochs ago, when he was still a timid youth trembling under the blade of the foreign army, saved and raised by the ancestor of the Jun family. The gratitude of the past is repaid today. Suddenly, the myriad stars surrounding the fallen star sect began to collapse inward, the foreign warships twisting and shattering, their crimson runes exploding one after another. Countless foreign powerhouses turning into blood mist before they could even scream. Centered around the fallen star sect, a sea of starlight, radiant to the utmost, engulfed the universe, with the Bloodming Emperor clan at the forefront. The very emperor who had tempted Xianfeng to surrender was swallowed by the tidal wave of starlight, his last sight being Xianfeng's serene smile. Boom. The terrifying shockwave persisted for 3 full hours. When the starlight dissipated, the starfield where the fallen star sect had once stood transformed into a vast void, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of billions of miles. Even the remnants of space obliterated. The Bloodming Emperor clan's tens of billions of vanguard troops were annihilated in an instant, countless powerhouses perishing on the spot. With dozens of quasi-emperors falling, and of the 7 or 8 emperors present, only 3 barely managed to escape, the rest buried beneath the fallen star sect. It can be said that the losses from this battle were incalculable. Although the Bloodming Emperor clan was the ultimate imperial clan of the foreign realm, they had few emperors, and losing even one would be a painful blow, let alone 4 or 5 at once. Meanwhile, in the void several trillion miles away from the fallen star sect, the elder and others stumbled out, each face streaked with tears, their hearts filled with profound anger, hatred, and sorrow as they looked back at the ruins of the fallen star sect. Sect leader. The elder knelt in the void, tears streaming down his face, tightly clutching a tome that emanated a faint starlight. This was the last legacy of their fallen star sect. At the same time, the heavens of the immortal domain suddenly darkened, countless stars dimming, only to burst forth with unprecedented brilliance in the next moment, blood rain cascading from the sky, each drop infused with the essence of imperial might. This is the omen of an emperor's fall, a resonance of heaven and earth that occurs only when an emperor perishes. The omen of an emperor's fall. He has truly departed, another elder said, trembling. Farewell, sect leader. The elder howled to the heavens, his voice imbued with boundless sorrow and rage. Farewell, sect leader. All disciples and elders of the fallen star sect knelt in unison, bowing deeply towards the direction of the sect. Without Xianfeng, there would be no them. The disciples of the fallen star sect were all saved from the foreign realm by Xianfeng, each essentially a solitary soul. And it was the fallen star sect that provided them with a stable home. Roar. Just at this sorrowful moment, A deafening roar echoed from the distant starry sky. Could it be that the foreign forces have caught up? One elder said, despair etched on his face. No, that is the white tiger cavalry of the Jun family. The elder wiped away his tears, his murky eyes suddenly igniting with brilliant light. Then, the crowd beheld a silvery torrent surging from the edge of the starry sky, freezing the void in its wake. At the forefront of this silver torrent stood a magnificent figure clad in white armor, riding a sacred white tiger. Surrounded by millions of white tiger cavalrymen arrayed in perfect formation, each exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Even more astonishingly, behind the white tiger cavalry floated 10 massive black fortresses, comparable in size to starfields, with countless dark cannon mouths emanating a chilling black light. The elder trembled at just a glance. After all, he was a peak quasi-emperor, not far from becoming an emperor himself. And one could only imagine the overwhelming impact brought by those fortresses. At nearly the same moment, another celestial expanse ignited with a crimson divine flame. As countless female warriors clad in fiery red armor emerged, treading upon a vast ocean of flames. At their forefront stood an extraordinarily graceful empress, her divine phoenix's wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the endless firmament, while the surging inferno exuded an overwhelming presence that threatened to incinerate realms. It was the Jun family's divine phoenix army. They had arrived. The disciples of the meteor pavilion erupted in excited shouts. We are ultimately a step too late. The White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor approached the Grand Elder almost simultaneously. Upon witnessing the scene of torrential blood rain and the disheveled state of the meteor pavilion disciples, the expressions of the two supreme emperors darkened instantaneously. The esteemed Feng has fallen. The voice of the Phoenix Emperor trembled slightly. The Pavilion Master detonated the Starfall Annihilation Array to thwart the invading forces from the other realm, sacrificing himself in the process. Before departing, he entrusted us with the solemn duty to preserve the last ember of hope. The Grand Elder lamented. All troops, heed my command. The esteemed Feng of the Meteor Pavilion gallantly sacrificed himself to defend our Jun family's southeastern front. This grudge is one we cannot forget. Today, our divine Phoenix army shall offer the blood of the otherworldly as a tribute to the fallen spirits of the Meteor Pavilion. The Phoenix Emperor's beautiful eyes glimmered with fierce determination as she turned sharply to the divine Phoenix army, commanding fiercely, kill, kill, kill. The multitude of female warriors in the divine Phoenix army roared in unison, their voices shattering the boundless stars. We, the White Tiger Cavalry, shall do the same. The White Tiger Cavalry surged with murderous intent, millions of ironclad cavalry drawing their blades simultaneously, their gleaming edges radiating a chilling aura. Thank you, Divine Phoenix Army and White Tiger Cavalry, for avenging the Meteor Pavilion. The Grand Elder, alongside the remaining disciples, knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. Fear not. The blood of esteemed Feng will not be shed in vain. We shall ensure that every member of the Blood Abyss and Dark Devourer clans remains here to accompany esteemed Feng in his final rest. The White Emperor solemnly assisted the Grand Elder to his feet. Relay the order. Accelerate our advance. The Blood Abyss clan has suffered significant losses. We must strike fiercely before they regroup to avenge esteemed Feng. The Phoenix Emperor commanded. In the heart of the Celestial Domain, atop the Nine Heavens Palace, within the mist-laden palace hall, a celestial mirror spanning the entire cosmos hovered at the center, vividly reflecting the final, heroic moments of the Meteor Pavilion. Particularly, the moment when esteemed Feng ignited the last vestiges of his life force to detonate the Starfall Annihilation Array resonated throughout the heavenly realm. The hall fell into a profound silence, as gazes exchanged among the gathered, still bearing traces of shock and admiration. The Heavenly Emperor sat regally upon his throne, his long fingers gently tapping the armrest, his gaze shifting like a tempest. The Meteor Pavilion has been utterly annihilated. The voice of the Demon Suppression Emperor, positioned to the left of the Heavenly Emperor, quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sight of countless disciples of the Meteor Pavilion kneeling in the void, sharing the fate of their pavilion, deeply moved many emperors present in the heavenly court, casting a somber atmosphere throughout the hall. What a noble soul esteemed Feng was. Once merely a trembling youth beneath the slaughtering blades of the other realm, who could have predicted such valor would emerge today? The Longevity Emperor, seated to the right of the Heavenly Emperor, could not help but sigh, his tone laced with respect. The Heavenly Emperor surveyed the assembled celestial sovereigns, seasoned beings who had witnessed countless epochs and were accustomed to the cycles of life and death, now stirred by the selfless sacrifice of a mere pavilion master. Your Majesty, I humbly request permission to mobilize forces to the Jun family and encircle the invading army of the other realm. The opportunity for vengeance created by esteemed Feng's sacrifice must not be squandered. The Demon Suppression Emperor suddenly knelt on one knee, imploring. I second this. The vanguard of the Blood Abyss clan has been decimated, and the forces of the other realm are severely weakened. This presents the ideal moment for our celestial army to strike. We should unite with the Jun family to combat the invaders, rather than sit idly by. Another demon-subduing emperor followed suit, kneeling with fervent bloodlust and battle spirit. As his words echoed, a chorus of battle cries erupted within the hall. Even the typically aloof emperors found their eyes glistening with fervor, all requesting to join the fray. Esteemed Feng's words about the Jun family's great kindness still resonated in their ears. The heavenly emperor raised a hand slightly, restoring silence to the hall as all eyes turned to him, filled with boundless anticipation. What say you, stellar monarch? The heavenly emperor directed his gaze toward the silent conservative stellar monarchs. In response, Your Majesty, I believe that hasty military action may provoke a full-scale war with the other realm. The 7 ultimate imperial clans of the other realm have allied with the primordial divine hall, and there is undoubtedly a hidden scheme behind this. It would be wiser for our heavenly court to observe the situation, allowing the Jun family and the other realm to continue depleting each other. An elder clad in azure star robes stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the heavenly emperor. Nonsense. You coward. If you fear engaging the other realm, just admit it. Esteemed Feng has shed the last drop of blood for the celestial domain, yet you dare speak of waiting and watching. If everyone in the celestial domain were as spineless as you, the other realm would inevitably trample us all. The demon suppression emperor erupted in fury, unable to restrain himself from cursing within the hall, offering no respect to the stellar monarch. Demon suppression emperor, mind your tongue. The stellar monarch speaks some truth. Another conservative, the radiant stellar monarch, remarked with displeasure. Mind my tongue. You lot are hardly worthy of such a request, a bunch of spineless fools. The demon suppression emperor retorted with scorn. The heavenly emperor's gaze returned to the mirror, where the Jun family's White Tiger cavalry and Divine Phoenix army charged fiercely toward the Blood Abyss clan stronghold. The might of their millions of iron steeds shattering the very ground beneath them felt even through the celestial mirror. Your Majesty, behold. The Jun army is undeterred by the prospect of death. How can our heavenly court remain passive observers? If the denizens of the celestial domain learn that we stand idle, who will pledge loyalty to our heavenly court in the future? What path lies ahead for us? Your Majesty, now is not the time for hesitation. If the other realm destroys the Jun family, we will be next. Numerous emperors implored for deployment. Alas, how many epochs have passed since the division of the celestial domain? The Jun family has monopolized the east, the primordial divine hall the west, and our heavenly court remains entrenched in the center, 3 factions steeped in mutual suspicion. In hindsight, our actions have merely allowed the other realm to exploit this rift. The heavenly emperor sighed softly, rising gradually. Convey my decree. Summon 100 billion heavenly soldiers, led by the demon suppression emperor, with the demon subduing emperor as the vanguard, to the battlefield of the Jun family, and unite with them to eradicate the otherworldly invaders. Chapter 63. Lay down grudges. The discontent of the Dark Devourer clan. I accept the command. The demon suppression emperor trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to the heavenly emperor. Furthermore, send a message to the Jun family, stating that regarding the incursion of the other realm, the heavenly court shall stand united with the Jun family. The celestial domain shall not allow the other realm to encroach. This battle is not for the heavenly court, nor for the Jun family, but for the countless souls of the celestial domain. Past grievances must be set aside. The heavenly emperor's gaze deepened, imbued with the resonance of the grand Tao. Boom. This proclamation struck like a million heavenly thunderbolts upon the hearts of all present. For countless epochs, the conflict between the heavenly court and the Jun family had become an open secret, known to all in the celestial domain. The heavenly emperor's words undoubtedly signaled a profound shift in allegiance. The heavenly court shall advance and retreat alongside the Jun family. We shall abide by your decree. The celestial sovereigns responded, clasping their hands in reverence. The heavenly emperor watched their departing figures, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the Jun family and the other realm, yet witnessing esteemed Feng's heroic sacrifice in crippling the Blood Abyss clan, and observing those who marched forward despite knowing they would perish, he realized that perhaps setting aside conflicts with the Jun family was the vision most desired by the denizens of the celestial domain. The stronghold of the Blood Abyss clan loomed, countless crimson warships hovering amidst the shattered cosmos. The news of the complete annihilation of the vanguard army swiftly reached the headquarters of the Blood Abyss Emperor clan, plunging the entire camp into an eerie silence, with each individual struggling to fathom the shocking revelation. Surely, this must be a cruel jest. Meanwhile, the 3 Blood Abyss Emperor clan leaders who had narrowly escaped were kneeling before a blood-red imperial throne, trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. The man in crimson robes seated upon the throne lightly tapped the armrest, directing his icy gaze towards the prostrated emperors, his expression transforming into one of chilling malevolence. 60 billion vanguard soldiers, dozens of quasi-emperors, and 8 emperors, to be defeated by a mere falling star pavilion, leaving only you pathetic wretches to return? Bloodsong. The current clan leader of the Blood Abyss slowly rose, an overwhelming imperial might surging forth, creating tumultuous waves. What use are you to me? An entire army obliterated by a dying sage wind emperor. Tell me, what purpose does my Blood Abyss clan have for you now? His voice grew increasingly icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the space. How could this happen? Such a multitude, tasked with capturing a trivial falling star pavilion. This should have been an effortless endeavor. Yet, in this battle, the vanguard army has been utterly decimated. If word of this reaches other ultimate imperial clans, how many will mock the incompetence of the Blood Abyss? Clan leader. A scout reports that the Jun family's White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army are rapidly approaching our military position. Less than 100 million miles from our headquarters. A Blood Abyss scout stumbled into the camp, kneeling on the ground, terror etched across his face. 100 million miles? Impossible. How did they bypass our outer defenses? Moreover, the Falling Star Pavilion is at least 2 days' journey from our headquarters. Even if the White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army possess incredible speed, they could not have arrived here within 6 hours of the Sage Wind's self-detonation. Bloodsong could not help but shout, his blood-red pupils constricting violently. The scout pressed his forehead to the ground, too frightened to raise his head. Clan leader. It's dire. The Jun army has breached our outer defense lines. We cannot withstand their assault. Another scout rushed in, bloodied and filled with dread. As his words fell, the entire Blood Abyss headquarters suddenly trembled violently, the distant sound of earth-shattering explosions resonating through the air. They've arrived so swiftly. Bloodsong and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they instantly appeared outside the camp. The air was filled with roars of fury and the clamor of battle as the Jun army clashed with the Blood Abyss forces. The battle had only just commenced. Yet countless powerful Blood Abyss warriors were already falling, their blood merging into an endless river. The quasi-emperors of the Jun family unleashed their formidable powers, obliterating space across millions of miles, mercilessly reaping countless Blood Abyss soldiers. Although the Blood Abyss outnumbered the Jun family significantly, their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. The Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion consisted of the elite among elites, each warrior renowned in the outside world as a prodigy. It was clear how terrifying the combat strength of the 5 Extremes Legion was, as they only recruited those with immense potential. Indeed, it is the White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army. Bloodsong's complexion darkened severely. Their initial mission was to swiftly secure the southeastern front, encircle the Jun family, and isolate them. However, now it was questionable whether they could even repel the White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army. It was not about inflicting heavy damage. It was about repelling them. Only the Eternal Emperor clan's ace unit, the Eternal Guards, could stand toe-to-toe with the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion. Any others would be akin to courting death. At the center of the Blood Abyss headquarters, the White Emperor wielded the silver spear of world annihilation, emanating an aura of terrifying might, akin to that of a world-destroying sovereign. Outlandish scum, die at my hands. The White Emperor charged forth in a frenzy, piercing through the heavens and earth, obliterating the void for millions of miles, with countless Blood Abyss warriors meeting their demise beneath his spear, including an Emperor-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor was equally formidable, lightly waving her hand, unleashing a torrential sea of flames that transformed into myriad fiery phoenixes, shattering the void in her wake, causing all in her path to succumb. The carefully arranged defensive formations of the Blood Abyss proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Phoenix Emperor. Above the Blood Abyss headquarters, an overwhelming imperial might burst forth, shattering laws and overturning the cosmos. Jun family, do not overreach. In the rear of the Blood Abyss, a multitude of terrifying presences began to rise, a vast imperial might sweeping over the heavens. The ancestral elders of the Blood Abyss clan had arrived. You pitiful relics think you can obstruct me? The White Emperor, with his silver spear, unleashed a barrage of silver light that enveloped the universe, each strike capable of annihilating vast swathes of void. The moment one of the Blood Abyss ancestral elders appeared, he was pierced through the chest by the White Emperor's spear, black imperial blood gushing forth. With a slight tremor of his left hand, the Blood Abyss elder, having been pierced by the spear, was torn to shreds by the silver light before the astonished gazes of those present, not even his primordial spirit escaping. Humph. A mere Blood Abyss dares to lay hands on a member of the Jun family? Today, I shall ensure you have no return. With a cold snort, the White Emperor swept his spear, unleashing a torrent of silver light that descended, causing countless foreign warriors to wail in despair and perish. With billions of elite Blood Abyss soldiers being eradicated in an instant, along with thousands of Crimson warships reduced to fragments. Damn it! How can the Jun family's White Tiger cavalry be so formidable? Blood Song's face turned ashen as he surveyed the one-sided battlefield, his heart filled with dread. At least a dozen Blood Abyss emperors were present, yet they were being slaughtered by the White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor, their forces disintegrating in mere moments. With one elder already fallen, not to mention the quasi-emperors. Clan leader, if this continues, we will not be able to hold on. An elder of the Blood Abyss clan trembled as he spoke. Blood Song gritted his teeth, crushing a crimson jade talisman in his hand. Quickly, send a message to the Dark Devouring Emperor clan, requesting immediate reinforcements. Otherwise, my Blood Abyss clan faces annihilation today. If my Blood Abyss falls, the Dark Devouring Emperor clan will never complete their mission. The headquarters of the Dark Devouring Emperor clan lay several 100 billion miles away from the Blood Abyss. The Blood Abyss clan is actually seeking our aid. The clan leader of the Dark Devouring Emperor clan, Dark Sun, toyed with the transmission talisman in his hand, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Although both clans were ultimate imperial clans from foreign lands, appearing to unite against the Jun family, their underlying conflicts ran deep. Were it not for the coercion from the Eternal Emperor clan, the Dark Devouring Emperor clan would have been utterly reluctant to deploy their forces. Clan leader, should we mobilize our troops? If the Blood Abyss clan falls, we cannot accomplish our mission on our own, and when the Eternal Emperor clan inquires, we will not fare well. An elder from the Dark Devouring Emperor clan expressed his concerns. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? Dark Sun retorted with a sneer. Besides, didn't the Blood Abyss clan boast of being the strongest clan beneath the Eternal Emperor? How can they falter after merely half an hour of battle? He couldn't help but scoff, wishing for the Blood Abyss clan to be obliterated. Their despicable demeanor was utterly repugnant. Before the offensive against the Falling Star Pavilion, they had confidently declared that the Blood Abyss clan could effortlessly accomplish the mission, encircling the Jun family without requiring assistance from the Dark Devouring Emperor clan. Yet, now they found themselves suffering tremendous losses, even having several emperors fall. The news reaching the Dark Devouring Emperor clan's headquarters nearly caused them to burst into laughter. Now, in their moment of dire need, they humbly sought assistance. How could such a delightful scenario arise? Yet, if the Blood Abyss clan were truly eradicated, the elder from the Dark Devouring Emperor clan remained uneasy. Rest assured, third elder, let them exhaust the Jun family's strength first. It would be best if they both suffer heavy losses before we intervene. Wouldn't that be perfect? Besides, the Blood Abyss clan possesses deep foundations. They are not so easily extinguished. With an air of indifference, enraged proclaimed, very well. Everything shall proceed according to the chieftain's arrangements. Observing enraged's unwavering confidence, the third elder ceased further discourse. Orders were dispatched, and the army advanced slowly. Once the Blood Demon Imperial clan had suffered significant losses, we would arrive in due time. Enraged toyed with the jade talisman in his hand, speaking leisurely. Indeed, nodded the third elder in agreement. On the side of the Blood Demon Imperial clan, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the wrath of the Jun family's forces. The Blood Demon Imperial clan was being relentlessly pushed back by the Jun family, suffering grievous losses. The White Emperor, drenched in the blood of foreign emperors, had already slain several of the Blood Demon Imperial clan's ancestors, instilling fear that caused their warriors to retreat in haste. Similarly, the Phoenix Emperor unleashed divine flames that consumed the universe, incinerating vast swathes of the Blood Demon Imperial clan. Damn it, why hasn't the Dark Devourer clan arrived yet? Blood Song spat blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. His animosity toward the Dark Devourer clan surpassed even that for the Jun family. Had their assistance not been so delayed, the Blood Demon Imperial clan would not have found itself in such dire straits. Chapter 64, Capturing Blood Song. Breaking the defense of Blood Tianhe. Deep within the Blood Demon Imperial clan's stronghold, the Emperor's might surged, and the laws of the cosmos crumbled, leaving the universe in disarray. The White Emperor's power was formidable, truly the supreme being in the Five Extremes Legion, his spear light illuminating the ages, each strike capable of shattering myriad voids. The warriors of the Blood Demon Imperial clan fell like leaves in autumn, their blood staining the cosmos crimson. Old Dog Blood Song. Perish before me. Today, if I do not rend you to pieces, I, the White Emperor, shall not deserve to be the commander of the White Tiger Riders. The White Emperor's roar echoed, extinguishing the endless starry river, as his silver spear radiated a chilling brilliance that pierced the heavens. With a single step, the fabric of reality trembled, and a terrifying vision of a white tiger roared behind him, a testament to his mastery of the White Tiger's path of slaughter. Blood Song swatted away a quasi-emperor with a single hand, turning in panic to see the White Emperor charging toward him, unimpeded by any existence, his murderous intent palpable. Do you truly believe I, the clan leader, fear you? Blood Song suppressed his trepidation, his blood energy surging wildly. Blood demon manifestation. With hands forming seals, a vast sea of blood appeared behind him, from which a towering figure of a blood demon emperor manifested, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura and carrying the stench of decay as it surged toward the White Emperor. To slay you, I need not wield a weapon. The White Emperor sneered, astonishingly sheathing his spear and unleashing a torrent of silver light, striking toward the blood demon emperor's shadow with a single fist. Boom. The fist's radiance shattered the blood demon emperor's silhouette, causing the sea of blood to evaporate instantly, as chaotic energy spilled forth from the rifts in space. At this moment, the White Emperor's aura was so potent that he resembled a world-destroying celestial sovereign, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of despair and terror akin to a billion universes collapsing upon one another. Boom. Blood Song let out a muffled groan, as his chest was pierced by the blow, imperial blood spraying across the starry skies. This punch is for the disciples of the Meteor Pavilion who perished at your hands. The White Emperor's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Ah, White Emperor, I swear to make you pay. Blood Song howled in madness, his shattered form rapidly reconstituting as he summoned a blood-colored bone knife, its surface inscribed with endless blood demon runes, the wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing within. He swung the blood-colored knife toward the White Emperor's crown. The blade's radiance cleaved through the heavens, inscribing myriad blood-colored runes across the boundless void. Any White Tiger Riders or Blood Demon Imperial Clan warriors caught in its path were swiftly obliterated. The White Emperor regarded it with disdain, raising his hand to receive the blow, resulting in a shower of sparks. How can your body be so strong? Blood Song's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. This bone knife was an imperial weapon. He had not anticipated the White Emperor's physical prowess to be so formidable. Rather than severing the White Emperor's hand, the impact had numbed his own, his blood and energy roiling within. Is that all? Pathetic. The White Emperor countered. This strike was for his fallen comrade, Xianfeng. He grasped the bone knife, crushing it effortlessly in his grip. With a swift motion, he aimed a finger at Blood Song. Uft. This time, Blood Song was not so fortunate. His body exploded, reducing him to a mist of blood. A grotesque, blood-colored figure emerged from the vapor, frantically fleeing. This was Blood Song's primordial spirit. The White Emperor's gaze remained unchanged as he swiftly moved to intercept the fleeing spirit. Ancient ancestor, save me. Blood Song's primordial spirit screamed in terror. Save you? It would be futile for anyone to attempt. The White Emperor declared, for the grudge against Xianfeng. I shall demand the entire Blood Demon Imperial clan pay the price. With a flourish of his hand, the space around them warped and solidified, ensnaring Blood Song's spirit within a silver imperial grasp. I'll fight to the death. Realizing escape was impossible, Blood Song's spirit surged with blood energy. Attempting to self-destruct? It won't be that easy. The White Emperor chuckled coldly, intertwining a myriad of laws to bind Blood Song's spirit tightly before sealing it within a jade bottle inscribed with sealing runes. Boom. In that instant, as Blood Song was captured by the White Emperor, three immensely terrifying auras erupted from the depths behind the Blood Demon Imperial clan. Release our clan leader, or perish. The moment the voice echoed, three blood-colored pillars shot into the sky, piercing through the cosmos, causing vast regions of starfields to collapse and shatter under the immense pressure. More old fossils have arrived. The White Emperor's gaze turned icy as he observed three towering imperial figures emerging from a sea of blood, each cloaked in layers of blood mist, their every step causing the laws of heaven and earth to shatter. These three figures were ancient ancestors of the Blood Demon Imperial clan, their power reaching the terrifying heights of Supreme Emperors. The White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor had attained the pinnacle of Supreme Emperors, while the strongest of the three ancient ancestors stood at mid-level Supreme Emperor, with the other two at the initial stages, significantly weaker than the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. At last, a worthy challenge. If I were to eliminate all three of you, I wonder how mad the Blood Demon Imperial clan would become. The White Emperor chuckled coldly. Seek death. Dare to provoke the Blood Demon Imperial clan, and there will be no escape for you, either in heaven or earth. The leading ancient ancestor seethed with rage, raising a hand as billions of blood-colored thunderbolts rained down, each capable of annihilating a quasi-emperor of 9 tribulations. Haha, old fossil, you're getting anxious. The White Emperor laughed heartily, his silver spear reappearing as he thrust it forth, shaking the heavens and reversing the stars, the spear's light colliding violently with the blood-colored thunder, unleashing waves of destruction. The ancestor who had struck could not suppress a groan, retreating thousands of miles. Is he truly at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? The other two ancestors furrowed their brows deeply, a flicker of apprehension passing through their eyes. They had initially believed the White Emperor to be on par with them, only to discover he was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this brat. The three ancient ancestors of the Blood Demon Imperial clan exchanged glances and unleashed their might, causing the heavens to turn upside down, an unimaginable aura spreading outwards. Simultaneously, the Phoenix Emperor arrived at the White Emperor's side, her beautiful eyes gleaming with malice. Old ones, do you think you can outnumber us? First, let us see if I, the Phoenix Emperor, agree. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a vast sea of flames transformed into the divine phoenix of the nine heavens, charging toward the three ancient ancestors of the Blood Nether Emperor clan. It was indeed the bloodline of the divine phoenix. Had that clan even joined the Jun family to become one of their military commanders? One of the ancient ancestors gazed forth, his eyes shimmering with profound astonishment. Setting aside other matters, let us first subdue these two. Charge. In an instant, the battle erupted into its most intense form. The strongest of the ancient ancestors engaged the White Emperor in single combat, while the other two entangled the Phoenix Emperor, clashing from the starry sky into the depths of the void, and from the depths of the void into chaos. Wherever they passed, the laws of the universe were obliterated, and the heavenly path retreated, as the very fabric of existence faced annihilation. The White Emperor surged forth like a dragon, each strike imbued with the might to obliterate myriad realms, forcing the ancient ancestor to retreat continuously, blood holes appearing across his body. What an overwhelming force of slaughter. This was the first time I have witnessed someone cultivate the power of destruction to such a degree. The name of the ancient ancestor battling the White Emperor was Blood Tianha, and at that moment, astonishment filled his eyes. Blood Prison Burial Realm. Blood Tianha unleashed an unparalleled forbidden technique, transforming the entire star domain into an endless blood-red purgatory. Countless blood-colored chains extended from this purgatory, ensnaring the White Emperor in an attempt to drag him into this blood-red prison for suppression and refinement. Your little trick is of no use to me. The White Emperor's silver spear erupted with a myriad of silver lights, freezing the blood-colored chains that entwined him, which ultimately shattered before the astonished gaze of Blood Tianha. Heavenly Execution Seal. A cascade of silver light converged in his hand, morphing into an enormous celestial seal, inscribed with various symbols and laws of heaven and earth, exuding a grand aura of celestial execution. Die. The White Emperor swung the seal fiercely towards Blood Tianha's face. Puff. Blood Tianha was sent sprawling back thousands of miles. His nose distorted from the force, blood streaming from his nostrils in a rather comical manner. You rascal, your strength is not inferior to that of a complete emperor. A look of incredulity crossed Blood Tianha's face. Damn it, where are the reinforcements from the Dark Devouring Emperor clan? Haven't you sent word? One of the two remaining ancient ancestors of the Blood Nether Emperor clan shouted in anger at the retreating forces of their clan. Great ancestor, we have already called for help, but we do not know what the Dark Devouring Emperor clan is up to. One of the emperors, bruised and battered, spoke with a hint of a sob in his voice. It seems the Dark Devouring Emperor clan wishes to sit back and watch the tiger fight, allowing us to battle the Jun family to mutual destruction so they can reap the benefits. They are not fools. They quickly understood the intentions of the Dark Devouring Emperor clan. Dark Devouring Emperor clan, if my clan is annihilated, my true ancestor will not spare you. One ancient ancestor howled to the heavens, filled with boundless hatred for the Dark Devouring Emperor clan's indifference in their time of need. Meanwhile, the Dark Devouring Emperor clan was still en route. It appeared the Blood Nether Emperor clan was truly on the verge of collapse. Despite the great distance, Enraged could still hear the furious roars of the ancient ancestors of the Blood Nether Emperor clan. Chief, we must take action now. If we delay further, it may be too late. The third elder spoke urgently. Third elder, why are you in such a hurry? Send word down to increase the army's speed. Let us wait until a few more of the Blood Nether ancestors fall before we act. Enraged, who was engaged in a game of chess with the Grand Elder, replied impatiently. On the side of the Blood Nether Emperor clan, Blood Tianha felt a chilling dread as he awaited reinforcements that never came. Enraged, I curse your Dark Devouring Emperor clan to suffer a miserable fate. Blood Tianha roared to the heavens, turning his gaze towards the White Emperor. White Emperor, let us die together. Chapter 65. The fish is hooked. Blood Tianha's body was engulfed in a surge of bloodlight. Countless strange blood patterns emerging on his imperial form, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied desire for death. The light of the laws surged around him. A torrent of power capable of annihilating heaven and earth was brewing fiercely. He intended to self-destruct, taking the White Emperor down with him. White Emperor, even if I perish today, I shall drag you down to the grave with me. Blood, Tianhe bellowed in rage, his imperial form swelling ominously. An ocean of blood erupting from within him, dyeing the entire universe of vivid crimson. Blood, Tianhe's aura soared, momentarily reaching the late stage of an emperor. The vastness of his imperial might causing countless powerful beings to tremble in fear, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of suffocation. You think you can take me down with you? The White Emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, his right hand forming a seal, the imperial might within him surging. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar suddenly erupted. As a colossal white tiger phantom appeared behind the White Emperor, releasing a silver beam of light. Where the beam passed, the boiling sea of blood was instantly frozen in the starry sky. Even time itself seemed to be halted, and Blood Tianhe's imperious form, burning to its peak, abruptly ceased its expansion. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Blood Tianhe's panic escalated as he realized that his self-detonation was forcibly interrupted by the White Emperor. Even his primordial spirit was trapped within his imperial body, unable to escape. I have said, I will make the Blood Nether Emperor clan pay for the death of my friend, Daoist Xianfeng. This shot, you cannot block. The White Emperor's gaze deepened as his silver spear radiated countless divine glimmers, the spear tip coalescing into an exquisite light of world annihilation. Heavenly execution of the Absolute Emperor. With a thrust, the universe quaked, and the heavens changed color. The light of annihilation swept like a star river, piercing through Blood Tianhe's brow in an instant. No. Blood Tianhe's pupils constricted in terror. He had never imagined that the White Emperor's strength was so terrifying. This strike directly penetrated his brow, obliterating his primordial spirit within. The horrific force of slaughter instantly shattering his imperial body. Boom. Blood Tianhe's imperial form exploded violently, yet the impact was far less than a typical self-detonation, only shattering the surrounding void for miles. Thus, a once mighty ancient ancestor of the Blood Nether Emperor clan fell. Meanwhile, the remaining two ancient ancestors were being ruthlessly beaten by the Phoenix Emperor, their cries of agony echoing. Heavenly River Ancient Ancestor. The last two ancient ancestors of the Blood Nether Emperor clan were nearly driven to madness. One of them had their imperial form shattered by the Phoenix Emperor, and upon witnessing Blood Tianhe's demise, their minds were plunged into chaos. Phoenix Dance of the Burning Sky. The Phoenix Emperor seized the opportunity. With a flick of her jade hand, thousands of nine-colored phoenix phantoms surged forth from the sea of flames, instantly engulfing the disoriented ancient ancestor. The searing divine flames, imbued with the power to incinerate all, caused the ancient ancestor to let out a wretched scream, as both his flesh and primordial spirit were reduced to ashes. No. The last remaining ancient ancestor, Blood Tianhe, stared in horror at the successive falls of his two kin, his heart engulfed by a tempest of rage and despair. The elite forces of the Blood Nether Emperor clan had suffered near total annihilation in this campaign, a loss substantial enough to drastically diminish their standing in the foreign realms. While they may not fall from the ranks of ultimate imperial clans, they would no longer instill fear in the other ultimate clans. It could be said that the fate of the Blood Nether Emperor clan was sealed. They had lost the ability to turn the tide, unless their true ancestor intervened. Yet that true ancestor was currently locked in a standoff with Jun Huaiyun and was not on their side. Damn it, retreat the entire army, withdraw from the Immortal Domain. We shall not continue this battle. Blood Tianhe roared as he issued commands to direct the remnants of the Blood Nether Emperor clan to break free from the encirclement of the Jun family. At that moment, the distant starry sky suddenly dimmed, a wave of black mist creeping from the depths of the universe, within which countless sinister figures could be faintly discerned. Numerous pitch-black warships traversed the starry cosmos, blotting out the sun, a terrifying imperial might enveloping the scene. Isn't the Blood Nether Emperor clan quite formidable? Why do they crumble so easily? A mocking voice rang out, revealing the figures of the dark devouring Emperor clan amidst the black mist, their bodies radiating overwhelming imperial might. Accompanied by hundreds of billions of dark devouring Emperor clan soldiers. The dark devouring empire has finally arrived. No, you despicable wretches. How could you stand idly by while my blood-fiend imperial clan faced annihilation? You were born to be traitors. You deliberately delayed the rescue, causing my clan immense losses. I curse you, the dark devouring empire, to meet a most wretched end. Shui Tianya's face initially lit up with joy, only to swiftly morph into rage as he unleashed a torrent of invective upon the dark devouring empire, showing them no semblance of respect. Grand Ancestor Tianhe. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Did we not come? We merely encountered a slight delay on our journey. Was it truly necessary to become so enraged? Dark Sun Tian replied with a cold smile. You vile coward, were it not for you, would my clan's two ancient ancestors have perished in battle? This is all you're doing. I shall report this matter to the true ancestor and the eternal holy immortal. You shall bear the primary responsibility. Xianxia trembled with fury, wishing he could leap forward and tear Dark Sun Tian's foul mouth apart. Oh dear, Grand Ancestor Tianya, such remarks are unwise. Upon receiving your plea for aid, we immediately dispatched our forces. Who could have known that your blood-fiend imperial clan would prove so fragile, unable to withstand even 3 hours? Furthermore, before we set out, you confidently proclaimed yourselves the foremost empire beneath the eternal imperial clan, asserting you needed no assistance from us. We merely intended to provide you with an opportunity to showcase your prowess, yet you have shown ingratitude and insulted my clan. Dark Sun Tian feigned astonishment, his countenance contorting into a mask of feigned sorrow. Nonsense. You dark devouring empire, await your reckoning. My blood-fiend imperial clan shall remember this grievance. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Shui Tianya's eyes. His animosity towards the dark devouring empire surpassed even that towards the Jun family. Feel free. Your blood-fiend imperial clan is already on the verge of collapse. Under these circumstances, my clan has no reason to fear you. Dark Sun Tian retorted dismissively. A mocking smile plastered on his face, having abandoned all pretense. You. Shui Tianya trembled with rage as the truth dawned upon him. The dark devouring empire had never intended to offer genuine assistance. They were eager for the blood-fiend imperial clan's demise, hoping to reap the spoils themselves. Dark Sun Tian disregarded Shui Tianya's predatory glare, his gaze shifting to the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The capability of these two to force the blood-fiend imperial clan to such a state far exceeded his expectations. Under normal circumstances, the Jun family should have clashed with the blood-fiend imperial clan to mutual destruction, yet the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor appeared relatively unscathed, their aura stable as if they had suffered no injuries. Meanwhile, the White Emperor exchanged a subtle glance with the Phoenix Emperor, a spark of brilliance igniting in their eyes. According to Jun Huaiyun's plan, they were to feign defeat, luring the dark devouring empire into the celestial Fall Star River. Ah, the dark devouring empire. You have arrived just in time. Today, I shall experience your methods firsthand. The White Emperor feigned exhaustion, clutching his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It appeared he was merely holding on. The Jun family was clearly at their last gasp. Realizing this, a wave of joy washed over Dark Sun Tian's face as he waved his hand, shouting, "All troops, heed my command. Charge forth and avenge the blood-fiend imperial clan." Shui Tianya nearly spat blood upon hearing this. He had seen shamelessness, but this was beyond any he had encountered. Kill. At the White Emperor's command, the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army reformed their ranks, engaging in battle with the dark devouring empire once more. This time, however, their offensive was considerably weaker, appearing somewhat beleaguered. Haha, as expected, after battling the blood-fiend imperial clan, they are already exhausted. All troops, heed my command. Ensure the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army remain here forever. Dark Sun Tian keenly sensed this change, his eyes gleaming with malice as a chilling smile crept onto his lips. Kill. For the vengeance of the blood-fiend imperial clan. Kill. The dark devouring empire's countless legions surged forth like a tidal wave, their ominous warships shattering the void. The White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor fought, while retreating towards the celestial Fall Star River. Your Excellency, we cannot hold out much longer. A White Tiger Cavalry leader called out deliberately in a loud voice. Retreat. All forces, fall back and preserve our strength. Do not engage them directly. The White Emperor feigned great reluctance as they retreated towards the celestial Fall Star River. Ha ha ha, the Jun family is not as formidable as they claim. Pursue them. We cannot let them escape. Dark Sun Tian's face lit up with delight as he shouted towards the direction of the Jun family. Clan leader, the Jun family is cunning. Be careful. The third elder cautioned. What is there to fear? They are clearly exhausted. Relay the order. This is an excellent opportunity to eradicate the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion. We cannot let this chance slip away. Dark Sun Tian dismissed the warning, directing his army to charge towards the White Emperor. Simultaneously, the White Emperor coordinated the retreat while secretly transmitting orders. Relay the command. Proceed according to the plan. Once the dark devouring empire has fully entered the celestial Fall Star River, activate all annihilation cannons, prepare the spatial war chariots, and ready the world-destroying fortresses. These are our ultimate weapons. Understood. The commanders responded covertly. To create a convincing ruse, they even discarded numerous pieces of armor and weapons amidst their chaotic flight. Haha. The Jun family has finally met their downfall. This is utterly delightful. The dark devouring empire has triumphed over the Jun family at last. Dark Sun Tian, in the midst of the chase, could not help but laugh heartily, his tone dripping with arrogance. With such a fool as their leader, How could the Dark Devouring Empire ever hope for victory? Observing Dark Sun Tion's foolish demeanor, the White Emperor felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 66. Victory in the 10,000 Arms Universe. Reinforcements for the Qilan Army. In the 10,000 Arms Universe battlefield, countless war machines were arrayed in the void. Densely packed and utterly astonishing. Although the weaponry was exceedingly antiquated, the sheer number was staggering enough to fill the entire universe. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Army and the Black Tortoise Guard were in frantic retreat, fending off the relentless pursuit of the otherworldly forces while being compelled to abandon their defense of the 10,000 Arms Universe. Hurry, retreat. The otherworldly assault is too fierce. We cannot hold. The Azure Emperor shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Damn it. Let the otherworldly scum benefit from our misfortune. All forces, heed my command. Abandon the 10,000 Arms Universe and swiftly return to the June family. The Black Emperor seethed with fury, waving his hand to direct the Black Tortoise Guard to begin their withdrawal. The June family's forces retreated in utter disarray, with many soldiers, in their panic, discarding numerous weapons along the way. Their frantic flight invigorated the otherworldly army. Haha, the June family is but this. Pursue them, leave not a single soul behind. Xing Jiuling, the leader of the Starfall Imperial clan, laughed heartily. Brother Jiuling, I find the June family's retreat somewhat suspicious. They have not suffered significant damage. Why abandon the 10,000 Arms Universe? Yu Wuling, leader of the 9 Nether Imperial clan, furrowed his brow deeply, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. You of the 9 Nether Imperial clan have become so cowardly? Xing Jiuling mocked. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely cautious. Yu Wuling retorted, his face darkening. Then be cautious all you wish. The 10,000 Arms Universe shall belong to my clan. Relay to all troops. Whoever seizes the weapons shall claim them. Xing Jiuling, disinterested in further discourse, began directing the Starfall Imperial clan to pursue the June family forces. Haha, the June family truly cannot withstand the pressure. The 10,000 Arms Universe is ours. The powerful members of the Starfall Imperial clan surged into the 10,000 Arms Universe, having long coveted it. With the June family in retreat and disarray, they wasted no time in leading their forces into the 10,000 Arms Universe, eager to secure their prize before the 9 Nether Imperial clan could snatch it away. Clan leader, give the order. The Imperial clan of the 9 Netherworlds had a great emperor urging his troops, as we march into the universe of myriad weapons. We must not allow the Starfall Imperial clan to monopolize the fruits of victory. Yuwl clenched his teeth in response. Like a swarm of locusts, the armies of both clans surged into the universe of myriad weapons, where some individuals sensed something amiss and attempted to counsel their clan leaders, only to be shoved aside by those eager to seize glory. Greed clouded the rationality of all, as countless foreign troops fervently scrambled to seize the war weapons left behind by the June family. What? Is this a fragment of an Imperial weapon? Quickly hand it over, exclaimed one, eyes wide with astonishment. Heavens! So much Starfall celestial gold. This is the supreme material for forging quasi-imperial weapons. They shouted, seize it. The clan leader has decreed that whoever obtains it shall claim it as their own. 9 Netherworld's Imperial clan. You seek death, daring to snatch my treasures. Roared a member of the Starfall Imperial clan. Starfall Imperial clan. Do not overreach. These are the spoils we have set our sights on. The foreign armies, devoid of discipline, began to turn against one another in a frenzy for the spoils, with some even turning on their own kin. Rather than intervene, the leaders of both clans commanded their trusted subordinates to frantically seize the most valuable treasures. In that moment, chaos engulfed the entire universe of myriad weapons. At the periphery, in the depths of the void, the Azure Emperor and the Xian Emperor stood solemnly, coldly observing the turmoil. Greed is the original sin. These fools are oblivious to their impending doom, the Azure Emperor remarked with indifference. Have our troops fully withdrawn from the universe of myriad weapons? Inquired the Xian Emperor in a grave tone. Rest assured, the last batch of defenders has safely retreated. There are no members of the June family left within the universe of myriad weapons, replied the Azure Emperor, a communication jade slip in his hand flickering incessantly. Very well. Let these foreign scum experience what true despair feels like. The Xian Emperor's lips curled into a sinister smile upon hearing this. As time passed, the Azure Emperor observed that the moment was ripe and said to the Xian Emperor, it is time. The armies of both clans should have fully entered the universe of myriad weapons. There should be no stragglers left. The Xian Emperor nodded slightly and quietly crushed the control token in his hand. In an instant, the outer space of the universe of myriad weapons began to collapse silently, severing all avenues of escape. Boom! The Azure Emperor uttered softly. As his words fell, the abandoned weapons scattered throughout the universe of myriad weapons suddenly ignited with an eerie glow. What is happening? Why is the weapon in my hand glowing? A powerful warrior from the Starfall Imperial clan exclaimed in terror as he gazed at the flashing battle knife. This is a trap. We've been deceived. The weapons bore identical runes. An elder of the Starfall Imperial clan's pupils constricted sharply. Just then, a cataclysmic sound erupted from the depths of the universe of myriad weapons. As an unprecedented explosion rapidly spread like a tide of annihilation, countless discarded weapons detonated simultaneously. Quasi-imperial weapons, fragments of imperial weapons, annihilation cannons, and several already destroyed fortresses of world destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosion swept through the entirety of the universe of myriad weapons, every inch of space collapsing into oblivion. The foreign armies had no time to scream as they were consumed by the endless light of annihilation. We've been deceived. June family, you despicable scoundrels. The elders of the Starfall and 9 Netherworld's imperial clans howled in rage, but their voices were soon drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. With a sickening crunch, the bodies of quasi-imperial and even imperial beings shattered, their souls extinguished. Battleships, war chariots, soldiers, the universe of myriad weapons rapidly crumbled into destruction, with countless spatial rifts spreading forth, unleashing a storm of annihilation that devoured all. What ruthless methods the June family employs. Star Nineling spat blood, helplessly witnessing his own body disintegrate inch by inch amidst the light. June family, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. Yuwling's fate was not much better. His curses were soon torn apart by the spatial storm as the universe of myriad weapons completely collapsed, forming a terrifying black vortex that voraciously consumed everything around it. Once the explosions ceased, the universe of myriad weapons had been irrevocably transformed. The once mountainous pile of weapons entirely vanished, replaced by a void black hole spanning billions of miles. The foreign armies of both clans, once numbering in the hundreds of billions, were now reduced to mere millions, most of whom were severely maimed and unable to continue fighting. Flee, the last remaining ancient ancestor of the Starfall Imperial clan, dragging his battered form, shouted to the surviving clansmen, his strength now but a fraction of its former peak. To linger here was to invite certain death. The ancient ancestor of the 9 Netherworlds was even worse off, with only his head remaining, cradled by his clansmen as they fled for their lives. Both ancient ancestors met such fates. The others were even less fortunate, as those who survived were merely the luckiest among them. When they stumbled and escaped to the outskirts of the universe of myriad weapons, they were met with the desperate realization that their retreat had already been sealed. The Xuanwu guards formed an impregnable formation, enclosing the remnants of both clans' forces. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe my June family is but an inn? The Xian Emperor stood at the forefront of the formation, his handsome face radiating coldness, as the Xuanwu beneath him exhaled boundless chaotic energy. Upon seeing the Xuanwu guards, despair and regret painted the faces of all. Had it not been for their greed, they would not have faced such a dire end. Damn it! All clans, concentrate and search for a weak point to break through. The ancient ancestor of the Starfall Imperial clan, his expression ashen, began directing the army's breakout. The remaining foreign powerhouses fought desperately, employing forbidden techniques at the cost of their lives. Just then, the void suddenly split open, and the Chaos Azure Dragon roared forth, its claws slaying countless resisting foreign powerhouses. It is time to end this, my esteemed colleagues. The Azure Emperor stood atop the dragon's head, wielding the Azure Dragon Emperor's halberd, radiating a brilliance of billions. Azure Dragon shatters worlds. A beam of halberd light, spanning countless star rivers, descended, instantly obliterating the ancient ancestor of the Starfall Imperial clan, reducing him to mere fragments. While the surviving foreign emperors around him were also crushed by the residual shockwaves. As the ancient ancestor of the 9 Netherworlds attempted to flee, he was pinned in the void by a general of the Azure Dragon army, falling on the spot. Clear the battlefield, leave not a single one, commanded the Xian Emperor, his gaze sweeping over the dying foreign powerhouses. Kill. The Xuanwu guards and Azure Dragon army surged forth, and the foreign powerhouses stood no chance of resistance. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, as the last quasi-imperial warrior of the 9 Netherworlds was slain, the universe of myriad weapons finally fell silent. Lord Azure Emperor, Lord Xian Emperor, we have annihilated 600 billion troops from the 2 clans. The Starfall Imperial clan and 9 Netherworlds Imperial clan, both main forces have perished within the universe of myriad weapons, with none surviving. A general reported, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Relay to the young emperor. The mission in the universe of myriad weapons has been successfully completed. The Azure Emperor's expression remained tranquil. At that moment, a general approached with a communication jade slip in hand, bowing as he addressed the Azure Emperor. Lord Azure Emperor, the young emperor has sent a message. Upon receiving the jade slip and scanning it with his divine sense, the Azure Emperor's brow furrowed tightly. What is it? Has some trouble arisen? The Xian Emperor inquired. Sensing the shift in mood, the Qilan army has encountered difficulties. The young emperor commands us to immediately depart for the headquarters of the Primordial Divine Hall to support the Qilan army. The Azure Emperor tucked away the jade slip, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Even that ancient Qilan emperor cannot manage? It seems the Primordial Divine Hall harbors significant secrets indeed. The countenance of the Celestial Emperor, resplendent in beauty, suddenly grew solemn. All troops, heed my command. Prepare the Grand Army immediately. Our destination is the Taichu Divine Temple. The Azure Emperor proclaimed, turning with urgency. Gather the Xuanwu guards. The Celestial Emperor simultaneously ordered. The two formidable armies swiftly assembled, and together, the Azure Emperor and the Celestial Emperor opened a spatial tunnel, leading their forces into its depths. Chapter 67. The Celestial Army arrives to assist in annihilating the dark-devouring Imperial clan. The Tianyun Star River, a magnificent celestial river traversing the southeastern cosmos, flows not with mere water but with the essence of shattered ancient stars, condensed into what is known as star marrow, spanning billions of kilometers in width. Its banks plunge into unfathomable cosmic abysses. Legends tell of even the mightiest emperors struggling to survive should they fall into its depths, underscoring the river's formidable reputation. At its center lies a narrow passage, the widest reaching merely 1,000,000 miles, and the narrowest a scant few tens of thousands, making it ideally suited for a decisive battle. In their pursuit, the dark-devouring Imperial clan observed the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor deliberately leaving behind a number of battle chariots, crafting an illusion of a frantic retreat. Sensing this, the dark-devouring Imperial clan became increasingly exhilarated, quickening their chase. Once the entirety of the dark-devouring Imperial clan crosses the Tianyun Star River, we shall ensnare them. The Phoenix Emperor communicated telepathically to the White Emperor. The White Emperor gave a slight nod and abruptly turned to the Dark Sun Tian behind him, exclaiming, "You worthless wretches of the dark-devouring Imperial clan, dare to continue pursuing your grandfather." With that, he led the White Tiger Riders deeper into the Tianyun Star River. "Chief, the situation seems amiss. The Jun clan may be luring us deeper into the Tianyun Star River to annihilate us. We should send scouts to investigate," the third elder remarked, his brow furrowed with concern, addressing Dark Sun Tian urgently. "This opportunity is fleeting. The Jun clan is evidently in disarray. If we do not pursue now, when shall we? We must seize this moment. Once our entire army crosses this river, we cannot allow the Jun clan to escape," Dark Sun Tian replied, unconcerned with the warnings. With his orders given, the forces of the dark-devouring Imperial clan surged toward the Star River. At the very instant the entirety of the dark-devouring Imperial clan's forces entered the Tianyun Star River, the seemingly retreating White Tiger Riders and Divine Phoenix army abruptly halted. Turning as one, the panic that had once clouded their eyes was swiftly replaced by an icy resolve for slaughter. "Dark Sun Tian, you have been ensnared. Today, this Star River shall serve as the grave for your dark-devouring Imperial clan." The White Emperor's silver spear trembled with an overwhelming aura of carnage, dispelling any semblance of weakness. "What? This is a ploy to lure us in?" Dark Sun Tian's pupils constricted, a foreboding sensation rising within him as he surveyed the surroundings. "Activate." With the White Emperor's command, the entire Tianyun Star River erupted in turbulence, countless star essences soaring skyward, interweaving in the void to form an immense net that enveloped the forces of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. "All forces of the Annihilation Fortress, mobilize. Open fire." The Phoenix Emperor declared coldly. A thunderous roar erupted as 10 concealed Annihilation Fortresses emerged from the depths of the void. Their dark cannons aimed at the dark-devouring Imperial clan's army, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. "Not good. That's the Jun clan's Annihilation Fortress. Retreat." Dark Sun Tian's complexion paled, his voice rising in frantic alarm. But it was already too late. The terrain of the Tianyun Star River was treacherous, easy to enter yet perilous to escape. Boom, boom. The Annihilation Fortresses unleashed beams of annihilating energy, cascading down upon the boundless Star River. Wherever they struck, the ships of the dark-devouring Imperial clan erupted, their battle chariots engulfed in fiery explosions, while countless foreign warriors perished amid their anguished cries, turning to ash. "Counterattack! Quickly counterattack!" Dark Sun Tian roared in madness. Yet the formation of the dark-devouring Imperial clan had been thoroughly disrupted by the bombardment, rendering any effective resistance impossible. "Deploy the spatial battle chariots." The Phoenix Emperor commanded with a wave of her delicate hand, as tens of thousands of gleaming spatial battle chariots surged forth from the void, their various killing runes flashing wildly. tearing through space and plunging directly into the ranks of the dark-devouring Imperial clan, wreaking havoc. Do not relent. The annihilation cannons shall unleash a volley upon the rear of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. Ensure no harm comes to our allies. The White Emperor bellowed. Boom, boom. The thunderous roar of thousands of massive cannons erupted simultaneously, saturating the rear of the dark-devouring Imperial clan's forces. The annihilation cannons bore intricate runes that held unexpected efficacy against formations and defenses. The protective barriers of the dark-devouring Imperial clan were ruthlessly torn asunder beneath the relentless fire of the Jun clan. Aya, break free. The cries of despair echoed as the dark-devouring Imperial clan fell in droves, the blood staining the vast Star River. Dark Sun Tian, your demise is nigh. All forces, advance. Realizing the opportune moment had arrived, the White Emperor let out a long howl, leading the White Tiger Riders in a flanking assault, as his silver spear pointed. Foreign warriors fell like wheat under the scythe. Divine Phoenix Army, follow me to vanquish the enemy. With a wave of her hand, the Phoenix Emperor, upon her 9-colored Divine Phoenix, soared toward the ranks of the dark-devouring Imperial clan. Damn it, we have fallen into a trap. This is the Jun clan's feigned weakness. A ploy to draw us in. Dark Sun Tian's face turned ashen as understanding dawned upon him. The Jun clan had been orchestrating this charade all along. Every act of weakness and retreat had been but a ruse. He alone had foolishly believed in their apparent defeat. Third Elder, I regret not heeding your counsel. Had I known, I would have dispatched scouts. I, Dark Sun Tian, have shamed my ancestors. He lamented, his countenance etched with regret. Chief, it is too late for regrets. Our army is now surrounded by the Jun clan. We cannot break free. The Third Elder surveyed their surroundings with terror etched across his face. All around the Tianyun Star River, countless White Tiger Riders and Divine Phoenix warriors surged forth from the void, completely severing the retreat of the dark-devouring clan. Even more ominously, the space surrounding the Tianyun Star River had been preemptively sealed by the Jun clan, rendering the dark-devouring Imperial clan's emperors incapable of even tearing through the void. Bloodfiend clan, come to our rescue. Dark Sun Tian's eyes gleamed with desperation as he called to the remnants of the Bloodfiend clan behind him. Begone. Our Bloodfiend clan is at odds with your dark-devouring clan. Do you expect us to save you? Go and play your games with the Jun clan. Blood Tianya scoffed, leading the remaining forces of the Bloodfiend clan in a frenzied retreat. Fortunately, they had only been trailing the dark-devouring clan from a distance, thus evading the Jun clan's concentrated attention. You ungrateful wretches, remember this. Dark Sun Tian's face darkened ominously. Humph. Let us see if you can escape the encirclement of the Jun clan. Blood Tianya observed from afar, a smirk of malicious glee upon his face. The Bloodfiend clan was merely content to watch the chaos unfold, having no intention of aiding the dark-devouring clan. At that moment, the void above the Tianyun Star River suddenly fractured, revealing countless celestial soldiers stepping forth, a vast army adorned with heavenly banners marching along a golden path. Flags fluttering and drums resounding. Is that the banner of the Celestial Court? What are they planning? The Phoenix Emperor narrowed her eyes, sensing the tension. The relationship between the Jun clan and the Celestial Court was not one of mutual assistance, leaving her perplexed as to their intentions. By the decree of the Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Court's demon suppression army has come to aid you all. A resounding voice echoed throughout the Tianyun Star River as a figure of immense grandeur descended, shattering the void with overwhelming authority, disrupting the very fabric of the universe, leaving all in breathless awe. The figure donned a resplendent golden battle armor, adorned with a gilded imperial helmet, wielding a golden spear that exuded an aura as if it were a monumental force, reminiscent of countless ancient celestial mountains descending upon the world. Even the White Emperor's eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment upon beholding this presence. It was none other than the Demon Suppression Emperor from the Celestial Court. Among the 12 great emperors of the Celestial Court, the Demon Suppression Emperor ranked within the top 5, possessing a power that defied imagination. Beside the Demon Suppression Emperor, another imperial silhouette gradually emerged, emanating an unparalleled aura that seemed to suppress all of creation. Ah, the Demon Suppression Emperor and the Demon Subduing Emperor have arrived. I never anticipated that the Celestial Court would come to eradicate you, Jun family. Your doom is at hand. The Dark Sun Tian initially stood in stunned silence, but soon his countenance transformed into one of manic glee. The Celestial Court had long harbored animosity towards the Jun family, a fact well known across the realms, and he believed the Celestial Court sought to seize this opportunity to obliterate the Jun family. However, the next moment, his smile froze in place. You wretched remnants of the dark-devouring Imperial clan, heed my words. Today, the Celestial Court shall join forces with the Jun family. vowing to annihilate all you invaders from the foreign realms. The demon suppression emperor's gaze fixated upon the dark devouring imperial clan, his eyes glinting with an intense murderous intent. What? The Celestial Court and the Jun family collaborating? That is utterly inconceivable. How could the Celestial Court ally with the Jun family? Dark Sun Tian felt as though struck by lightning, cold sweat pouring down his brow. There is nothing inconceivable about this, Dark Sun Tian. When you plotted against the Blood Fiend Imperial clan, did you ever consider that you might one day find yourself in such a predicament? The White Emperor exhaled sharply, a cold smile gracing his lips. If the Celestial Court intervened to assist the foreign realms, then their efforts to annihilate the dark devouring Imperial clan would be thwarted. Yet, fortunately, the Celestial Emperor was no fool and would not engage in such a treacherous betrayal of the beings of the Celestial Domain. All troops, heed my command. Collaborate with the Jun family to encircle and eradicate these foreign scum. The Demon Suppression Emperor raised his golden spear, issuing a furious roar. Chapter 68. The Terrifying Annihilation Cannon. Decimating 2 Imperial armies. Kill. With the Demon Suppression Emperor's command, the Celestial Court's hundreds of billions of heavenly soldiers surged forth like a golden torrent towards the dark devouring Imperial clan. Furthermore, the Demon Subduing Emperor led a contingent of heavenly soldiers to encircle the Blood Fiend Imperial clan, who had been merely spectators until now. Damn it, those Celestial Court bastards. Upon realizing their escape route was blocked, Blood Tianya's expression darkened significantly. He had initially intended to watch the conflict unfold between the Jun family and the dark devouring Imperial clan, waiting for them to inflict mutual destruction. But he had not anticipated the Celestial Court's interference. What frustrated him further was that the Celestial Court had severed the Blood Fiend Imperial clan's retreat. Haha, Blood Tianya. Didn't you relish watching the show? Why have you now thrown yourself into the fray? The Dark Sun Tian, though trapped in a dire predicament, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the Blood Fiend Imperial clan ensnared by their own desire for entertainment. Our Blood Fiend Imperial clan may be foolish, but we are not as foolish as your dark devouring Imperial clan, who are being led around like dogs by the Jun family. Blood Tianya retorted with a cold sneer. You. Dark Sun Tian was engulfed in a surge of murderous intent, wishing to pounce upon Blood Tianya and rend his foul tongue. Perhaps you 2 clans should reminisce in the depths of hell, the White Emperor quipped coldly, his silver spear radiating a million icy gleams, pointing directly at Dark Sun Tian. Celestial Court generals, follow this emperor and slay the enemy. The Demon Suppression Emperor swung his golden spear, unleashing a torrent of golden light that tore through the starry river, aimed directly at the dark devouring Imperial clan's forces. Let us contend with the Celestial Court and the Jun family. The elders of the dark devouring Imperial clan also sprang into action, clashing with the forces of the Celestial Court and the Jun family. Boom. The battle erupted with cataclysmic ferocity, transforming the celestial starry river into a hellish battlefield, where laws shattered, voids extinguished, and divine chains snapped. Countless powerful members of the dark devouring Imperial clan fell in droves under the combined assault of the Jun family and the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court and the Jun family are too brazen. A thunderous roar resounded as 3 incredibly formidable figures erupted from the depths of the dark devouring Imperial clan's army. In an instant, a violent black mist surged forth, revealing 3 towering Imperial figures cloaked in a shroud of darkness, each radiating the aura of supreme emperors. These were the ancient ancestors of the dark devouring Imperial clan. Leave the Celestial Court to me. You deal with the Jun family. One of them, exuding the peak aura of an emperor, cast a piercing gaze towards the Celestial Court as the surrounding black mist morphed into countless soul-devouring crocodiles, surging towards the Celestial Court's forces. Do you truly think this emperor fears you? The Demon Suppression Emperor snorted coldly, his golden spear emanating supreme imperial might. With a single downward strike, the universe trembled, and the heavens were overturned, instantly cleaving through the crocodiles charging toward the Celestial Court's army. Then I shall slay you first. Demon Suppression Emperor. The darkened ancestral figure stepped forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at the Demon Suppression Emperor. Boom. The clash between the 2 emperor-level powers sent shockwaves throughout the celestial starry river, as golden light and black mist collided violently. Meanwhile, the 2 other ancient ancestors engaged the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. I've long wished to test my mettle against you both. An endless black mist coalesced into a massive vortex of darkness, consuming all in its path as it advanced toward the White Emperor. Under the relentless onslaught of the Celestial Court and the Jun family, the dark devouring Imperial clan's army began to retreat in disarray, with the 3 ancient ancestors unable to lend support to their beleaguered forces. This won't do. We must resolve this swiftly. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. As he grappled with the White Emperor, the Dark Soul Phantom observed the ongoing slaughter of his kin, his entire being awash in black mist, transforming into millions of ghastly spirits that tore through the laws of existence and descended upon the White Emperor. Each spirit was imbued with potent dark laws, capable of eroding the flesh of even quasi-emperors, turning them into mindless specters. Such a trivial path dares to be audacious before this emperor. The White Emperor replied coldly, his spear radiating luminous cold light, as countless spear shadows engulfed the vast universe, swiftly annihilating the approaching spirits. Leader, we can barely hold on any longer. A quasi-emperor of the dark devouring imperial clan, drenched in blood, shouted in desperation. A bunch of worthless fools, hold the line for this leader. I shall first eliminate this greatest threat. Dark Sun Tion's visage contorted in rage as he frantically summoned his imperial powers, conjuring a colossal black hand that surged towards the Annihilation Fortress, intent on destroying this significant menace first. The Annihilation Fortress, with a single shot, could decimate a large swath of foes. Not even a great emperor could withstand its might. As the fortress glimmered with protective runes, a luminous barrier shot skyward, instantly countering Dark Sun Tion's attack. What sorcery is this? Its defenses are so formidable. Dark Sun Tion's expression turned fearful, disbelief etched upon his face. We can no longer delay. We must conclude this swiftly. The White Emperor surveyed the battlefield, noting that the dark devouring imperial clan's emperor-level fighters were still fighting fiercely, particularly the ancient ancestors, presenting a significant threat to the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army. With a glint of icy resolve in his eyes, the White Emperor thrust his spear, forcing the Dark Soul Phantom back, and transmitted a command to the warriors within the Annihilation Fortress. Activate the Annihilation Cannon. Target those Emperor-level fighters of the dark devouring Imperial clan. Leave none alive. The Annihilation Cannon commenced its charging sequence. Upon receiving the command, the Annihilation Fortress was illuminated by countless runes, its cannon barrel slowly recalibrating to lock onto the resolute Emperor-level fighters of the dark devouring Imperial clan. The enormous dark cannon barrel began to coalesce a terrifying energy that sent tremors through the surrounding void, which could barely contain the impending devastation. A sense of dread emanated, causing even great emperors to tremble in fear as the ominous aura spread. Not good. We must stop them. The Dark Soul Phantom's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the world-ending energy, desperately attempting to thwart the Annihilation Fortress's charging process. You are in a hurry. The White Emperor chuckled coldly, the laws of slaughter manifesting, making it difficult for the Dark Soul Phantom to resist. The charging of the Annihilation Cannon was complete. The Emperor Executing Cannon is activated. The first eruption of the cannon unleashed a brilliantly radiant beam of destructive energy that pierced through the starry river, instantly striking the dark devouring emperor engaged in battle with the heavenly court. Under the tremendous force of the cannon, the emperor's physical form and soul were vaporized in an instant, leaving no remains behind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon fire followed, causing the very fabric of space to collapse and obliterate in their wake, overwhelming the powerful dark devouring emperors before they could even react. One after another, the dark devouring emperors fell tragically, their formidable bodies unable to withstand the cataclysmic might of the Emperor Executing Cannon. The Extermination Fortress, an exquisite war machine meticulously crafted by the Jun family, unleashed unprecedented power upon activation, enough to instill fear even in the hearts of quasi-immortal heavenly emperors if there were enough of them. No, the Dark Sun Emperor cried out in despair, helplessly witnessing his kin being targeted for annihilation. These individuals were the backbone of their lineage, pillars of strength. Each loss was a grievous wound. How could the Jun family conceal such a weapon? The Dark Annihilation Emperor let out a long howl, forcing back the Demon Suppression Emperor in an attempt to regroup, only to be thwarted by the Heavenly Court generals. Are you truly intent on waging war against our Emperor lineage? Do you not fear the Dark Devouring Emperor lineage, nor the Eternal Emperor lineage? Dark Annihilation threatened. My apologies, but the Heavenly Court holds no fear of the Eternal Emperor lineage. The Demon Suppression Emperor scoffed at the threat, brandishing his halberd to compel Dark Annihilation to engage in battle. It is now your turn. The White Emperor, observing the near demise of the Dark Devouring Emperors, commanded the Extermination Fortress to target the 3 ancient ancestors still resisting with all their might. 10 Extermination Fortresses once again aimed their cannons at Dark Soul U, terrifying energy converging within the barrels. This is bad. We must flee. Dark Soul U finally panicked. He could withstand a single Emperor Executing Cannon, but if 10 were to fire simultaneously, even he would have to tread carefully. Trying to escape? The descent of the Heavenly Star River is easy, but leaving is fraught with peril. I told you earlier, you are destined to perish here today. The White Emperor thrust his silver spear, forcing Dark Soul Yu back. His entire being enveloped in a murderous aura that sealed the surrounding space to prevent his escape. Boom. At that moment, 10 Emperor executing cannons fired simultaneously, intertwining radiant beams of destruction that swiftly engulfed Dark Soul Yu. Dark Soul Yu's imperial form began to disintegrate, his soul emitting a heart-wrenching scream as he desperately channeled the primordial power of the Emperor Dao, black mist swirling around him in a frantic resistance. Yet the prowess of the Emperor executing cannon far exceeded his expectations. It was a forbidden weapon meticulously designed by the Jun family to annihilate Emperor-level beings. For the glory of the Dark Devouring Emperor lineage. Ancestor, avenge our Dark Devouring Emperor lineage. Dark Soul Yu's anguished roar resonated across the battlefield, ultimately leading to his complete downfall beneath the might of the Emperor executing cannon. A regal emperor met such a tragic end, not at the hands of the White Emperor or the Heavenly Court, but by the very extermination fortress he had always underestimated. Third brother, Dark Annihilation's killing intent surged as he helplessly witnessed the fall of his kin. What does it matter? Early death or late death makes no difference. You are not short on time. The White Emperor sneered derisively. The other two ancient ancestors of the Dark Devouring Emperor lineage also met their demise, struck down by the Emperor executing cannons, leaving them utterly vanquished. With the three ancient ancestors perishing one after another and Emperor-level warriors falling in battle, the morale of the Dark Devouring Emperor army shattered completely, collapsing into chaos. Clan leader, the ancient ancestors have perished. We are finished. The Dark Devouring Emperor elder fell to his knees in despair. Silence. Dark Sun Emperor, utterly enraged, struck down the elder with a single swipe. At that moment, the once vast army of hundreds of billions was reduced to mere millions, encircled by the Jun family and the Heavenly Court. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. The remnants of the Dark Devouring Emperor lineage and the Blood Fiend Emperor lineage, bereft of their ancient ancestors, were swiftly exterminated by the joint forces of the Heavenly Court and the Jun family, with not one soul spared. The entire Heavenly Star River was stained red with the blood of foreign Emperor-level warriors, and the cosmos was littered with countless wreckages of warships and skeletal remains. Report to Lord White Emperor. The Dark Devouring Emperor lineage and Blood Fiend Emperor lineage have been entirely eradicated, with no survivors. Our forces suffered grave losses, with 20,000 soldiers perishing and 3 quasi-emperor commanders sacrificing their lives. A sorrowful White Tiger cavalry commander approached the White Emperor to report the situation. Chapter 69. The Heavenly Court's Intentions, the Arrival of the Eternal Emperor Lineage. Upon hearing the report, the White Emperor's expression turned grave as he solemnly commanded, relay the order to ensure the proper return of all fallen soldiers' remains to the Jun family. With no errors permitted, we must grant them the highest honors and burial. They are the finest warriors of the Jun family, deserving of nothing less. Furthermore, their families must be well cared for. The White Tiger cavalry commander clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood." Just then, the communication jade slip at the White Emperor's waist suddenly glowed, and upon a brief scan of his consciousness, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The young emperor is contacting us. The Qilan army has encountered troubles at the Taichu Divine Temple headquarters and requires our immediate support. Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. The Qilan Ancient Emperor is in trouble? Wasn't he harassing the void at the Taichu Divine Temple? How could he be facing difficulties? She did not understand. The Qilan Ancient Emperor was the strongest among their 5 polar legions, having reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Such an entity should not be susceptible to trouble, barring the true ancestors of the Taichu Emperor or the ultimate foreign emperor lineages. Regardless, since it is the young emperor's command, it must be of utmost importance. The White Emperor did not dwell on it further. Very well, I shall prepare to depart. The Phoenix Emperor nodded slightly, and just as the two were about to issue orders to assemble their forces, the Demon Suppression Emperor approached. White Emperor, my friend, I see a troubled expression on your face. Have you encountered some difficulty? Is there anything the Heavenly Court can assist with? The Demon Suppression Emperor smiled faintly. The White Emperor regarded him with surprise, pausing in contemplation before replying. The Qilan army is facing obstacles at the Taichu Divine Temple headquarters, and the young emperor has ordered us to provide immediate support. It's no harm to share this secret with the Heavenly Court. The Taichu Divine Temple, you say? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the Demon Suppression Emperor's eyes as he responded. Just so, the Heavenly Court holds considerable grievances with the Taichu Divine Temple, especially since they have betrayed the Immortal Domain and brought calamity upon the populace. Our Heavenly Emperor has long harbored disdain for them. How about this? The Heavenly Court's forces would be more than willing to accompany you on this mission. What say you? The White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor exchanged glances, both surprised by this unexpected offer. It is noteworthy that although the Heavenly Court and Jun family had temporarily allied against the Dark Devouring Emperor lineage, significant animosities remained between them, not easily resolved. The Demon Suppression Emperor's eagerness to assist was indeed unexpected. What? Are you not welcoming this? Noticing their hesitance, the Demon Suppression Emperor chuckled lightly. The Heavenly Emperor has decreed that in this battle, the Heavenly Court will advance and retreat alongside the Jun family. Moreover, the Taichu Divine Temple has colluded with foreign forces and thus deserves to be eradicated. While the Heavenly Court has its grievances with your Jun family, we cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the denizens of the Immortal Domain. The Demon Suppression Emperor spoke earnestly, his expression grave. There is no need for such words. With the assistance of the Heavenly Court's forces, it would be a tremendous boon. The White Emperor snapped back to reality and clasped his fists, feeling assured that the Heavenly Court harbored no ulterior motives or treachery. As he had interacted with the Demon Suppression Emperor on several occasions and found him to be forthright and devoid of deceit, then it is settled. The Demon Suppression Sovereign chuckled heartily, turning to the Demon Subduing Sovereign and commanded, "Please send someone to cleanse the battlefield, ensuring that no remnants from the foreign realms remain. I shall lead the Heavenly Army to quell the turmoil in the Jun family's celestial domain." Understood. The Demon Subduing Sovereign nodded in response. Before long, the two armies were prepared. The White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor commanded the White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army, while the Demon Suppression Sovereign continued to lead the colossal heavenly host of 100 billion. Although the Jun family comprised merely 20 million souls, each warrior was a paragon of excellence. The Heavenly Army, despite its vast numbers, held a deep-seated apprehension towards them, particularly in regard to the devastating emperor-slaying cannon of the world-destroying fortress, which even the celestial emperors found disquieting. Had they been pitted against the peak-era Dark Devouring and Blood Abyss empires, not even a tenfold increase in troops would have sufficed for victory. Yet, the Jun family achieved this feat with remarkable ease, suffering only minimal losses of several 100,000 troops. The Demon Suppression Sovereign sensed that even without heavenly assistance, the outcome of this battle would not differ significantly for the Jun family, as the worst-case scenario would merely involve a few thousand or tens of thousands more casualties. Once both factions had assembled, they proceeded towards the primordial divine palace in a grand procession. Along the way, the White Emperor could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Demon Suppression friend, I am quite intrigued as to why the Heavenly Court has suddenly shifted its stance to ally with the Jun family. Is it truly solely for quelling the rebellion?" Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor shot a discreet glare at the White Emperor. While he was generally amiable, his social acumen was lacking. Such a direct question could potentially embarrass the Demon Suppression Sovereign. The latter's expression turned awkward upon hearing the inquiry, and after a light cough, he replied, "To speak candidly, this is the decree of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The heroic sacrifice of the virtuous Wind Emperor has profoundly shaken the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, the invasion from foreign realms poses a calamity for all beings within the celestial domain. If we continue to engage in internal strife while remaining passive, we shall only allow the foreign realms to reap the benefits." The Phoenix Emperor pondered this and remarked, "It seems the Heavenly Emperor has finally come to a realization." Indeed, in truth, His Majesty had been contemplating this for some time, but was constrained by the various factions within the Heavenly Court and could not decisively act. However, the valor displayed by Virtuous Wind has illuminated the situation for all in the Heavenly Court, the Demon Suppression Sovereign side. In light of this, we should extend our gratitude to Virtuous Wind. The White Emperor nodded in agreement. "By the way, I just heard you mention the term young emperor. When did the Jun family acquire a young emperor?" The Demon Suppression Sovereign suddenly recalled something and inquired curiously. Very few are aware of the young emperor in the Jun family, let alone those in the Heavenly Court. With pride illuminating his features, the White Emperor replied, "The young emperor, Jun Huaiyun, possesses extraordinary talent. He single-handedly devised the strategic plan against the foreign realms. Were it not for his ingenious tactics, we would not have easily obliterated the Dark Devouring and Blood Abyss armies. At best, we would have merely inflicted severe damage, not complete annihilation." A profound envy flickered in the eyes of the Demon Suppression Sovereign. It appears that another prodigious figure has emerged from the Jun family. Just as they were engaged in conversation, the void ahead suddenly trembled violently, emanating a terrifying wave of energy from the direction of the primordial divine palace. Even across the vastness of countless starry skies, one could still perceive the world-destroying aura. This is bad. It bears the essence of the ancient Qilan Emperor. It seems they are encountering trouble. The Phoenix Emperor's fair countenance shifted slightly. "Accelerate the advance of the entire army." The White Emperor hastily issued the command. As the White Emperor and his companions rushed toward the primordial divine palace, a cataclysmic tremor resonated from the depths of the celestial domain. An ancient star realm, shrouded in chaotic fog, suddenly erupted, unleashing a void rift that spanned across billions of starry expanses. Boom, boom, boom. A fleet of enormous silver-white warships surged forth, shattering the endless sea of stars. Each vessel bore the insignia of the Eternal Imperial Clan. On the decks of these warships stood countless Eternal Guardians, clad in silver battle armor, their eyes glowing with a brilliant silver hue, exuding an aura of immortality. The Eternal Guardians were the elite vanguard of the Eternal Imperial Clan, with each member possessing at least supreme strength, and many captains even nearing the Imperial level, with some being true emperors. The eternal spears wielded by these warriors could pierce through any defenses, and their armor was crafted from the exceedingly rare eternal crystal, impervious even to supreme-level weaponry. This formidable army had once ravaged countless factions within the celestial domain, instilling dread in many enduring powers. Even the heavenly court found itself in a quandary when facing the Eternal Guardians. The only force capable of contending with them was the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion, which, while not their ultimate elite force, was still an exceptional unit. Nonetheless, the might of the Eternal Guardians was undeniable. In addition to the Eternal Guardians, the Eternal Imperial Clan had dispatched numerous other armies, totaling over 100 billion. At the forefront of the fleet, a magnificent Eternal Imperial chariot floated in the void, drawn by 4 fearsome beasts of imperial rank. Within the chariot sat a figure enveloped in layers of eternal celestial light. This was the Eternal Saint Immortal. Behind the Eternal Saint Immortal loomed 3 colossal figures, shrouded in boundless eternal light, each exuding an aura of unimaginable terror. These were the 3 ancient ancestors of the Eternal Imperial Clan, along with the Eternal Saint Immortal. The leaders of the enduring powers who had hidden in the shadows to observe were instantly struck with fear, hastily retracting their consciousness to avoid alerting the Eternal Imperial Clan. The Eternal Saint Immortal slowly opened his eyes, scenes of creation and destruction flickering within them, and calmly stated, "Has that Xianxiaaudiobooks truly departed from the Jun family?" A scout of quasi-imperial rank knelt on one knee, his expression respectful. "Reporting to you, my lord. I can assure you with my life that Xianxiaaudiobooks' essence indeed appeared among the Jun family's young emperor's army. He has even boasted of slaying our clan's emperors. If I am not mistaken, the Jun family's stronghold is currently unguarded." The Eternal Saint Immortal stroked his chin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young scion of the Jun family is ultimately too naive. With such meager tactics, he dares to contend with me. Listen well, everyone. Today, the Eternal Imperial Clan shall raise the Jun family ancestral land and desecrate their graves. When they return, only a graveyard shall remain of the Jun family. The Eternal Saint Immortal slowly raised his hand, his voice echoing through the stars. Chapter 70. The 2 elite legions of the Jun family, entombing heaven and erasing eternity. With the command of the Eternal Saint Immortal, countless warships and chariots of the Eternal Imperial Clan surged forth, crushing through billions of voids like a silver torrent. Racing toward the Jun family stronghold, their scouts had discerned through multiple inquiries that Xianxiaaudiobooks had departed with Huaiyun, leaving the ancestral land of the Jun family defenseless. This surprise attack was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should the Jun family's stronghold be obliterated, their fortunes would be irreparably diminished, leaving them in a state of decline even if their 3 armies were victorious. The pressure from the advancing forces shattered countless ancient star worlds along the way. The Eternal Saint Immortal stood atop the Imperial chariot, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Jun family, today you shall be annihilated." The eyes of the Imperial leaders in the Eternal Imperial Army sparkled with cruel delight, as if they could already envision the demise of the Jun family. Soon, the silhouette of the Jun family emerged in the distance, where countless divine mountains and grand halls flickered into view, radiating an aura of unparalleled magnificence. At that moment, the Jun family was eerily silent, with scarcely a patrolling disciple in sight. As if the scouts' reports were indeed accurate, the Jun family's elite forces were all engaged elsewhere, leaving their stronghold utterly vulnerable. Indeed, there is no one to guard it. All troops, heed my command. Breach the Jun family stronghold and penetrate their ancestral land. Leave no one alive. The Eternal Holy Immortal's eyes gleamed with a fierce brilliance as he raised his hand and commanded, "Kill, annihilate the Jun family." The Eternal Guards roared in unison, lifting their battle spears high as they surged toward the Jun family stronghold. Just as the entirety of the Eternal Imperial Clan's army infiltrated the Jun residence, a dazzlingly brilliant barrier suddenly rose, enveloping the entire Jun family. Countless ancient runes flickered and flowed, each pulsating with cataclysmic power. Even the aura of the Eternal Holy Immortal was somewhat suppressed. Something was amiss. Even a protective clan formation could not possess such formidable strength. Had a powerful figure from the Jun family emerged? The silver pupils of the eternal holy immortal narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed in disbelief. He had anticipated that the Jun family's formation would at most cause him a minor inconvenience, posing no significant threat, yet it far exceeded his expectations. The presence of this formation instilled a sense of dread within him. Lord Ancestor, the Jun family is too quiet, eerily so. It feels as though we have fallen into a trap. One ancient ancestor's countenance shifted dramatically, perceiving the unsettling tranquility of the Jun family. This was impossible. The Jun family should have been devoid of powerful figures. I dispatched numerous scouts. How could there have been such an error? The eternal holy immortal scolded. Eternal holy immortal. After all these years, you remain as foolishly arrogant as ever. Your intellect pales in comparison to that of your clan's ancestors. A chilling voice reverberated throughout the Jun estate. From deep within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, a towering figure gradually materialized, stepping upon the primordial chaos, with the heavens and myriad worlds above him. Surrounded by layers of celestial mist, merely a glance from him caused the three ancient ancestors of the eternal imperial clan to involuntarily kneel. Jun Shirtian, did you not accompany that young one to battle? Could it be that all of this is merely an illusion of yours? The eternal holy immortal's expression shifted wildly. Disbelief etched across his features. With such trifling tricks, my Jun family's young emperor has long seen through you. And you, eternal imperial clan, dare to plot against my Jun family? Since you have come, then remain here. Jun Shirtian sneered. Without releasing such false information, how could I ensnare you all? The eternal holy immortal quickly regained his composure, silver light surging in his eyes as waves of eternal immortal light rippled around him, sweeping across the cosmos. Jun Shirtian, do you think I would come to attack the Jun family unprepared? This time, my eternal guards have brought forth their entire might. Even if I am not your match, I can still hold you off for a time. By then, my eternal imperial clan's army will be more than sufficient to flatten your Jun family. Flatten the Jun family. Flatten the Jun family. A million eternal guards roared in unison, their silver battle spears radiating a piercing cold light that shattered the void for 1,000,000 miles, causing even the Jun family's protective formation to ripple. Haha, eternal old dog, do you still remember this emperor? A vast heavenly voice erupted across the myriad realms, as from the depths of the void emerged a figure, standing atop a sea of blood, enshrouded in the light of the great Tao. With every step he took, the entire Jun family trembled, and behind him, the primordial chaos unfolded, evoking a drastic change in the countenance of the eternal imperial clan. The God-slaying lord, commander of the Jun family's God-slaying guards. Wait, weren't you guarding the ancient immortal burial realm against that one? How could you be here? The eternal holy immortal's face turned grim, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Surprised, are you? This emperor, feeling bored, has come out for a stroll and happened upon you rabble attempting to ambush my Jun family. Come, come. Today this emperor shall use your eternal imperial clan's blood to refine this god-slaying halberd in my hand. The god-slaying lord grinned wickedly, gripping the crimson halberd stained with the blood of heavenly sovereigns. You haven't brought the god-slaying guards with you, have you? The eternal holy immortal's gaze swept over the god-slaying lord's followers, his expression darkening. At last, you have displayed some intelligence. In such a grand battle, those little cubs naturally cannot remain idle. The god-slaying lord remarked with approval. As his words fell, the void behind the god-slaying lord suddenly split open, revealing a terrifyingly powerful legion stepping forth, clad in pitch-black armor, each resembling a deity of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell, surrounded by tendrils of chaotic energy. Merely standing there caused the armor of the eternal guards to begin to crack. The god-slaying guards. One ancient ancestor of the eternal imperial clan's voice quivered, his eyes reflecting profound apprehension. The god-slaying guards, the true elite force of the Jun family, comprised of the most formidable slayers from throughout the generations, each one a being capable of suppressing an entire era. They were supreme beings who had walked upon mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Even the eternal guards appeared as mere ants before them. Though the god-slaying guards numbered fewer than 10,000, each was a quasi-emperor, none weaker than a sixth tribulation quasi-emperor, with half-step sovereigns scattered among them, and their commander was a figure of emperor-level might. Their prowess far surpassed that of the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion. Even the Qilan ancient army could not contend with them. Moreover, the commander of the god-slaying guards, the god-slaying lord, was a being at the pinnacle of heavenly sovereigns. Excluding the god-slaying lord, the mere presence of the god-slaying guards would be sufficient to flatten 99% of the forces from other realms. And the god-slaying guards were merely one of the elite legions within the Jun family's arsenal. Do not panic. While the god-slaying guards are formidable, their numbers are too few. This time, we have brought 100 billion troops, along with 1,000,000 eternal guards. The advantage lies with us. The eternal holy immortal spoke with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent members of the Eternal Imperial clan felt invigorated. Indeed, with 100 billion troops coupled with the fully mobilized Eternal Guards, could they not deal with a mere force of fewer than 10,000 God-slaying guards? Born in the ancient times, fighting in the archaic, buried in the recent past. Yet another ancient voice resonated, casting the entire Jun family into an eerie silence. Deep within the Jun family's celestial realm, a golden, ancient coffin burst open, releasing an endless surge of chaotic energy, and the light of the great Tao erupted forth. Burial army, rise once more for battle. From within the golden ancient coffin, a towering figure slowly stood, emanating an unparalleled aura of annihilation that could obliterate the heavens and extinguish the ages. Behind him, horrifying phenomena of collapsing realms materialized. And at the moment he rose, the entire celestial domain echoed with mournful cries. The Lord of Burial. The eternal holy immortal's expression changed drastically. While he could remain calm in the presence of a single god-slaying guard, he could not do so in front of the burial army. The burial army was far more terrifying than the god-slaying guards. Even facing 100 god-slaying guards would be preferable to confronting a single burial army. For they were a taboo, a legend, and they were immortal monsters. With each death, they would return to the Jun family with memories intact, their strength growing ever more formidable. Everyone, it is time to awaken. We have slumbered for countless epochs. It is time to stretch our limbs. The burial army, born in the ancient, fought in the archaic, and buried in the recent past, awakens today solely to bury the heavens once more. With that resounding voice, the ancestral grounds of the Jun family trembled, and ancient tombs erupted one after another. From each tomb emerged figures exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, clad in tattered bronze armor, still stained with the ancient blood of the heavens, the blood of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 71, The Origins of the Burial Army, the Four Chaotic Beasts. Burial of Heaven, Burial of Earth, Burial of Immortals. Bury all enemies of the world. We have slumbered for eons. In this era, we shall unleash a slaughter for the Jun family once more. The figures slowly raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with chaotic flames, as if they were apocalyptic beings awakened from an ancient slumber. Each member of the Xianxian army bore a tattered battle flag, on which the ominous crimson characters Zhongjin Zhu Tian could be faintly discerned. The existence of this legendary legion, the Xianxian army, was indeed a reality. Many cultivators from the Eternal Imperial clan trembled in fear, their legs quaking, their eyes filled with boundless terror. The Xianxian army, one of the most enigmatic and ancient taboo legions of the Jun family, was said to have originated in the primordial era, waged war in the ancient times, and been buried in the more recent past. Each awakening heralded a monumental cleansing for the realms, for they were neither the living nor the dead, but rather immortal war souls imprinted upon the cycle of reincarnation by the Jun family through supreme means. They were all members of the Jun clan, and it was a choice they made willingly, with no coercion involved. The original forms of the Xianxian army consisted of youths lacking in innate talent and comprehension, yet possessing an unwavering will to grow stronger, hoping for the Jun family's unparalleled methods to aid them in their quest for power. Thus, the Xianxian army emerged. Despite the immense and agonizing cost of reincarnation, they were willing to endure any hardship for the sake of strength. This is the true origin of the Xianxian army. The Xianxian lord stood amidst the starry skies, his visage shrouded in layers of celestial brilliance, his eyes capable of extinguishing the myriad realms of antiquity readily apparent. "You lot, do you require my invitation?" he inquired, his gaze directed towards the depths of the ancestral land, his tone languid. A roar that shook heaven and earth suddenly resounded, as an enormous beast, entwined with divine chains of the great Tao, emerged from the largest of tombs. It bore a resemblance to the mythical Tao, possessing 9 grotesque heads, each exuding a different primordial power. Every scale on its body was inscribed with ancient runes, its limbs shattering the laws of existence, and with but a single breath, it obliterated numerous warships of the Eternal Imperial clan. One of the 4 chaotic beasts, the 9 pits Tao. The expressions of those from the Eternal Imperial clan changed drastically. This was one of the nightmares from another realm. During the ancient era, the Xianxian army had rampaged through foreign lands, and a single 9 pits Tao had brought about a massacre of unimaginable scale, devouring countless immortal powers. Even the mightiest among the Eternal Imperial clan dared not provoke it. "What are you afraid of? It's merely a birth," the Eternal Holy Immortal scolded, attempting to rally his troops. "Birth? Then let us see if you can withstand its assault." At this, the Xianxian lord could not help but chuckle softly. How many epochs had passed, and it was the first time he had heard someone proclaim the birth of the 4 beasts. "They? Could it be that you have more?" the Eternal Holy Immortal exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Correct, but alas, no reward for you." The Xianxian Lord replied with a slight shrug. Who dares to insult us as mere births? A colossal beast, entirely black, shattered through the void, resembling the gluttonous Taichu. Adorned with 6 pairs of bone wings that obscured the sun, each wing ablaze with chaotic heavenly fire, the overwhelming laws of devouring sweeping forth, drawing countless soldiers of the eternal imperial clan into its maw. One of the 4 chaotic beasts, the devourer Taichu. Before the words had left the Xianxian Lord's lips, 2 more thunderous roars erupted from the depths of the June ancestral land. Boom! The 3rd beast broke through the earth, resembling the ferocious xianxia. Its body covered in crimson scales, towering blood-red bone spines erupting from its back, each spine crackling with blood-red lightning, an aura of slaughter permeating the air. One of the 4 chaotic beasts, the blood prison xianxiaaudiobooks. Finally, the last beast trampled through the vast cosmos, taking on a chaotic form, devoid of eyes or mouth. Its entire being resembling a black hole that devoured all light. Its body twisted and writhed, collapsing space and halting time as it silently consumed the warships and cultivators of the eternal imperial clan, along with the powers of the eternal light. The leader of the 4 chaotic beasts, the abyss of the returning ruins. As the 4 beasts emerged simultaneously, the heavens and earth were thrown into disarray. They were the fierce beasts of the Xianxian army, the core of their formidable strength. Upon witnessing the 4 beasts' appearance, the eternal holy immortal was truly alarmed. Not to mention the Xianxian army and the god-slaying guards. Even these 4 beasts were beyond their capacity to withstand. Each of these beasts possessed strength rivaling that of a peak heavenly emperor, and what was even more terrifying was their undying nature, unafraid of death. Even if their physical forms were annihilated, as long as the June family existed, they could utilize the clan's power to reincarnate, emerging even more powerful. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Xianxian army. They could not be killed. The Xianxian army was smaller in number, merely 1,000 strong. Yet they were far more fearsome than the god-slaying guards. Damn it, old Zong. Your Xianxian army is coming to steal our limelight. The god-slaying lord grumbled. I finally have a chance to stretch my muscles, and you show up. What are we supposed to do now? With their limited numbers. They were hardly enough to entertain them. Rest assured, I shall not intervene, merely let my subordinates engage them. The Xianxian lord chuckled lightly, his gaze towards the eternal imperial clan akin to watching ants. Since you insist, I shall refrain from intervening, allowing my subordinates to stretch their limbs. They have been dormant for too long. Their bones feel as if they might crumble. The god-slaying lord nodded slightly, fully endorsing the Xianxian lord's sentiment. If the 2 of them truly joined forces, they could obliterate the eternal imperial clan in an instant. My objective is not merely the eternal imperial clan, but the entire foreign realm, and even that figure from the other realm. They are the opponents that pique my interest. Once this matter is resolved, we shall venture into the foreign realm. The Xianxian Lord spoke, his tone imbued with an enigmatic allure. Of course. The god-slaying lord's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jun Shirtian, standing to the side, shook his head with a smile. These 2 were simply restless spirits. Do you truly regard my eternal imperial clan as mere ants to be slaughtered? The eternal holy immortal could no longer contain himself, his face ashen as he roared. Is it not so? The god-slaying lord teased, blinking innocently. The Xianxian lord barely lifted an eyelid, his profound gaze piercing through layers of void, suddenly chuckling. Since you have come, why not enter and be our guests? There is no need to hide. With that, he extended his left hand slightly. The arcane laws of reincarnation swirling between his fingers, piercing through the endless void. A tremendous crash echoed as the outer void of the June family suddenly collapsed. 2 towering imperial figures cloaked in eternal celestial light being forcibly dragged forth. They were 2 true ancestors. When did they arrive? How splendid! Our eternal imperial clan is saved. The warriors of the eternal imperial clan gasped in astonishment, hope rekindling in their eyes, for these 2 true ancestors possessed strength comparable to the eternal holy immortal. Xianxian Lord, you were able to detect our presence. One of the true ancestors' expressions grew exceedingly grim. They were reinforcements summoned by the eternal holy immortal, who had invited them out of concern for potential schemes from the June family. 2 old fossils lurking in the void. Do you truly think I am blind? The Xianxian Lord scoffed, casually tossing the 2 true ancestors aside like refuse next to the eternal holy immortal. You are utterly reckless. The 2 true ancestors roared in fury, their bodies radiating eternal light, the laws of the universe distorting around them. Old Zong, god-slaying ancestor, are 3 of us enough to stretch our limbs? Or shall we compete to see who can eliminate our adversaries first? The god-slaying lord grinned widely. I find little interest in such matters. Jun Shirtian replied with a faint smile. Bored to the extreme, I can hardly muster the energy to glance at such triviality. Sons, dinner is ready. The Lord of the Burial Heavens spoke nonchalantly, turning to wave his hand at the burial army behind him. The god-slaying sovereign curled his lips in disdain. Since the Lord of the Burial Heavens and Jun Shirtian refrained from intervening, he too would hold back, lest he suffer embarrassment. Chapter 72. The Feast of Carnage. Your bell is too noisy. Roar. It is high time to act. I have long found them displeasing to the eye. You shall wait. While my brothers and I relish this slaughter. The 9 Hell's terrors let out a thunderous roar, 9 grotesque heads simultaneously unleashing an endless torrent of annihilative divine light. The 9 distinct primordial laws intertwined, forming a cataclysmic radiance that swiftly enveloped the forces of the eternal imperial clan. With a sickening crunch, flesh and bone shattered. Anguished cries echoed as the countless legions of the eternal imperial clan faltered, instantly engulfed by the 9-colored divine light, leaving not a trace behind. The meticulously forged silver armor of the eternal guards was torn asunder by the breath of the 9 Hell's terrors, countless guards screaming as they were reduced to ashes. Like mere ants, the 9 Hell's terrors cackled wickedly, sweeping its colossal claws to crush tens of thousands of eternal guards into a mist of blood. Quickly, formed the eternal battle formation for defense. An emperor of the eternal imperial clan bellowed, rallying the eternal guards for protection. You wretched creature, die at my hands. An ancient ancestor of the eternal imperial clan roared, summoning an imperial weapon, an aura of unfathomable imperial might suffusing the surroundings. The ancient ancestor wielded the imperial weapon against the 9 Hell's terrors, the sword light tearing through myriad star rivers, causing the space along its path to collapse and annihilate. Even a formidable emperor could not withstand this strike. Merely an imperial weapon, it cannot even pierce my skin. The 9 Hell's terrors sneered. One head audaciously biting down on the sword light, its fangs clamping down with ferocity, shattering the imperial weapon and killing the weapon's spirit on the spot. What? That is an imperial weapon. As the imperial weapon shattered and its spirit perished, the ancient ancestor could not suppress the blood that surged forth from his mouth. Suffering a grievous backlash, he could scarcely fathom that the strength of the 9 Hell's terrors was so profound, capable of crushing an imperial weapon with its teeth. Die. Another head of the 9 Hell's terrors unleashed a chaotic divine thunder, instantly obliterating the ancient ancestor's soul, leaving him lifeless. Ha ha. Is this all the eternal imperial clan can muster? The 9 Hell's terrors roared with laughter, 9 heads voraciously consuming the essence of primordial laws, causing the forces of the eternal imperial clan to crumble and be annihilated in their wake. Meanwhile, the devourer of worlds shook its 6 wings, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens. Its enormous maw opened wide, unleashing a terrifying swallowing law that engulfed 100,000 eternal guards and several thousand warships in one fell swoop. Not bad, though a bit of a mouthful. The devourer of worlds licked its crimson tongue with a sinister grin. Oh, but there is one that has escaped my grasp. I wonder what the flavor of an emperor-level warrior's flesh is like. The devourer of worlds' gaze fell upon a trembling ancient ancestor of the eternal imperial clan in the distance, its eyes gleaming with interest. No, I do not wish to die. The ancient ancestor, upon noticing the devourer of worlds' gaze directed at him, screamed in terror, desperately fleeing into the distance. However, the surrounding void had already been sealed by the Jun clan, rendering their escape futile. Escape? Did this emperor allow you to flee? The devourer of worlds grinned wickedly, its 6 wings flaring as it swiftly caught up to the ancient ancestor, swallowing him whole. With a splatter, the ancient ancestor's imperial body exploded in its maw, blood and flesh spraying from its teeth. The blood of an imperial realm warrior is indeed delectable. The devourer of worlds licked its lips, still craving more, its crimson eyes scanning the battlefield for further prey. Simultaneously, the blood prison Xianxiaaudiobooks and the abyss of returning darkness commenced their own slaughter. Xianxiaaudiobooks, enveloped in crimson blood lightning, left devastation in its wake. Whether they were mighty emperors or emperor-level beings, all were turned to ashes by the blood lightning. Countless bone spikes, resembling world-destroying spears, emanated a chilling aura, each spike capable of obliterating a group of eternal imperial warriors in an instant. In contrast to the others, Xianxiaaudiobooks reveled in brutality. It relished the sight of its enemies being torn asunder by its claws, embodying a perfect killing machine, thriving on the wails of those it slaughtered. The final entity, the abyss of returning darkness, was even more terrifying and enigmatic, devoid of facial features. Its body twisted like a black hole, consuming any existence that drew near, be it ships, cultivators, or even attacks from the laws of the universe, vanishing without a trace. One ancient ancestor watched helplessly as kin were mercilessly slaughtered, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. What are you hurrying for? The abyss of returning darkness silently appeared behind the ancient ancestor, enveloping him in its void-like form. Ah! The ancient ancestor thrashed in desperation, unleashing the power of eternity. The laws reverberating. Yet, no matter what he attempted, it was futile. The abyss of returning darkness was too formidable, its form akin to the depths of hell, devouring and annihilating any force that entered. In mere moments, the ancient ancestor's soul, body, and the essence of his laws were completely consumed. What kind of monster is this? It is utterly impossible to combat. Great ancestor, save us. The forces of the eternal imperial clan shattered utterly, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. The eternal holy immortal. Witnessing the massacre of the eternal imperial clan at the hands of the chaotic four beasts, wore a countenance dark enough to drip water. He had initially believed that with the foundation of the eternal imperial clan, even if the Jun clan had prepared, they would be able to fight. However, the emergence of the burial army and the god-slaying guards had completely dismantled his strategy. In a mere span of moments, 3 or 4 ancient ancestors had fallen. Such losses would cause even the most affluent of clans to feel profound anguish. This cannot continue. The eternal holy immortal roared, his aura of eternal radiance surging forth, transforming into myriad dazzling eternal chains that pierced through the endless void towards the 9 hell's terrors, seeking to ensnare it. Attempting to ambush this emperor? Such lowly tactics are no longer in my repertoire. The 9 hell's terrors roared in unison, 9 distinct primordial laws intertwining to form a radiant light of destruction, shattering the eternal chains with brute force. Second brother, third brother, let us strike together and suppress these 4 beasts. The eternal holy immortal commanded the 2 true ancestors by his side. Very well. One of the true ancestors formed seals with his hands. A brilliant eternal divine ring materializing behind him, exuding boundless eternal power that coalesced into an eternal spear, piercing through the cosmos towards the devourer of worlds. This is my innate imperial weapon, the eternal slaughtering spear. Unless a quasi-immortal being intervenes, you will find it impossible to contend with my brothers and me. Not to mention your imperial weapon. Facing the onslaught of the eternal slaughtering spear, the devourer of worlds shook its 6 wings slightly, opening its massive maw to swallow the spear whole. Not bad. Let us have some more. The devourer of worlds licked its lips, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. You devoured my imperial weapon. The true ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. The eternal slaughtering spear was intrinsically linked to his spirit and was his innate imperial weapon. At this moment, as it was consumed by the devourer of worlds, even he, with his celestial physique, suffered a devastating backlash, blood spilling forth in a brilliant silver torrent. Return my imperial weapon. The true ancestor formed seals with both hands, a torrent of terrifying eternal divine light erupting from within the devourer of worlds. Return it to you? Very well. The abyssal devourer's abdomen swelled slightly, and with a resounding pop, the eternal slaughter emperor's spear detonated within its form, transforming into an endless array of imperial weapon fragments, which the abyssal devourer thoroughly refined. How dare you? One of the true ancestors spat blood, his aura instantly waning. Another true ancestor summoned a magnificent silver bell, which, as it swung, unleashed sound waves that shattered billions of starry skies, causing the very laws of heaven and earth to spiral into chaos. This was one of the clan's sacred imperial weapons, the eternal soul extinguishing bell. This bell was particularly effective against the primordial spirit. Once struck by its sound waves, even an emperor-level powerhouse would experience a jarring of their soul, resulting in diminished combat prowess or, in dire cases, the total obliteration of their spirit. How audacious of a mere beast to act so brazenly before my eternal empire. The true ancestor wielding the silver bell bolstered his courage, his entire being radiating with the light of eternity, as the bell transformed into a colossal helm obscuring the heavens, spanning across the vast cosmos. Dong! The bell tolled, its resonance reverberating like a cataclysmic tide, sweeping forth sound waves that annihilated the laws of existence, plunging heaven and earth into despair. Opposite the true ancestor, the abyssal shadow of the void hovered silently in the void, its black hole-like form quivering ever so slightly. Effective. The true ancestor's expression brightened with excitement. However, to his dismay, the abyssal shadow merely turned over, showing no further response. Wait, how could it be unresponsive? The true ancestor furrowed his brow deeply and once more urged the silver bell, sending sound waves, like countless silver blades, hurtling towards the abyssal shadow. Yet again, the abyssal shadow exhibited no reaction, not even a flicker of movement. This is impossible. Not even a chaotic beast could completely disregard the attacks of the eternal soul-extinguishing bell. The true ancestor's countenance shifted abruptly, a wave of ominous premonition rising within him. Utterly foolish. Do you not realize that I possess no primordial spirit? The abyssal shadow's voice echoed, imbued with an air of indifference. What? The true ancestor finally comprehended that the abyssal shadow bore no eyes, no mouth, no features, no soul, no essence. It was naught but the void birthed from chaos. Devoid of substance, devoid of a primordial spirit, even the very concept of existence felt nebulous to it. The eternal soul-extinguishing bell's assault was akin to attacking the void with sound, nothingness, utterly inconsequential. Now it is my turn. The abyssal shadow's form suddenly expanded, unleashing an indescribable force of devouring power that eclipsed even that of the abyssal devourer, causing the entire universe to warp and collapse. This is bad. The true ancestor's complexion changed drastically, the power of eternity surging around him as he frantically activated the eternal soul-extinguishing bell for protection. Alas, in the next moment, crack. The surface of the silver bell manifested numerous fine cracks. How could this be possible? The true ancestor was engulfed in terror. This was one of their clan's sacred imperial weapons, enduring through countless epochs. How could it be so easily shattered by the abyssal shadow? While your bell may be ineffective against me, it is far too noisy. Chapter 73. The Eternal Ancestor's True Spirit. The abyssal shadow of the void will teach him a lesson. The abyssal shadow's body abruptly contracted, then expanded once more, unleashing a horrifying storm of devouring energy. No. The cracks on the surface of the silver bell rapidly spread, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion before the true ancestor's despairing gaze. The fragments of the eternal soul-extinguishing bell were entirely consumed by the abyssal shadow, and the true ancestor suffered an irreparable backlash, blood bursting from his 7 orifices. Stumbling backward, I must flee this place. The true ancestor's heart brimmed with dread. If the abyssal shadow could devour even the eternal soul-extinguishing bell, remaining here would surely spell his doom. Unfortunately, the abyssal shadow was swifter, its colossal form descending like a black shroud. Holy Celestial, save me. The true ancestor cried out in terror. No one can save you. The abyssal shadow's voice resonated, its immense form suddenly splitting open to reveal a gaping maw, consuming the true ancestor along with the surrounding void. In an instant, the surrounding cosmos was rendered null, not even a speck of dust remaining. It was obliterated from existence on a dimensional level. Unlike the devouring of the abyssal devourer, this was an erasure from the very essence of life. Brother, the eternal holy celestial brimmed with murderous intent, a vertical eye suddenly splitting open on his forehead, a radiant beam of eternal light surging forth, freezing time and space in its wake. This move is futile against us. The blood prison quagmire's spines suddenly stood erect, each entwined with terrifying crimson thunder, as thousands of spines shot forth like a torrential downpour, colliding with the eternal light. Boom. The entire June family cosmos began to collapse and disintegrate. The blood prison quagmire seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, its claws tearing through the endless torrent of energy, striking towards the eternal holy celestial's head. The claw tip was enveloped in vast killing principles, shattering the protective celestial light surrounding the eternal holy celestial. Eternal indestructible shield. The eternal holy celestial roared. Eternal runes manifesting across his body, a dazzling pillar of eternal imperial light enveloping him. This was their clan's most formidable defensive technique. TSK. Do you take us chaotic beasts for fools? You don't seriously believe that your turtle shell can withstand me? The blood prison quagmire sneered, its claw colliding violently with the eternal holy celestial's shield, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of destructive energy. The eternal runes shattered layer by layer. The eternal holy celestial let out a muffled groan, hurtling back for millions of miles, silver imperial blood spilling into the void. Brother. The final true ancestor attempted to assist, but was ensnared by the 9 intertwined chains of chaotic order emitted from the 9-headed quagmire. Quagmire, leave this to me. That old fool dared to insult my birth, and I overheard him. The blood prison quagmire cackled, abandoning the eternal holy celestial to pursue the true ancestor, its myriad spines shooting forth, forcing the true ancestor into a retreat, cries of distress escaping his lips. The 9 prisons quagmire nodded, turning its gaze towards the struggling eternal holy celestial, malice glimmering in its eyes. You wretched lot. Eternal heavenly seal. The true ancestor roared, forming seals with his hands as the power of eternity surged forth, coalescing into a silvery heavenly seal that overshadowed the skies, inscribed with countless ancient runes, each containing unparalleled might to suppress the heavens. Suppress for me. The eternal heavenly seal descended with a thunderous crash, freezing and collapsing millions of starry realms. Even the blood prison quagmire's body momentarily stalling. Interesting, but insufficient. Blood prison reincarnation stab. The blood prison quagmire suddenly curled into a sphere, its spines erupting with a million blinding crimson lights. Countless spines detached from its form, assembling into a blood-red gear with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles. As the gear turned, time itself ceased to flow. The moment the silver heavenly seal made contact with the blood-red gear, it shattered into a cascade of luminous fragments. How is this possible? That true ancestor had yet to absorb the shock when the blood-red gear ground towards him, and he hastily activated the eternal, indestructible shield for defense. However, upon contact with the blood-red gear, half of his body was instantly shredded into pieces. Silver imperial blood spraying forth as the abyssal devourer's six-winged shadow loomed ominously above him. Haha, it has been ages since I tasted the flesh of an emperor-level being. The abyssal devourer's maw gaped wide, consuming half of the true ancestor's body in one bite, leaving no time for a scream before it was devoured. Delicious. Indeed, the higher the realm, the more exquisite the flesh. The abyssal devourer reveled in its feast. Silver imperial blood dripping from the corners of its mouth, crashing down upon dozens of eternal empire warships below. No. The eternal holy immortal gazed in disbelief as the last true ancestor was consumed by the devourer of realms, his silver pupils contracting violently, his entire being trembling. Could it be that two true ancestors had fallen just like that? These were entities of his own caliber, the very pillars of the eternal imperial clan's profound heritage. He had never anticipated such a complete defeat for the eternal imperial clan, nor that he would find himself reduced to this state. TSK, now it is your turn. The Nine Hells Tengu grinned menacingly as all 9 of its heads split into grotesque smiles, 18 eyes fixated on the ashen-faced eternal holy immortal. The battlefield descended into a profound silence. The eternal imperial army staring blankly at the lingering blood of the eternal emperor in the void above, blood that belonged to their true ancestor. Their true ancestor was truly dead. A leader among the eternal guards accidentally dropped his spear, his eyes filled with dread and despair. They feared not death, but rather this overwhelming sense of helplessness. We are finished. Even 3 true ancestors could not withstand those 4 monsters, and the Jun clan's army merely watched from the sidelines, yet to engage. How are we to fight? Flee quickly. Fear spread like a plague among the eternal imperial forces. The once spirited eternal guards now wore expressions of utter pallor, their bodies trembling beneath their silver armor. With over half of the million-strong guard force decimated, those who remained had long since lost the will to fight. Who dares to retreat? There shall be no mercy. The eternal holy immortal, witnessing the collapse of the eternal imperial army, struck down those who sought to flee with a single hand, his voice laced with an unprecedented madness. He could not accept such a failure. The glory of the eternal imperial clan could not be tarnished by his hand. I possess reasons that preclude defeat. I shall prevail today. The eternal holy immortal erupted in a dazzling radiance of eternal light, his silver hair standing on end, and the silver vertical pupil on his forehead fully opened. A terrifying aura far surpassing before sweeping across the entire Jun clan, burning his bloodline, his soul, and the essence of imperial power. This ancient being was determined to fight to the death. The 9 Hells Tengu displayed the first signs of seriousness on its countenance. The other 2 beasts also assumed defensive postures, their expressions grave as they regarded the frenzied eternal holy immortal. Only the abyss of ruin remained quietly suspended in the void. With my essence, ignite my soul, summon the primordial true spirit. The eternal holy immortal suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, the eternal light around him surging uncontrollably, his silver hair transforming into a blood-red hue. Boom. The entire celestial realm, as well as the extraterrestrial cosmos, dimmed abruptly. An ancient aura that sent chills down the spine awakened and erupted from within the eternal holy immortal. His body began to shatter inch by inch, with each fissure spewing forth dense, eternal celestial light. This is bad. He is summoning the power of the eternal ancestor. The blood prison's thunderback bristled with bone spines. Crimson lightning surging wildly. Quickly stop him. The devourer of realms flapped its 6 wings, a terrifying law of devouring materializing as a black torrent surged forth. Yet, it was already too late. The eternal holy immortal's body exploded inch by inch, a scarlet rift suddenly manifesting across the entire celestial realm, from which a colossal hand entwined with eternal divine chains slowly emerged. Just a wisp of its aura caused the entire protective formation of the Jun clan to begin to tremble violently. Oh, a fragment of the eternal ancestor's true spirit? The burial lord raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The true spirit of the eternal ancestor, is it? Quite intriguing. The god-slaying lord tightened his grip on his divine spear, his battle intent surging. That colossal hand was entirely condensed from the rules of eternity, its surface marked with countless imperial symbols, each bearing the terrifying power to suppress the ages. As the divine chains moved, the entire celestial realm's laws of heaven wailed in lament. The eternal ancestor is one of the most ancient existences in the extraterrestrial realms, and the ultimate nightmare of the celestial realm. Insects feel the despair of eternity. The voice of the eternal holy immortal echoed from the rift, filled with frenzied malice. The giant hand of the eternal ancestor slowly clenched into a fist, descending to suppress the four fierce beasts. Before the fist's radiance could arrive, the terrifying pressure caused all 9 heads of the 9 hells Tengu to spout blood simultaneously. The devourer of realms also showed signs of cracking, while the blood prison's thunder fared even worse. Its bone spines, being so large, felt the pressure more acutely, leading to numerous fractures. Insects. A hollow, ethereal voice emerged from the rift. The 3 fierce beasts of the devourer of realms gritted their teeth, their eyes shimmering with intense killing intent. For the first time, they were treated as mere insects. Yet, it must be said that the eternal ancestor was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Just a fragment of its true spirit, and not even its full strength, was sufficient to easily subdue them. In the presence of the eternal ancestor, they were truly no different from insects. Shall we not intervene? The 4 chaotic fierce beasts seemed not to be a match for the eternal ancestor, even if it were merely a fragment of its true spirit, far exceeding the realm of the heavenly emperor. The god-slaying lord's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the burial lord. No need. The abyss of ruin will teach him a lesson. The burial lord's demeanor remained calm, for he understood all too well the terror of the abyss of ruin.